inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Well, let's actually just listen to it. The speech reads, "As to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. It used to depend on President Truman. It will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield." We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to. That is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular proxy war that they triumphed. Now, what do you think about that speech, about these proponents? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense of, and people, native speakers of Chinese, can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them. But
what explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Hunan, and he had a heavy accent, and this is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of the of intellectuals. And if he had an animus toward, wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that anti-intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how, and even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of a third world, and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance where he said that China should be able to work with Japan, because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen, because we wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there can be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried that. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to present itself differently. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual influx period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea all together, in photo ops, which was not something that, I mean, being on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
It's such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of sort of where China's emergence into evolution into a liberal capitalist country, but I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that was somehow within. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I mean, I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The People's Republic of China wanted soft power, and Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, it was a way in which creativity flourished. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to debate where things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan that if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect; it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now. Different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting in which Taiwan and in its post martial law, post Leninist incarnation would be something that we could think of more.
Yeah, and you're right. Taiwan and especially Hong Kong are it's a truly special place. It's just like a case study. It doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened. I mean, history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify, you think the protests of 2019, like the protests of 20, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily full on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style even sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed, but I hesitate to, an awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing there would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus we used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the US and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on be water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in defeat. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barmay, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. And we can see some elements of that in we can think of Taiwan, elements of that as another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. And it's something richer and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984, Brave New World, and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world we live in. And Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with a totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history that are very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. There's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. And thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people's. It's of the entire region, really, of Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Wasserstrom. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. Figuring out how to make one was pretty hard on the old noggin. But with GoDaddy Arrow, I can just tell it what I want, and it uses AI to make a website so fast it pretty much blows my noggin. This is working with a beautiful design that'll blow my customers' noggins, which allowed me to focus my noggin on making more goggins to put on their noggins, which were just metaphorically blown.
write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in, shooting for 10 hours on my green screen to shoot that opening sequence. Incredible opening sequence. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's the visuals after. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just...
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs SemiAnalysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnects. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and, in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check-wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. Still, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the, quote, DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture, and then we'll zoom in on the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT.
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs SemiAnalysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnects. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. Still, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the, quote, DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture, and then we'll zoom in on the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT. They also released what is called the base model, which is before these techniques of post-training. Most people use instruction models today, and those are what's served in all sorts of applications. This was released on, I believe, December 26th or that week. And then weeks later, on January 20th, DeepSeek released DeepSeek R1, which is a reasoning model, which really accelerated a lot of this discussion. This reasoning model, it has a lot of overlapping training steps to DeepSeek V3. It's confusing that you have a base model called V3 that you do something to get a chat model, and then you do some different things to get a reasoning model. A lot of the AI industry is going through this challenge of communications right now, where OpenAI makes fun of their own naming schemes. They have GPT-4o, they have OpenAI O1, and there's a lot of types of models, so we're going to break down what each of them are. There's a lot of technical specifics on training, and go from high level to specific and kind of go through each of them.
There's so many places we can go here, but maybe let's go to open weights first. What does it mean for a model to be open weights, and what are the different flavors of open source in general?
Yeah, so this discussion has been going on for a long time in AI. It became more important since ChatGPT, or more focal since ChatGPT at the end of 2022. Open weights is the accepted term for when model weights of a language model are available on the internet for people to download. Those weights can have different licenses, which is effectively the terms by which you can use the model. There are licenses that come from history and open source software. There are licenses that are designed by companies specifically. All of Llama, DeepSeek, Qwen, Mistral, these popular names in open weight models have some of their own licenses. It's complicated because not all of the same models have the same terms. The big debate is on what makes a model open weight. Why are we saying this term? It's kind of a mouthful. It sounds close to open source, but it's not the same. There's still a lot of debate on the definition and soul of open source AI. Open source software has a rich history on freedom to modify, freedom to take on your own, freedom from any restrictions on how you would use the software, and what that means for AI is still being defined. So for what I do, I work at the Allen Institute for AI. We're a nonprofit. We want to make AI open for everybody, and we try to lead on what we think is truly open source. There's not full agreement in the community, but for us, that means releasing the training data, releasing the training code, and then also having open weights like this. And we'll get into the details of the models, and again, as we try to get deeper into how the models were trained, we will say things like the data processing, data filtering, data quality is the number one determinant of the model quality, and then a lot of the training code is the determinant on how long it takes to train and how fast your experimentation is. So without fully open source models where you have access to this data, it is hard to know, or it's harder to replicate. So we'll get into cost numbers for DeepSeek V3 on mostly GPU hours and how much you can pay to rent those yourselves. But without the data, the replication cost is going to be far, far higher. And same goes for the code.
We should also say that this is probably one of the more open models out of the frontier models.
Yes.
So like in this full spectrum, where probably the fullest open source, like you said, open code, open data, open weights. This is not open code. This is probably not open data. And this is open weights. And the licensing is MIT license, or it's, there's some nuance in the different models, but it's towards the free. In terms of the open source movement, these are the kind of the good guys.
Yeah, DeepSeek is doing fantastic work for disseminating understanding of AI. Their papers are extremely detailed in what they do, and for other teams around the world, they're very actionable in terms of improving your own training techniques. And we'll talk about licenses more. The DeepSeek R1 model has a very permissive license. It's called the MIT license. That effectively means there's no downstream restrictions on commercial use. There's no use case restrictions. You can use the outputs from the models to create synthetic data. And this is all fantastic. I think the closest peer is something like Llama, where you have the weights and you have a technical report. And the technical report is very good for Llama. One of the most read PDFs of the year last year is the Llama 3 paper. But in some ways, it's slightly less actionable. It has less details on the training specifics, less plots, and so on. And the Llama 3 license is more restrictive than MIT. And then between the DeepSeek custom license and the Llama license, we could get into this whole rabbit hole. I think we'll make sure we want to go down the license rabbit hole before we do specifics.
Yeah, and so this should be stated that one of the implications of DeepSeek, it puts pressure on Llama and everybody else, on OpenAI, to push towards open source. And that's the other side of open source that you mentioned, is how much is published in detail about it. So how open are you with the sort of the insights behind the code? So like, how good is the technical reports? Are they hand wavy, or is there actual details in there? And that's one of the things that DeepSeek did well, is they published a lot of the details.
Yeah, especially in the DeepSeek v3, which is their pre-training paper. They were very clear that they are doing interventions on the technical stack that go at many different levels. For example, to get highly efficient training, they're making modifications at or below the CUDA layer for NVIDIA chips. I have never worked there myself, and there are a few people in the world that do that very well, and some of them are at DeepSeek. And these types of people are at DeepSeek and leading American frontier labs, but there are not many places.
To help people understand the other implication of open weights, just, there's a topic we'll return to often here. So there's a fear that China, the nation, might have interest in stealing American data, violating privacy of American citizens. What can we say about open weights to help us understand what the weights are able to do?
Yeah.
In terms of stealing people's data.
Yeah, so these weights that you can download from Hugging Face or other platforms are very big matrices of numbers. You can download them to a computer in your own house that has no internet, and you can run this model, and you're totally in control of your data. That is something that is different than how a lot of language model usage is actually done today, which is mostly through APIs, where you send your prompt to GPUs run by certain companies, and these companies will have different distributions and policies on how your data is stored, if it is used to train future models, where it is stored, if it is encrypted, and so on. So the open weights you have your fate of data in your own hands, and that is something that is deeply connected to the soul of open source.
So it's not the model that steals your data, it's whoever's hosting the model, which could be China, if you're using the DeepSeek app, or it could be Perplexity. You're trusting them with your data. Or OpenAI, you're trusting them with your data. And some of these are American companies, some of these are Chinese companies, but the model itself is not doing the stealing. It's the host. All right. So back to the basics. What's the difference between DeepSeek v3 and DeepSeek R1? Can we try to lay out the confusion potential?
Yes. So for one, I am very understanding of many people being confused by these two model names. So I would say the best way to think about this is that when training a language model, you have what is called pre-training, which is when you're predicting the large amounts of mostly internet text. You're trying to predict the next token. And what to know about these new DeepSeek models is that they do this internet large-scale pre-training once to get what is called DeepSeek v3 base. This is a base model. It's just going to finish your sentences for you. It's going to be harder to work with than ChatGPT. And then what DeepSeek did is they've done two different post-training regimes to make the models have specific desirable behaviors. So what is the more normal model in terms of the last few years of AI, an instruct model, a chat model, a quote-unquote aligned model, a helpful model, there are many ways to describe this, is more standard post-training. So this is things like instruction tuning, reinforcement learning from human feedback. We'll get into some of these words. And this is what they did to create the DeepSeek v3 model. This was the first model to be released, and it is very highly performant. It's competitive with GPT-4, Llama 405B, so on. And then when this release was happening, we don't know their exact timeline, or soon after, they were finishing the training of a different training process from the same next token prediction base model that I talked about, which is when this new reasoning training that people have heard about comes in order to create the model that is called DeepSeek R1. The R through this conversation is good for grounding for reasoning, and the name is also similar to OpenAI's O1, which is the other reasoning model that people have heard about. And we'll have to break down the training for R1 in more detail because, for one, we have a paper detailing it, but also it is a far newer set of techniques for the AI community, so it is a much more rapidly evolving area of research.
Maybe we should also say the big two categories of training of pre-training and post-training, these umbrella terms that people use. So what is pre-training and what is post-training? And what are the different flavors of things underneath post-training umbrella?
Yeah, so pre-training and using some of the same words to really get the message across is you're doing what is called auto-regressive prediction, predict the next token in a series of documents. This is done over standard practice is trillions of tokens. So this is a ton of data
Baby girl.
that is mostly scraped
Let's
from the
do
web.
this, girl.
In some of DeepSeek's earlier papers, they talked about their training data being distilled for math, and I shouldn't use this word yet, but taken from Common Crawl, and that's a public access that anyone listening to this could go download data from the Common Crawl website. This is a crawler that is maintained publicly. Yes, other tech companies eventually shift to their own crawler, and DeepSeek likely has done this as well, as most frontier labs do. But this sort of data is something that people can get started with, and you're just predicting text in a series of documents. This can be scaled to be very efficient, and there's a lot of numbers that are thrown around in AI training, like how many floating point operations or flops are used, and then you can also look at how many hours of these GPUs that are used, and it's largely one loss function taken to a very large amount of, of compute usage. You set up really efficient systems, and then at the end of that you have this base model, and pre-training is where there is a lot more of complexity in terms of how the process is emerging or evolving and the different types of training losses that you will use. I think this is a lot of techniques grounded in the natural language processing literature. The oldest technique, which is still used today, is something called instruction tuning, or also known as supervised fine-tuning. These acronyms will be IFT or SFT. If people really go back and forth throughout them, and I will probably do the same, which is where you add this formatting to the model where it knows to take a question that is like, explain the history of the Roman Empire to me, and or something, a sort of question you'll see on Reddit or Stack Overflow, and then the model will respond in a information dense but presentable manner. The core of that formatting is in this instruction tuning phase, and then there's two other categories of loss functions that are being used today. One I will classify as preference fine-tuning. Preference fine-tuning is a generalized term for what came out of reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. This reinforcement learning from human feedback is credited as the technique that helped ChatGPT break through. It is a technique to make the responses that are nicely formatted, like these Reddit answers, more in tune with what a human would like to read. This is done by collecting pairwise preferences from actual humans out in the world to start, and now AIs are also labeling this data, and we'll get into those trade-offs. And you have this kind of contrastive loss function between a good answer and a bad answer. And the model learns to pick up these trends. There's different implementation ways. You have things called reward models. You could have direct alignment algorithms. There's a lot of really specific things you can do, but all of this is about fine-tuning to human preferences. And the final stage is much newer, and we'll link to what is done in R1 and these reasoning models is, I think OpenAI's name for this. They had this new API in the fall, which they called the Reinforcement Fine-Tuning API. This is the idea that you use the techniques of reinforcement learning, which is a whole framework of AI. There's a deep literature here. To summarize, it's often known as trial and error learning, or the subfield of AI where you're trying to make sequential decisions in a certain potentially noisy environment. There's a lot of ways we could go down that, but fine-tuning language models where they can generate an answer and then you check to see if the answer matches the true solution. For math or code, you have an exactly correct answer for math. You can have unit tests for code. And what we were doing is we were checking the language model's work, and we were giving it multiple opportunities on the same question to see if it is right. And if you keep doing this, the models can learn to improve in verifiable domains to a great extent. It works really well. It's a newer technique in the academic literature. It's been used at frontier labs in the US that don't share every detail for multiple years. So this is the idea of using reinforcement learning with language models, and it has been taking off, especially in this DeepSeek moment.
And we should say that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on the, again, across the stack, but the post-training, probably this year, there's going to be a lot of interesting developments in the post-training. We'll talk about it. I almost forgot to talk about the difference between DeepSeek V3 and R1 on the user experience side. So forget the technical stuff, forget all of that. Just people that don't know anything about AI, they show up. Like, what's the actual experience? What's the use case for each one when they actually like type and talk to it? What is each good at? That kind of thing.
So let's start with DeepSeek V3 again. It's what more people would have tried something like it. You ask it a question, it'll start generating tokens very fast, and those tokens will look like a very human legible answer. It'll be some sort of markdown list. It might have formatting to help you draw to the core details in the answer, and it'll generate tens to hundreds of tokens. A token is normally a word for common words or a subword part in a longer word. And it'll look like a very high quality Reddit or Stack Overflow answer. These models are really getting good at doing these across a wide variety of domains. Even things that, if you're an expert, things that are close to the fringe of knowledge, they will still be fairly good at. Cutting edge AI topics that I do research on, these models are capable for study aid, and they're regularly updated. Where this changes is with the DeepSeek R1, what is called these reasoning models, is when you see tokens coming from these models to start, it will be a large chain of thought process. We'll get back to chain of thought in a second, which looks like a lot of tokens where the model is explaining the problem. The model will often break down the problem and be like, okay, they asked me for this. Let's break down the problem. I'm going to need to do this. And you'll see all of this generating from the model. It'll come very fast in most user experiences. These APIs are very fast, so you'll see a lot of tokens, a lot of words show up really fast. It'll keep flowing on the screen, and this is all the reasoning process. And then eventually the model will change its tone in R1 and it will write the answer, where it summarizes its reasoning process and writes a similar answer to the first types of model. But in DeepSeek's case, which is part of why this was so popular even outside the AI community, is that you can see how the language model is breaking down problems. And then you get this answer. On a technical side, they train the model to do this specifically, where they have a section which is reasoning, and then it generates a special token, which is probably hidden from the user most of the time, which says, okay, I'm starting the answer. So the model is trained to do this two-stage process on its own. If you use a similar model in, say, OpenAI, OpenAI's user interface is trying to summarize this process for you nicely by kind of showing the sections that the model is doing, and it'll kind of click through. It'll say breaking down the problem, making X calculation, cleaning the result, and then the answer will come for something like OpenAI.
Maybe it's useful here to go through like an example of it, DeepSeek R1 reasoning.
Yeah, so that if you're looking at the screen here, what you'll see is a screenshot of the DeepSeek chat app, and at the top is thought for 151 seconds with the drop-down arrow. Underneath that, if we were in an app that we were running, the drop-down arrow would have the reasoning.
So in this case, the specific question, which, you know, I'm philosophically / pothead inclined. So this is asking DeepSeek R1 for one truly novel insight about humans. And it reveals the reasoning, and basically the truly novel aspect is what's pushing the reasoning to constantly sort of the model asking itself, is this truly novel? So it's actually challenging itself to be more novel, more counterintuitive, less cringe, I suppose. So some of the reasoning says, this is just snapshots. Alternatively, humans have a unique meta emotion where they feel emotions about their own emotions, e.g. feeling guilty about being angry. This recursive emotional layering creates complex motivational drives that don't exist in other animals. The insight is that human emotions are nested. So it's reasoning through how humans feel emotions. It's reasoning about meta emotions.
It's going to have pages and pages of this.
Exactly.
It's almost too much to actually read, but it's nice to skim as it's coming.
It's a James Joyce-like stream of consciousness. And then it goes, wait, the user wants something that's not seen anywhere else. Let me dig deeper. And consider the human ability to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. Cognitive dissonance is known, but perhaps the function is to allow flexible adaptation, so on and so forth. I mean, that really captures the public imagination that, holy shit, this isn't, intelligent / almost like an inkling of sentience, because like you're thinking through, you're self-reflecting, you're deliberating. And the final result of that, after 157 seconds, is humans instinctively convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules, money, laws, rights are real. These shared hallucinations act as, quote, games, where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Pretty profound. I mean, you know.
There's a potential digression, but a lot of people have found that these reasoning models can sometimes produce much more eloquent text. That is at least interesting example. I think depending on how open-minded you are, you find language models interesting or not, and there's a spectrum there.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about different benchmarks and so on, but some is just a vibe. Like that in itself is let's say, quote, fire tweet.
Yeah.
If we're trying to produce something where people are like, oh shit. Okay. So that's chain of thought. We'll probably return to it more. How were they able to achieve such low cost on the training and the inference? Maybe you could talk the training first.
Yeah, so there's two main techniques that they implemented that are probably the majority of their efficiency, and then there's a lot of implementation details that maybe we'll gloss over or get into later that sort of contribute to it. But those two main things are, one is they went to a mixture of experts model, which we'll define in a second, and then the other thing is that they invented this new technique called MLA, latent attention. Both of these are big deals. Mixture of experts is something that's been in the literature for a handful of years, and OpenAI with GPT-4 was the first one to productize a mixture of experts model. And what this means is when you look at the common models around that most people have been able to interact with that are open, right? Think Llama. Llama is a dense model, i.e. every single parameter or neuron is activated as you're going through the model for every single token you generate, right? Now, with a mixture of experts model, you don't do that, right? How does the human actually work, right? Is like, oh, well, my visual cortex is active when I'm thinking about, vision tasks and other things, right? My amygdala is when I'm scared, right? These different aspects of your brain are focused on different things. A mixture of experts models attempts to approximate this to some extent. It's nowhere close to what a brain architecture is, but different portions of the model activate, right? You'll have a set number of experts in the model and a set number that are activated each time. And this dramatically reduces both your training and inference costs. Because now if you think about the parameter count as the sort of total embedding space for all of this knowledge that you're compressing down during training, when you're embedding this data in, instead of having to activate every single parameter every single time you're training or running inference, now you can just activate a subset. And the model will learn which expert to route to for different tasks. And so this is a humongous innovation in terms of, hey, I can continue to grow the total embedding space of parameters. And so DeepSeek's model is, 600 something billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 405B, it's 405 billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 70B, it's 70 billion parameters, right? So this model technically has more embedding space for information, right? To compress all of the world's knowledge that's on the internet down. But at the same time, it is only activating around 37 billion of the parameters. So only 37 billion of these parameters actually need to be computed every single time you're training data or inferencing data out of it. And so versus again, a Llama model, 70 billion parameters must be activated, or 405 billion parameters must be activated. So you've dramatically reduced your compute cost when you're doing training and inference with this mixture of experts architecture.
Should we break down where it actually applies and go into the transformer? Is that useful?
Let's go into the
Okay,
transformer.
so the transformer is a thing that is talked about a lot, and we will not cover every detail. Essentially, the transformer is built on repeated blocks of this attention mechanism and then a traditional, dense, fully connected, multi-layer perceptron, whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network. And you alternate these blocks. There's other details. And where mixture of experts is applied is at this dense model. The dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model. So you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency at training and inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network.
Yeah.
And then there's, for 15 years now, there's what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks gotten larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realized
This is a scaling law shirt, by the way.
representing scaling laws, where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across multiple dimensions of what bigger means. So, but these are all sort of neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about different architectures of how to construct these neural networks such that the training and the inference on them is super efficient.
Yeah, every different type of model has a different scaling law for it, which is effectively how much compute you put in, the architecture will get to different levels of performance at test tasks. And Mixture of Experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, which are also big. At training time, your efficiency with your GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model and evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less compute. There's going to be a wide variation depending on your implementation details and stuff. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. And I expect most companies that are serving their models to move to this Mixture of Experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because it's an implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. They do Mixture of Experts extremely well. This architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE, MOE is the shortened version of Mixture of Experts, is multiple papers old. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and same goes for what Dylan mentioned with multi-head latent attention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same things during training by using some fancy low-rank approximation math. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things I look at and it's like, okay, they're doing really complex implementations, but there's other parts of the language models, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings, which is called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by a complex value rotation, which is a matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek's MLA, with this new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation complexity much higher. So they're managing all of these things, and these are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, these closed labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice. This is the cutting edge of efficient language model training.
And some of this requires low-level engineering. Just is a giant mess of trickery. So as I understand, they went below CUDA. So they go super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA builds this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model, and you may have over 100 layers.
What
does
Nickel stand for? It's NCCL.
NVIDIA Communications Collectives Library.
Nice.
And so when you're model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reduce or an all gather. And this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are smuggled, but legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead they scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own custom version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. This is some of what they did. Probably not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas in the case, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were gimped on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to. And so they scheduled communications by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you could think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which one are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming.
This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically usually.
Yeah, exactly. And so technically they're using, PTX, which is like sort of like, you could think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly or instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technically CUDA. But it's like, do I want to write in Python, PyTorch equivalent, and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or and code even lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the assembly or ISA level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies just do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8, 16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words that we like to use is like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 4, 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral's Mixtral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my God, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are MOE, and so have all the other labs that are major closed. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 256.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated, which this just looks like a small neural network, and then all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism in mixture of expert models. There's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these experts are used across the tasks that the model sees. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, the one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with a mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts. And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bitter lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias in your model to let the model learn maximally. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE change, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, it can be small, but they add up over time. And this is the sort of thing that just points to them innovating. And I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of things, which is getting away from the auxiliary loss. Some of them might already use it. But you keep accumulating gains. And we'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations. And a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in your data, in your architecture, in your post-training, and how they integrate with each other. DeepSeek does the same thing, and some of them are shared. A lot. We have to take them on face value that they share their most important details. I mean, the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the like efficiency and complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For like Mixtral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high. And sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there. So you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes. But now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity, one of the big complexities with running a very, sparse mixture of experts model, i.e., this 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the like extremely low level detailed work that they figured out in the public first and potentially like second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, in the direction of the bitter lesson, do you take from all of this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the game is going to be, which is this kind of low-level optimization? Or is this a short-term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high-level side of like post-training? Is this like a short-term leap because they figured out like a hack because constraints, necessity is the mother of invention? Or is there still a lot of gain?
I think we should summarize what the bitter lesson actually is about. Is that the bitter lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods that are which are scalable in learning and search, is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding the human priors to your learning process. And if you read the original essay, this is what it talks about, is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently, and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's like, okay, like we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson. But the bitter lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, like the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where you put compute through the model and they will learn, and getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations that can scale, which is why the hacks, I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably a giant mess.
I'm sure they have, DeepSeek definitely has code bases that are extremely messy, where they're testing these new ideas. Multi-head latent attention probably could start in something like a Jupyter notebook, where somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains in DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code.
High quality readable code. Yeah.
I think there is one aspect to note, though, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture at one size. And then that is not transferable to, hey, when I make this architecture tweak, everything's broken again, right? Like that's something that could be, with their specific low level coding of like scheduling SMs is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collectives library is more like, hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all reduce? Great. I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run, given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to these frontier models initiate training, to have the code
Push the button.
to push the button that you're now spending a large amount of money and time to train this. There must be a lot of innovation on the debugging stage of making sure there's no issues, that you're monitoring and visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training, they have all these various dashboards, but the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP8 training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with loss spikes, right? And no one knows why the loss spike happened. And for
some of them you do.
Some of them you
Some
do.
of them are bad data. Can I give a AI2's example of what blew up our earlier models? Is a subreddit called Microwave Gang. We like to shout this out. It's a real thing. You can pull up Microwave Gang. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's so there's extremely long sequences of the letter M, and then the comments are beep beep because it's from the microwave end.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss because normally you see an M. You don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that caused a lot of spikes for us. But when you have much like this is old. This is not recent. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss spike. And what Dylan is saying is true. But it's like it's levels to this sort of idea.
With regards to the stress, right? These people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at one of these labs, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like is the loss?
It's literally like tokens per second, lost, not blown up. They're just watching this,
and the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
And some level of spikes is normal, right? It'll recover and be back. Sometimes a lot of the old strategy was like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Greneveld has a theory that I do that's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and there are other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have the stressful period where it's like flat or it might start going up, and you're like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point, and what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can ignore this data, don't update the model, and do the next one, and it'll recover quickly. But these like trickier implementations, as you get more complex in your architecture and you scale up to more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's a distribution.
The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving and loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it could be like this and it could just spike down and loss again because it truly learned something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like. That's what models are like. So it's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
And the whole time the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed run to push the envelope on your infrastructure. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be week to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're DeepSeek, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
And so rapid iteration through failed runs until
and successful ones.
And then you build up some intuition like this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate and regularization and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your code base. I've talking to people at Frontier Labs, there's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of which hyperparameters work for it is kind of known. And you look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have.
There's the concept of a YOLO run. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook where you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever. And you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in, is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here. And some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So it's really truly a YOLO run. And sort of like, there's this like discussion of like certain researchers just have like this methodical nature, like they can find a search space and figure out all the ablations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run. Like, looking at the data, I think this is it.
This is why you want to work in post-training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck still.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right? When you're...
But the hill to climb if you're on one of these labs, you have an evaluation, you're not crushing. There's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, which might be data improvements, and these add up into the whole model just being much better. And when you zoom in really close, it can be really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we could fix it, and you just add these up. So like, some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models we're talking to, it's just so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvements.
The search space is near infinite, right? And yet the amount of compute and time you have is very low, and you have to hit release schedules. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, crushing Meta and Mistral and Cohere and all these guys, they move too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical. I don't know. They didn't hit the YOLO run, whatever the reason was. Maybe they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
So 2025 is the year of the YOLO run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the researchers, OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months to GPT-4 with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, people are like all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually a huge chunk of my GPUs are doing inference. I still have a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything at it.
The big winners throughout human history are the ones who are willing to do YOLO at some point. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware being checked out? DeepSeek.
DeepSeek is very interesting. Right? This is where a second to zoom out of who they are, first of all, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere. And they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these high-frequency trading, algorithmic quant traders used FPGAs, but it shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? It's the same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading. And then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and otherwise, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying, like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large. It was 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training, large language models. This was mostly for training models for their quantitative aspects, their quantitative trading, as well as, a lot of that was natural language processing, to be clear. Right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that in 2021, they built the largest Chinese cluster, at least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs.
Before expert controls started.
Yeah.
It's like they've had a huge cluster before any conversation of export controls.
So then you step it forward to like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Lian Feng,
You're not putting me spot on this. We discussed this before.
Lian Feng, right? The CEO,
We're all fans.
Lian Feng, he owns maybe a little bit more than half the company, allegedly, right? Is an extremely like Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really in depth into AI. He actually has a bit of a like if you see some of his statements, a bit of an EAC vibe almost, right?
Total API vibe. So like, we need to do this. We need to make a new ecosystem of open AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on software ecosystems, and straight up acknowledges like in order to do this, we need to do something different. DeepSeek is his way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews with him are
But he has done
fantastic.
interviews.
Yeah,
You think he would do a Western interview or no? Or is there controls on
there
the channel?
hasn't been one yet, but
Okay.
I would
Alright.
try it.
Well, I just got a Chinese translator, so it's great. This is all push. So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing full on into AI, leveraging the success from the high frequency trading.
Very direct quotes like, "We will not switch to closed source" when asked about this stuff. He's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision.
And so this is sort of like the quote unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This quantitative firm. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China, but no longer allowed, and there's a new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it, specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling stuff, right? So going back to that, right? It's like, this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious available GPUs, but for this training run, do you think 2,000 is the correct number or not?
So this is where it takes, significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research and ablations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some test at medium scale before you go to a large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments alone.
So a lot of this compute that's being scaled up is probably used in large part at this time for research.
Yeah, and research will, research begets the new ideas that let you get huge efficiency.
Research gets you 01. Like, right. Research gets you breakthroughs, and you need to bet on it.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss has the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs in 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V3. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for the instruct model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research and ablations. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable and they had 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
We is semi-analysis, so we should say that you're sort of one of the world experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of training runs. So that's the we. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000 GPUs, right? Now this is split across many tasks, right? Again, the fund, research and ablations.
For ballpark, how much would OpenAI or Anthropic had? I think the clearest example we have, because Meta is also open, they talk about like order of 60K to 100K H100 equivalent GPUs in their training clusters.
Right. So like Llama 3, they said they trained on 16,000 H100s, right? But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400 something thousand GPUs.
Yeah.
Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best Instagram reels, right? Or whatever, right?
I mean, we could get into a cost of like, what is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000? Like, there's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Their compute allocation is one of the top few in the world. It's not OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot of compute.
Can you in general actually just zoom out and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, and the difference between H100 and H800, like you mentioned, the interconnects?
Yeah, so there's, Ampere was the A100, and then H100 Hopper, right? People are using them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? But same thing, mostly. In China, there have been different salvos of export restrictions. So initially, the U.S. government limited on a 2-factor scale, right, which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that had interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operations above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operations. And so
H800 had high flops, low communication.
Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it didn't. It just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this fancy stuff to figure out how to use the GPU fully, anyways, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, end of 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, was not even purchased in 2024, right? It was purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this actual tangent and we'll return back to the hardware? Is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls? What is it? Dario Amadej published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes super powerful, and he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world where the super powerful military, because of the AI, is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. And so we want to, the United States wants to use export controls to slow down, to make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that will be presumably required to build AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls, is this super powerful AI. And you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up and to the right. Their AI usage is just continuing to grow. More GPUs are going to inference. A large part of export controls, if they work, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example, which you have a very focused team that can still get to the frontier of AI. On this 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge, and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving equivalent of ChatGPT clusters, with good export controls, it also just know that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is. And if you have these extremely intelligent autonomous AIs in data centers, like those are the things that could be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China.
To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like, you have a model. The thing that Dario is sort of speaking to is the implementation of that model, once trained, to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 16,000 made Llama, right? So the percentage that Meta is dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time and watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. It doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system decides. It's that can be delivered in whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything off, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off.
And they'll make their own chips.
And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But this is the whole point, is to just keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really dumb, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe. I think super powerful AI is going to change society massively. And therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of, in like how much power is delivered to compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what's the economic output, is just how much power you directing towards that AI.
Should we talk about reasoning models with this as a way that this might be actionable, as something that people can actually see? So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to the specific numbers on the ratio of, when you train a model, you can look at things about the amount of compute used to train. Something called ARC-AGI task, which is the abstract reasoning corpus, a task for artificial general intelligence. Francois Chollet is the guy who's been, it's a multi-year-old paper, it's a brilliant benchmark. And the number for OpenAI 03 to solve this was that it used some sort of number of samples in the API. The API has a thinking effort and number of samples. They used 1,000 samples to solve this task, and it comes out to be like $5 to $20 per question, which you're putting in effectively a math puzzle, and then it takes orders of dollars to answer one question. And this is a lot of compute. If this is going to take off in the US, OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference to capture this. They have this OpenAI ChatGPT Pro subscription, which is $200 a month,
which Sam said they're losing money on.
Which means that people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. And I've signed up with it, I've played with it. I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it. And it's like, that is the thing that a Chinese company with mediumly strong export controls, there will always be loopholes, might not be able to do at all. And if that, the main result for O3 is also a spectacular coding performance, and if that feeds back into AI companies being able to experiment better.
So presumably the idea is for an AGI, a much larger fraction of the compute will be used for this test time compute, for the reasoning. So the AGI goes into a room and thinks about how to take over the world, and that, come back in 2.7 hours.
This is what
it's going to take a lot of compute.
This is what people like CEO or leaders of OpenAI and Anthropic talk about, is like autonomous AI models, which is you give them a task and they work on it in the background. And my personal definition of AGI is much simpler. Like I think language models are a form of AGI, and all this super powerful stuff is a next step that's great if we get these tools. But a language model has so much value in so many domains. It is a general intelligence to me. But this next step of agentic things where they're independent and they can do tasks that aren't in the training data is what the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving for.
I think the terminology here that Dario uses is super powerful AI. So I agree with you on the AGI. I think we already have something like that's exceptionally impressive. The Alan Turing would for sure say is AGI. But he's referring more to something once in possession of, then you would have a significant military and geopolitical advantage over other nations. So it's not just like you can ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view in his essay, Machines of Love and Grace.
Yes. Yeah.
Read into this, that we don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am in if AI can revolutionize biology. But I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent of a tangent. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling the AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario's 2026 for the super powerful AI that's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities and when is very hard. I think mostly if you're going to say that I'm feeling the AGI is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms where substantial progress can be made. And DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing the models, and we took one step like this. And we took a step up. So it looks like a really fast slope, and then we're going to just take more steps. So it's just really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude computer use. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that will make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know what they're going to do. So everyone wants agents. Dario has a very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that it's there's going to be more than that. So just expect these things to come.
I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline. The nuclear weapon moment. So moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even to throw out a date, when do you think that would be? For me, it's probably after 2030. So I'm not as...
That's what I would say.
So define that, right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections in India and Pakistan, people get AI voice calls and think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, and looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to China. It's this is
Portugal and all these normal countries are on the you need approval from the US list.
Portugal and all these countries that are allied, right? Singapore, right? They freaking have F-35s and we don't let them buy GPUs. This to me is already to the scale of
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is really nervous about this new technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So, they might be just very cautious about this thing that they don't quite understand. That's a really good point. Sort of the robocalls. Swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has narratives they want, right? That's every technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, US, Israel, etc., right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse, and language models crash the cost of very intelligent sounding language.
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually a limiting factor. So language models haven't yet made misinformation particularly change the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a blog, AI Snake Oil, and some of my friends at Princeton that write on this stuff. So there is research. It's a default that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely measurable. And things you're talking about with voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are harder to measure. So it's something that it's too soon to tell in terms of, I think that's political instability via the web is it's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. I think that you're asking about the AGI thing. If you were make me give a year, I would be okay, I have AI CEOs saying this. They've been saying 2 years for a while. Mm-hmm. I think that people like Dario at Anthropic, the CEO, had thought about this so deeply. I need to take their word seriously, but also understand that they have different incentives. So I would add a few years to that, which is how you get something similar to 2030 or a little after 2030.
I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person could say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. But then the cost of actually operating that capability
this is going to be my claim.
so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale and mass to actually completely revolutionize the economy on a snap of a finger. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the finger moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be a, oh, the capabilities are here, but I can't deploy it everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when, Bing with GPT-4 came out. Everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost on like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we step forward to like going back to the test time compute thing, right? A query for, you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For their most capable model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an Arc AGI problem, though, cost $5 to $20, right? And this is
it's only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000 X factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of Arc AGI is not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want? AGI, quote unquote, what we have today can do Arc AGI. 3 years from now, it can do much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power, GPUs, infrastructure to operate this and therefore shift everything in the world on the snap of a finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at a task? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers. But when it comes to asymmetric arms, such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources to implementing it in the military and therefore solving, military logistics or solving some other aspect of like disinformation for targeted certain set of people so they could flip a country's politics or something like that is actually like catastrophic versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated just towards whatever is the highest return on income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuition seems to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. I've seen this on self-driving cars. People think it's a much easier problem than it is. Similar with drones. Here I understand it a little bit less, but I've just seen the reality of the war in Ukraine and the usage of drones on both sides. And it seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, but humans drive. FPV drones, where the humans controlling most of it, just far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large-scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. Just power going out for 2 days in all of the United States. That will lead to murder, to chaos. But going back to export controls, do you see that as a useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically in the context of AI?
I think going back to my point is, if you believe we're in this sort of stage of economic growth and change that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export controls are absolutely guaranteeing that China will win. long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what the more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe. But even 10-year timelines, it's reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw upon the world's people, which it does. There's tons of, foreigners in the AI industry.
So many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
I mean, and many of them are Chinese people who are moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like once it's fully built out in a few years, it'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to the chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far exceeds the United States.
Exactly.
They manufacture stuff.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips there.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data centers, right? Fabs take huge amounts of power. Don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the U.S. is power, right? It is whether it's now it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building the data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploying more and more inference compute.
I think we need to make the point clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially with export controls, you're making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production. And if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can buy, they're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody. They might subsidize them. And therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, we've kneecapped the financial performance of American companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. So therefore, we have less demand to therefore keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being
less than 10 years or 5 years to above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term, unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, make massive changes to society in the medium short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, quote unquote scale build, right? I.e. decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like the U.S. executives like Satya Nadella and Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided they're scale build, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas or Louisiana or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than us. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest levels, that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So he's, and the Biden admin as well, had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the top, right? They haven't met Xi. Xi hasn't set down, and they only just released a subsidy of 1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now, but that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful U.S. chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to limit the numbers, right?
And the tools. So
and same with manufacturing of CPU tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI, and then what downstream can slow them down in AI. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion of technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools. And, oh, this random subsystem from a random company that's like tiny, right? Like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML deep UV, what is that? Like
extreme ultraviolet lithography. Just that context on the chips, right? What Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their Ascend 910 chip, which was an AI chip, first one on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did. And they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of a industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned, it was 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC. And so then they had to switch to using internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips. And the question is, like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like, Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable and things like this. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export controls.
Well, so you're saying that for now, Xi Jinping has not felt the AGI, but it feels like the DeepSeek moment might, like, there might be meetings going on now where he's going to start wearing the same T-shirt and things are going to escalate.
I mean, this, he may have woken up last week, right? Lian Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies, which are 1 trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of a Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards a Cold War, or already is.
But it's not DeepSeek's fault, but there's something, a bunch of factors came together where it was like this explosion. I mean, it all has to do with NVIDIA stock going down. It's just some mass hysteria that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up to this idea.
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th, which dropped and shocked everyone, and it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing?
And Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT.
Yeah, but not ChatGPT.
So it was like starting to be rumblings
of what Gen AI can do to society, but it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, no one should access it, right? And there's a few interesting aspects of that, right? China has a urban-rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other, to the point where, if you look in most of China, it's the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Quote unquote, the US has an incel problem, China does too. It's just they're placated in some way or cut crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the U.S. thinks so. China is maybe starting to think this is the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is like, when does this hit a breaking point, right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access and starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan or trying to subvert its democracy in some way or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than it hurts them, this is something they could potentially do, right? And so is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime of peace and like trade is like super awesome for economics, but at some point it could break, right?
I think we should comment that why Chinese economy would be hurt by that is that they're export heavy. And the United States buys so much. Like if that goes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from like all over the world, right? The U.S. would just shut down the Strait of Malacca, and at the same time, the U.S. you could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech, right? You still cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Fridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instrument chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC in the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices, all these kinds of companies build their own chips, NXP, but more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there and where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, be company started, they'd build their own chips, and then they'd design the chip and build the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is halving the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3 nanometer chips or 2 nanometer chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You probably need to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for it. IBM would build their own chips, and you could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies, and that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue that was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before then and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom. There was like a merger, amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built iPhone RF radio chips sort of in Colorado for Apple, right? Like there's all these companies had fabs, and for most of the fabs, they threw them away or sold them off, or they got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why are they going with
Economies of scale.
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right? The cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at like these companies that had their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died. Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? From manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web surfing. They have a YouTube chip, they have TPUs, they have Pixel chips, they have a wide diversity of chips that, generate all the economic value of Google, right? It's running all the services and stuff. And this is just Google, and you could go across any company in the industry, and it's like this, right? Cars contain 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties of them, right? All these random things. A Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? Like, it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like, you don't think about it, but it's like has 2 really chipped, like penny, like chips in there, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you could say it simply, which is the cost per fab goes up. And if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all this demand into one place. And then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have any chips, or they build it and it's too expensive and they just have
or they run it, there's more failure points, right? You could have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch, or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They had to sell their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries, which is a foundry firm. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than, all of these different things. And so you get more diversity of chips. You have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing them, right? And this is where TSMC comes in, is they've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chips. They take all of that complexity and like kind of try and abstract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab, the next fab, the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I'd say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm going to go make my own chip company, right? And he went to Taiwan and made TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been could have been TSMC, but Texas Semiconductor Manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there. But
sitting here in Texas,
I mean, and that sounds like a human story. Like, he didn't get promoted.
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang, which I wouldn't underplay. But there's also like a different level of like how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the top percent of graduates, of students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those all go work to TSMC, right? And guess what their pay is? Their starting pay is like $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is like, that's like starting pay for like a good graduate in the US, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs of the world, right? So there is a large dichotomy of like, what is the top 1% of the society doing, and where are they headed because of economic reasons, right? Intel never paid that crazy good, right? And it didn't make sense to them, right? That's one aspect, right? Where is the best going? Second is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work, you work a lot, we work a lot, but at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what does a fab require, right? Fabs are not work from home jobs. You go into the fab and grueling work, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right? An earthquake happens, vibrates the machines. They're all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when TSMC, when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees. They just go to the fab, and like they just show up. The parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like an arm. It's like ants, right? Like it's thing goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because some earthquake. Their wife's like, "There was an earthquake." He's like, "Great, I'm gonna go to the fab." It's like would you like as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so amazing. Now, can you replicate it in the U.S.? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides EUV, strained silicon, high-k metal gates, FinFET. And the list goes on and on and on of technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? You've invested in the wrong things. They said no to the iPhone. They had all these different things regarding like mismanagement of fabs, mismanagement of designs, this lockup, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right? These like 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades in Oregon. They're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production at high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips. And it's good customer experience has broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people will say Intel was too pompous in the 2010s, right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The tool guys were like, oh, I don't think that this is mature enough. No, like, you just don't know, right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so can the U.S. bring it to the can the U.S. bring leading edge semiconductor manufacturing to the U.S.? Thematically, yes, right? And we are, right?
It's happening. Arizona is getting better and better as time goes on.
TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S., right? Now, this is nowhere near enough, right? 20% of capacity in the U.S. is like nothing, right? And furthermore, this is still dependent on Taiwan existing, right? There's sort of important way to separate it out. There's R&D and there's high volume manufacturing. There are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan. There's Hillsboro, Oregon, and there is Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are doing the leading edge R&D for the rest of the world's leading edge semiconductors, right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like, who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing food, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I could cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right?
It's the R&D centers.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron and Hynix.
Because they define the future evolution of these semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapidly that it really is fundamentally about R&D.
That's so true.
And it is all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase a vehicle without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphing calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, a phone,
depressing.
anything servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. Oftentimes it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like, some voltage to another, right? And it's made at TSMC, right?
This
it's
is
like
what China is investing in as well. It's like they can build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems with EUV. They're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things like the car door handles and the random stuff. And that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well, which is they have far more than we do. And having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacture, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own. They're just way behind, right? So I would say like in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production of semiconductors. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really, really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own fabs, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips from foreign, for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine has 40 chips in an EV, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. And EVs are even more complicated. So all these different power ICs and battery management controllers and all these things, they're insourcing, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity there. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. this 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where GPUs, they are still behind. And this is the U.S. restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter. But, all that's happened, is, yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, et cetera, but they've accelerated their, 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or, random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like, the U.S.'s actions have been so, from these export, from the angle of the export controls, have been so inflammatory of slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? If the U.S. is going to lock them out here, or if they lock us out here as well, in the trailing edge. And so going back, can the U.S. build it here? Yes, but it's going to take a ton of money. I truly think like to revolutionize and completely in-source semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Is some of it also culture? Like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand and the money is on the line, the American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government, but I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for them.
TSMC has some like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually that insane right now. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids there. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So like these wives drove these dudes to like go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's like it's an element of culture. Yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also like the U.S. has done it in the past. They could do it now, right? We can just import the best people in the world if we want to.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one, and there's been a lot of debate over that. But yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's the one of the ways of
I'm
winning.
sure we agree with you.
And like, even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of it in the U.S. if the money's there, right? And so, like,
It's just way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
and that's the context of, like, the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to, some of the renewable initiatives that were passed in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so, like, the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of, like, work ethic and amount of work and, like, things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have, like, differences in terms of, like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And then some countries have massive subsidies, right? China has something like $200 billion of semiconductor subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the U.S. over like 6, right? So the girth or difference in, like, the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of like one of these things that's like, oh, okay, well, like, maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the semiconductor industry. Obviously, tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what he's sort of positing, right?
So can you lay out we laid out the importance. By the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
We told you Dylan knows all the stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, you laid out why TSMC is really important. We look out into the future, 10, 20 years out. U.S.-China relationship seems like it can go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So in this game theory, complicated game, what are the different trajectories? What should U.S. be doing? Like, what do you see as the different possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to feel the AGI more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
I mean, ultimately, the export controls are pointing towards a separate future economy. I think the U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration.
So that
it's hard to unwind that. Like the card has been played.
To the same extent, they've also limited U.S. companies from entering China, right? So it is, it's been a long time coming. At some point, there was convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like, U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around, like, they've done some sort of specific materials in, gallium and things like that they've tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries, and they have, like, military customers, and this drone company just tells the military customers, like, hey, just get it from Amazon because I can't actually physically get there, right? Like, there's all these things that are happening that point to further and further divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but, like, I have zero idea how that could possibly happen.
Is the divergence good or bad for avoiding war? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufacture of chips, of training AI systems, is actually good for avoiding military conflict?
It's an objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it has ever been when there are global hegemons, right, or regional hegemons, right, in historical context, right? The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right? China had very peaceful and warring times, and the peaceful times were when dynasties had a lockhold over not just themselves but all their tributaries around them, right? And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right? The last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right, with Russia, Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East, and Taiwan risk. All these different things are starting to bubble up. Still objectively extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be competitive or even overtake the U.S. like it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony I don't think it ever happens like super peacefully, right? When empires fall, right, which is a possible trajectory for America, they don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is maintain its top position, and what China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And obviously there's butting of heads here, in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars. And now
It's like it's already happening. Like, as much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it does not. It looks like further instability internationally is ahead.
And the U.S.'s like sort of like current task is like, hey, if we control AI, if we're the leader in AI, then and AI significantly accelerates progress, then we can maintain the global hegemony position, and therefore,
I hope that works.
And as an American, like kind of like, okay, I guess that's going to lead to peace for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? There's this nice graphic in the export controls of which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not. Can you kind of explain the difference? Like, is there, from a technical perspective, are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this goes, and I think we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled, and by then, DeepSeek had already built their cluster of, they claim 2K, I think they actually have like many more, like something like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China. Right, for context, it was like 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% or so. And so this H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually upgraded in other ways, right? And you could think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operations, right? Flops. There is memory bandwidth, i.e. in memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory. And then there is interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnections. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute. They involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be to memory or to other chips, right? And so these 3 vectors, the U.S. initially had had 2 of these vectors controlled and one of them not controlled, which was flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth and just make it a very simple, only flops. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. No, it's, so like 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec sheet paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to like half. Or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth. And then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we at our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple of weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they think they're going to get restricted. Right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped 1 million of them last year. They had orders in for a couple million this year and just gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like a successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? The H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly like different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that we talked about, to trade off interconnect or to trade off, other aspects and lower the flops and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, it's flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of like how many flops they are, right? So like, we talk about, GPT-4 is 2E25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations
for training.
Right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the 2E24, right? But the U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26, once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government, and you must share your results with us, right? Like there's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly like important. FLOP is the vector that the government has cared about historically, but the other two vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reasoning.
And do we understand firmly which of the three dimensions is best for reasoning? So interconnect, the flops don't matter as much. Is it memory?
Memory, right?
Yeah.
Context link. We're going to get into technical stuff real
I would
fast.
say
Yeah.
there's two articles in this one that I could show, maybe graphics that might be interesting for you to pull up.
For the listeners, we're looking at the section of O1 inference architecture tokenomics.
You want to explain KV cache before we talk about this? I think like it's better to.
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things of transformers to make this easy for people.
Because it's incredibly important because this changes how models work. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? It's because so far we've talked about parameter counts, right? And mixture of experts. You can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data but have less flops. But more important, another aspect of, what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. Attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that you must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context length is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan, you can explain KV cache better.
KV cache is one of the optimizations.
Yeah, so the attention operator has three core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKV is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation. You see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value, come from information retrieval backgrounds where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and you access the keys and values is reweighting. My background's not information retrieval and things like this. It's just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so the number of tokens that you put into the model. And the KV cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talk about autoregressive models, you predict one token at a time. You start with whatever your prompt was, you ask a question, who was the president in 1825? The model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying these query, key, value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KV cache, this key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it. So you keep track of what your previous values you're inferring over in this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing to manage when serving inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. You'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic forms, which is like state space models. We don't need to go down all these now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long contexts much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you with, you're highly memory constrained.
They help with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length that people are using. Gemini is known for 1 million and now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect. They're getting better. But so there's two things. It's like one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their TPU stack where they can serve really long contexts. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance work. This applies to data, there's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample from the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book you must now calculate the entire KV cache for, right? This key value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I have to go through the model, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the prefill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? And therefore it is all flop.
I think the pricing model mostly they use is for input tokens is about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it in parallel, right? It's autoregressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KV cache, and I generate a token, and I append that one token I generated and its KV cache, and then I do it again. Right, and so therefore this is a non-parallel operation, and this is one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 tokens at once, right?
So these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, prefilling, because you can drive prices down and you can make APIs much faster. If you know if you run a business and you're going to keep passing the same initial content to Claude's API, you can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. But it's very different than we're kind of leading to the reasoning models, which we showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of mumbling stuff. And what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I learned a lot about this from Dylan's work, which is essentially as the output length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory use. And then the GPUs that we have, effectively, you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So they're doing this batch processing where not all of the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think you call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize your inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at a plot when the x-axis is sequence length,
i.e. how many tokens are being generated /prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? But if I put in, the sky is blue, then that's like 6 tokens.
I should say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending this sequence.
It's mostly output. So before, 3 months ago, whenever O1 launched, all of the use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer out, right? And it's a single, prefill, compute a lot in parallel, and then output a little bit. Now with reasoning and agents, this is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like, hey, do this task, or I might have all these documents. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information. This chain of
tens of thousands
just continues to go and go and go and go. And so the sequence length is effectively that if it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequence length, right? Or and plus whatever you inputted in the prompt. And so what this chart is showing, and it's a logarithmic chart, right, is as you grow from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements grow so fast for your KV cache that you end up not being able to run a certain number of, your sequence length is capped, or the number of users you
Let's say the model. So this is showing for a 405B model and batch size 64.
Llama 31405B.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial to essentially, you want to have higher batch size to parallel your throughput.
64 different users at once, right?
Yeah.
And therefore your serving costs are lower, right? Because the server costs the same, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU. That's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. You can do things to make it lower, of course, but like it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's your cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, your serving speeds get lower, right? And so your costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, hey, on this $16 an hour server, I'm serving Llama 405B, or if I'm serving, DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e., we're just chit-chatting, the sequence lengths are few thousand, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context lengths most times. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get your answer, you throw it away, right? You move on to the next thing, right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in sequence, right? And so this memory, this KV cache has to stay resident. And you have to keep loading it. You have to keep it in memory constantly. And now this butts out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously.
Let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time, I think, and there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves. They now have a chat app that got to #1 on the App Store. Disclaimer, #1 on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app than the ChatGPT app.
Yeah.
But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit #1 on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, oh my God, you got to use Claude, don't use ChatGPT. So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights for DeepSeek R1 are openly available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license is commercially available, all of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to their users. We were trying to evaluate R1 because we have really similar research going on. We released a model and we're trying to compare to it. And out of all the companies that are quote unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API, most of them barely work and the throughput is really low.
To give context, right? One of the parts of like freaking this out was like China reached capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side, why it was so cheap.
Yeah, let's talk about why it's so cheap on the inference. It works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so damn cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors here, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA, this new attention that they've done is different than the attention from attention is all you need, the transformer attention, right? Now, others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local, global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially at long context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing, it's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just this one part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like local, global, and sliding window, and GQ, MQA. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism is a true architectural innovation. They did tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still it's still attention, it's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
Yeah, right. That's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't know, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin built in.
Okay, so that's one.
There's multiple factors. We should break down the factors. I think
It's $2 per million token output for R1 and $60 per million token output for O1.
Yeah, let's look at this.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek in pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model because they open weights it to everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. Well, I don't remember the number exactly off the top of my head.
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving V3, DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in
serving costs, right?
serving cost, and what explains that difference?
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic margin, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 75%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using it for R&D?
They're losing money, obviously, as a company because they spend so much on training, right? So the inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything else they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So,
alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like really bleeding out money.
Well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve the model. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it, they just don't have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? You know, even if you believe our research, which is 50,000 GPUs, and a portion of those are for research, portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making a ton of money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI are very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is TreeDAO and the inventor of like flash attention, right, which is a huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money, and so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so now when you equate, okay, OpenAI is making tons of money, that's like a 5x difference, and the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There is still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is just DeepSeek being really freaking good. Right, the model architecture, MLA, the way they did the MOE, all these things. There is like legitimate just efficiency difference.
Like all their low level libraries that we talked about in training, some of them probably translate to inference, and those weren't released.
So we may go a bit into conspiracy land, but is it possible the Chinese government is subsidizing DeepSeek?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close with the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close with the government. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverent figure who's like quite different, who has like
sounds awesome,
very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese interviews that are translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing it.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund, and he owns like over half the company, like 50-60% of the company is owned by him.
Some of the interviews, there's discussion on how like doing this is a recruiting tool. You see this with the American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool. Being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool.
Open sourcing,
recruiting tool.
So much talent. They were so far behind, and they got so much talent because they just open source stuff.
Yeah. More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible, since they're a hedge fund, that they timed everything with this release and the pricing, and they shorted NVIDIA stock and stock of US AI companies, and released it with like just perfect timing to be able to make money?
Like they released it on Inauguration Day. They know what is on the international calendar, but I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivation for AI, it's like
they released V3 on like December 26th. Like who releases the day? No one looks, right? They released the papers before this, right? The V3 paper and the R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and they're like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping as fast as they can, and like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about, get it out before Chinese New Year, right? Obviously, which just happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of their big advantages. We know that a lot of the American companies are very invested in safety, and that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things. That's their claims. But there's reviews internally. Anthropic it mentions things to international governments. There's been news of how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the UK AI Safety Institute. All of these things add inertia to the process of getting things out, and we're on this trend line where progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from when your model is done training, you run evals that's good, you want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of your outputs. DeepSeek does this so well.
Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 Sonnet was trained like 9 months or
9 to 10 months ago.
9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release it, right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because chains of thought are scary, right? And they are legitimately scary, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English. Sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer comes out. Right, and like for you and I, it's like great, great. I mean, like people are infatuated right here. Like you telling me this is a high value thing and it works and it's good. It's amazing. I mean, you talked about that sort of like chain of thought for that philosophical thing. It's not something they trained it to be philosophically good. It's just sort of an artifact of the chain of thought training it did. But like that's super important in that like. Can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And chain of thought models are that way, right? Like this is a true quote unquote risk between, a chat application where, hey, I asked the model to say, bad words or whatever, or how to make anthrax, and it tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I tell the AI to do a task and then it does the task all of a sudden randomly in a way that I don't want it, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response is very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least this is Anthropic's case, right? Like for DeepSeek, they're like chip, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the bar for safety is probably lowered a bit because of DeepSeek. I mean, there's parallels here to the space race. The reason the Soviets probably put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was lower.
And they killed that dog, right? And all these things, right? So it's like
less risk averse than the U.S. space program. And there's parallels here. But, there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the U.S. companies, right?
This is something that Dario talks about. That's the situation that Dario wants to avoid. Dario talks to you about the difference between race to the bottom and race to the top. And the race to the top is where there's a very high standard on safety. There's a very high standard on your model performance and certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good to it, they will converge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one like set of morals for what it should mean. And there's a lot of arguments on like, should we stop open sourcing models? And if the US stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now with DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that builds it. We talk about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is like stopping them might make it even worse and harder to prepare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so much more important. That's why I'm here at the end of the day, but it's like letting that sink into people, especially not in AI, is that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned, you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent news, the new competitor DeepSeek from China, I think it's one of the things that we're talking about is there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want to build the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news has only strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open sourcing.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is not new to having American values and how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China, and I respect the saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been like For example, there was a Linux bug that was found after like 10 years, which was clearly a backdoor. Because somebody was like, "Why is this taking half a second
This is
to
the
load?"
recent one.
Right? Like, why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, "Oh crap, there's a back door here. That's why." Right? And it's like this is very much possible with AI models, right? Today, the alignment of these models is very clear, right? Like, I'm not going to say bad words. I'm not going to teach you how to make anthrax. I'm not going to talk about Tiananmen Square. I'm not going to things like I'm going to say Taiwan is part of is just an Eastern province, right? Like all these things are like depending on who you are, what you align, what whether and even like XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be. It's not aligned in the like woke sense. It's not aligned in the like pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are imbued within the model. Now, when you release this publicly in an instruct model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that is like one of the big fears is like if an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right? You're going to embed things that are unclear, and it can be unintentional too, right? Like British English is dead because American LLMs won, right? And the internet is American, and therefore, like, color is spelled the way Americans spell it, right? And this is just
strong words right now.
this is just the factual nature of the LLM.
And then they start with the English is the hottest programming language, and that English is defined by a bunch of companies that primarily are in San Francisco.
The right way to spell optimization is with your feet. I think it's an S in British English.
It is.
The thing is, taking it to something silly, right? Like something as silly as the spelling, like which British and English, Brits and Americans will like laugh about probably, right? I don't think we care that much. But like some people will. But like this can boil down into like very, very important topics. Like, hey, subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they can talk to kids and or adults, and like it will like people feel a certain way, right? And that's unintentional alignment. But like, what happens when there's intentional alignment deep down on the open source standard? It's a backdoor today for like Linux, right? That we discover, or some encryption system, right? China uses different encryption than NIST defines, the US NIST, because there's clearly, at least they think there's backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our minds?
Yeah, they're cultural backdoors. The thing that amplifies the relevance of culture with language models is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation, and we have a very powerful computer system that slots into a social context that we're used to, which makes people we don't know the extent to which people can be impacted by that.
So there could be this is an actual concern with a Chinese company that is providing open weights models, is that there could be some secret Chinese government sort of requirements for these models to have a certain kind of backdoor, to have some kind of thing where...
I don't necessarily think it'll be a backdoor, right? Because once it's open weights, it doesn't like phone home. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system, it could like if now it could be a backdoor in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden it's a software agent. Oh, program this backdoor that only we know about. Or it could be like subvert the mind to think that like XYZ opinion is the correct one.
Anthropic has research on this where they show that if you put certain phrases in at pre-training, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they've like poisoned the pre-training data. Mm-hmm. I don't think as of now, I don't think anybody in a production system is trying to do anything like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly just subtle things. We don't know what these models are how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, and what the complex representations they have are.
Well, one of the we're talking about Anthropic, which is generally just permeated with like good humans trying to do good in the world. We just don't know of any labs. This would be done in a military context that are explicitly trained to, okay, how can we, the front door looks like a happy LLM, but underneath it's a thing that will over time do the maximum amount of damage to our quote unquote enemies.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman, who, he can be a hype beast sometime, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence, right? And if that's the case, then these things, before we get this AGI ASI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal, or whatever the ideal of the model maker is, right? And again, like today, I truly don't believe DeepSeek has done this, right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is described by Brave New World. So we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at cute puppies or worse, and then talking to bots that are giving us a narrative, and we completely get lost in that world that's controlled by somebody else, right? Versus thinking independently, and that's a major concern as we rely more and more on these kinds of systems.
I mean, we've already seen that with recommendation systems.
Yeah, recommendation systems hack the dopamine-induced reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated. And what other sort of circuits, quote-unquote, feedback loops in your brain can you hack / subvert in ways like recommendation systems are purely just trying to do, increase time in ads, etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through these complicated models.
There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a chat app. Like right now, they are trained.
I mean, is that not what character AI has done? Their time per session is like 2 hours.
Yeah, character AI very likely could be optimized in those ways. The way that this data is collected is naive, where it's like you're presented a few options and you choose them, but that's not the only way that these models are going to be trained.
It's naive stuff like talk to an anime girl, but like it can be like, yeah, this is a risk, right? Like
it's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but I've over the past year had a few stretches of time where I didn't use social media or the internet at all, and just read books and was out in nature, and it clearly has an effect on the mind, where like it changes. Like I feel like I'm returning. Of course, I was raised before the internet really took off, but I'm returning to some more.
I know where you're going. I mean, you can see it physiologically. Like I take 3 days if I'm like backpacking or something, and you're literal like you're breaking down addiction cycles.
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. There feels like a sovereignty of intelligence that's happening when I'm disconnected from the internet. I think the more I use the internet and social media, the more other people are controlling my mind. There's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that will be not other people, but algorithms. Or other people presented to me via algorithms.
There are already tons of AI bots on the internet, and right now it's not frequent, but every so often I have replied to one, and they're instantly replies. I'm like, crap, I'm a bot, and that is just going to become more common. Like they're going to get good.
One of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry has always adopted technology first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, to like where there's now the like sort of like independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize generative AI has already been like diffusion models and all that is huge there, but now these subscription based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves and chat with their whales.
People pay a lot for it,
and people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of times it's them, but there are agencies that do this for these creators and do it like on a like mass scale. So the largest creators are like able to talk to hundreds or thousands of like people at a time because of these bots, and so it's already being used there. Obviously, like video streaming and other technologies that's gone there first, it's going to come to the rest of society too.
There's a general concern that models get censored by the companies that deploy them. So one case where we've seen that, and maybe censorship is one word, alignment maybe via RLHF or some other way is another word. So that we saw that with Black Nazi image generation with Gemini. As you mentioned, we also see that with Chinese models refusing to answer what happened in June 4th, 1989 at Tiananmen Square. So how can this be avoided? And maybe can you just in general talk about how this happens and how can it be avoided?
Give multiple examples. There's probably a few things to keep in mind here. One is the kind of Tiananmen Square factual knowledge. Like, did things like how does that get embedded into the models? Two is the Gemini, what you call the Black Nazi incident, which is when Gemini as a system had this extra thing put into it that dramatically changed the behavior. And then three is what most people would call general alignment, RLHF post-training. Each of these have very different scopes in how they are applied. In order to do, if you're just going to look at the model weights, in order to audit specific facts is extremely hard because you have to comb through the pre-training data and look at all of this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hints of the words.
So I guess one way to say it is that you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages in the pipeline, and what you refer to now is at the very beginning of the data selection.
So if you want to get rid of facts in a model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it at the pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in different ways, whether through post-training or whether through systems afterwards.
This is where the whole like hacking models comes from, right? Like GPT will not tell you how to make anthrax, but if you try really, really hard, you can eventually get it to tell you about anthrax because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data set, right?
But by the way, removing facts has such an ominous, dark feel to it.
Almost think it's practically impossible. Because you effectively have to remove them from the internet. You're taking on a...
What did they remove the thing from the subreddits, the MMMMM?
It gets filtered out.
Right.
So
So
you have
that's
quality filters, which are small language models that look at a document and tell you, like, how good is this text? Is it close to a Wikipedia article, which is a good thing that we want language models to be able to imitate?
so. Couldn't you do a small language model that filters out mentions of Tiananmen Square in the data?
Yes, but is it going to catch wordplay or encoded
I
language?
mean, people have
at
been
the same
memeing
time?
on like games and other stuff how to like say things that don't say Tiananmen Square, So there's always like different ways to do it. There's the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. And so how do you filter things that are this complicated, right? Is it like, and some of these can be like, factual, non-factual, but like Tiananmen Square is obviously the example of a factual, but it gets a lot harder when you're talking about aligning to a ideal, right? And so Grok, for example, right? Elon's tried really hard to make the model not be super PC and woke, but the best way to do pre-training is to throw the whole freaking internet at it, right? And then later figure out, but then at the end of the day, the model at its core now still has some of these ideals, right? You still ingested Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board on the world. That's really like the most great. And guess what? That's left-leaning, right? There are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some TDS, trunk derangement syndrome, because it's trained so much.
It'll have the ability
I don't know,
to express it.
But what if you...
There's a wide representation in the data.
This is what happens. It's like a lot of what is called post-training is a series of techniques to get the model on rails of a really specific behavior.
And I mean, it's like you also have the ingested data of like Twitter or like Reddit/r/Donald, which is like also super pro-Trump, right? And then you have like fascist subreddits or like you have communist subreddits. So the model in pre-training ingests everything. It has no worldview. Now it does have like some skew because more of the text is skewed a certain way, which is general, like slight left, but also like somewhat like intellectual, somewhat like it's just like the general internet is a certain way, and then as Nathan's about to describe eloquently, right? Like you can elicit certain things out,
and there's a lot of history here, so we can go through multiple examples of what happened. Llama 2 was a launch that the phrase like too much RLHF or like too much safety was a lot. It's just that was the whole narrative after Llama 2's chat models released, and the examples are sorts of things like you would ask Llama 2 chat, how do you kill a Python process? And it would say, I can't talk about killing because that's a bad thing. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit on the training there. I don't think they meant to do this, but this was in the model. So it's not, it didn't necessarily be, there's things called system prompts, which are when your querying a model, it's a piece of text that is shown to the model, but not to the user. So a fun example is your system prompt to be talk like a pirate. So no matter what the user says to the model, it'll respond like a pirate. In practice, what they are is you are a helpful assistant. You should break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them. Your date cutoff is this. Today's date is this. It's a lot of really useful context for how can you answer a question well.
And Anthropic publishes their system.
Yes, which I think is great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. And one of your previous guests, Amanda Askell, is probably the most knowledgeable person, that, at least in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that should talk about system prompts and character of models.
Yeah, and then people should read these system prompts because you're like trying to nudge, sometimes to extreme politeness, the model to be a certain way.
And you could use this for fun things. And we've done tests, which is, what if I tell the model to be a dumb model? Like, which evaluation scores go down? And it's like, we'll have this behavior where it could sometimes like say, oh, I'm supposed to be dumb. And sometimes it's like, it doesn't affect like math abilities as much, but something like if you're trying, it's just the quality of a human judgment you draw to the floor. Let's go back to post-training, specifically RLHF or Llama 2. It was too much safety prioritization was baked into the model weights. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way for users. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLHF that it makes the models dumb and stigmatize the word. It did in AI culture. And as the techniques have evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of the models through techniques like RLHF.
Although different labs are definitely different levels. Like on one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less and Anthropic does less, and then like on the other end of the spectrum is like XAI, but they all have different forms of RLHF trying to make them a certain way.
And like, the important thing to say is that no matter how you want the model to behave, these RLHF and preference tuning techniques also improve performance. So on things like math evals and code evals, there is something innate to these, what is called contrastive loss functions. We could start to get into RL here. We don't really need to, but RLHF also boosts performance on anything from a chat task to a math problem to a code problem. So it is becoming a much more useful tool to these labs. So this kind of takes us through the arc of, we've talked about pre-training, hard to get rid of things. We've talked about post-training and how post-training, you can mess up. It's a complex, multifaceted optimization with 10 to 100-person teams converging on one artifact. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is what we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this was a served product, where Google has their internal model weights that have done all these processes that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user queries to boost diversity or something. And this just made it, the outputs were just blatantly wrong. It was some sort of organizational failure that had this prompt in that position. And I think Google executives probably have learned this. I don't pay that attention, that detail, but it was just a mess up in execution that led to this ridiculous thing, but at the system level. The model weights might have been fine.
So at the very end of the pipeline, there was a rewrite
to something like a system prompt. It was like the system prompt, or what is called in industry is like you rewrite prompts. So especially for image models, if you're using DALL-E or ChatGPT to generate you an image, you'll say, draw me a beautiful car. With these leading image models, they benefit from highly descriptive prompts. So what would happen is if you do that in ChatGPT, a language model behind the scenes will rewrite the prompts, say, make this more descriptive, and then that is passed to the image model. So prompt rewriting is something that is used at multiple levels of industry, and it's used effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is just a failed execution.
Big philosophical question here with the RLHF to generalize. Where is human input, human in the loop, human data most useful at the current stage?
For the past few years, the highest cost human data has been in these preferences, which is comparing, I would say, highest cost and highest total usage. So a lot of money has gone to these pairwise comparisons where you have two model outputs and a human is comparing between the two of them. In earlier years, there was a lot of this instruction tuning data. So creating highly specific examples to something like a Reddit question to a domain that you care about. Language models used to struggle on math and code, so you would pay experts in math and code to come up with questions and write detailed answers that were used to train the models. Now it is the case that there are many model options that are way better than humans at writing detailed and eloquent answers for things like model and code. So they talked about this with the Llama 3 release, where they switched to using Llama 3, 4, or 5B to write their answers for math and code. But they, in their paper, talked about how they use extensive human preference data, which is something that they haven't gotten AIs to replace. There are other techniques in industry like constitutional AI where you use human data for preferences and AI for preferences, and I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this kind of preference loop.
So for as reasoning becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, as we said, where's the role of humans in that?
It's even less prevalent. So it's the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is this result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek V3 base, and then they do this reinforcement learning optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable rewards for a lot of questions and a lot of training, and these reasoning behaviors emerge naturally. So there's things like, wait, let me see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake, and they emerge from only having questions and answers. And when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the completion. So in this case, all of that just emerges from this large-scale RL training, and that model, which the weights are available, has no human preferences added into the post-training. The DeepSeek R1 full model has some of this human preference tuning, this RLHF, after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is that you can get these reasoning behaviors, and it's very unlikely that there's humans writing out reasoning chains. It's very unlikely that they somehow hacked OpenAI and they got access to OpenAI O1's reasoning chains. It's something about the pre-trained language models and this RL training where you reward the model for getting the question right. And therefore, it's trying multiple solutions, and it emerges this chain of thought.
This might be a good place to mention the eloquent and the insightful tweet of the great and the powerful Andrej Karpathy. I think he had a bunch of thoughts, but one of them, last thought, not sure if this is obvious. You know something profound is coming when you're saying it's not sure it's obvious. There are two major types of learning, in both children and in deep learning. There is one, imitation learning, watch and repeat, i.e. pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, and two, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. One is learning by imitating expert players. Two is reinforcement learning to win the game. Almost every single shocking result of deep learning, the source of all magic, is always two. Two is significantly more powerful. Two is what surprises you. Two is when the paddle learns to hit the ball behind the blocks and break out. Two is when AlphaGo beats even Lee Sedol. And two is the aha moment when the DeepSeek or O1, etc., discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in its chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth thinking to itself. These thoughts are emergent, 3 exclamation points. And this is actually seriously incredible, impressive, and new, and is publicly available and documented. The model could never learn this with imitation, because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeler is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kinds of solving strategies and what they should even look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning as empirical and statistically useful towards the final outcome. Anyway, the AlphaZero sort of metaphor analogy here. Can you speak to that, the magic of the chain of thought that he's referring to?
I think it's good to recap AlphaGo and AlphaZero because it plays nicely with these analogies between imitation learning and learning from scratch. So AlphaGo, the beginning of the process was learning from humans, where they started this is the first expert level Go player or chess player in DeepMind's series of models where they had some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there was zero human data in the loop. And that change to AlphaZero made a model that was dramatically more powerful for DeepMind. So this remove of the human prior, the human inductive bias, makes the final system far more powerful. This, we mentioned Bitter Lesson hours ago, and this is all aligned with this. And then there's been a lot of discussion in language models. This is not new. This goes back to the whole Q-star rumors, which, if you piece together the pieces, is probably the start of OpenAI figuring out its O1 stuff when last year in November the Q-star rumors came out. There's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models. Because we know these models are so powerful, and we know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training for reasoning models is when the door is open to this. We don't yet have the equivalent of turn 37, which is the famous turn where the DeepMind AI playing Go stumped Lee Sedol completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the approach to technology is different and the impact of the general training it's still incredibly big.
What do you think that point would be? What would be move 37 for chain of thought or reasoning?
Scientific discovery. Like when you use this sort of reasoning problem and it's just something we fully don't expect.
I think it's actually probably simpler than that. It's probably something related to computer use robotics rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data to learn, they're not sample efficient, right? Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train on, right? This would take a human thousands of years to read, right? A human does not, and humans know most of the stuff, a lot of the stuff models know better than it, right? Humans are way, way, way more sample efficient. That is because of this self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? As it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body, right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? Like, that's how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over and over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit test in code or a mathematical verifiable task, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching them out, and then check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong. Great. These are the few that are right. Maybe we use some sort of reward model outside of this to select even the best one to preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better at these benchmarks. And so you've seen over the last 6 months a skyrocketing in a lot of different benchmarks, right?
All math and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for frontier math, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical to most people because they're exam level open math problem type things. So it's like on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, which is like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems. This is just what Dylan is saying.
So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tasks. We earlier showed an example of the really interesting, like what happens when chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing. It's just like a human, chatting, right, with thinking about what's novel for humans, right, a unique thought. But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And from here, the thought is, okay, we can continue to scale this current training method by increasing the number of verifiable tasks. In math and coding probably has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go in terms of what are verifiable things. Can I create a solver that then I generate trajectories toward or reasoning traces towards, and then prune the ones that don't work and keep the ones that do work? Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, but even if you've solved math, you have not actually created intelligence, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer use or robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a playground that is infinitely verifiable, right? Did you, messing around on the internet, there's so many actions that you can do that are verifiable. It'll start off with log into a website, create an account, click a button here, blah, blah, blah. But it'll then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on Tasker or whatever all these various task websites. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to fail. It's going to spawn hundreds of accounts. It's going to fail on most of them, but this one got to 1,000. Great. Now you've reached the verifiable thing. And you just keep iterating this loop over and over. And that's when, and same with robotics, right? That's where, where you have an infinite playground of tasks like, hey, did I put the ball in the bucket? All the way to oh, did I build a car, right? There's a whole trajectory to speedrun or, what models can do. But at some point, I truly think that we'll spawn models, and initially all the training will be in sandboxes. But then at some point, the language model pre-training is going to be dwarfed by what is this reinforcement learning. You'll pre-train a multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah, 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 whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox infinitely and figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating a robot arm, right? And then it'll learn so much. And the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to then create something that's not good, right? Like, oh, cool. Part of it was like figuring out how to use the web. Now all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to just get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real and real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes,
Like become I mean, that could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million by being an influencer, selling a product, creating a product, like. And I'm not referring to like a hype product, but an actual product. Like, holy shit, this thing created a business. It's running it. It's the face of the business, that kind of thing. Maybe a number one song. Like, it creates the whole infrastructure required to create the song, to be the influencer that represents that song, and that kind of thing. And makes a lot of. That could be the move. I mean, our culture respects money in that kind of way,
and it's verifiable, right?
Verifiable, right?
The bank account can't lie.
Exactly.
There is surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domain, that this can work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with language models just by increasing the number of samples. So you can just try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times that the language models get it right, and what we see is that even very bad models get it right sometimes. And the whole idea behind reinforcement learning is that you can learn from very sparse rewards. So it doesn't, the space of language and the space of tokens, whether you're generating language or tasks or a robot, is so big that you might say that it's like, I mean, the tokenizer for a language model can be like 200,000 things. So at each step, it can sample from that big of a space. So if it can generate a bit of a signal that it can climb onto, that's what the whole field of RL is around, is learning from sparse rewards. And the same thing has played out in math, where it's like very weak models that sometimes generate answers. We see research already that you can boost their math scores. You can do this sort of RL training for math. It might not be as effective, but if you take a 1 billion parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than DeepSeek, you can boost its grade school math scores very directly with a small amount of this training. So it's not to say that this is coming soon. Setting up the verification domains is extremely hard, and there's a lot of nuance in this, but there are some basic things that we have seen before where it's at least expectable that there's a domain and there's a chance that this works.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. This is a good opportunity to talk about other reasoning models, O1, O3. Just now, OpenAI, as perhaps expected, released O3 Mini. What are we expecting from the different flavors? Can you just lay out the different flavors of the O models and from Gemini, the reasoning model?
Something I would say about these reasoning models is we talked a lot about reasoning training on math and code. And what is done is that you have the base model we talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning. And then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big open questions of how do you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy, but very standard post-training techniques after the large-scale reasoning RL. So they did the same things with a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with some reward models. And then they did this RLHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we looked at this philosophical example early on. One of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we bring in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become eloquent writers by reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff going to be open? We don't know in the research of how much this will transfer. There's other things about how we can make soft verifiers and things like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using right now. So we're going to talk about with Mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained to elicit reasoning.
I think one of the things that people are ignoring is Google's Gemini Flash Thinking is both cheaper than R1 and better. And they released it in the beginning of December.
And nobody's talking about it.
No one cares.
It has a different flavor to it. Its behavior is less expressive than something like O1. It has fewer tracks that it is on. Quen released a model last fall, QWQ, which was their preview reasoning model. And in DeepSeek had R1 Lite last fall, where these models kind of felt like they're on rails, where they really, really only can do math and code. And O1 it can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible. It has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how cook. Like, how is a model a little bit undercooked? It's like it's good to get a model out the door, but it's hard to gauge, and it takes a lot of taste to be like, is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? They're probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is like not trained the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it. So taking a more normal training stack and adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure they're going to have more. I mean, they've done quick releases on Gemini Flash with reasoning, and this is the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast, and it takes longer to make this training stack where you're doing this large scale.
Ask it the same question from earlier. The one about the
the human nature.
yeah.
What was the human nature one?
The way why I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, and before R1, which is essentially using this RL training for fine tuning. We use this in our like Tulu series of models, and you can elicit the same behaviors where you say like wait and so on, but it's so late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much later. So you can there's essentially a gradation, and just how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output looks.
So we're now using Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental 121.
It summarized the prompt as humans self-domesticated apes.
Okay. All right. So wait, is this reviewing the reasoning? Here's why this is novel. Okay.
Click to expand.
Okay. Analyze the request. Novel is the key word.
Like, see how it just looks a little different? It looks like a normal output.
Yeah. I mean, in some sense, it's better structured. It makes more sense.
But when it latched onto humans and then it went into organisms and oh wow.
Apex predator, focus on domestication, apply domestication to humans, explore the idea of self-domestication.
Not good.
Where is this going? Refine and articulate the insight, greater facial expressiveness and communication ability, yes. Plasticity and adaptability, yes. Dependence on social groups, yes. All right. And self-critique and refine further. Is this truly novel? Is it well supported? So on and so forth. And the insight is getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated apes.
I prefer the DeepSeek response.
I mean, it's novel. The insight is novel. I mean, that's like a good book title, Self-Domesticated Apes. Like, it should be a case for that. I mean, yeah, it's cool. And it's revealing the reasoning. It's magical. It's magical. Like, this is really powerful. Hello, everyone. This is Let's do a quick intermission, recorded after the podcast. Since we reviewed responses from DeepSeek R1 and Gemini Flash 2.0 Thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be nice to insert myself quickly doing the same for OpenAI O1 Pro and O3 Mini with the same prompt. The prompt being, give one truly novel insight about humans. And I thought I would, in general, give my vibe check and vibe-based anecdotal report on my own experiences with the new O3 Mini model, now that I got a chance to spend many hours with it in different kinds of contexts and applications. So I would probably categorize this question as, let's say, open-ended philosophical questions, and in particular, the emphasis on novelty, I think is a nice way to test one of the capabilities of the model, which is come up with something that makes you pause and almost surprise you with brilliance. That said, my general review after running each of the models on this question a bunch of times is that O1 Pro consistently gave brilliant answers. Ones that gave me pause and made me think. both cutting in its insight and just really nicely phrased, with wit, with clarity, with nuance, over and over, consistently generating the best answers. After that is R1, which is less consistent, but again, delivered brilliance. Gemini Flash 2.0 Thinking was third. And last was O3 Mini, actually. It often gave quite a generic answer, at least to my particular sensibilities. That said, in a bunch of other applications that I tested for brainstorming purposes, it actually worked extremely well and often outperformed R1. But on this open-ended philosophical question, it did consistently worse. Now, another important element for each of these models is how the reasoning is presented. DeepSeek R1 shows the full chain of thought tokens, which I personally just love. For these open-ended philosophical questions, it's really, really interesting to see the model think through it. But really also just stepping back, me as a person who appreciates intelligence and reasoning and reflection, reading these kind of chain of thought raw tokens of R1, there's something genuinely beautiful about observing the path of deliberation in an intelligence system. I think we don't always have that explicitly laid out for us humans. So to see it in another intelligence system, the nonlinearity of it, akin to Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce, it's just beautiful to watch. Anyway, as we discussed in the episode, DeepSeek R1 talked about humans being able to convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules like money laws and rights are real, and these shared hallucinations act as games where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking said, humans are not just social animals, but self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Now, it's important to say that the chain of thought there was really interesting. It was looking through the entire evolution of life on Earth, considering apex predators, and considering how, from that, we ended up to where we are. I think that domestication by choice is a really interesting angle. Again, it's one of those things when somebody presents a different angle on a seemingly obvious thing, it just makes me smile. And the same with DeepSeek R1, with these hallucinations of money, laws, and rights, and us collectively pretending like it's real. And we play games with them that look like competition when secretly we're just cooperating with each other. And that is the fuel of progress. Beautifully put. Now, OpenAI O1 Pro consistently over and over delivered bangers. I can go through many of them, but the first one was humans are the only species that turns raw materials into symbolic resources, then uses those symbols to reorganize the very materials they came from, creating a closed feedback loop between meaning and matter. Here, I just ran it again. Banger after banger, I'm telling you. Humans are unique among known species in that they simultaneously rewrite two layers of reality, the external world and their own private mental landscapes, and then merge these two rewritten layers into a continuous personal narrative that feels objectively true. Feels true. This is poetry. Okay, and then O3 Mini High for me was smart, fast, actually, and kind of generic. Never quite got there for me. So here's the first one I got from O3 Mini. Humans are not fixed themes, but rather ongoing narratives, dynamic stories that we continuously write, edit, and reinterpret. This narrative plasticity is more than just memory or self-reflection. It's an intrinsic cognitive process that acts like an internal error correction system. It allows us to adapt our identities and values over time in response to new experiences, challenges, and social contexts. Now, it almost sneaks up to something approximating cutting insight with narrative plasticity. But then it goes back to this sort of the generic. I don't know. All of these models are incredible for different reasons. There's a lot of concerns, as we discussed in this episode, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited as well. I have probably spoken for too long. I am severely sleep deprived, borderline delirious. So hopefully some of this makes sense. And now, dear friends, back to the episode.
I think when to Nathan's point, when you look at like the reasoning models, to me, even when I used R1 versus O1, there was like that sort of rough edges around the corner feeling, right? And flash thinking, earlier, I didn't use this version, but the one from December, and I definitely had that rough edges around the corner feeling, right? Where it's just not fleshed out in as many ways, right? Sure, they added map and coding capabilities via these verifiers in RL, but it feels like they lost something in certain areas. And O1 is worse performing than chat in many areas as well, to be clear.
Not by a lot.
Not by a lot though, right? And it's like R1 definitely felt to me like it was worse than V3 in certain areas. Like doing this RL expressed and learned a lot, but then it was weakened in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between these models and what O1 offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro. And what they did with O3, which is like also very unique, is that they stack search on top of chain of thought, right? And so chain of thought is one thing where it's one chain, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they solved the ArcAGI challenge was not just for chain of thought. It was also sampling many times, i.e. running them in parallel and then selecting.
Is running in parallel actually search? Because I don't know if we have the full information on how O1 Pro works. So like I don't have enough information to confidently say that it is search.
It is parallel samples.
Yeah, and
it selects something.
And we don't know what the selection function is. The reason why we're debating is because since O1 was announced, there's been a lot of interest in techniques called Monte Carlo tree search, which is where you will break down the chain of thought into intermediate steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper from years ago where you introduced the idea to ask a language model that at the time was much less easy to use. We would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this bulleted list of steps. Chain of thought is now almost a default in models, where if you ask it a math question, you don't need to tell it to think step by step. And the idea with Monte Carlo tree search is that you would take an intermediate point in that chain, do some sort of expansion, spend more compute, and then select the right one. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used in things like U0 and AlphaZero potentially. I know U0 does this.
Another form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking the majority answer.
Yes.
Right? So there's a variety of it could be complicated, it could be simple. We don't know what it is, just that they are not just issuing one chain of thought in sequence. They're launching many in parallel. And in the ArcAGI, they launched 1,000 in parallel for their the one that really shocked everyone, that beat the benchmark, was they would launch 1,000 in parallel, and then they would get the right answer 80% of the time or 70% of the time, 90 maybe. Whereas if they just launched one, it was 30%.
There are many extensions to this. I would say the simplest one is that our language models to date have been designed to give the right answer the highest percentage of the time in one response. And we are now opening the door to different ways of running inference on our models in which we need to reevaluate many parts of the training process, which normally opens the door to more progress, but we don't know if OpenAI changed a lot or if just sampling more and multiple choice is what they're doing, or if it's something more complex, so they change the training and they know that the inference mode is going to be different.
So we're talking about O1 Pro, $200 a month, and they're losing money. So the thing that we're referring to, this fascinating exploration of the test time compute space, is that actually possible? Do we have enough compute for that? Does the financials make sense?
So the fantastic thing is, and it's in the thing that I pulled up earlier, but the cost for GPT-3 has plummeted. If you scroll up just a few images, I think. The important thing about is cost limiting factor here, right? My view is that we'll have really awesome intelligence before we have AGI, before we have it permeate throughout the economy. And this is sort of why that reason is, right? GPT-3 was trained in 2020, 2021, and the cost for running inference on it was $60, $70 per million tokens, right? Which is the cost per intelligence was ridiculous. Now, as we scaled forward 2 years, we've had a 1,200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis is log scale dollars to run inference. on a million
no,
tokens.
yeah, no.
And so you have just a down, like a linear decline on log scale from GPT-3 to 3.5 to
It's
Lambda.
like 5 cents or something like that now, right? Which is versus
Yeah.
versus $60, 1,200x. That's not the exact numbers, but 1,200x. I remember that number. Is the humongous cost per intelligence, right? Now the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they made it so cheap. It's like, actually, if you look at this trend line, they're not below the trend line, first of all, and at least for GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now we have GPT-4. What's going to happen with these reasoning capabilities, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations. It's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these different better inference systems, better hardware, right? Going from each generation of GPU to new generations or ASICs. Everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't because it's too complicated to actually scale. Like, who knows? Bitter lesson, right? The question is I think when, not if, because the rate of progress is so fast, right? 9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago the cost of training and inference was this, right? And now we're much better than this, right? And DeepSeek is much better than this. And that cost curve for GPT-4, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 or so, right? And we're going to get it down to cents probably for GPT-4 quality, and the same. And then that's the base for the reasoning models like O1 that we have today, and O1 Pro is spawning multiple, right? And O3, so on and so forth. These search techniques too expensive today, but they will get cheaper, and that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
So it'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because of the cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummeted. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA bulls here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is reasonable. Most of the market, NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And if a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, oh, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down. The actual thing that happened is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising in the App Store, the social contagion that is happening, and then I think some of it is just like, I don't trade, I don't know anything about financial markets, but it builds up over the weekend with the social pressure, where it's like, if it was during the week and there was multiple days of trading when this was really becoming, but it comes on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell, and that is a social contagion.
I think, and like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they've reduced the cost with 4.0, 4 Turbo 4.0, right? But $1 billion model runs are coming, right? This includes pre-training and post-training, right? And then the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include everything, right? They didn't include, a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. A lot of the cost goes to inference. A lot of the cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored. Yeah. Research salaries, right? Like all these things are like counted in the billions of dollars that OpenAI is spending, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million that DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also an element of NVIDIA has just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been trying to push down NVIDIA. I don't say push down NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell or to be worried, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU was, there's a lot of report. Every 2 weeks, there's a new report about their GPUs being delayed. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? It's so ironic, right?
It lasted a month.
It was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead. And then it's like O1, O3, right? R1, right? And now it's like, wait, models are they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right?
Yeah.
But the funniest thing I think that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100s has gone up over the last couple weeks, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since V3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing has gone up. H200s are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right?
We were trying to get GPUs on a short notice this week for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just like 16 or 32 H100s for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, Jevon's paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically, counterintuitively, the total resource consumption goes up as well.
Right, and semiconductors is, we're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every 2 years, half the cost, double the transistors. It's just like clockwork, and it's slowed down, obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time, right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff, and I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is, in AI, it's just playing out at an insane time scale, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in like 3 years, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that is like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, NVIDIA's stock on that should have gone up, but maybe it went down because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China, something like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles of play here, like it's obvious. Yeah, the Jevon's
More
paradox.
progress that AI makes, or the higher the derivative of AI progress is, especially because NVIDIA is in the best place. The higher the derivative is, the sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding, and NVIDIA is the only one that does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor arose. It's another company that's using NVIDIA.
Who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
And has press releases about them cheering about being China's biggest NVIDIA customer, right? Like,
Yeah, it
obviously they've quieted down, but like I think that's like another element of this. They don't want to say how many GPUs they have because, hey, they have H800s, yes, they have H20s, they also have some H100s, right? Which are smuggled in.
Can you speak to that, to the smuggling? What's the scale of smuggling that's feasible for a nation state to do, for companies? Is it possible to?
I think there's a few angles of smuggling here, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's not supposed to have GPUs. ByteDance has like over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these and a bunch of smaller cloud companies too, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this for mostly like what Meta does, right? Serving TikTok, right? Serving next best. Same as Meta, right? To be clear, that's today the use, right? And it's a valid use, right? Hack the dopamine circuit, right? Now. That's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules, which happened in the last week of the Biden admin and Trump admin. Looks like they're going to keep them, which limits like allies, even like Singapore, which Singapore is like 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue. But Singapore had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 15 years because they don't have enough power. So where are they going? I mean, I'm not claiming they're all going to China, right? But a portion are, many are going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. Like, they're going all over Southeast Asia, probably India as well, right? Like, there's stuff routing, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like, you can only buy this many GPUs from this country, and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies that are Chinese, right? Like, they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's a random company buys 16 servers, ships them to China, right? There's actually, I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking in for a first-class United flight from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which can only contain GPUs, right? And he was booking first class. Just think about it: 3 to 5K for your first class ticket. Server costs $240,000 in the US, $250,000. You sell it for $300,000 in China. Wait, you just got a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like companies in Singapore and Malaysia, like routing them around or renting GPUs completely legally.
I want to jump in. How much is the scale? I think there's been some number, like some people that are higher level economics understanding say that like, as you go from 1 billion of smuggling to 10 billion, it's like you're hiding certain levels of economic activity, and that's the most reasonable thing to me is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
Yeah, so my belief is that last year, roughly, so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s, which are legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference, at least. Not training, but reasoning inference, and inference generally. Then they also had, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spawn up, buy 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, route it. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2018. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? Nathan's point is like, hey, you can't smuggle $10 billion in GPUs. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting, I believe from our research, right, Oracle's biggest GPU customer is ByteDance, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer, right? And so and you go down the list of clouds, and especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't like the hyperscalers, right? Think Beyond, CoreWeave, and Lambda. Even there's a whole sea. There's 60 different new cloud companies serving NVIDIA GPUs. I think ByteDance is renting a lot of these, right? All over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies, and that was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now, you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000 GPUs, or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500 GPUs, right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not, as the numbers grow, right? 100 something billion dollars of revenue for NVIDIA last year, 200 something billion this year, right? And if next year, it could nearly double again or more than double, right? Based on like what we see with data center footprints like being built out all across the US and the rest of the world. It's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models and GPT-4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next tier above that. But if we speed run a couple more, jumps, right? To billion-dollar models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a compute disadvantage for China for training models and serving them. And the serving part is really critical, right? DeepSeek cannot serve their model today, right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling into the App Store, actually, downloads, because you download it, try and sign up. They say we're not taking registrations because they have no capacity, right? You open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second if you even get your request approved, right? Because there's no capacity because they just don't have enough GPUs to serve the model, even though it's incredibly efficient.
It'd be fascinating to watch the smuggling, because I mean, there's drug smuggling, right? That's a market. There's weapons smuggling, and GPUs will surpass that at some point.
Chips are highest value per kilogram, probably by far. I have another question for you, Don. Do you track model API access internationally? How easy is it for Chinese companies to use hosted model APIs from the US?
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly easy, right? Like OpenAI publicly stated DeepSeek uses their API, and as they say, they have evidence, right? And this is another element of the training regime is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distilled model, i.e., you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, what DeepSeek did efficiency-wise.
Distillation is standard practice in industry, whether or not, if you're at a closed lab where you care about terms of service and IP closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building any products, you distill from the OpenAI model.
This is a good opportunity. Can you explain big picture distillation as a process? What is distillation? What's the process of distillation?
Talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on text. And post-training, you're trying to train on very high-quality text that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model find its own thing. But for supervised fine-tuning, for preference data, you need to have some completions what the model is trying to learn to imitate. And what you do there is instead of a human data or instead of the model you're currently training, you take completions from a different, normally more powerful model. I think there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for these GPT-5s of the world, the Claude 3 Opuses of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process at
There's also
OpenAI.
public examples, right? Like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily distilling, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70B in their Llama 3.2
Yeah.
and 3.3.
This is all the same topic.
So is this ethical? Is this legal? Like, why is that Financial Times article headline say OpenAI says that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used its model to train competitors?
This is a long, at least on the academic side and research side, it's a long history because you're trying to interpret OpenAI's rule. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor with outputs from the model. Terms of service are different than a license, which are essentially a contract between organizations. So if you have a terms of service on OpenAI's account, if I violate it, OpenAI can cancel my account. This is very different than like a license that says how you could use a downstream artifact. So a lot of it hinges on a word that is very unclear in the AI space, which is what is a competitor.
And so, and then the ethical aspect of it is like, why is it unethical for me to train on your model when you can train on the internet's text?
Yes.
Right?
So there's a bit of a hypocrisy because so OpenAI and potentially most of the companies trained on the internet's text without permission.
There's also a clear loophole, which is that I generate data from OpenAI and then I upload it somewhere and then somebody else trains on it and the link has been broken. Like they're not under the same terms of service contract.
This is
There's
why
a lot of there's a lot of like to be discovered details that don't make a lot of sense.
this is why a lot of models today, even if they train on zero OpenAI data, you ask the model who trained you, it'll say, I am ChatGPT trained by OpenAI, because there's so much copy paste of like OpenAI outputs from that on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out, and there was nothing in the RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SFT, whatever, that says, hey, I'm actually modeled by Allen Institute instead of
we have to do this if we serve a demo. We do research and we use OpenAI APIs because it's useful and we want to understand post training, and like our research models, they will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about that like, I am Tulu. I am a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post-training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or to suppress the OpenAI thing. So in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. Like if you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter because anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter that it's saying it's ChatGPT.
Oh, I guess one of the ways to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. Like if you're serving it to say that you're.
That's what we do. Like if we host the demo, you say you are Tulu 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also are benefited from OpenAI data because it's a great research tool.
I mean, do you think there's any truth and value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used this model to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data is on the internet, and therefore it's in your pre-training now, right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in your.
I think that they're trying to shift the narrative, like they're trying to protect themselves. And we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the like AI culture, are like, they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. Like that's how they bootstrapped their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than to set up human pipelines and build a strong model. So there's a long history here, and a lot of the communications seem like narrative.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into Llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of experts and they're 600 plus billion parameters and all this, and people distilled them into the Llama models, and then because the Llama models are so easy to serve and everyone's built the pipelines and tooling for inference with the Llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? Is it illegal? Maybe it's illegal, whatever. I don't know about that, but like.
It could break contracts. I don't think it's illegal. Like in any legal, like no one's going to jail for this.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical, because like the moment it becomes, we ban that kind of thing, it's going to make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But like the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
I agree.
I have a schizo take on how you can solve this because
Alright.
it already works.
I have a reasonable take on
Right,
it.
right.
all right.
So Japan has a law which you're allowed to train on any training data and copyrights don't apply if you want to train a model. A. B. Japan has 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do, we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent them to the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no like potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or anything like that. No, it's just like completely legal. No, so
Genius.
The early copyright lawsuits have fallen in favor of AI training. I would say that the long tail of use is going to go in the side of AI, which is if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at the trillions of tokens of data. You're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing a audio generation for music or image generation and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you could figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 of YouTube creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. Like, please, like that. It's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense. But there's a long tail where it's just on the internet.
I think one of the other aspects of that Financial Times article implied, and so that leads to a more general question. Do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, and stealing of actual secret code and data from inside companies? How much of that is being attempted?
Code and data is hard, but ideas is easy. Silicon Valley operates on the way that top employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise, and a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And in California, there's rules that like certain like non-competes or whatever are illegal in California, and whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of it happens. Recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link, and everyone is saying the next llama he went to the meta team is going to have 1 million context link, and that's kind of how the world works.
As far as like industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful in the past, right? The Americans did it to the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? And so on and so forth. It is a fact of life, and so like to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. You can make it difficult, but even then, like there's all these stories about like, hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been like sort of like given to China in terms of design plans and stuff. Code and stuff like between, I say companies, not nation states, is probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco or a company changing employees, or the always the like mythical honeypot that always gets talked about, right? Like someone gets honeypotted, right? Because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in their 20s and 30s. Not everyone, but like an insane amount of insane percentages. So there's always like all these like and obviously
so honeypot is like a spy, a female spy approaches you and like
or male, right? It's San Francisco, right? But as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right, is like we are very easily corrupted, right? Like not corrupted myself, but we are, right?
Everybody else, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm too oblivious that I am not single, so I'm safe from one espionage access.
Yeah, you have to make sure to close all security vulnerabilities. So you, Dylan, collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build-outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster build-outs is they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? US, sort of like data center power consumption has been slowly on the rise, and it's gone up to 2-3% even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption as a percentage of total US. And that's been over decades, right, of data centers, et cetera. It's been climbing slowly. But now, 2-3%. Now, by the end of this decade, it's like even under like, when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally by like 2028, 2030, people traditionally traditional data center people like that's nuts. But then like people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this at like the Anthropics and OpenAIs are like that's not enough. Okay, but like this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the U.S. as well as like centralized clusters, right? The distributed throughout the U.S. is exciting and it's the bulk of it, right? Like hey, OpenAI or say Meta is adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the U.S. for inference and all these other things, right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So, does this include AWS? Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's a GPU and what's a computer and what. Not that far back, but yeah. So like, what do we mean by the clusters?
Oh man,
build out?
I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center tasks have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far and widely, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhat close to me, it does whatever search ranking recommendation, sends a result back, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on now, right? It's not database access. It's not serve me the right page, serve me the right ad. It's now inference. And inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar. And then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm going to put thousands of GPUs in blocks all around these data centers. I'm going to run models on them. User submits a request, gets kicked off, or hey, my service, they submit a request to my service right there on Word, and they're like, oh yeah, help me Copilot, and it kicks it off. I'm on my Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to a data center, right? And that data center does some work and sends it back. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute, but then and that's like there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and like all these other things, and those are the bulk of what's being built. But the scale of and so that's like what's really reshaping, and that's what's getting millions of GPUs. But the scale of the largest cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, like or through the age of AI, right, like it was a really big deal when they did AlexNet on I think 2 GPUs or 4 GPUs. I don't remember. It's a really big deal.
It's a big deal because you use GPUs.
It's a big deal they use GPUs, and they use multiple, right? But then over time, its scale has just been compounded, right? And so when you skip forward to GPT-3, then GPT-4, 20,000 A100 GPUs, unprecedented run, right? In terms of the size and the cost, right? A couple $100 million on a YOLO, right? A YOLO run for GPT-4, and it yielded this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a log scale, right?
Oh yeah, they have that plot from the paper. The technical report.
The scaling laws were perfect, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100s, roughly each GPU is consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power, right? Maybe you could look up what the power of consumption of a person is because the numbers are going to get silly. But like that 15 to 20 megawatts was standard data center size. It was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running one task.
It's also a toaster.
Yeah, a toaster is like
that's a good example.
A similar power consumption to an A100, right? H100 comes around. They increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU. And then there's all the associated stuff around it. So once you count all that, it's roughly like 1,200 to 1,400 watts. For everything, networking, CPUs, memory, blah, blah, blah.
So we should also say, what's required? You said power, so a lot of power is required, a lot of heat is generated, so cooling is required, and because there's a lot of GPUs, they have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah,
right?
So I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standardized data centers for GPT-4 scale. Right now, we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers, and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together, really with a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, etc. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? And so they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data center design, and it looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. And they first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 16,000 of them were running on the training run because GPUs are very unreliable, so they need to have spares to like swap in and out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on Llama 4 on currently, right? Like 128,000 or so, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, 150 megawatts, right? For 128,000, right? So you're talking about you've jumped from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? From 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, he admittedly, right, and he says it himself, got into the game a little bit late for pre-training large language models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then he bet heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right? Which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that. He bought a factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation, but at the same time, he's got a bunch of mobile power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line that's right next to the factory, and he's just pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, in an old appliance factory that's shut down in North China long ago, right? Like, and he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. Or he's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down because he's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that's that in Arizona, in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's some debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now, this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most cities, right? To be clear, and delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both the pre-training, the post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
What is a nuclear power plant
And
again?
everyone is doing this, right? Everyone is doing this, right? Meta in Louisiana, right? They're building 2 natural gas plants, massive ones, and then they're building this massive data center. Amazon has like plans for this scale. Google has plans for this scale. XAI has plans for this scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing, the companies that are racing hard, and they're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out because they think that if I now have obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff where you have RL sandbox for computer use or whatever, right? Like this is where they're going to, and all these viable domains where they just keep learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable because the line does go up, right? As you throw more compute, you get more performance. The shirt is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? You 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get a diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements, so you bend the curve, right? And these scale of data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? And, Nathan was mentioning there's Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. And if you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing. And, like they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. And, you just go down the list. There's so many ramifications. Interesting thing is like certain regions of the U.S. transmitting power cost more than actually generating it, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even a coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the U.S., like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it, which is like, there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane.
Can the power grid support this kind of growth?
Trump's executive orders, there was a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where, yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is a big challenge, right? Is building enough power fast.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow.
to build the power plant.
To build a power plant or to configure an existing power plant is too slow. And so therefore you must use data center power consumption is flat, right? You know, I mean, like it's
Which is
right?
why nuclear is also good for it. Like long term, nuclear is a very natural fit, but
Yeah,
you can't do solar or anything in the short term like that.
because data center power is like this, right? Like you're telling me, you know, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like power is cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and depreciation of the GPUs, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnered with someone. And so there is a couple hopes, right? Like one is, and Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. They're not just using dual combined cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation is like this, and wind is another like this, different correlate, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green. It's just the time scales for that is slow, right? So people are trying, but Meta basically said, whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge. Or they'll buy like it's called a PPA, power purchasing agreement, where there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like wherever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here and selling it to the grid, and they're buying power here. And then another thing is like Microsoft quit on some of their sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a sewer or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves global warming and stuff, right? Whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the labs have, right? Which is like, yeah, screw it, we'll just use gas, right? Because the race is that important, and if we lose, that's way worse, right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit the Memphis data center, and it's kind of incredible. I mean, I visited with you on just the teams and the rate of innovation there is insane. Because my sense is that nobody's ever done anything of this scale, and nobody has certainly ever done anything of this scale at the rate that XAI is doing. So they're like figuring out. I mean, it's all sitting in all these meetings when they're brainstorming. It's like it's insane. It's exciting because they're trying to figure out what the bottlenecks are, how to remove the bottlenecks, how to make sure that there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center. Because everything has to work. It's the people that do like the sysadmin, the machine learning, all that is the exciting thing, so on. But really, the people that run everything are the folks that know like the low level software and hardware that runs everything, the networking, all of that. So you have to like make sure you have procedures that test everything. I think they're using Ethernet. I don't know how they're doing the networking, but
they're using NVIDIA Spectrum Ethernet. There's actually the unsung heroes are the cooling and electrical systems, which are just
exactly.
Glossed over.
Yeah.
But I think like one story that maybe is like exemplifies how insane this stuff is when you're training, right? You're always doing you're running through the model a bunch, right? In the most simplistic terms, running through the model a bunch. And then you're going to exchange everything and synchronize the weights, right? So you'll do a step. This is like a step in model training, right? At every step, your loss goes down quickly, and it doesn't always. But in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot, and then you'll exchange, right? The interesting thing is GPU power is most of it. Networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, your power for your GPUs is here. But then when you're exchanging weights, if you're not able to overlap communications and compute perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPUs are just idle, and you're exchanging weights, and you're like, hey, the model's updating. So you're exchanging the gradients, you do the model update, and then you start training again. So the power goes, right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up so easily. And so Meta actually has accidentally upstreamed something to code in PyTorch where they added an operator And I kid you not, whoever made this, like, I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch. It's like PyTorch.powerplant no blow up equals 0 or equal 1. And what it does is amazing, right?
Yeah.
Either, when you're exchanging the weights, the GPU will just compute fake numbers, so the power doesn't spike too much, and so then the power plants don't blow up because the transient spikes like screw stuff up.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to make sure they're not idle. Yeah.
And Elon's solution was like, let me throw a bunch of Tesla mega packs and a few other things, right? Like, everyone has different solutions, but like Meta's at least was publicly and openly known, which is just like, set this operator, and what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing so that the power doesn't spike.
But that just tells you how much power you're working with. I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
People should just go to Google, like, scale, like, what does X watts do, and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt, and you look and stare at that, and you're how high on the list a gigawatt is, and it's mind-blowing.
Can you say something about the cooling? So I know Elon's using liquid cooling, I believe, in all cases. That's a new thing, right? Most of them don't use liquid cooling. Is there something interesting to say about the cooling?
Yeah. So air cooling has been the de facto standard. Throw a bunch of metal, heat pipes, etc., and fans, right? And like that's cool. That's been enough to cool it. People have been dabbling in water cooling. Google's TPUs are water cooled, right? So they've been doing that for a few years. But with GPUs, no one's ever done, and no one's ever done the scale of water cooling that Elon just did, right? Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU, it is mandatory water cooling. You have to water cool it. But Elon did it on this current generation, and that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the satellite photos and stuff of the Memphis facility, there's all these external water chillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck pod thing. What's it called? The container. But really, those are water chillers, and he has like 90 of those water chillers just sitting outside. 90 different containers, right, with water. That chill the water, bring it back to the data center, and then you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chips, but also an efficiency thing. All right, and going back to that like sort of 3-vector thing, right? There is memory bandwidth, flops, and interconnect. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects, right? And so this is also like a reason why you're going to go water cooling is because you can just put the chips right next to each other and therefore get higher speed connectivity.
I gotta ask you. So in one of your recent posts, there's a section called cluster measuring contest. So
there's another word there, but I won't say it.
Who's got the biggest now? And who's gonna have
today? Individual largest is Elon, right?
Elon's cluster.
Elon's cluster in Memphis, 200,000 GPUs. Right. Meta has like 128,000. OpenAI has 100,000 now. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs than Elon. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions, but for the most part, you want them all in like one area, right? So you can connect them with high-speed networking. And so, Elon today has 200,000 H100s and 100,000 H100s, 100,000 H200s, right? Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon all have on the scale of 100,000, a little bit less. But this year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 Trainium 2, which is Amazon-specific chips, trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scales for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 GPU clusters, and note those GPUs are much higher power consumption than existing ones, right? Hopper's 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 1,200 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
Nuts. You think Elon said you'll get to 1 million? You think that's actually feasible?
I mean, I don't doubt Elon, right? The filings that he has for the power plant and the Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy plans for Memphis. Like permits and stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what the timescales are. I just never doubt Elon, right? He's going to surprise us.
So what's the idea with these clusters? If you have 1 million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training, and what percent pre-training, and what percent is used for for the actual
So these
computations.
mega clusters make no sense for inference, right? You could route inference there and just not train. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got a 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, right, multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train there because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at a super high networking speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, this is the old scale, right? You increase parameters, you increase data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training side, right? Yes, there's video and audio and image that has not been fully taken advantage of, so there's a lot more scaling. But a lot of people have taken transcripts of YouTube videos, and that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all of the learning value out of the video and image data, but there's still scaling to be done on pre-training. But this post-training world is where all the flops are going to be spent, right? The model's going to play with itself. It's going to self-play. It's going to do verifiable tasks. It's going to do computer use in sandboxes. It might even do like simulated robotics things, right? Like all of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. But I think it's going to be good. We're going to drop the post-training. Yeah, it's gonna be pre-training and it's gonna be training at some point. Because for the bulk of the last few years, pre-training has dwarfed post-training. But with these verifiable methods, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, right, where you can verify what's happening. Those infinitely verifiable tasks, it seems you can spend as much compute as you want on them.
Especially with context length increase. Because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length for these models. And we've talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely on a ton of sampling, and it's becoming increasingly long context. So it's just your compute efficiency goes down. I don't think flops is the standard for how you measure it, but with RL and you have to do all these things where you move your weights around in a different way than at pre-training and just generation, it's going to become less efficient, and flops is going to be less of a useful term. And then as the infrastructure gets better, it's probably going to go back to flops.
So all of the things we've been talking about is most likely going to be NVIDIA, right? Is there any competitors?
Google kind of ignored them.
What's the story with TPU? Like, what's the
TPU is awesome, right? It's great. Google they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers. Don't get me wrong, and they actually have the biggest cluster. I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster. Period. But the way they do it is very interesting, right? They have two sort of data center super regions, right? In that the data center isn't physically all of the GPUs aren't physically on one site, but they're 30 miles from each other. Or not GPUs, TPUs, right? They have in Iowa and Nebraska, they have 4 data centers that are just right next to each other.
Why doesn't Google flex its cluster size?
Go to multi-data center training. There's some good images in there, so I'll show you what I mean. It's just semi-analysis multi-data center. So this is so this is an image of what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, their data centers look very different than anyone else's data centers.
What are we looking at here?
So these are so if you see this image, right, in the center there are these big rectangular boxes, right? Those are where the actual chips are kept. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's these water pipes, there's these chiller cooling towers in the top, and a bunch of diesel generators. The diesel generators are backup power. The data center itself is look physically smaller than the water chillers, right? So the chips are actually easier to keep together, but then cooling all the water for the water cooling is very difficult, right? So Google has a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has for the TPU. And what they do is they've stamped a bunch of these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft. This is in Arizona. This is where GPT-5 quote unquote will be trained.
If it doesn't exist already.
Yeah, if it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right? I've shown a couple images of them. They're really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa, and then they also have a similar one in Ohio complex, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. And so these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure, very tightly connected in a small region. So Elon will always have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building, right? And he's completely right on that, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites, and by a significant margin, you have to go across multiple sites.
Why doesn't Google compete with NVIDIA? Why don't they sell TPUs?
I think there's a couple problems with it. It's like, one, TPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking cheap and build models for that, right? And so like a big chunk of the search GPU purchases or TPU purchases or a big chunk of Google's purchases and usage, all of it is for internal workloads, right? Whether it be search, now Gemini, right? YouTube, all these different applications that they have, ads. These are where all their TPUs are being spent, and that's what they're hyper-focused on, right? And so there's certain like aspects of the architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like they've open sourced the Gemma model, and they call it Gemma 7B, right? But then it's actually 8 billion parameters because the vocabulary is so large. And the reason they made the vocabulary so large is because TPU's like matrix multiply unit is massive, because that's what they've like sort of optimized for. And so they decided, oh, well, I'll just make the vocabulary large too, even though it makes no sense to do so on such a small model, because that fits on their hardware. So Gemma doesn't run it as efficiently on a GPU as a Llama does, right? But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on a TPU as a Gemma does, right? And so like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design. So all their search models are their ranking and recommendation models, all these different models that are AI, but not like Gen AI, right, have been hyper optimized with GPUs forever. The software stack is super optimized, but all of this software stack has not been released publicly at all, right? Very small portions of it, JAX and XLA have been, but like the experience when you're inside of Google and you're training on TPUs as a researcher, you don't need to know anything about the hardware in many cases, right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you step outside,
they all go. A lot of them go back. They leave Google and then they go back.
Yeah,
they're like they leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. And they're like, wait, infrastructure is hard, software is hard, and this is on GPU. Or if they try to use TPU, same thing, because they don't have access to all this code.
Right.
And so it's like, how do you convince a company whose golden goose is search, where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars from, to start selling GPU or TPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of? I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion. And now they're buying like $10 billion to $15 billion worth. But how do you convince them that they should just buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Like, who cares about making $30 billion?
Won't that $30 billion exceed actually the search profit eventually?
I mean, like, you're always going to make more money on services than
always.
Or, I mean, like, yeah, like to be clear, like today people are spending a lot more on hardware than they are the services, right? Because the hardware front runs the service spend. But like, if there's no revenue for AI stuff or not enough revenue, then obviously like it's going to blow up, right? People won't continue to spend on GPUs forever. And NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they're trying to sell and license and stuff, right? But Google has never had that like DNA of like, this is a product we should sell, right? They don't actually. Google Cloud which is a separate organization from the TPU team, which is a separate organization from the DeepMind team, which is a separate organization from the search team. Right, there's a lot of bureaucracy.
Wait, Google Cloud is separate team than the TPU team?
Technically, TPU sits under infrastructure, which sits under Google Cloud, but like Google Cloud, like for like renting stuff, and TPU architecture are very different goals, right? In hardware, and software, like all of this, right? Like the JAX XLA teams do not serve Google's customers externally, whereas NVIDIA's various CUDA teams, for like things like Nickel, serve external customers, right? The internal teams like JAX and XLA and stuff, they more so serve DeepMind and search, right? And so their customer is different, but they're not building a product for them.
Do you understand why AWS keeps winning versus Azure for cloud versus Google Cloud?
Yeah,
Google Cloud is tiny, isn't it, relative to AWS?
Google Cloud is third. Yeah. Microsoft is the second biggest, but Amazon is the biggest, right? And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365 and things like that, like some of these enterprise-wide licenses. So in reality, the gulf is even larger. Microsoft is still second, though, right? Amazon is way bigger. Why? Because using AWS is better and easier. And in many cases, it's cheaper. And it's first. It was first.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are first.
It's easier. It's harder to switch than it is to.
But AWS
because
there's big fees for switching too.
AWS generates over 80% of Amazon's profit. I think over 90%.
Right.
The distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from this, but they haven't yet, right? Like they make tiny little profits.
Yeah, one day Amazon Prime will triple in price.
You would think they would improve AWS interface. because it's like horrible. It's like clunky, but everybody is.
I don't, yeah. You one would think. I think actually Google's interface is sometimes nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their top customers,
Yeah, exactly.
and like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less like.
I mean, all these companies they optimize for the big customers. Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Well, and Amazon is always optimized for the small customer too, though, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credits, right? And then they like or just put in your credit card and use it, right? Like went back in the early days. So they've always the business has grown with them, right? And burgeoned. So like, why does Amazon why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Because Snowflake in the beginning, when Amazon didn't care about them, was still using Amazon, right? And then of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super huge partnership. But like this is the case. Like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure in traditional cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff than in databases, right? Like, I think like 4 of Amazon's top 5 revenue products, margin products, sorry, like gross profit products, are all database related products, like Redshift and like all these things, right? Like, so Amazon has a very like good silicon to a user experience, like entire pipeline with AWS. I think Google, their silicon teams, yeah, they have awesome silicon internally, TPU, the YouTube chip, some of these other chips that they've made, and the problem is they're not serving external customers; they're serving internal customers, right?
NVIDIA's entire culture is designed from the bottom up to do this. There's this recent book, The NVIDIA Way by Take Him, that details this and how they look for future opportunities and ready their CUDA software libraries to make it so that new applications of high performance computing can very rapidly be evolved on CUDA and NVIDIA chips. And that is entirely different than Google as a services business.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, it should be said, is a truly special company. Like, I mean, there's a whole, the culture and everything, they're really optimized for that kind of thing. Speaking of which, is there somebody that could even challenge NVIDIA, hardware-wise? Intel, AMD?
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process of working with AMD on training on their GPUs and inference and stuff, and they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is their software is really bad, and I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster, but the gulf is so large, and like they don't spend enough resources on it, or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but for multiple months we were submitting those bugs, right? Like, send me an analysis, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, why are we submitting those bugs? Right, because they only cared about their like biggest customers, and so they'd ship them a private image, blah blah blah, and it's like, okay, but like I am just using PyTorch and I want to use the publicly available libraries. You don't care about that, right? So they're getting better, but like I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now, and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American technology.
Can you explain the obviously? So why are they in dire straits?
Going back to earlier, only 3 companies in R&D, right? Yeah. Taiwan, Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and then Intel, Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly. Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D, and that one company already manufactures most of the chips. They've been gaining market share anyways, but like that's a critical thing, right? So what happens to Taiwan means the rest of the world's semiconductor industry and therefore tech relies on Taiwan, right? And that's obviously precarious. As far as like Intel, they've been slowly, steadily declining. They were on top of servers and PCs, but now Apple's done the M1, and NVIDIA's releasing a PC chip, and Qualcomm's releasing a PC chip, and in servers, hyperscalers are all making their own ARM-based server chips, and Intel has no AI silicon like wins, right? They have very small wins. And they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone, and like all these things have compounded, and they've lost their process technology leadership, right? They were ahead for 20 years, and now they're behind by at least a couple years, right? And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out, where they try and leapfrog TSMC. But like, and Intel is just like losing tons of money anyways, right? And they just fired their CEO, even though the CEO was the only person who understood the company well, right? We'll see. He was not the best, but he was pretty good. relatively technical guy.
Where does Intel make most of its money? The CPUs still. Right?
PCs and data center CPUs, yeah. But data center CPUs are all going cloud, and Amazon, Microsoft, Google are making ARM-based CPUs. And then PC side, AMD's gained market share. NVIDIA's launching a chip. That's not going to be a success, right? MediaTek, Qualcomm have launched chips. Apple's doing well, right? Like they could get squeezed a little bit in PC, although PC generally, I imagine, will just stick Intel mostly for Windows side.
Let's talk about the broad AI race. Who do you think wins? We talked about Google.
The default
XAI.
leader has been Google because of their infrastructure advantage.
Well, like in the news, OpenAI is the leader.
They're the leading in the
They have the best model.
They have the best model that people can use, and they're
And they have the
experts.
most AI revenue.
Yeah, OpenAI is winning.
So who's making money on AI right now? Is anyone making money?
So accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of capex, right? And that gets depreciated over years. Meta is making tons of money, but with recommendation systems, which is AI, but not with
Right.
Llama, right? Llama's losing money for sure, right? I think Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they wouldn't be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like, you spent a few $100 million on GPT-4 and it's doing billions in revenue. So like obviously it's like making money. Although they had to continue to research to get the compute efficiency wins, right? And move down the curve to like, get that 1200x that has been achieved for GPT-3. Maybe we're only at like a couple 100x now, but with GPT-4 Turbo and 4.0, and there'll be another one probably cheaper than GPT-4.0 even that comes out at some point.
And that research costs a lot of money.
Yep,
Right?
exactly.
That's the thing that I guess is not talked about with the cost. That when you're referring to the cost of the model, it's not just the training or the test runs; it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like reasoning. Right now that exists, they're going to scale it. They're going to do a lot of research. So I think the people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to just be like, well, GDP is humans and industrial capital, right? And if you can make intelligence cheap, you can grow a lot, right? That's a sort of dumb way to explain it. But that's sort of what basically the investment thesis is. I think only NVIDIA is actually making tons of money, and other hardware vendors. The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality, they're spending a lot more on purchasing the GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each GPU in 2 years, right? You don't know if all of a sudden OpenAI goes to poof, but now Microsoft has hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they've paid for themselves with their investment in them. That no longer have a customer, right? This is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have AGI.
So do you think multiple companies will get?
I don't think it's winner take all.
Okay, so it's not called AGI, whatever. It's like a single day. It's a gradual thing.
AI, super powerful AI.
But it's a gradually increasing set of features that are useful and
Rapidly increasing.
Rapidly increasing set of features. So you're saying a lot of companies will be. It just seems absurd that all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There are companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they train the best model. Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI in all of their services. People are there. People spend time on Meta's platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google X/XAI/Tesla, important to say, and then Meta will benefit not directly from the AI, like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the products they already sell. So whether that's the recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus, the robot, potentially the intelligence of the robot. And then you have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10 plus trillion business, which
At some point, maybe. I don't not soon, but who knows what robotics.
Let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans, and let's get 8 billion robots, right? And let's pay them the average salary, and there we go, 10 trillion, more than 10 trillion.
yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just 8 billion robots?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna have one robot. You're gonna have 20.
Yeah, I mean, I see a use case for that. So yeah, I guess the benefit would be in the products themselves, which is why OpenAI is in a trickier position because they
All of the value of OpenAI right now as a brand is in ChatGPT, and there is actually not that for most users. There is not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they could just license Llama 5 and or be way cheaper. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity to them. but they could make more money just off that.
The chat application is clearly like does not have tons of room to continue, right? Like the standard chat, right, where you're just using it for random questions and stuff, right? The cost continues to collapse. V3 is the latest one, biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? Like Meta already serves 4 or 5B, probably loses the money, but at some point, they're going to get. The models are going to get so cheap that they can just serve them for free with ad supported, right? And that's what Google is going to be able to do. And that's obviously they've got a bigger reach, right? So the chat is not going to be the only use case. It's like these reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go to make money in the future. Otherwise, they're kaput.
But X, Google, and Meta have these other products. So isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic disappear eventually?
Unless they're so good at models, which they are.
But it's such a cutting edge. I mean, yes,
Depends on where you think AI capabilities are going.
you have to keep winning.
Yes.
You have to keep winning as you climb. Even if the AI capabilities are going super rapidly, awesome into the direction of AGI, like there's still a boost for X in terms of data, Google in terms of data, Meta in terms of data, in terms of other products and the money and there's this huge amount of money.
The whole idea is human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care about self-play, verifiable.
Yeah, so self-play,
Think about AWS,
which is an R&D problem.
AWS does not make a lot of money on each individual machine, and the same can be said for the most powerful AI platform, which is even though the calls to the API are so cheap, there's still a lot of money to be made by owning that platform. And there's a lot of discussions as it's the next compute layer.
You have to believe that, and there's a lot of discussions that tokens and tokenomics and LLM APIs are the next compute layer or the next paradigm for the economy, kind of like energy and oil was. But there's also you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is stuck, right? It is actually just tasks and agents and robotics and computer use, and those are the areas where all the value will be delivered, not API, not chat application. Right?
But is it possible you have, it all just becomes a commodity and you have the very thin wrapper, like Perplexity? Just joking.
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah, but do you think it's possible that people will just even forget what OpenAI and Anthropic is and just, because there'll be wrappers around the API and it's just dynamic.
If model progress is not rapid, it's becoming a commodity, right? DeepSeek V3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart showed this, right? Llama 3B is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, like anyone whose business model is GPT-3 level capabilities is dead. Anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead.
It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on models getting better.
Right, which will be like rappers, thing that is riding the wave of the model.
The short term, the company that could make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for language model generations. We have the meta ads, which are hyper targeted in feeds, not within specific pieces of content, and we have search ads that are used by Google, and Amazon has been rising a lot in search. So within a return from ChatGPT, it is not clear how you get a high quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can get super high revenue. Like that revenue is totally untapped, and it's not clear technically how it is done.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the sort of the AdSense innovation that Google did. The one day you'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions.
And it could be very subtle. It could be in conversation. We have voice mode now. It could be some way of making it so the voice introduces certain things. It's much harder to measure, and it takes imagination. But yes,
and it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady, so that you will receive public blowback, that kind of thing. So you have to do it loud enough to where it's clear it's an ad, and balance all of that. So that's the open question they're trying to solve. Anthropic and OpenAI, they need to.
They might not say
I don't
that
think
they're
they care
correct.
about that at all.
They don't care about it right now. I think
I think
like
they're
Perplexity are experimenting on that more.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, for sure.
Like Perplexity, Google, Meta care about this. I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
like agents and AGI. And if I build AGI, I can make tons of money, right? Or I can pay for everything, right? And this is it's just predicated like back on the like export control thing, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's 2-3 years away. Obviously, your actions are, if you assume they're rational actors, which they are mostly, what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5-year versus 10 years, very, very, very different, right?
Do you think agents are promising? We'll have to talk about this. This is like the excitement of the year. The agents are going to revolution. This is the generic hype term that a lot of business folks are using. AI agents are going to revolutionize everything.
Okay, so mostly the term agent is obviously overblown. We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning as a way to train for verifiable outcomes. Agents should mean something that is open-ended and is solving a task independently on its own and able to adapt to uncertainty. There's a lot of the term agent applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have after the last WWDC, which is orchestrating between apps. And that sort of tool use thing is something that language models can do really well. Apple Intelligence, I suspect, will come eventually. It's a closed domain. It's your Messages app integrating with your photos, with AI in the background. That will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of software companies to get into the narrative.
Yeah.
The question is, what ways can we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they are doing this or fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt, and you can use learning algorithms to update that. And whether or not you believe that that is going to actually generalize to things like me saying, book my trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I have XYZ constraints, and actually trusting it. I think there's an HCI problem, coming back for information.
Well, what's your prediction there? Because my gut says we're very far away from that.
I think OpenAI's statement, I don't know if you've seen the 5 levels, right? Where it's chat is level 1, reasoning is level 2, and then agents is level 3. And I think there's a couple more levels, but it's important to note, right? We were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got to reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like people can train like approximate capabilities to the next level. But the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc. Right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back with an output that I still need to verify and use and try to check out, right? And the biggest problem is, of course, like it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like there's the whole Six Sigma thing, right? Like, how many 9s do you get? And then you compound the 9s onto each other. And it's like, if you multiply, by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, a yield or something, right? So like in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply that by that many times, you actually end up with like 0% yield, right?
Or zero.
Really low yield, yeah, or 0. And this is the same thing with agents, right? Like chaining tasks together each time. LLMs, even the best LLMs in particularly pretty good benchmarks, don't get 100%, right? They get a little bit below that because there's a lot of noise. And so how do you get to enough 9s, right? This is the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without it being like super geo-fenced like Google's, right? And even then they have a bunch of teleoperators to make sure it doesn't get stuck, right? But you can't do that because it doesn't have enough 9s.
And self-driving has quite a lot of structure because roads have rules. It's well-defined. There's regulation. When you're talking about computer use for the open web, for example, or the open operating system, like it's a mess. So like the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that is tasked with interacting with the human world. With the open, messy
That's the thing. If we can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own. We can create infrastructure like the human operators for Waymo over many years that enable certain workflows.
There's a company, I don't remember it, but it is. That's literally their pitch is, yeah, we're just going to be the human operator when agents fail. You just call us and we fix it.
Same
It's like an API call, and it's hilarious.
There's going to be teleoperation markets when we get human robots, which is there's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that it can't finish loading my dishwasher when I'm unhappy with it, but that's just going to be part of the Tesla service package.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in helping other AI agents.
But if you can make things that are good at one step, you can stack them together. So that's why if it takes a long time, we're going to build infrastructure that enables it. You see the operator launch. They have partnerships with certain websites, with DoorDash, with OpenTable, with things like this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. The models can get really good at those things. In a proof of concept, that might be a network effect where more companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no, let's put blockers in place. And this is the story of the internet we've seen. We see it now with training data for language models where companies are like, no, you have to pay. Like, business working it out.
That said, I think like airlines and hotels have high incentive to make their site work really well, and they usually don't. Like if you look at how many clicks it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane. I don't.
You actually can't call an American Airlines agent anymore. They don't have a phone number.
It's horrible on the interface front and all. To imagine that agents will be able to deal with that website when I, as a human, struggle. Like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket. That I don't. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build an AI agent that's robust.
But think about it, like United has accepted the Starlink term. They have to provide Starlink for free, and the users are going to love it. What if one airline is? We're going to take a year, and we're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AI. Every time anyone asks about an AI flight, they buy whatever airline it is.
Or like they just like, here's an API and it's only exposed to AI agents, and if anyone queries it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, but we'll let you see any of our flights and you can just book any of them. Here you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, and I made 10% higher price. Awesome. Yeah. And like, am I willing to say that for like, hey, book me a flight to Sea Lions, right? And it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. I think computers and real world and the open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to create very, very productive things, and ratchet down cost massively, right? Like now, crazy things like robotics in the home, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because there's just a billion different failure modes, right? But like agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain sets of tasks. Or like look at your take a photo of your groceries, your fridge, or like upload your recipes, and then like it figures out what to order from Amazon / Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick and easy to do, I think. So it's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes, and it's going to be tons of sort of optimism around people can just figure out ways to make money.
To be clear, these sandboxes already exist in research. There are people who have built clones of all the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah blah blah, to make it so that there's, OpenAI probably has them internally to train these things. It's the same as DeepMind's robotics team for years has had clusters for robotics where you interact with robots fully remotely. They just have a lab in London and you send tasks to it, it arranges the blocks, and you do this research. Obviously, there's techs there that fix stuff, but we've turned these cranks of automation before. You go from sandbox to progress, and then you add one more domain at a time. And generalize. In the history of NLP and language processing, instruction tuning in tasks per language model used to be like one language model did one task. And then in the instruction tuning literature, there's this point where you start adding more and more tasks together where it just starts to generalize to every task. And we don't know where on this curve we are. For reasoning with this RL and verifiable domains, we're early, but we don't know where the point is where you just start training on enough domains and poof, like more domains just start working and you've crossed this generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So software engineering, that's where I personally, and I know a lot of people interact with AI the most.
There's a lot of fear and angst too from current CS students, but there's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains have come.
Yeah.
Whether it be Copilot or Cursor or what have you, right? This is or just standard Chat GPT, right? Like a lot of I know very few programmers who don't have Chat GPT, and actually many of them have the $200 tier because that's what it's so good for, right? I think that in that world, we already see it. Like SweBench, and if you've looked at the benchmark made by some Stanford students, I wouldn't say it's like really hard, but I wouldn't say it's easy either. I think like it takes someone who's been through at least a few years of CS or a couple of years of programming to do SweBench well. And the models went from 4% to 60% in like a year, right? And where are they going to go to next year? It's going to be higher. It probably won't be 100% because again, that nines is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to some point where and then we're going to need harder software engineering benchmarks and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is it can do code completion easy. You can do some function generation and have to review it. Great. But really the like software engineering agents I think can be done faster sooner than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like unit test or compile. And there's many different regions of like they can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really think about this stuff, the really senior guys, and they can define stuff. And then the agent can execute on it. So I think software engineering costs are going to plummet like crazy. And one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different markets, right? So in the US, you have all these platform SaaS companies, right? Salesforce and so on and so forth, right? In China, no one uses platform SaaS. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is much cheaper in China. Partially because like people, number of STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so at the same time, code LLMs have been adopted much less in China because the cost of an engineer there is much lower. But like, what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic like really cheaply and quickly? You stop using platform SaaS, you start building custom tailored solutions, you change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too, potentially, because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some random platform SaaS company stuff not working perfectly and having to adjust workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built that no one has done, right? All of these things can happen faster. So I think software, and then the other domain is like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally. And like their tools, like semiconductor engineers, their tools are 20 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML lithography tools, run on Windows XP, right? It's like, and like a lot of the analysis happens in Excel, right? Like it's just like, guys, like you guys can move 20 years forward with all the data you have and gathered and like do a lot better. It's just you need the engineering skills for software engineering to be delivered to the actual domain expert engineers. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI creating value.
The big picture is that I don't think it's going to be a cliff. We talked to a really good example of how growth changes is when Meta added stories. So Snapchat was on an exponential. They added stories, it flatlined. Software engineers, then up and to the right. AI is going to come in, it's probably going to be flat. It's not like everyone's going to lose their job. It's hard because the supply corrects more slowly, so the amount of students is still growing, and that'll correct on a multi-year, like a year delay, but the amount of jobs will just turn, and then maybe in 20, 40 years, it'll be well down. But in the few years, there'll never be the snap moment where it's like software engineers aren't useful.
I think also the nature of what it means to be a programmer and what kind of jobs programmers do changes. Because I think there needs to be a human in the loop of everything you talked about. There's a really important human in that picture of like correcting the code, like
fixing larger than the context line.
Yep, and debugging also, like debugging by reading the code, understanding steering the system. Like no, you missed the point. Adding more to the prompt, kind of like yes, adding the human,
designing the perfect Google button. Google's famous for having people design buttons that are so perfect. It's like how is AI going to do that? Like it's like they could give you all the ideas, perfect buttons.
Yeah. I mean that's the thing. You can call it taste. Humans have one thing humans can do is figure out what other humans enjoy better than AI systems. That's where the preference you loading that in, but ultimately humans are the greatest preference generally. That's where the preference comes from.
And humans are actually very good at reading, like judging between two things. Versus this goes back to the core of what RLHF and preference tuning is that it's hard to generate a good answer for a lot of problems, but it's easy to see which one is better. And that's how we're using humans for AI now, is judging which one is better. And that's what software engineering could look like. It's the PR review. Here's a few options. What are the, here are some potential pros and cons? And they're going to be judges.
I think the thing I would very much recommend is people programmers start using AI and embracing that role of the supervisor of the AI system and partner of the AI system versus writing from scratch or not learning coding at all and just generating stuff. Because I think there actually has to be a pretty high level of expertise as a programmer to be able to manage increasingly intelligent systems.
I think it's that, and then becoming a domain expert or something.
Sure. Yeah.
Because you seriously, if you go look at aerospace or semiconductors or chemical engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of a data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, it's very real, but it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and even if the forefront is from the AI, your domain, you're at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something, and then leverage the rising tide that is AI for everything else.
Oh yeah, there's so many low-hanging fruit everywhere in terms of where software can help automate a thing or digitize a thing. In the legal system, that's why Doge is exciting. You got to hang out with a bunch of the Doge folks, and government is so old school. It's begging for the modernization of software, of organizing the data, all this kind of stuff. In that case, it's by design because bureaucracy protects centers of power and so on. But software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts those that are holding on to power, but ultimately benefits humanity. So there's a bunch of domains of that kind. One thing we didn't fully finish talking about is open source. So first of all, congrats. You released a new model.
Yeah.
Tulu.
I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel when you breed a dromedary with a Bactrian camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out like alpaca, vicuna, etc., that were all named after various mammalian species. So Tulu the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that. Mm-hmm. And we've been playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code. And this first part of this release was in the fall, where we built on Llama's open weight models, and then we add in our fully open code or fully open data. There's a popular benchmark that is Chatbot Arena, and that's generally the metric by which how these chat models are evaluated, and it's humans compare random models from different organizations. And if you looked at the leaderboard in November or December, among the top 60 models from tens, 20s of organizations, none of them had open code or data for just post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data and code available, but post-training is much more accessible at this time. It's still pretty cheap and you can do it. And the thing is, how high can we push this number where people have access to all the code and data? So that's kind of the motivation of the project. We draw on lessons from Llama. NVIDIA had a Nemotron model where the recipe for their post-training was fairly open with some data and a paper. And it's putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain.
So to be clear, in the case of Tulu, maybe you can talk about Almo too, but in the case of Tulu, you're taking Llama 345B.
Tulu has been a series of recipes for post-training. We've done multiple models over the years.
Okay. And so you're open sourcing everything.
Yeah, if you start with an open weight-based model, the whole model technically is an open source, so you don't know what Llama put into it, which is why we have a separate thing that we'll get to. But it's just getting parts of the pipeline where people can zoom in and customize. I know I hear from startups and businesses that are like, okay, I can take this post-training and try to apply it to my domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. We use this idea, which is reinforcement learning with verifiable domain rewards, RLVR, kind of similar to RLHF. And we applied it to math. And the model today, which is we applied it to the Llama 405B base model from last year, and we have our other stuff. We have our instruction tuning and preference tuning, but the math thing is interesting, which is like it's easier to improve this math benchmark. So the benchmark MATH math, all capitals, tough name. And the benchmark name is the area that you're evaluating. We're researchers. We're not brand strategists. And this is something that the DeepSeek paper talked about as well. Is like at this bigger model, it's easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RL training. And then they distill it down from that big model to a small model. And this model we released today, we saw the same thing. We're at AI2, we don't have a ton of compute. We can't train 405B models all the time. So we just did a few runs and they tend to work. And it's like, it just shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things.
And they crushed Llama's actual release, right? Like they're way better than it.
Yeah, so our eval numbers, I mean, we have extra months in this, so our eval numbers are like much better than the Llama instruct models that they release.
And then you also said better than DeepSeek V3.
Yeah, on our eval benchmark. The most DeepSeek V3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things and things like that, and that's what draws down most of the way. It's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks. Or what do you mean? Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluation. This is standard practice in post training. You choose your evaluations you care about. In academics and smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have a really one domain that you really care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10s to 20s to maybe even like 100 evaluations of specific things. So we choose a representative suite of things that look like chat, precise instruction following, which is like respond only in emojis, like this model follow weird things like that.
Yeah.
Math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be one of 10 in that type of suite where you have what does the broader community of AI care about? And for example, in comparison to DeepSeek, it would be something like our average eval for our model would be 80, including safety, and similar without. And DeepSeek would be like 79% average score without safety, and their safety score would bring it down to.
Oh, so you beat them even ignoring safety?
Yeah. So this is something that internally, it's like I don't want to win only by like how you shape the eval benchmark. So if there's something that's like people may or may not care about safety in the model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you host a model for an API. Like safety is addressed in a spectrum of locations in AI applications. So it's like if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just gate it on these things that some people might not want. Mm-hmm. And this is just it's like the time of progress. We benefit if we can release a model later. We have more time to learn new techniques like this RL technique. We had started this in the fall. It's now really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post-training is to scale up verifiers, to scale up data to replicate some of the DeepSeek results. And it's awesome that we have a paper to draw on, and it makes it a lot easier. And that's the type of things that is going on among academic and closed frontier research in AI.
Since you're pushing open source, what do you think is the future of it? Do you think DeepSeek actually changes things since it's open source, or open weight, or is pushing the open source moving into the open direction?
This goes very back to license discussion. So DeepSeek R1 with a friendly license is a major reset. So it's like the first time that we've had a really clear frontier model that is open weight and with a commercially friendly license with no restrictions on downstream use cases, synthetic data, distillation, whatever. This has never been the case at all in the history of AI in the last few years since ChatGPT. There have been models that are off the frontier or models with weird licenses that you can't really use them.
So isn't Meta's license like pretty much permissible except for 5 companies?
And there's also, so this goes to like what open source AI is, which is there's also use case restrictions in the Llama license, which says you can't use it for specific things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that that is not an open source license.
What kind of things are those?
At this point, I can't pull them off the
Like
top of my head. But it'll be like
competitor.
it used to be military use was one. And they removed that for scale. It'll be like CSAM, like child abuse material, or like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there. But that's enough from an open source background to say it's not open source license. And also, the Llama license has this horrible thing where you have to name your model Llama if you touch it to the Llama model. So it's like the branding thing. So if a company uses Llama, technically the license says that they should say built with Llama at the bottom of their application. And from like a marketing perspective, that's a strict. Like I can suck it up as a researcher. I'm like, oh, that's fine. Like it says Llama dash on all of our materials for this release. But this is why we need truly open models, which is We don't know DeepSeek R1's data. But
Right, so you're saying I can't make a cheap copy of Llama and pretend it's mine. I can do this with the Chinese model.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
that's what I'm saying, and that's why it's like we want this whole open language models thing, the Olmo thing, is to try to keep the model where everything is open with the data as close to the frontier as possible. So we're compute constrained, we're personnel constrained, we rely on getting insights from people. Like John Tolman tells us the URL on outputs. Like we can make these big jumps, but it just takes a long time to push the frontier of open source. And fundamentally, I would say that that's because open source AI does not have the same feedback loops as open source software. We talked about open source software for security. Also, it's just because you build something once and you can reuse it. If you go into a new company, there's so many benefits. But if you open source a language model, you have this data sitting around, you have this training code. It's not like that easy for someone to come and build on and improve, because you need to spend a lot.
What's up, baby? How are you?
Have expertise. So until there are feedback loops with open source AI, it seems like mostly an ideological mission. People like Mark Zuckerberg, it's just like, America needs this. And I agree with him, but
How's your
in
day
the time
going?
where the motivation ideologically is high,
How's
we
your day
capitalize
going?
and build this ecosystem around what benefits do you get from seeing the language.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
And there's not a lot about that. We're going to try to
How'd
launch
you
a demo
find out
soon
about
where you
me?
can look at an Olmo model in a query and see what pre-trained data is similar to it.
I am.
It's like legally risky and complicated, but it's like, what does it mean to see the data that the AI was trained on? It's hard to parse. It's terabytes of files. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to find in there. But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want open source AI to be financially useful.
We didn't really talk about Stargate. I would love to get your opinion on like what the new administration, Trump administration, everything that's being done from the American side in supporting AI infrastructure and the efforts of the different AI companies. What do you think about Stargate? What are we supposed to think about Stargate? And,
how'd you find out about
does Sam have money?
Yeah, so I think Stargate is a opaque thing. It definitely doesn't have $500 billion. Doesn't even have $100 billion. Right?
I'm
So
gonna
what
have
they
a
announced
Rothschild
is
that she like
$500 billion number. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Trump said it. They think Trump and Trump did do some executive actions that like do significantly improve the ability for this to be built faster.
How are you today?
One of the executive actions he did is on federal land, you can just basically build data centers in power.
I had a late night last night,
like,
so
pretty much like that.
I'm getting some
And then
sleep.
the permitting
Feel
process
free to make
is
yourself
gone,
at
or
home.
you can file after the fact.
Check out the
So like one of the
podcast.
again, like I had a
Yeah, I'll
schizo take
be up
earlier,
in a
another
little bit.
schizo take. If you've ever been to the Presidio in San Francisco, beautiful area. You could build a power plant and a data center there.
Thank you, baby.
Because it is federal land. It used to be a military base. But obviously this would like piss people off. But, it's a good bit. Anyways, Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well.
Let's go Texas.
And so, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so Stargate is predicated, and this is why that whole show happened. Now, how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond me. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent, right? And there's actually a good table in here that I would like to show in that Stargate piece that I had. It's the most recent one, yeah. So anyways, Stargate, it's basically right. Like there is, it's a table about cost. There, you passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what happened, right? So Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion of it. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power in, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? Per GPU, they have like roughly, Oracle is already building the first part of this before Stargate came about. To be clear, they've been building it for a year. They tried to rent it to Elon, in fact, right? But Elon was like, it's too slow. I need it faster. So then he went and did his Memphis thing. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially signed a deal with just Oracle for the first section of this cluster, right? This first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of server spend, right? And then there's another billion or so of data center spend. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of NVIDIA's chips, GB200, GB300, DR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server costs, right? Plus there's data center costs, plus maintenance costs, plus operation costs, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they have, right? Because they talked about $100 billion is phase one. That's this Abilene, Texas data center, right? $100 billion of total cost of ownership, quote unquote, right? So it's not capex, it's not investment, it's $100 billion of total cost of ownership. And then there will be future phases. They're looking at other sites that are even bigger than this 2.2 gigawatts, by the way, in Texas and elsewhere. And so they're not completely ignoring that, but there is the number of $100 billion that they say is for phase one, which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion; it's $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion of operational cost, power, etc. Rental pricing, etc. Because they're renting it. OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the Stargate joint venture, right? What money do they actually have, right? SoftBank is going to invest. Oracle's going to invest. OpenAI is going to invest. OpenAI is on the line for $19 billion. Everyone knows that they've only got $6 billion in their last round and $4 billion in debt. So, but there's like news of like SoftBank maybe investing $25 billion into OpenAI, right? So that's part of it, right? So $19 billion can come from there. OpenAI does not have the money at all, right? To be clear. Ink is not dried on anything. OpenAI has $0 for this $50 billion, right? In which they're legally obligated to put $19 billion of capex or into the joint venture, and then the rest they're going to pay via renting the GPUs from the joint venture. And then there's Oracle. Oracle has a lot of money. They're building the first section completely. They were spending for it themselves, right? This $6 billion of capex, $10 billion of TCO, but they were going to do that first section. They're paying for that, right? As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants to spend, right? At any point he can pull out, right? Like this is, again, it's like completely voluntary. So at any point, there's no signed ink on this, right? But he potentially could contribute tens of billions of dollars, right? To be clear, he's got the money. Oracle's got the money. And then there's like MGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion for investing in AI. But again, like I don't know how real that money is, and like there is no ink signed for this. SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is the leader in CPUs, and they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know where they'd redeploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense. So they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in OpenAI if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GB200 cluster can be funded. Everything else after that is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
It's a belief. Okay.
It's a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to raise more money, right? But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money does not exist, right?
What does the U.S. government have to do with it? Anything? What does Trump have to do with it? He's just a hype man.
He's reducing the regulation so they can build it faster, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? Because like any investment of this side is going to involve like antitrust stuff, right? Like so obviously he's gonna allow them to do it. He's going to enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars being spent on this thing.
Yeah, so I think he's also just creating a general vibe that regulation will go down, and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is the time to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now, and we've been like sort of sending it to all of our clients, including many of these companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But that is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like seeing $500 billion, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another, like an even faster arms race, right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 billion, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster, and more investors to flood in, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're right. Is that in that sense that OpenAI or sort of Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let people build more.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of breakthroughs in AI, like the best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years? What does that look like? Just it could be very specific technical things like breakthroughs on post training, or it could be just size, big,
Yeah, I mean it's
impressive clusters.
I really enjoy tracking supply chain and like who's involved in what.
Yeah.
I really do. It's really fun to see like the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity they should build, winning deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me with optics and electronics, right? Like kind of getting closer and closer, whether it be co-packaged optics or some sort of like new forms of switching.
This is internal to a cluster.
Yeah. Also, multi-data center training, right? Like, there's people are putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so many different, with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end, right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again on the fiber side.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these like orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
No, I don't think that's possible.
All right.
It's only gonna get harder to program, not easier.
Okay.
It's only gonna get more difficult and complicated and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You have registers, right? And those are shared between some compute elements, and then you'll have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. Then you have like memory, right? Like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory or whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And then storage, and you keep zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within a chip is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff is going to be hard. Maybe AI can help, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get strong scaling, right? If I double the number of chips, I don't get 2x performance, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies, and there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not to make it more linear, whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly, or cool programming models, or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations because they were limited on interconnect, so still needed to parallelize, right? Like all sorts of, everyone's always doing stuff. Google's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work about this. That stuff is super exciting on the model and workload and innovation side, right? Hardware, solid state transformers are interesting, right? For the power side, there's all sorts of stuff on batteries, and there's all sorts of stuff on, I think if you look at every layer of the compute stack, right, whether it goes from lithography and etch all the way to like fabrication, to like optics, to networking, to power, to transformers, tooling, to a networking, and you just go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like innovative, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are innovating, right? Like you wouldn't think it, but copper cables there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you can pack them, and like it's like all of these layers of the stack, all the way up to the models. Human progress is at a pace that's never been seen before.
I'm just imagining you sitting back in a layer somewhere with screens everywhere, just monitoring the supply chain, where all these clusters, like all the information you're gathering. I mean, there's
a big team. There's a big team.
I mean, you do quite incredible work with semi-analysis. I mean, it's just keeping your finger on the pulse of human civilization in the digital world. It's pretty cool. Like just to watch, feel that.
Yeah, thank you. I guess
feel all of us like doing shit, epic shit.
Feel the AGI.
I mean, from meme to like reality. Is there like breakthroughs that you're like looking forward to potentially?
I had a while to think about this whole Dylan's beautiful response. I knew this was coming, and it's like realistically, training models is very fun because there's so much low-hanging fruit. And the thing that makes my job entertaining is train models. I write analysis about what's happening with models, and it's fun because there is obviously so much more progress to be had. And the real motivation why I do this, like somewhere where I can share things, is that I don't trust people that are like, trust me, bro, we're going to make AI good. It's like, we're the ones that it's like, we're going to do it and you can trust us and we're just going to have all the AI. And it's just like, I would like a future where more people have a say in what AI is and can understand it. And it's a little bit less fun. That it's not a like positive thing of like this is just all really fun. Training models is fun and bringing people in is fun, but it's really like AI. If it is going to be the most powerful technology of my lifetime, it's like we need to have a lot of people involved in making that, and
making it open helps with that. As accessible as possible, as open as possible. Yeah.
in my read of the last few years is that more openness would help the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, whether that's researchers from non-AI fields to governments and everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer. I think then it will reassess of like what is the biggest problem facing AI and tack on a different angle to the wild ride that we're on.
And for me, just from even the user experience, anytime you have the, like Apathy said, the aha moments, like the magic, like seeing the reasoning, the chain of thought, it's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting a mirror to ourselves and seeing like, oh shit, it is solving intelligence as the cliche like goal of these companies is. You get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence within us is special. And for now, also why we are special in terms of we seem to be conscious, and the AI systems for now aren't. And we get to explore that mystery. So it's just really cool to get to explore these questions that I don't think I would have never imagined would be even possible. Back when, so just watching with excitement Deep Blue beat Kasparov, like I wouldn't have ever thought this kind of AI would be possible in my lifetime. Just like this really feels like AI.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I started with AI of learning to fly as sort of quadrotor. It's like learn to fly, and it was just like it learned to fly up, it would hit the ceiling and stop and catch it. It's like, okay, that is like really stupid compared to what's going on now.
And now you could probably, with natural language, tell it to learn to fly, and it's going to generate the control algorithm required to do that.
There's low-level blockers. I mean, do some weird stuff for that, but you can. You definitely
Back
can.
to our robotics conversation, yeah. When you have to interact in the actual physical world, it's hard. What gives you hope about the future of human civilization? Looking into the next 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, how long do you think we'll make it? You think we got 1,000 years?
Humans will definitely be around in 1,000 years. I think there's ways that very bad things could happen. There will be way fewer humans, but humans are very good at surviving. There's been a lot of things that is true. I don't think they're necessarily we're good at long-term credit assignment of risk, but when the risk becomes immediate, we tend to figure things out. And for that reason, there's physical constraints to things like AGI, recursive improvement to kill us all type stuff. For physical reasons and for how humans have figured things out before, I'm not too worried about AI takeover. There are other international things that are worrying, but there's just fundamental human goodness and trying to amplify that. We're on a tenuous time, and I mean, if you look at humanity as a whole, there's been times where things go backwards. There's times when things don't happen at all, and we're on what should be very positive trajectory right now.
Yeah, there seems to be progress, but just like with power, there's like spikes of human suffering, and we want to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally, humanity is going to suffer a lot less, right? I'm very optimistic about that. I do worry of like techno-fascism type stuff arising as AI becomes more and more prevalent and powerful, and those who control it can do more and more. Maybe it doesn't kill us all, but at some point, every very powerful human is going to want a brain-computer interface so that they can interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in many more ways and merge its mind with, sort of like in its capabilities or that person's capabilities. Can leverage those much better than anyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is it'll be like few people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people rule whoever's left, right? And the economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human machine amalgamations. This enables an individual human to have more impact on the world, and that impact can be both positive and negative, right? Generally, humans have positive impacts on the world, at least societally, but it's possible for individual humans to have such negative impacts. And AGI, at least as I think the labs define it, which is not a runaway sentient thing, but rather just something that can do a lot of tasks really efficiently, amplifies the capabilities of someone causing extreme damage. But for the most part, I think it'll be used for profit-seeking motives, which will increase the abundance and supply of things and therefore reduce suffering. Right?
That's the goal.
Scrolling on a timeline, just dropping
Scrolling
your
is
dopamine.
stasis.
Scrolling
holds the status quo of the world.
That is a positive outcome, right?
Yeah.
It's like if I have food tubes and like I'm scrolling and I'm happy, that's a positive outcome.
While expanding out into the cosmos. Well, this is a fun time to be alive. And thank you for pushing the forefront of what is possible in humans. And thank you for talking today. This was fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. And now, let me leave you some words from Richard Feynman. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations. For nature cannot be fooled. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now. And it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget. And it's compounding. And it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days. And then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days. And then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days. And then if this doesn't get fixed, at some point we enter a hyperinflationary spiral and we become Argentina or Brazil. And
The following is a conversation with Mark Andreessen, his second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped the development of the internet and the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He's the co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and is one of the most influential voices in the tech world, including at the intersection of technology and politics. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Andreessen. All right, let's start with optimism. If you were to imagine the best possible 1 to 2 years, 2025, 26, for tech, for big tech and small tech, what would it be? What would it look like? Lay out your vision for the best possible scenario trajectory for America.
the Roaring 20s.
Roaring 20s.
The Roaring 20s. I mean, look, a couple things. It is remarkable over the last several years with all of the issues, including, not just everything in politics, but also COVID and every other thing that's happened. It's really amazing. The United States just kept growing. If you just look at economic growth charts, the U.S. just kept growing. And very significantly, many other countries stopped growing. So Canada stopped growing. The U.K. has stopped growing. Germany has stopped growing. And, some of those countries may be actually going backwards at this point. And there's a very long discussion to be had about what's wrong with those countries. And there's, of course, plenty of things that are wrong with our country. But the U.S. is just flat out primed for growth. And I think that's a consequence of many factors, some of which are lucky and some of which through hard work. And so the lucky part is just, number one, we just have like incredible physical security by being our own continent. We have incredible natural resources, right? There's this running joke now that like whenever it looks like the U.S. is going to run out of some like rare earth material, some farmer in North Dakota like kicks over a hay bale and finds like a $2 trillion deposit, right? I mean, we're just like blessed, with geography and the natural resources. Energy, we can be energy independent anytime we want. This last administration decided they didn't want to be. They wanted to turn off American energy. This new administration has declared that they have the goal of turning it on in a dramatic way. There's no question we can be energy independent. We can be a giant net energy exporter. It's purely a question of choice.
And I think the new administration is going to do that. And so and then I would say two other things. One is, we are the beneficiaries, and you're an example of this. We're a beneficiary of 50, 100, 200 years of like the basically most aggressive, driven, smartest people in the world, most capable people, moving to the U.S. and raising their kids here. And so we just have, by far the most dynamic. We're by far the most dynamic population, most aggressive. We're the most aggressive set of characters certainly in any Western country, and have been for a long time, and certainly are today. And then finally, I would just say, look, we are overwhelmingly the advanced technology leader. We have our issues, and we have I would say particular issues with manufacturing, which we could talk about. But for anything in software, anything in AI, anything in all these advanced biotech, all these advanced areas of technology, like we're by far the leader. Again, in part because many of the best scientists and engineers in those fields come to the U.S. And so we have all of the preconditions for just a monster boom. I could see economic growth going way up. I could see productivity growth going way up. Rate of technology adoption going way up, and then we can do a global tour if you like, but like basically all of our competitors have like profound issues, and we can kind of go through them one by one. But the competitive landscape just is it's remarkable how much better position we are for growth.
What about the humans themselves? Almost a philosophical question. I travel across the world, and there's something about the American spirit, the entrepreneurial spirit, that's uniquely intense in America. I don't know what that is. I talked to Saga, who claims it might be the Scots-Irish blood that runs through the history of America. What is it? You, at the heart of Silicon Valley, is there something in the water? Why is there this entrepreneurial spirit?
Yeah. So is this a family show, or am I allowed to swear?
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. So the great TV show Succession, the show, of course, which you intended to root for exactly zero of the characters.
Yes.
The best line from Succession was in the final episode of the first season, when the whole family's over in Logan Roy's ancestral homeland of Scotland, and they're at this castle, for some wedding. And Logan is just like completely miserable having, because he's been in New York for 50 years. He's totally miserable being back in Scotland, and he gets in some argument with somebody. He says finally, God, I cannot wait to get out of here and go back to America where we can fuck without condoms.
Was that a metaphor? Okay.
Exactly, right? And so, no, but it's exactly the thing. And then everybody instantly knows everybody watching that instantly starts laughing because you know what it means. But it's exactly this. I think there's like an ethnographic, way of it. There's a bunch of books on like you said, the Scots-Irish, like all the different derivations of all the different ethnic groups that have come to the U.S. over the course of the last 400 years, right? But what we have is this sort of amalgamation of like, the Northeast, Yankees who were like super tough and hardcore. Yeah, the Scots-Irish are super aggressive. We've got the Southerners and Texans, and the sort of whole kind of blended, kind of Anglo-Hispanic thing. Super incredibly tough, strong, driven, capable characters. The Texas Rangers. We've got the California. We've got the wild. We've got the incredibly inventive hippies, but we also have the hardcore engineers. We've got the best rocket scientists in the world. We've got the best artists in the world. Creative professionals. The best movies. And so there is there's like all of our problems. I think are basically in my view to some extent attempts to basically sand all that off and make everything basically boring and mediocre. But there is something in the national spirit that basically keeps us back. And basically what we discover over time is we basically just need people to stand up at a certain point and say, it's time to it's time to build, it's time to grow, it's time to do things. And there's something in the American spirit that just like brings it back to life. And I've seen it before. I actually I saw it as a kid here in the early 80s. Because the 70s were like horribly depressing, right? In the US, like they were a nightmare. On many fronts, and in a lot of ways, the last decade to me has felt a lot like the 70s, just being mired in misery, and just this self-defeating, negative attitude, and everybody's upset about everything, and by the way, like energy crisis and hostage crisis and foreign wars and just demoralization, right? The low point in the 70s was, Jimmy Carter, who just passed away. He went on TV and he gave a speech known as the Malaise speech. And it was like the weakest possible, trying to like rouse people back to a sense of like passion. Completely failed. And, we had the hostages in, Iran for 440 days. And every night on the nightly news, it was, lies around the block, energy crisis, depression, inflation. And then, Reagan came in, and, Reagan was a very controversial character at the time. And, he came in and he's like, yep, nope, it's morning in America. And we're the shining city on the hill, and we're going to do it. And he did it, and we did it. And the national spirit came roaring back, and, worked really hard for a full decade. And I think that's exactly what I think. We'll see, but I think that's what could happen here.
I just did a super long podcast on Milton Friedman with Jennifer Burns, who's this incredible professor at Stanford, and he was part of the Reagan. So there's a bunch of components to that, one of which is economics.
Yes.
And one of which, maybe you can put a word on it, of, not to be romantic or anything, but freedom, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and just in general individualism.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and America has this incredible streak of individualism. Individualism in America probably peaked, I think, between roughly, call it the end of the Civil War, 1865, through to probably, call it 1931 or something. And there was this incredible run. That period, we now know that period is the Second Industrial Revolution, and it's when the United States basically assumed global leadership and basically took over technological and economic leadership from England. And then, that led to, ultimately then therefore being able to, not only industrialize the world, but also win World War II and then win the Cold War. There's a massive individualistic streak. By the way, Milton Friedman's old videos are all on YouTube. They are every bit as compelling and inspiring as they were then. He's a singular figure. Many of us, I never knew him, but he was at Stanford for many years at the Hoover Institution. But I never met him, but I know a lot of people who worked with him. And, he was a singular figure, but all of his lessons, live on or are fully available. But I would also say it's not just individualism, and this is one of the big things that's playing out in a lot of our culture and kind of political fights right now, which is it's basically this feeling certainly that I have and I share with a lot of people, which is it's not enough for America to just be an economic zone. And it's not enough for us to just be individuals, and it's not enough to just have line go up, and it's not enough to just have economic success. There are deeper questions at play, and also there's more to a country than just that, and quite frankly, a lot of it is intangible. A lot of it is involves spirit and passion, and like I said, we have more of it than anybody else, but we have to choose to monitor. The way I look at it is all of our problems are self-inflicted. Decline is a choice. All of our problems are basically demoralization campaigns. Basically people in positions of authority telling us that we shouldn't, stand out. We shouldn't be adventurous. We shouldn't be exciting. We shouldn't be exploratory. We shouldn't, this, that, and the other thing. And we should feel bad about everything that we do. And I think we've lived through a decade where that's been the prevailing theme. And I think, quite honestly, as of November, I think people are done with it.
If we could go on a tangent of a tangent, since we're talking about individualism, and that's not all that it takes. You've mentioned in the past the book, The Ancient City, by, if I can only pronounce the name, French historian, Numa Denis Fustel de Coulon. I don't know.
That was amazing.
Okay, all right. From the 19th century. Anyway, you said this is an important book to understand who we are and where we come from.
So what that book does, it's actually quite a striking book. So that book is written by this guy let's do the pronunciations, the foreign language pronunciations for the day. He was a professor of classics at the Sorbonne in Paris, the top university, actually in the 1860s. So actually, it's been around after the U.S. Civil War, and he was a savant of a particular kind, which is and you can see this in the book, is he had apparently read and sort of absorbed and memorized every possible scrap of Greek and Roman literature, and so it's like a walking index on basically Greek and Roman, everything we know about Greek and Roman culture. And that's significant. The reason this matters is because basically none of that has changed, right? And so he had access to the exact same materials that we have access to. And so we've learned nothing. And then specifically what he did is he talked about the Greeks and the Romans, but specifically what he did is he went back further. He reconstructed the people who came before the Greeks and the Romans and what their life and society was like. And these were the people who were now known as the Indo-Europeans. And these were, or you may have heard of these are the people who came down from the steppes. And so they came out of what's now Eastern Europe, around sort of the outskirts of what's now Russia. And then they sort of swept through Europe. They ultimately took over all of Europe. By the way, almost many of the ethnicities in the Americas, the hundreds of years that follow, are Indo-European. So, they were this warrior, class that came down and swept through and essentially populated much of the world. And there's a whole interesting saga there. But what he does, and then they from there came basically what we know as the Greeks and the Romans were kind of evolutions off of that. And so what he reconstructs is sort of what life was like at least in the West, for people in their kind of original social state. And the significance of that is the original social state is living in the state of the absolute imperative for survival with absolutely no technology, right? Like no modern systems, no nothing, right? You've got the clothes on your back, you've got your, you've got whatever you can build with your bare hands, right? This is, predates basically all concepts of technology as we understand it today. And so these are people under like maximum levels of physical survival pressure. And so what social patterns did they evolve to be able to do that? And the social pattern basically was as follows. There's a three-part social structure: family, tribe, and city, and zero concept of individual rights, and essentially no concept of individualism. And so you were not an individual; you were a member of your family, and then a set of families would aggregate into a tribe, and then a set of tribes would aggregate into a city. And then the morality was completely, it was actually what Nietzsche talks about, is that the morality was entirely master morality, not slave morality. And so in their morality, anything that was strong was good, and anything that was weak was bad. And it's very clear why that is, right? It's because strong equals good equals survive, weak equals bad equals die. And that led to what became known later as the master-slave dialectic, which is it more important for you to live on your feet as a master, even at the risk of dying, or are you willing to, live as a slave on your knees in order to not die? And this is sort of the derivation of that moral framework. Christianity later inverted that moral framework, but the original framework lasted for many, many thousands of years. No concept of individualism. The head of the family had total life and death control over the family. The head of the tribe, same thing. Head of the city, same thing. And then you were morally obligated to kill members of the other cities on contact. Like you were morally required to. Like if you didn't do it, you were a bad person. And then the form of the society was basically maximum fascism combined with maximum communism. Right. And so it was maximum fascism in the form of this like absolute top-down control, where the head of the family, tribe, or city could kill other members of the community at any time with no repercussions at all. There's a maximum hierarchy, but combined with maximum communism, which is no market economy. And so everything gets shared. Right. And sort of the point of being in one of these collectives is that it's a collective and people are sharing. And of course, that limited how big they could get because, the problem with communism is it doesn't scale. Right, it works at the level of a family. It's much harder to make it work at the level of a country. It's impossible. Maximum fascism, maximum communism, and then it was all intricately tied into their religion. And their religion was in two parts. It was veneration of ancestors, and it was veneration of nature. And the veneration of ancestors is extremely important because it was basically the ancestors were the people who got you to where you were. The ancestors were the people who had everything to teach you. Right, and then it was veneration of nature because, of course, nature is the thing that's trying to kill you. And then you had your ancestor. Every family, tribe, or city had their ancestor gods, and then they had their nature gods. Okay, so fast forward to today. Like we live in a world that is like radically different. But and the book takes you through kind of what happened from that through the Greeks and Romans through to Christianity. And so, but it's very helpful to kind of think in these terms because the conventional view of the progress through time is that we are, the cliche is the arc of the moral universe, bends towards justice, right? Or so-called Whig history, which is, that the arc of progress is positive, right? And so we what you hear all the time, what you're taught in school and everything is, every year that goes by, we get better and better and more moral and more pure and a better version of ourselves. Our Indo-European ancestors would say, oh no, like you people have like fallen to shit. Like you people took all of the principles of basically your civilization and you have diluted them down to the point where they barely even matter. And you're having, children out of wedlock and you regularly encounter people of other cities and you don't try to kill them. And like, how crazy is that? And they would basically consider us to be living like an incredibly diluted version of this sort of highly religious, highly cult-like, right, highly organized, highly fascist communist society. I can't resist noting that as a consequence of basically going through all the transitions we've been through, going all the way through Christianity, coming out the other end of Christianity, Nietzsche declares God is dead. We're in a secular society, that still has, tinges of Christianity, but, largely prides itself on no longer being religious in that way. We being the sort of most fully evolved modern secular, experts, scientists, and so forth have basically re-evolved or fallen back on the exact same religious structure that the Indo-Europeans had, specifically ancestor worship, which is identity politics, and nature worship, which is environmentalism. And so we have actually worked our way all the way back to their cult religions without realizing it. And it just goes to show that in some ways we have fallen far from the family tree, but in some cases we're exactly the same.
You kind of described this progressive idea of wokeism and so on as worshiping ancestors.
Identity politics is worshiping ancestors, right? It's tagging newborn infants with either benefits or responsibilities or levels of condemnation based on who their ancestors are. The Indo-Europeans would have recognized it on site. We somehow think it's like super socially progressive.
Yeah, and it is not.
I mean, I would say obviously not. Let's get nuanced where I think you're headed, which is look like. Is the idea that you can like completely reinvent society every generation and have no regard whatsoever for what came before you? That seems like a really bad idea, right? That's like the Cambodians with year zero under Pol Pot, and death follows. It's obviously the Soviets tried that. The utopian fantasists who think that they can just rip up everything that came before and create something new in the human condition and human society have a very bad history of causing enormous destruction. So. On the one hand, it's like, okay, there is like a deeply important role for tradition. And the way I think about that is it's the process of evolutionary learning, right? Which is what tradition ought to be is the distilled wisdom of all. And this is how Indo-Europeans thought about it. It should be the distilled wisdom of everybody who came before you, right? All those important and powerful lessons learned. And that's why I think it's fascinating to go back and study how these people lived, is because that's part of the history and part of the learning that got us to where we are today. Having said that, there are many cultures around the world that are mired in tradition to the point of not being able to progress. And in fact, you might even say globally that's the default human condition, which is a lot of people are in societies in which there's like absolute seniority by age. Kids are completely like in the U.S. like for some reason we decided kids are in charge of everything, right? And like they're the trendsetters and they're allowed to like set all the agendas and like set all the politics and set all the culture, and maybe that's a little bit crazy. But like in a lot of other cultures, kids have no voice at all, no role at all, because it's the old people who are in charge of everything. They're gerontocracies, and it's all a bunch of 80-year-olds running everything. Which, by the way, we have a little bit of that too, right? And so I would say is like there's a real downside. Full traditionalism is communitarianism. It's ethnic particularism. It's ethnic chauvinism. It's this incredible level of resistance to change. It just doesn't get you anywhere. Like it may be good and fine at the level of individual tribe, but it's a society living in the modern world that you can't evolve, you can't advance, you can't participate in all the good things that have happened. And so I think probably this is one of those things where extremeness on either side is probably a bad idea. But this needs to be approached in a sophisticated and nuanced way.
So the beautiful picture you painted of the Roaring 20s, how can the Trump administration play a part in making that future happen?
Yeah, so look, a big part of this is getting the government boot off the neck of the American economy, the American technology industry, the American people. And then again, this is a replay of what happened in the 60s and 70s, which is, for what started out looking like, I'm sure good and virtuous purposes, we ended up both then and now with this, what I describe as sort of a form of soft authoritarianism. The good news is it's not like a military dictatorship. It's not like, you get thrown into Lubyanka, for the most part. It's not coming at 4 a.m. You're not getting dragged off to a cell. So it's not hard authoritarianism, but it's soft authoritarianism. And so it's this, incredible suppressive blanket of regulation, rules, this concept of the vetocracy, right? What's required to get anything done? You need to get 40 people to sign off on anything. Any one of them can veto it. There's a lot of how our now political system works. And then, just this general idea of, progress is bad, and technology is bad, and capitalism is bad, and building businesses is bad, and success is bad. Tall poppy syndrome. Basically anybody who sticks their head up, deserves to get it, chopped off. Anybody who's wrong about anything deserves to get condemned forever. Just this very kind of, grinding, repression. And then coupled with specific government actions, such as censorship regimes, right, anti-banking, right, and draconian, deliberately kneecapping, critical American industries, and then congratulating yourself in the back for doing it, or having these horrible social policies like let's let all the criminals out of jail and see what happens, right? And so like we've just been through this period. I call it a demoralization campaign. Like we've just been through this period where whether it started that way or not, it ended up basically being this comprehensive message that says you're terrible, and if you try to do anything, you're terrible, and fuck you. And the Biden administration reached kind of the full pinnacle of that in our time. They got really bad on many fronts at the same time. And so just like leaving that and getting kind of back to a reasonably, kind of optimistic, constructive, pro-growth frame of mind, there's so much pent-up energy and potential in the American system, and that alone is going to, I think, cause, growth and spirit to take off. And then there's a lot of things proactively that, yes, and then there's a lot of things proactively that could be done.
So how do you relieve that? To what degree has the thing you described ideologically permeated government and permeated big companies?
Disclaimer at first, which is I don't want to predict anything on any of this stuff because I've learned the hard way that I can't predict politics or Washington at all. But I would just say that the plans and intentions are clear and the staffing supports it. And all the conversations are consistent with the new administration and that they plan to take very rapid action on a lot of these fronts very quickly. They're going to do as much as they can through executive orders, and then they're going to do legislation and regulatory changes for the rest. And so they're going to move, I think, quickly on a whole bunch of stuff. You can already feel, I think, a shift in the national spirit. Or at least let's put it this way: I feel it for sure in Silicon Valley. Like I mean, we just saw a great example of this with what Mark Zuckerberg is doing. Obviously I'm involved with his company, but we just saw kind of in public the scope of it and speed of the changes. Are reflective of sort of this of a lot of these shifts. But I would say that same conversation, those same kinds of things are happening throughout the industry, right? And so the tech industry itself, whether people were pro-Trump or anti-Trump, like there's just like a giant mood shift that's like kicked in already. And then I was with a group of Hollywood people about 2 weeks ago, and they were still, people who at least vocally were still very anti-Trump. But I said, has anything changed since November 6th? And they immediately said, oh, it's completely different. It feels like the ISIS thawed, woke is over. They said that all kinds of projects are going to be able to get made now that couldn't before, that, Hollywood's going to start making comedies again. They were just like, it's like an incredible immediate environmental change. And as I talk to people kind of throughout, certainly throughout the economy, people who run businesses, I hear that all the time, which is just this last 10 years of misery is just over. I mean, the one that I'm watching is really funny. I mean, Facebook's Meta's getting a lot of attention, but the other funny one is BlackRock, which I'm not, and I don't know him, but I've watched for a long time. And so, Larry Fink, who's the CEO of BlackRock, was like first in as a major, investment CEO on like every dumb social trend and rule set, like all right, I'm going for it. Every retarded thing you can imagine.
Yeah.
Every ESG and every possible satellite companies with every aspect of just these crazed ideological positions. And, he was coming in. He literally was like had aggregated together trillions of dollars of shareholdings that he did not, that were his customers' rights, and he seized their voting control of their shares and was using it to force all these companies to do all of this like crazy ideological stuff. He was like the typhoid Mary of all this stuff in corporate America, and he in the last year has been like backpedaling from that stuff like as fast as he possibly can. And I saw just an example last week. He pulled out of the corporate net zero alliance. He pulled out of the crazy energy stuff, and so he's backing away as fast as he can. He's doing. Remember the Richard Pryor backwards walk? Mm-hmm. Richard Pryor had this way where he could back out of a room while looking like he was walking forward. And so. Even they're doing that. And just the whole thing. I mean, I don't know if you saw the court recently ruled that NASDAQ had these crazy board of directors composition rules. One of the funniest moments of my life is when my friend Peter Thiel and I were on the Meta board, and these NASDAQ rules came down mandating diversity on corporate boards. And so we sat around the table and had to figure out, which of us counted as diverse. And the very professional attorneys at Meta explained with a 100% complete straight face that Peter Thiel counts as diverse by virtue of being LGBT. And this is a guy who literally wrote a book called The Diversity Myth.
Yeah.
And he literally looked like he swallowed a live goldfish. And this was imposed. I mean, this was like so incredibly offensive to him that it was just absolutely appalling, and I felt terrible for him. The look in his face was very funny. And it was imposed by NASDAQ, your stock exchange imposing this stuff on you, and then the court, whatever the court of appeals, just moved that. So these things basically are being ripped down one by one, and what's on the other side of it is basically finally being able to get back to everything that everybody always wanted to do, which is run their companies, have great products, have happy customers, succeed, achieve, outperform, and work with the best and the brightest, and not be made to feel bad about it. And I think that's happening in many areas of American society.
It's great to hear that Peter Thiel is fundamentally a diversity hire.
Well, so it was very, there was a moment. So Peter, of course, is publicly gay, has been for a long time. But there are other men on the board, right? And we're sitting there and we're all looking at it and we're like, all right, okay, LGBT, and we keep coming back to the B, right? And it's like, it's like, all right, I'm willing to do a lot for this company, but
It's all about sacrifice for diversity.
Well, yeah, and then it's like, okay, like, is there a test?
Right.
You know, so
Oh, yeah, exactly. How do you prove it?
the questions that got asked, you know.
What are you willing to do?
Yeah, and I've
greater good.
become very good at asking lawyers completely absurd questions with a totally straight face.
And do they answer with a straight face?
Sometimes. Okay. I think, in fairness, they have trouble telling when they're joking.
So you mentioned the Hollywood folks, maybe people in Silicon Valley, and vibe shift. Maybe you can speak to preference falsification. What do they actually believe? How many of them actually hate Trump? What percent of them are feeling this vibe shift and are interested in creating their roaring 20s in the way David described it?
So first, we should maybe talk population. So there's like all of Silicon Valley, and the way to just measure that is just look at voting records, right? And what that shows consistently is Silicon Valley is just at least historically, my entire time there has been overwhelmingly majority just straight up Democrat. The other way to look at that is political donation records, and again, the political donations in the Valley, range from 90 to 99%, to one side. And so, we'll I just bring that because we'll see what happens with the voting and with donations going forward. I maybe talk about the fire later, but I can tell you there is a very big question of what's happening in Los Angeles right now. I don't want to get into the fire, but it's catastrophic. And there was already a rightward shift in the big cities in California, and I think a lot of people in LA are really thinking about things right now as they're trying to literally save their houses and save their families. But even in San Francisco, there was a big shift to the right in the voting in 24. So we'll see where that goes. But you observe that just looking at the numbers over time. The part that I'm more focused on is and I don't know how to exactly describe this, but it's like the top 1,000 or the top 10,000 people, right? I don't have a list, but it's it's all the top founders, top CEOs, top executives, top engineers, top VCs, and then kind of into the ranks, the people who kind of build and run the companies. And they're I don't have numbers, but I have a much more tactile feel, for what's happening. So the big thing I have now come to believe is that the idea that people have beliefs is mostly wrong. I think that most people just go along. And I think even most high status people just go along. And I think maybe the most high status people are the most prone to just go along because they're the most focused on status. And the way I would describe that is, one of the great forbidden philosophers of our time is the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, and amidst his madness, he had this extremely interesting articulation. He was an insane lunatic murderer, but he was also a Harvard super genius. Not that those are in conflict.
Shots fired.
But he was a very bright guy, and he did this whole thing where he talked about basically he was very right wing and talked about leftism a lot. And he had this great concept that's just stuck in my mind ever since I read it, which is he had this concept he just called over socialization. And so, most people are socialized. Most people are socialized. Like most people are, we live in a society. Most people learn how to be part of a society. They give some deference to society. There's something about modern Western elites where they're over socialized, and they're just overly oriented towards what other people like themselves, think and believe. And you can get a real sense of that if you have a little bit of an outside perspective, which I just do. I think as a consequence of where I grew up. Even before I had the views that I have today, there was always just this weird thing where it's why does every dinner party have the exact same conversation? Why does everybody agree on every single issue? Why is that agreement precisely what was in the New York Times today? Why are these positions not the same as they were 5 years ago? Right. But why does everybody snap into agreement every step of the way? And that was true when I came to Silicon Valley, and it's just as true today, 30 years later. And so I think most people are just literally they're taking their cues from some combination of the press, the universities, the big foundations. So it's basically it's the New York Times, Harvard, the Ford Foundation, and I don't know, a few CEOs and a few public figures, and maybe the president if your party's in power, and whatever that is, everybody who's sort of good and proper and elite and good standing and in charge of things and a sort of correct member of let's call it coastal American society, everybody just believes those things. And then the two interesting things about that is, number one, there's no divergence among the organs of power, right? So Harvard and Yale believe the exact same thing. The New York Times and the Washington Post believe the exact same thing. The Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation believe the exact same thing. Google and Microsoft believe the exact same thing. But those things change over time, but there's never conflict in the moment, right? And so, the New York Times and the Washington Post agreed on exactly everything in 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020, despite the fact that the specifics changed radically. The lockstep was what mattered. And so I think basically we in the Valley, we're on the tail end of that in the same way Hollywood's on the tail end of that, in the same way New York's on the tail end of that, the same way the media's on the tail end of that. It's like some sort of collective hive mind thing. And I just go through that to say, like, I don't think most people in my orbit, or, say the top 10,000 people in the Valley, or the top 10,000 people in LA, I don't think they're sitting there thinking, basically, they probably think they have rock solid beliefs, but they don't actually have like some inner core of rock solid beliefs, and then they kind of watch reality change around them and try to figure out how to keep their beliefs correct. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is they conform to the belief system around them. And I think most of the time they're not even aware that they're basically part of a herd.
Is it possible that the surface chatter of dinner parties, underneath that, there is a turmoil of ideas and thoughts and beliefs that's going on, but you're just talking to people really close to you or in your own mind, and the socialization happens at the dinner parties. When you go outside the inner circle of 1, 2, 3, 4 people who you really trust, then you start to conform. But inside the mind, there is an actual belief or a struggle, a tension with the New York Times or for the listener, there's a slow smile that overtook Mark Andreessen's face.
So look, I'll just tell you what I think, which is at the dinner parties and at the conferences, no, there's none of that. What there is that all of the heretical conversations, anything that challenges the status quo, any heretical ideas, and any new idea is a heretical idea. Any deviation, it's either discussed a one-on-one, face-to-face. It's like a whisper network. Or it's like a real life social network. There's a secret handshake. It was like, okay, you meet somebody and you know each other a little bit, but not well, and you're both trying to figure out if you can talk to the other person openly or whether you have to be fully conformist. It's a joke.
Well, yeah, humor. 100%.
Somebody cracks a joke, right? Somebody cracks a joke. If the other person laughs, the conversation is on.
Yeah.
If the other person doesn't laugh, back slowly away from the scene. I didn't mean anything by it. Right? And by the way, it doesn't have to be a super offensive joke. It just has to be a joke that's just up against the edge of one of the, use the Sam Bankman-Fried term, one of the shibboleths. It has to be up against one of the things one of the things that you're absolutely required to believe to do the dinner parties. And then at that point, what happens is you have a peer-to-peer network, right? You have a one-to-one connection with somebody, and then you have your little conspiracy of thought criminality. And then you have your network. You've probably been through this. You have your network of thought criminals, and then they have their network of thought criminals, and then you have this delicate mating dance as to whether you should bring the thought criminals together, right?
And the dance, the fundamental mechanism of the dance is humor.
Yeah, it's humor. It's right.
I mean, yeah.
Well, for two reasons. Number one, humor is a way to have deniability. Right. Humor is a way to discuss serious things without having deniability. Oh, I'm sorry, it was just a joke, right? So that's part of it. Which is one of the reasons why comedians can get away with saying things the rest of us can't. They can always fall back on just fun for the laugh. But the other key thing about humor, right, is that laughter is involuntary. Right? You either laugh or you don't, and it's not like a conscious decision whether you're going to laugh, and everybody can tell when somebody's fake laughing, right? And every professional comedian knows this, right? The laughter is the clue that you're onto something truthful. People don't laugh at made up bullshit stories. They laugh because you're revealing something that they either have not been allowed to think about or have not been allowed to talk about, right? Or is off limits, and all of a sudden it's the ice breaks, and it's oh yeah, that's the thing, and it's funny, and I laugh, and then of course this is why of course live comedy is so powerful, is because you're all doing that at the same time, so you start to have the safety of the safety of numbers, and so the comedians have it's no surprise to me, for example, Joe's been as successful as he has because they have this hack that the rest of us who are not professional comedians don't have. But you have your in-person version of it. Yeah, and then you got the question of whether you can sort of join the networks together. And then you've probably been to this then at some point there's the alt dinner party, the thought criminal dinner party, and you get 6 or 8 people together and you join the networks. And those are the happiest moments, at least in the last decade, those are the happiest moments of everybody's lives, because they're just everybody's just ecstatic because they're I don't have to worry about getting yelled at and shamed for every third sentence that comes out of my mouth, and we can actually talk about real things. So that's the live version of it, and then of course the other side of it is the group chat phenomenon, right? And then basically the same thing played out, until Elon bought X and until Substack took off, which were really the two big breakthroughs at the free speech online. The same dynamic played out online, which is you had absolute conformity on the social networks, like literally enforced by the social networks themselves through censorship, and then also through cancellation campaigns and mobbing and shaming, right? But then you had, but then group chats grew up to be the equivalent of samizdat, right? Anybody who grew up in the Soviet Union under communism, they had the hard version of this, right? It's like, how do you know who you can talk to, and then how do you distribute information, and again, that was the hard authoritarian version of this, and then we've been living through this weird mutant, soft authoritarian version, but with some of the same things.
And WhatsApp allows you to scale and make it more efficient to build on these groups of heretical ideas bonded by humor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is the thing, and this is kind of the running joke about group, or the running kind of thing about group chats. It's not even a joke. It's true. It's like every group chat. If you've noticed this, this principle of group chats, every group chat ends up being about memes and humor, and the goal of the game of the group chat is to get as close to the line of being actually objectionable as you can get without actually scripting it. Right, and literally every group chat that I have been in for the last decade, even if it starts some other direction, what ends up happening is it becomes the absolute comedy fest but they walk right at the line, and they're constantly testing. And every once in a while, somebody will trip the line, and people will freak out, and it's like, oh, too soon. Okay, we gotta wait till next year to talk about that. They walk it back, and so it's that same thing. And then group chats is a technological phenomenon. It was amazing to see because basically it was number one, it was obviously the rise of smartphones. Then it was the rise of the new messaging services. Then it was the rise specifically of, I would say, combination of WhatsApp and Signal. And the reason for that is those were the two big systems that did the full encryption. So you actually felt safe. And then the real breakthrough, I think, was disappearing messages, which hit Signal probably 4 or 5 years ago and hit WhatsApp 3 or 4 years ago. And then the combination of encryption and disappearing messages, I think, really unleashed it. Well, then there's the fight. Then there's the fight over the length of the disappearing messages, right? And so it's like, I often get behind my thing, so I set to 7-day disappearing messages, and my friends who are like, that's way too much risk. Yeah, it's got to be a day. And then every once in a while, somebody will set it to 5 minutes before they send something like particularly inflammatory. Yeah,
100%. Well, one of the things that bothers me about WhatsApp, the choice is between 24 hours and 7 days. 1 day is 7 days, right. And I have to have an existential crisis of deciding. Yes. Whether I can last the 7 days with what I'm about to say.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, what's happening right now is the big thaw, right? And so what is the divide shift? So what's happening on the other side of the election is, Elon on Twitter 2 years ago, and now Mark with Facebook and Instagram, and by the way, with the continued growth of Substack and with other new platforms that are emerging, I think it may be, I don't know that everything just shifts back into public, but like a tremendous amount of the verboten conversations, can now shift back into public view. And I mean, quite frankly, this is one of those things, quite frankly, even if I was opposed to what those people are saying, and I'm sure I am in some cases, I would argue still like net better for society that those things happen in public instead of private. Do you really want, don't you want to know? And so then it's just I think clearly much healthier to live in a society in which people are not literally scared of what they're saying.
I mean, to push back, come back to this idea that we're talking about. I do believe that people have beliefs and thoughts that are heretical, like a lot of people. I wonder what fractions of people have that. To me, the preference falsification is really interesting. What is the landscape of ideas that human civilization has in private as compared to what's out in public? Just like that, the dynamical system that is the difference between those two is fascinating. There's throughout history, the fall of communism in multiple regimes throughout Europe is really interesting because everybody was following, the line until not. But you better, for sure, privately, there was a huge number of boiling conversations happening where the bureaucracy of communism, the corruption of communism, all of that was really bothering people more and more and more and more. And all of a sudden, there's a trigger that allows the vibe shift to happen. So to me, the interesting question here is, what is the landscape of private thoughts and ideas and conversations that are happening under the surface of Americans? Especially, my question is, how much dormant energy is there for this roaring 20s? Where people are like, no more bullshit, let's get shit done.
So we'll go through the theory of preference falsification. Just
Oh, amazing. The books on this is fascinating.
yeah. So this is one of the all-time great books. It's incredible. It's about 30-year-old book, but it's completely modern and current in what it talks about, as well as very deeply historically informed. So it's called Private Truths, Public Lies, and it's written by the social science professor named Timur Kuran at I think Duke, and it's definitive work on this. And so he has this concept he calls preference falsification. And so preference falsification is two things. Preference falsification, and you get it from the title of the book, Private Truths, Public Lies. So preference falsification is when you believe something and you can't say it. Or, and this is very important, you don't believe something and you must say it, right? And the commonality there is in both cases you're lying. You believe something internally and then you're lying about it in public. And so the thing, and there's sort of two classic forms of it. There's the, for example, there's the I believe communism is rotten, but I can't say it version of it. But then there's also the famous parable of the real life example, but the thing that Václav Havel talks about in another good book on this topic, which is The Power of the Powerless. Who was an anti-communist resistance fighter who ultimately became the president of Czechoslovakia after the fall of the wall. But he wrote this book, and he describes the other side of this, which is workers of the world unite. Right, and so he describes what he calls the parable of the greengrocer, which is your greengrocer in Prague in 1985, and for the last 70 years, it has been, or 50 years, it's been absolutely mandatory to have a sign in the window of your store that says workers of the world unite, right? And it's 1985, it is like crystal clear that the workers of the world are not going to unite. Like of all the things that could happen in the world, that is not going to happen. The commies have been at that for 70 years. It is not happening. But that slogan had better be in your window every morning, because if it's not in your window every morning, you are not a good communist. The secret police are going to come by and they're going to hit you. And so the first thing you do when you get to the store is you put that slogan in the window and you make sure that it stays in the window all day long. But he says the thing is, every single person, the greengrocer knows the slogan is fake. He knows it's a lie. Every single person walking past the slogan knows it's a lie. Every single person walking past the store knows that the greengrocer is only putting it up there because he has to lie in public. And the greengrocer has to go through the humiliation of knowing that everybody knows that he's caving into the system and lying in public. And so it turns into demoralization campaign. It's not just ideological enforcement. In fact, it's not ideological enforcement anymore because everybody knows it's fake. The authorities know it's fake. Everybody knows it's fake. It's not that they're enforcing the actual ideology of the world's workers of the world uniting. It's that they are enforcing compliance, right? And compliance with the regime. Fuck you. You will comply. Right. And so anyway, that's the other side of that. And of course, we have lived in the last decade through a lot of both of those. I think anybody listening to this could name a series of slogans that we've all been forced to chant for the last decade that everybody knows at this point are just like simply not true. I'll let the audience, speculate on those on their own group chats.
Mark your memes online as well, please.
Yes, exactly. But okay. So anyway, so it's the two sides of that, right? So it's private truth, public lies. So then what preference falsification does is it talks about extending that from the idea of the individual experiencing that to the idea of the entire society experiencing that, right? And this gets to your percentages question, which is like, okay, what happens in a society in which people are forced to lie in public about what they truly believe? What happens, number one, is that individually they're lying in public, and that's bad. But the other thing that happens is they no longer have an accurate gauge at all, or any way to estimate how many people agree with them. And this is how you, and again, this literally is like how you get something like the communist system, which is like, okay, you end up in a situation in which 80 or 90 or 99% of society can actually all be thinking individually, I really don't buy this anymore. And if anybody would just stand up and say it, I would be willing to go along with it, but I'm not going to be the person to put my head on the chopping block. But you have because of the suppression, censorship, you have no way of knowing how many of the people agree with you. And if the people agree with you are 10% of the population and you become part of the movement, you're going to get killed. If 90% of the people agree with you, you're going to win the revolution, right? And so the question of like what the percentage actually is like a really critical question. And then basically in any sort of authoritarian system, you can't like run a survey, right, to get an accurate result. And so you actually can't know until you put it to test. And then what he describes in the book is it's always put to test in the same way. This is exactly what's happened for the last 2 years, like 100% is exactly what's happened. It's like straight out of this book, which is somebody, Elon, sticks his hand up and says the workers of the world are not going to unite, right? Or the emperor is actually wearing no clothes, right? That famous parable, right? So one person stands up and does it, and literally that person is standing there by themselves, and everybody else in the audience is like, I wonder what's going to happen to that guy, Right, but again, nobody knows. Elon doesn't know. The first guy doesn't know. Other people don't know. Like, which way is this going to go? And it may be that that's a minority position, and that's the way to get yourself killed. Or it may be that that's the majority position, and you are now the leader of a revolution. And then basically, of course, what happens is, okay, the first guy does that, doesn't get killed. The second guy does, well, a lot of times that guy does get killed. But when the guy doesn't get killed, then a second guy pops his head up, says the same thing. All right, now you've got two leads to 4 leads to 8 leads to 16. And then, as we saw with the fall of the Berlin Wall, this is what happened in Russia and Eastern Europe in '89. When it goes, it can go, right? And then it rips. And then what happens is, very, very quickly, if it turns out that you had a large percentage of the population that actually believes a different thing, it turns out all of a sudden everybody has this giant epiphany that says, oh, I'm actually part of the majority. And at that point, like, you are on the freight train of revolution, right? Like, it is rolling. Right now, the other part of this is the distinction between the role of the elites and the masses. And here the best book is called The True Believer, which is the Eric Hoffer book. And so the nuance you have to put on this is the elites play a giant role in this because the elites do idea formation and communication, but the elites by definition are a small minority, and so there's also this giant role played by the masses. And the masses are not necessarily thinking these things through in the same intellectualized, formal way that the elites are, but they are for sure experiencing these things in their daily lives, and they for sure have at least very strong emotional views on them. And so when you really get the revolution, it's when you get the elites lined up with, or a new, either the current elites change, or the new set of elites, a new set of counter elites, basically come along and say, no, there's actually a different, better way to live. And then the people basically decide to follow the counter elite. So that's the other dimension to it. And of course, that part is also happening right now. And again, case study number one of that would be Elon, because he turns out truly massive following.
And he has done that over and over in different industries, not just saying crazy shit online, but saying crazy shit in the realm of space, in the realm of autonomous driving, in the realm of AI, just over and over and over again. Turns out saying crazy shit is one of the ways to do a revolution and to actually make progress.
Yeah, and it's like, well, but then there's the test: is it crazy shit or is it the truth?
Yeah.
Right, and and this is where there's many very specific things about Elon's genius, but one of the really core ones is an absolute dedication to the truth. And so when Elon says something, it sounds like crazy shit, but in his mind, it's true. Now, is he always right? No. Sometimes the rockets crash. Like, sometimes he's wrong. Yeah, he's human. It's like anybody else. He's not right all the time. But at least my through line with him, both in what he says in public and what he says in private, which, by the way, are the exact same things. He does not do this. He doesn't lie in public about what he believes in private, or at least he doesn't do that anymore. Like, he's 100% consistent in my experience. By the way, there's two guys who are 100% consistent like that I know. Elon and Trump.
Yeah.
Whatever you think of them,
yeah,
what they say in private is 100% identical to what they say in public. Like, they're completely transparent. They're completely honest in that way. Right, which is like, again, it's not like they're perfect people, but they're honest in that way, and it makes them potentially both, as they have been, very powerful leaders of these movements, because they're both willing to stand up and say the thing that, if it's true, it turns out to be the thing in many cases that many or most or almost everyone else actually believes, but nobody was actually willing to say out loud, and so they can actually catalyze these shifts. And I think this framework is exactly why Trump took over the Republican Party. Is I think Trump stood up there on stage with all these other kind of conventional Republicans, and he started saying things out loud that it turned out the base really was. They were either already believing or they were prone to believe. And he was the only one who was saying them. And so, again, elite masses, he was the elite, the voters of the masses, and the voters decided, no more Bushes. Like, we're going this other direction. That's the mechanism of social change. Like, what we just described is like the actual mechanism of social change. It is fascinating to me that we have been living through exactly this. We've been living through everything exactly what Timur Klein describes. Everything that Václav Havel described. Black squares on Instagram, like the whole thing, right? All of it. And we've been living through the true believer elites masses, thing with a set of like basically incredibly corrupt elites wondering why they don't have the loyalty of masses anymore, and a set of elites that are running away with things. And so, like, we're living through this like incredible applied case study of these ideas. And if there's a moral of the story, it is I think fairly obvious, which is a really bad idea for a society to wedge itself into a position in which most people don't believe the fundamental precepts of what they're told they have to do, to be good people like that. That is just not a good state to be in.
So one of the ways to avoid that in the future maybe is to keep the delta between what's said in private and what's said in public small.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is sort of the siren song of censorship, is we can keep people from saying things, which means we can keep people from thinking things.
Yeah.
And, by the way, that may work for a while, right? Like, I mean, again, the hard form of the Soviet Union owning a mimeograph, pre-photocopiers, there were mimeograph machines that were used to make samizdat, underground newspapers. Just the mechanism of written communication of radical ideas. Ownership of a mimeograph machine was punishable by death. Right, so that's the hard version, right? The soft version is somebody clicks a button in Washington and you are erased from the internet. Right, like, which, good news, you're still alive. Bad news is, shame about not being able to get a job. Too bad your family now, they hate you and won't talk to you. Whatever the version of cancellation is back. And so like, does that work? Like, maybe it works for a while. Like, it worked for the Soviet Union for a while, in its way, especially when it was coupled with, official state power. But when it unwinds, it's going to unwind with like incredible speed and ferocity, because to your point, there's all this bottled up energy. Now, your question was like, what are the percentages? Like, what's the breakdown? And so my rough guess, just based on what I've seen in my world, is it's something like 20, 60, 20. It's like you've got 20% like true believers in whatever is, the current thing. You got 20% of people who are just like true believers in whatever they're whatever's the New York Times, Harvard professors, and they're just and by the way, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 5, but let's say generously it's 20. So 20% kind of full on revolutionaries. And then you've got, let's call it 20% on the other side that are like, no, I'm not on board with this. This is crazy. I'm not signing up for this. But their view of themselves is they're in a small minority, and in fact, they start out in a small minority, because what happens is the 60% go with the first 20%, not the second 20%. So you've got this large middle of people, and it's not that there's anything like, it's not that people in the middle are not smart or anything like that. It's that they just have like normal lives, and they're just trying to get by. They're just trying to go to work each day and do a good job and be a good person and raise their kids and have a little bit of time to watch the game. And they're just not engaged in the cut and thrust of political activism or any of this stuff. It's not their thing. But that's where the over socialization comes in. It's just like, okay, by default, the 60% will go along with its 20% of the radical revolutionaries, at least for a while. And then the counter elite is in this other 20%. And over time, they build up a theory and network and an ability to resist. And a new set of representatives and a new set of ideas, and then at some point there's a contest, and then the question is, what happens in the middle? What happens in the 60%? And it's kind of my point. It's not even really does the 60% change their beliefs as much as it's like, okay, what is the thing that 60% now decides to basically fall into step with? And I think that 60% in the Valley, that 60% for the last decade decided to be woke, and extremely, I would say, on edge. On a lot of things, and that's 60% is really all the time. They're just done. They've just had it.
And I would love to see where that pivot goes, because there's internal battles happening right now, right?
So this is the other thing. Okay, so there's two forms of internal. There's two forms of things, and Timur has actually talked about this. Professor Kraus talked about this. So one is he said this is the kind of unwind where what you're going to have is you're now going to have people in the other direction. You're going to have people who claim that they supported Trump all along who actually didn't. Right. So it's going to swing the other way. And by the way, Trump's not the only part of this, but he's just a convenient shorthand for a lot of this. But whatever it is, you'll have people who will say, "Well, I never supported UTI," right? Or "I never supported ESG," or "I never thought we should have canceled that person," right? Where of course they were full on a part of the mob, like kind of at that moment. And so anyway, so you'll have preference falsification happening in the other direction. And his prediction, I think, basically is you'll end up with the same problem on the other side. Now, will that happen here? I don't know. How far is American society going to go into these things? I don't know. But like, there is some question there. And then the other part of it is, okay, now you have this elite that is used to being in power for the last decade, and by the way, many of those people are still in power and they're in very important positions. And the New York Times is still the New York Times, and Harvard is still Harvard, and like those people haven't changed like at all, right? And they still they've been bureaucrats in the government and senior Democratic politicians and so forth, and they're sitting there right now feeling like reality has just smacked them hard in the face because they lost the election so badly. But they're now going into and specifically the Democratic Party is going into a civil war, right? And that form of the civil war is completely predictable, and that's exactly what's happening, which is half of them are saying, we need to go back to the center. We need to de-radicalize because we've lost the people. We've lost the people in the middle, and so we need to go back to the middle in order to be able to get 50% plus one in an election. Right. And then the other half of them are saying, no, we weren't true to our principles. We were too weak. We were too soft. We must become more revolutionary. We must double down. We must, celebrate, murders in the street of health insurance executives. And that right now is like a real fight.
if I could tell you a little personal story that breaks my heart a little bit. There's a professor, historian, I won't say who I admire deeply, love his work. He's a kind of a heretical thinker. And we were talking about having a podcast, doing a podcast. And he eventually said that, you know what, at this time, given your guest list, I just don't want the headache of being in the faculty meetings in my particular institution. And I asked who are the particular figures in this guest list. He said Trump. And the second one, he said that you announced your interest to talk to Vladimir Putin. So I just don't want the headache. Now, I fully believe it would surprise a lot of people if I said who it is. But, you know, this is a person who's not bothered by the guest list. And I should also say that 80+% of the guest list is left wing. Okay. Nevertheless, he just doesn't want the headache. And that speaks to the thing that you've kind of mentioned, that you just don't want the headache. You just want to just have a pleasant morning with some coffee and talk to your fellow professors. And I think a lot of people are feeling that in universities and in other contexts in tech companies. And I wonder if that shifts, how quickly that shifts. And there, the percentages you mentioned, 20-60-20 matters. And the contents of the private groups matters. And the dynamics of how that shifts matters. It's very possible nothing really changes in universities and in major tech companies. Or just there's a kind of excitement right now for potential revolution and these new ideas, these new vibes to reverberate through these companies and universities, because possibly the wall will fold.
Yeah. So he's a friend of yours. I respect that you don't want to name him. I also respect you don't want to beat on him. So I would like to beat on him on your behalf. Mm-hmm. Does he have tenure?
Yes. He should use it.
So this is the thing, right? But this is the ultimate indictment of the corruption and the rot at the heart of our education system, at the heart of these universities. And it's, by the way, it's like across the board. It's like all the top universities. It's like, because the siren song for what it's been for 70 years, whatever, the tenure system, peer review system, tenure system, which is like, yeah, you work your butt off as an academic to get a professorship and then to get tenure, because then you can say what you actually think. Right, then you can do your work and your research and your speaking and your teaching without fear of being fired, right? Without fear of being canceled. Like academic freedom. I mean, think of the term academic freedom, and then think of what these people have done to it. Like, it's gone. Like, that entire thing was fake and is completely rotten, and these people are completely giving up the entire moral foundation of the system that's been built for them, which, by the way, is paid for virtually 100% by taxpayer money.
What's the inkling of hope in this? Like, what this particular person and others who hear this, what can give them strength, inspiration, and courage?
That the population at large is going to realize the corruption in their industry, and it's going to withdraw all the funding.
It's okay. It's a desperation.
No. Yeah. Think about what happens next. Okay, so let's go through. So the universities are funded by 4 primary sources of federal funding. The big one is the federal student loan program, which is in the many trillions of dollars at this point, and then only spiraling way faster than inflation. That's number one. Number two is federal research funding, which is also very large. And you probably know that when a scientist at a university gets a research grant, the university rakes as much as 70% of the money for central uses.
Yeah.
Number three is tax exemption at the operating level, which is based on the idea that these are nonprofit institutions as opposed to, let's say, political institutions. And then number four is tax exemptions at the endowment level, which is the financial buffer that these places have. Anybody who's been close to a university budget will basically see that what would happen if you withdrew those sources of federal taxpayer money, and then for the state schools, the state money, they all instantly go bankrupt. And then you could rebuild. Because the problem right now, like the folks at the University of Boston are mounting a very valiant effort, and I hope that they succeed, and I'm cheering for them. But the problem is you're now inserting. Suppose you and I want to start a new university, and we want to hire all the free-thinking professors, and we want to have the place that fixes all this. Practically speaking, we can't do it because we can't get access to that money. I'll give you the most direct reason we can't get access to that money. We can't get access to federal student funding Do you know how universities are accredited for the purpose of getting access to federal student funding, federal student loans? They're accredited by the government, but not directly, indirectly. They're not accredited by the Department of Education. Instead, what happens is the Department of Education accredits accreditation bureaus that are nonprofits that do the accreditation. Guess what the composition of the accreditation bureaus is? The existing universities. They are in complete control. The incumbents are in complete control as to who gets as to who gets access to federal student loan money. Guess how enthusiastic they are about accrediting a university. Right, and so we have a government-funded and supported cartel that has gone. I mean, it's just obvious now. It's just gone like sideways in basically any possible way it could go sideways, including, I mean, literally, as we know, students getting beaten up on campus for being, the wrong religion. I mean, they're just wrong in every possible way at this point. And they're it's all in the federal taxpayer back. And there is no way. I mean, in my opinion, there is no way to fix these things without replacing them. And there's no way to replace them without letting them fail. And by the way, it's like everything else in life. I mean, in a sense, this is like the most obvious conclusion of all time, which is what happens in the business world when a company does a bad job is they go bankrupt and another company takes its place, right? And that's how you get progress. And of course, below that is what happens is this is the process of evolution, right? Why does anything ever get better? It's because things are tested and tried, and then the things that are good survive. And so these places have cut themselves off. They've been allowed to cut themselves off from both through evolution at the institutional level and evolution at the individual level, as shown by the just widespread abuse of tenure. And so we've just stalled out. We built an ossified system, an ossified, centralized, corrupt system. We're surprised by the results. They are not fixable in their current form.
I disagree with you on that. Maybe it's grounded in hope that I believe you can revolutionize the system from within, because I do believe Stanford and MIT are important.
Oh, but that logic doesn't follow at all. That's underpants gnome logic.
Underpants gnome logic. Can you explain what that means?
Underpants gnome logic. So I just started watching a key touchstone of American culture with my 9-year-old, which of course is South Park.
Yes.
And there is which by the way is a little aggressive for a 9-year-old.
Very aggressive,
but he likes it. So he's learning all kinds of new words.
Yeah, all kinds of new ideas. But yeah.
I told him, I said, you're going to hear words on here that you are not allowed to use.
Right. Education.
And I said, you know how we have an agreement that we never lie to mommy? I said, not using a word that you learn in here does not count as lying.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Keep that in mind.
Orwellian redefinition of lying, but yes, go ahead.
Of course, in the very opening episode, in the first 30 seconds, one of the kids calls the other kid a dildo. Right, and we're off to the races.
Yep.
Daddy, what's the dildo?
Yep.
Sorry, son. I don't know.
Yeah.
Underpants Gnomes. So famous episode of South Park, the Underpants Gnomes. And so the Underpants Gnomes. So there's this rat. All the kids basically realize that their underpants are quite missing from their dresser drawers. Somebody's stealing the underpants, and it's just like, well, who on earth would steal the underpants? And it turns out it's the Underpants Gnomes. And it turns out the Underpants Gnomes have come to town, and they've got this little underground warren of tunnels and storage places for all the underpants. And so they go out at night, they steal the underpants, and the kids discover that the Underpants Gnomes, and they're what are you doing? Like, what's the point of this? And so the Underpants Gnomes present their master plan, which is a 3-part plan, which is step 1, collect underpants. Step 3, profit.
Yeah.
Step 2, question mark.
Yeah.
So you just propose the Underpants Gnome.
Yeah.
Which is very common in politics. So the form of this in politics is we must do something.
Yeah.
This is something. Therefore, we must do this. But there's no causal logic chain in there at all to expect that that's actually going to succeed, because there's no reason to believe that it is.
Yeah, but
it's the same thing. But this is what I hear all the time. And I will let you talk as the host of the show in a moment. But but I hear this all the time. I have friends who are on these boards, right? Very involved in these places, and I hear this all the time, which is like, oh, these are very important. We must fix them, and so therefore they are fixable. There's no logic chain at all.
If there's that pressure that you described in terms of cutting funding, then you have the leverage to fire a lot of the administration and have new leadership that steps up that aligns with this vision that things really need to change at the heads of the universities. And they put students and faculty primary, fire a lot of the administration, and realign and reinvigorate this idea of freedom of thought and intellectual freedom. I mean, because there is already a framework of great institutions that's there, And the way they talk about what it means to be a great institution is aligned with this very idea that you're talking about. It's this meaning like intellectual freedom, the idea of tenure, right? That on the surface, it's aligned. Underneath, it's become corrupted.
If we say free speech and academic freedom often enough, sooner or later, these tenured professors will get praised.
Wait, do you think the universities are fundamentally broken? Okay, so how do you fix it? How do you have institutions for educating 20-year-olds and institutions that host researchers that have the freedom to do epic shit, like research type shit that's outside the scopes of R&D departments inside companies? So how do you create an institution like that?
How do you create a good restaurant when the one down the street sucks?
All right, you invent something new.
You open a new restaurant.
Yeah.
Like, how often in your life have you experienced a restaurant that's just absolutely horrible and it's poisoning all of its customers and the food tastes terrible, and then 3 years later you go back and it's fantastic? Charlie Munger actually had the best comment on the great investor. Charlie Munger had the great comment. He was once asked, he's like, General Electric was going through all these challenges. And he was asked in the Q&A, he said, how would you fix the culture at General Electric? And he said, fix the culture at General Electric? He said, I couldn't even fix the culture at a restaurant. Like, it's insane. Like, obviously you can't do it. I mean, nobody in business thinks you can do that. Like, it's impossible. Like, it's not. Now look, having said all that, I should also express this because I have a lot of friends who work at these places and are involved in various attempts to fix these. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love for the underpants gnome step 2 to be something clear and straightforward that they can figure out how to do. I would love to fix it. I'd love to see them come back to their spoken principles. I think that'd be great. I'd love to see the professors with tenure do bravery. I would love to see. I mean, it would be fantastic. My partner and I've done like a lot of public speaking on this topic. It's been intended to not just be harsh, but also be like, okay, like these challenges have to be confronted directly. By the way, let me also say something positive. Especially post October 7th, there are a bunch of very smart people who are major donors and board members of these institutions, like Mark Rowan, who are really coming in trying to, I think legitimately trying to fix these places. I have a friend on the executive committee of one of the top technical universities. He's working overtime to try to do this. Man, I hope they can figure it out. But the counter question would just be like, do you see it actually happening in a single one of these places?
I'm a person that believes in leadership. If you have the right leadership, the whole system can be changed.
So here's a question for your friend who has tenure at one of these places, which is, who runs his university?
I think who I think runs it? Whoever the fuck says they run it. That's what great leadership is. Like, a president has that power. But the president of the university has the leverage because they can mouth off like Elon can.
Can they fire the professors?
They can fire them through being vocal publicly. Yes.
Can they fire the professors?
What are you talking about? Legally?
Can they fire?
No, they cannot fire the professors.
Then we know who runs the university.
The professors?
Yeah, professors. The professors and the students. Professors and the feral students. Then they're, of course, in a radicalization feedback cycle, driving each other crazy. The feral students. Yeah, the feral students. Yeah, the feral students. What happens when you're put in charge of your bureaucracy, where the thing that the bureaucracy knows is that they can outlast you? The thing that the tenured professors at all these places know is it doesn't matter who the president is because they can outlast them, because they cannot get fired. By the way, it's the same thing that bureaucrats in the government know. It's the same thing that the bureaucrats in the Department of Education know. They know the exact same thing. They can outlast you. It's the whole thing that the resistance. Like, they can be the resistance. They can just sit there and resist, which is what they do. They're not fireable.
That's definitely a crisis that needs to be solved. That's a huge problem. And I also don't like that I'm defending academia here. I agree with you. The situation is dire, and but I just think that institutions are important. And I should also add context, since you've been building a little bit. You were using restaurants as an analogy, and earlier offline in this conversation, you said that Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. So let's let the listener take.
I said Dairy Queen is the best restaurant.
The best restaurant. There you go. So everything Mark Andreessen is saying today.
I don't want to. You should go order a Blizzard. One day you should walk down there and order a Blizzard.
Yeah.
They can get like 4,000 calories in a cup.
They can.
Yeah,
and they're delicious.
Amazing.
They are truly delicious.
And they'll put anything in there that you want.
All right.
Okay. But anyway, let me just close by saying, look, my friend's university system, I would just say, look, this is the challenge. Like, I would just pose this as the challenge. Like, to me, like, this is, having had a lot of these conversations, like, this is the bar, in my view. This is the conversation that actually has to happen. This is the bar that actually has to be hit. These problems need to be confronted directly. Because I think there's been way too much. I mean, I'm worried kind of on the other side. There's too much happy talk in these conversations. I think the taxpayers do not understand this level of crisis. And I think if the taxpayers come to understand it, I think the funding evaporates. And so I think the fuse is going through, no fault of any of ours, but like the fuse is going, and there's some window of time here to fix this and address it and justify the money, because just normal taxpayers sitting in normal towns in normal jobs are not going to tolerate this for that much longer.
You mentioned censorship a few times. Let us, if we can, go deep into the darkness of the past and how censorship mechanism was used. So you are a good person to speak about the history of this because you were there on the ground floor in 2013-ish, Facebook. I heard that you were there when they invented or maybe developed the term hate speech in the context of censorship on social media. So take me through that history, if you can, the use of censorship.
So I was there on the ground floor in 1983.
There's multiple floors to this building, apparently.
There are.
Yeah.
So I got the first ask to implement censorship on the internet, which was in the web browser.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, 1982. I was asked to implement a nudity filter.
Did you have the courage to speak up back then?
I did not have any problem speaking up back then. I was making $6.25 an hour. I did not have a lot to lose. No, I was asked at the time, and legitimate, in some sense, a legitimate request, which is working on a research project actually funded by the federal government at a public university. So, I don't think my boss was like in any way out of line, but it was like, yeah, like this web browser thing is great, but like, could it just make sure to not have any photos of naked people that show up? But if you think about this for a second, as a technologist, I had an issue, which is this was like pre-ImageNet, right? And so I had a brief period where I tried to imagine an algorithm that I refer to as the breast detection algorithm that I was going to have to design. And then apparently a variety of other body parts people are also sensitive about.
Yeah.
And then I politely declined to do this.
For just the technical difficulties.
Well, number one, I actually didn't know how to do it. But number two is just like, no, I'm just not building a censorship engine. Like I'm just not doing it. And in those days it was, in those days the internet generally was, free fire zone for everything. It was actually interesting. It's sort of pre-93, the internet was such a specific niche community. Like it was like the million kind of highest IQ nerds in the world. And so it actually like didn't really have a lot of, issues. People were like super interested in talking about like astrophysics and not very interested in, even politics at that time. So there really was not an issue there. But I didn't want to start the process. So I think the way to think about this. So first of all, so I was involved in this at Facebook every step. By the way, I've been involved in this at Facebook every step of the way. I joined the board there in 2007. So I've seen everything in the last, almost 20 years, every step of the way. But also I've been involved in most of the other companies over time. So I was an angel investor in Twitter, knew them really well. We were the founding investor in Substack. I'm part of the Elon takeover of Twitter with X. I was an angel at LinkedIn. So I've been in these. We were the funder of Pinterest. We were one of the main investors there. Reddit as well. And I was having these conversations with all these guys all the way through. So as much talk specifically about Facebook, but I can just tell you like the general pattern. And for quite a while, it was kind of all the same across these companies. So basically the way to think about this, the true kind of nuanced view of this is that there is, practically speaking, no internet service that can have zero censorship. And by the way, that also mirrors, there is no country that actually has limited free speech either. The U.S. First Amendment actually has 12 or 13 formal carve-outs from the Supreme Court over time, so incitement to violence and terrorist recruitment and child abuse and so, child pornography and so forth. They're not covered by the First Amendment. And just practically speaking, if you and I are going to start an internet company and have a service, we can't have that stuff either, right? Because it's illegal, or it will just clearly, destroy the whole thing. So you're always going to have a censorship engine. I mean, hopefully it's not actually in the browser, but like you're going to have it for sure at the level of an internet service. But then what happens is now you have a machine, right? Now you have a system where you can put in rules saying we allow this, we don't allow that. You have enforcement, you have consequences, right? And once that system is in place, like it becomes the ring of power, right? Which is like, okay, now anybody in that company or anybody associated with that company or anybody who wants to pressure that company will just start to say, okay, you should use that machine for more than just terrorist recruitment and child pornography. You should use it for XYZ. And basically that transition happened, call it 2012, 2013, is when there was this like very, very kind of rapid pivot. I think the kickoff to it for some reason was the beginning of the second Obama term. I think it also coincided with the sort of arrival of the first kind of super woke kids into these schools. The kind of, it's the kids that were in school between like, for the Iraq War and then the global financial crisis, and like they came out like super radicalized. They came into these companies and they immediately started mounting these social crusades to ban and censor lots of things. And then, quite frankly, the Democratic Party figured this out, and they figured out that these companies were, very subject to being controlled, and the executive teams and boards of directors are almost all Democrats, and there's tremendous circulation. A lot of Obama people from the first term actually came and worked in these companies, and a lot of FBI people and other, law enforcement intelligence people came in and worked, and they're all they were all Democrats for that set. And so they just, the ring of power was lying on the table. It had been built. And they, picked it up and put it on, and then they just ran. And the original discussions were basically always on two topics. It was hate speech and misinformation. Hate speech was the original one. And the hate speech conversation started exactly like you'd expect, which is we can't have the N-word, in which the answer is fair enough. Let's not have the N-word. Okay, now we've set a precedent. Right, and then Jordan Peterson has talked a lot about this. The definition of hate speech ended up being things that make people uncomfortable. Right, so we can't have things that make people uncomfortable. I, of course, people like me that are disagreeable raise their hands and say, well, that idea right there makes me uncomfortable. But of course, that doesn't count as hate speech, right? So the ring of power is on one hand and not on the other hand. And then basically that began this slide where it ended up being that completely anodyne. Is the point Mark has been making recently, like completely anodyne comments that are completely legitimate on television or on the Senate floor, all of a sudden our hate speech and can't be said online. So that, the ring of power was wielded in grossly irresponsible ways. We could talk about all of the stuff that happened there. And then the other one is misinformation. And that wasn't as, there was a little bit of that early on, but of course that really kicked in with Trump. So the hate speech stuff predated Trump by like 3 or 4 years. The misinformation stuff was basically, it was a little bit later, and it was the consequence of the Russiagate hoax. And then that was, a ring of power that was even more powerful, right? Because, hate speech is like, okay, at some point, is something offensive or not? Like, at least you can have a question as to whether that's the case. But the problem with misinformation is like, is it the truth or not? What do we know for 800 years or whatever Western civilization? It's that, there's only a few entities that can determine the truth on every topic. There's God. There's the king. We don't have those anymore, and the rest of us are all imperfect and flawed. And so the idea that any group of experts is going to sit around the table and decide on the truth is, deeply anti-Western and deeply authoritarian. And somehow the misinformation kind of crusade went from the Russiagate hoax into just full-blown, we're going to use that weapon for whatever we want. And then of course, the culminating moment on that really was the straw that broke the camel's back was, we're going to censor all theories that the COVID virus might have been manufactured in a lab as misinformation. And inside these companies, like that was the point where people, for the first time, this is like 3 years ago, for the first time they were like, that was when it sunk in. It was just like, okay, this has spun completely out of control. So anyway, that's how we got to where we are. And then basically that spell lasted. That complex existed and got expanded basically from call it 2013 to 2023. I think basically 2 things broke it. One is Substack. And I'm super proud of those guys because they started from scratch and declared right up front that they were going to be a free speech platform. And they came under intense pressure, including from the press, and, they tried to just beat them to the ground and kill them. And intense pressure, by the way, from, let's say certain other platform companies, basically threatening them. And they stood up to it. And, sitting here today, they have the widest spectrum of speech and conversation, anywhere on planet Earth. And they've done a great job. And it's worked, by the way, it's great. And then obviously Elon, with X was the hammer blow. And then the third one now is what Mark is doing at Facebook.
And there's also like singular moments. I think you've spoken about this, which like Jon Stewart going on Stephen Colbert and talking about the lab leak theory.
Yes.
There's certain moments that just kind of shake everybody up. The right person, the right time. It's a wake-up call.
So that there, and I will tell you, like, and I should say, Jon Stewart attacked me recently, so I'm not that thrilled about him. But I would say I was a long-run fan of Jon Stewart. I watched probably every episode of The Daily Show when he was on it, for probably 20 years. But he did a very important public service, and it was that appearance on the Colbert Show. And I don't know how broadly this is, at the time it was in the news briefly, but I don't know how if people remember this, but I will tell you, in the rooms where people discuss what is misinformation and these policies, that was a very big moment. That was probably actually the key catalyzing moment. And I think he exhibited, I would say, conspicuous bravery and had a big impact with that. And yeah, what for people who don't recall what he did, and this was in the full blown, like you absolutely must lock down for 2 years. You absolutely must keep all the schools closed. You absolutely must have everybody work from home. You absolutely must wear a mask, like the whole thing. And one of those was you absolutely must believe that COVID was completely natural. You must believe that, and not believing that means you're a fascist Nazi Trump supporter, mega evil QAnon person, right? And that was like uniform, and that was enforced by the social media companies. And like I said, that was the peak. And Jon Stewart went on the Colbert Show, and I don't know if they planned it or not because Colbert looked shocked. I don't know how much it was a bit, but he went on there and he just had one of these like the emperor's wearing no clothes things where he said it's just not plausible that you had the COVID supervirus appear 300 yards down the street from the Wuhan Institute of lethal coronaviruses. Like it's just not plausible that certainly that you could just rule that out. And then there was another key moment, actually, the more serious version was I think the author Nicholson Baker wrote a big piece for New York Magazine. Nicholson Baker is like one of our great novelist writers of our time, and he wrote the piece and he did the complete undressing of it. And that was the first, I think that was the first legit, there had been like alt, renegade, there had been, people running around saying this, but getting censored all over the place. That was the first one that was like in the mainstream press where he talked to all the heretics and he just like laid the whole thing out. And that was a moment. And I remember, let's say a board meeting at one of these companies after that, where basically, everybody looked around the table and it was like, all right, like, I guess we don't need to censor that anymore. And, and then of course, what immediately follows from that is, well, wait a minute, why were we censoring that in the first place? And okay, like, and then, the downstream, not that day, but the downstream conversations were like, okay, if we made such a giant, in retrospect, if we all made such a giant collective mistake censoring that, then what does that say about the rest of our regime? And I think that was the thread in the sweater that started to unravel it.
I should say it again. I do think that the Jon Stewart appearance and the statement he made was a courageous act.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we need to have more of that in the world. And like you said, Elon, everything he did with X is a series of courageous acts. And I think what Mark Zuckerberg did on Rogan a few days ago is a courageous act. Can you just speak to that?
He has become, I think, an outstanding communicator, right? And he's, somebody who came in for a lot of criticism earlier in his career on that front. And I think he's one of these guys who can sit down and talk for 3 hours and make complete sense. And as you do with all of your episodes, like when somebody sits and talks for 3 hours, like you really get a sense of somebody because it's really hard to be artificial for that long. He's not done that repeatedly. He's really good at it. And then look, I would maybe put him in the third category now with certainly after that appearance, I would say I would put him up there now with kind of Elon and Trump in the sense of the public and the private are now synchronized. I guess I'd say that. Like he said on that show what he really believes. He said all the same things that he says in private. Like I don't think there's really any discrepancy anymore. I would say he has always taken upon himself a level of obligation and responsibility to running a company the size of Meta and to running services that are that large. And I think, his conception of what he's doing, which I think is correct, is he's running services that are bigger than any country, right? He's running, over 3 billion people use those services. And then, the company has, many tens of thousands of employees and many investors, and it's a public company, and he thinks very deeply and seriously about his responsibilities. And so, he has not felt like he has had, let's just say, the complete flexibility that Elon has had. And, people could argue that one way or the other, but, he talked about it a lot. He's evolved a lot. A lot of it was he learned a lot. And by the way, I'm going to put myself right back up there. Like, I'm not claiming any huge foresight or heroism on any of this. Like, I've also learned a lot. My views on things are very different than they were 10 years ago on lots of topics. And so, I've been on a learning journey. He's been on a learning journey. He is a really, really good learner. He assimilates information, as good as or better than anybody else I know. The other thing I guess I would just say is he talked on that show about something very important, which is when you're in a role where you're running a company like that, there are a set of decisions that you get to make, and you deserve to be criticized for those decisions and so forth, and it's valid. But you are under tremendous external pressure as well. And by the way, you're under tremendous internal pressure. You've got your employees coming at you. You've got your executives in some cases coming at you. You've got your board in some cases coming at you. You've got your shareholders coming at you. So you've got your internal pressures, but you also have the press coming at you. You've got academia coming at you. You've got the entire nonprofit complex activist complex coming at you. And then really critically, he talked about on Rogan, and these companies all went through this. In this last, especially 5 years, you have the government coming at you. And that's the really stinky end of the pool, where the government was, in my view, illegally exerting just in flagrant violation of the First Amendment and federal laws on speech and coercion and conspiracy, forcing these companies to engage in activities. Then again, in some cases they may have wanted to do, but in other cases they clearly didn't want to do it, felt like they had to do. And the level of pressure. Like I say, I've known every CEO of Twitter. They've all had the exact same experience, which when they were in the job, it was just daily beatings. It's just getting punched in the face every single day, constantly. And Mark is very good at getting physically punched in the face.
Getting better and better, yeah.
And he is, and he, and he's very good at taking a punch, and he has taken many, many punches. So I would encourage people to have a level of sympathy for these are not kings. These are people who operate with, I would say, extraordinary levels of external pressure. I think if I had been in his job for the last decade, I would be a little puddle on the floor. And so it says, I think, a lot about him that he has risen to this occasion the way that he has. And by the way, I should also say, the cynicism, of course, is immediately out. And, it's a legitimate thing for people to say, but, it's like, oh, you're only doing this because of Trump or, whatever. And it's just no, he has been thinking about and working on these things and trying to figure them out for a very long time. And so I think what you saw are legitimate, deeply held beliefs, not some, sort of just in the moment thing that could change at any time.
So what do you think it's like to be him and other leaders of companies, to be you, and withstand internal pressure and external pressure? What's that life like? Is it deeply lonely?
That's a great question. So leaders are lonely to start with. And this is one of those things where almost nobody has sympathy, right? Nobody feels sorry for a CEO, right? It's not a thing. Right. And again, legitimately so. CEOs get paid a lot, the whole thing. There's a lot of great things about it. So it's not like they should be out there asking for a lot of sympathy. But it is the case that they are human beings. And it is the case that it is a lonely job. And the reason it's a lonely job is because your words carry tremendous weight. And you are dealing with extremely complicated issues, and you're under a tremendous amount of emotional, personal emotional stress. And you often end up not being able to sleep well, and you end up not being able to keep up an exercise routine and all those things. And you come under family stress because you're working all the time. Or my partner Ben, he was CEO of our last company before we started the venture firm. He said, the problem he had with his family life was he would, even when he was home at night, he wasn't home, because he was in his head trying to solve all the business problems. And so he was supposed to be having dinner with his kids, and he was physically there, but he wasn't mentally there. So, you kind of get that a lot. But the key thing is you can't talk to people, right? So you can talk to your spouse and your kids, but they don't understand that they're not working in your company. They don't understand, have the context to really help you. If you talk to your executives, they all have agendas, right? And so they're all, and they can't resist. It's just human nature. And so you can't necessarily rely on what they say. It's very hard in most companies to talk to your board because they can fire you, right? Now Mark has the situation because he has control. It actually turns out he can talk to his board, and Mark talks to us about many things that that most CEOs won't talk to the boards about because we can't fire him. But a general CEO, including all the CEOs of Twitter, that none of them had control, so they could all get fired. So you can't talk to the board members; they're going to fire you. You can't talk to the shareholders because they'll just up your stock. Right, okay, so who's so every once in a while what you find is basically the best case scenario they have is they can talk to other CEOs, and there's these little organizations where they kind of pair up and do that, and so they maybe get a little bit out of that, but even that's fraught with peril, because can you really talk about confidential information with another CEO, insider trading risk, and so it's just a very lonely and isolating thing to start with, and then on top of that you apply pressure. Right, and that's where it gets painful. And then maybe I'll just spend a moment on this external pressure thing. My general experience with companies is that they can withstand most forms of external pressure as long as they retain internal coherence. Right, so as long as the internal team is really bonded together and supporting each other, most forms of external pressure you can withstand. And by that I mean investors dump your stock, you lose your biggest customers, whatever negative article, negative headline, you can withstand all that. And basically, and in fact, many of those forms of pressure can be bonding experiences for the team where they come out stronger. What you 100% cannot withstand is the internal crack. And what I always look for in high pressure corporate situations now is the moment when the internal team cracks, because I know the minute that happens, we're in a different regime. like it's like the the solid is turned into liquid. Like we're in a different regime, and like the whole thing can unravel in the next week because then people turn it. I mean, I guess this is what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The mayor and the fire chief turned on each other, and that's it. That government is dysfunctional. It is never going to get put back together again. It is over. It is not going to work ever again, and that's what happens inside companies. And so somebody like Mark is under like profound internal pressure and external pressure at the same time. Now he's been very good at maintaining the coherence of his executive team, but he has had over the years a lot of activist employees, as a lot of these companies have had, and so that's been continuous pressure. And then the final thing I'd say is I said that companies can withstand most forms of external pressure, but not all. And the special, though not all, one is government pressure. Is that when your government comes for you, like, yeah, any CEO who thinks that they're bigger than their government has that notion beaten out of them in short order.
Can you just linger on that? Because it is maybe educating and deeply disturbing. You've spoken about it before, but worth speaking about again, this government pressure. So you think they've crossed the line into essentially criminal levels of pressure?
Flagrant criminality. Felonies, like obvious felonies. And I can actually cite the laws. But yes, absolute criminality.
Can you explain how those possible to happen, and maybe on a hopeful note, how we can avoid that happening again?
So to start with, is a lot of this now is in the public record, which is good because it needs to be in the public record. And so there's three forms of things that are in the public record that people can look at. So one is the Twitter files, right, which Elon put out with the set of journalists when he took over. And I will just tell you, the Twitter files are 100% representative of what I've seen at every other one of these companies. And so you can just see what happened in Twitter, and you can just assume that happened in these other companies, for the most part, and certainly in terms of the kind of pressure that they got. So that's number one. That stuff, you can just read it, and you should if you haven't. The second is, Mark referenced this in the Rogan podcast, there's a Congressman, Jim Jordan, who has a congressional committee called the Weaponization Committee. And they, in the last, 3 years, have done a full-scale investigation of this. And Facebook produced a lot of documents into that investigation. And many of those have now been made public. And you can download those reports. And there's like 2,000 pages worth of material on that. And that's essentially the Facebook version of the Twitter files, just arrived at with a different mechanism. And then third is Mark himself talking about this on Rogan. So I'll just defer to his comments there. But yeah, basically what those three forms of information show you is basically the government, over time, and then culminating in 2020, 2021, in the last 4 years, just decided that the First Amendment didn't apply to them. And they just decided that federal laws around free speech and around conspiracies to take away the rights of citizens just don't apply. And they just decided that they can just arbitrarily pressure, just like literally arbitrarily call up companies and threaten and bully, and yell and scream and threaten repercussions and force them to censor. And there's this old thing of like, well, the First Amendment only applies to the government; it doesn't apply to companies. It's like, well, there's actually a little bit of nuance to that. First of all, it definitely applies to the government. Like 100%, the First Amendment applies to the government. By the way, so does the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, including the right to due process, also applies to the government. There was no due process at all to any of the censorship regime that was put in place. There was no due process put in place, by the way, for debanking either. Those are just as serious violations as the free speech violations. And so this is just like flagrant unconstitutional behavior. And then there are specific federal statutes. It's 18241 and 18242. And one of them applies to federal employees, government employees, and the other one applies to private actors. Around what's called deprivation of rights and conspiracy to deprive rights. And it is not legal, according to the United States Criminal Code, for government employees or in a conspiracy private entities to take away constitutional rights. And interestingly, some of those constitutional rights are enumerated, for example, in the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and then some of those rights actually do not need to be enumerated. If the government takes away rights that you have, they don't need to be specifically enumerated rights in the Constitution in order to still be a felony. The Constitution does not say you only have the rights that it gives you. It says you have all the rights that have not been previously defined as being taken away from you, right? And so debanking qualifies as a right. Right to access the financial system is every bit something that's subject to these laws as free speech. And so this has happened. And then I'll just add one final thing, which is we've talked about two parties so far. We've talked about the government employees, and then we've talked about the companies. The government employees for sure have misbehaved. The companies, there's a very interesting question there as to whether they are victims or perpetrators, or both. They will defend and they will argue, and I believe they have a good case that they are victims and perpetrators, right? They are the downstream subjects of pressure, not the cause, not the cause of pressure. But there's a big swath of people who are in the middle, and specifically the ones that are funded by the government, that I think are in possibly pretty big trouble. And that's all of these third-party censorship bureaus. The one that sort of is most obvious is the so-called Stanford Internet Observatory that got glued up there over the last several years. And they basically were funded by the federal government to be third-party censorship operations. And they're private sector actors, but acting with federal funding. And so it puts them in this very interesting spot where there could be a very obvious theory under which they're basically acting as agents of the government. And so I think they're also very exposed on this and have behaved in just flagrantly illegal ways.
So fundamentally, government should not do any kind of pressure, even soft pressure, on companies to censor.
Can't. Not allowed.
It really is disturbing. It probably started soft, lightly, slowly, and then it escalates as the old will to power will instruct them to do. You get. That's why there's protection, because you can't put a check on power for government, right?
There are so many ways that they can get you. Like, there are so many ways they can come at you and get you. And the thing here to think about is, a lot of times when people think about government action, they think about legislation, right? When I was a kid, we got trained on how does government work. There was this famous animated short, the thing we got shown was just the cartoon of how a bill becomes a law. Mm-hmm. It's like this, that's the bill's make along, and this.
I'm just a bill. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, all right, number one, that's not how it works at all. Like that doesn't actually happen. We can talk about that. But even beyond that, mostly what we're dealing with is not legislation. When we talk about government power these days, mostly it's not legislation. Mostly it's either regulation, which is basically the equivalent of legislation, but having not gone through the legislative process, which is a very big open legal issue and one of the things that the Doge is very focused on. Most government rules are not legislated; they're regulated, and there's tons and tons of regulations that these companies are. But this is another cliche you'll hear a lot, which is, private companies can do whatever they want. It's like, no, they can't. They're subject to tens of thousands of regulations that they have to comply with. And the hammer that comes down when you don't comply with regulations is profound. Like, they can completely wreck your company with no ability for you to do anything about it. So regulation is a big part of the way the power gets exercised. And then there's what's called just flat out administrative power, which is the term that you'll hear. And administrative power is just literally the government calling you and telling you what to do. Here's an example of how this works. So Facebook had this whole program a few years back to do a global cryptocurrency for payments called Libra. And they built the entire system, and it was this high-scale, sort of new cryptocurrency, and they were going to build it in every product, and there were going to be 3 billion people who could transact with Libra. And they went to the government, and they went to all these different, trying to figure out how to make it so it's like fully compliant with anti-money laundering and all these, controls and everything. And they had the whole thing ready to go. 2 senators wrote letters to the big banks saying, we're not telling you that you can't work with Facebook on this, but if you do, you should know that every aspect of your business is going to come under greatly increased level of regulatory scrutiny. Which is, of course, the exact equivalent of, it sure is a nice corner restaurant you have here. It would be a shame if somebody tossed a Molotov cocktail through the window and burned it down tonight, right? And so that letter, what is that letter? It's not a law. It's not even a regulation. It's just like straight, direct state power. And then it culminates in literally calls from the White House, where they're just like flat out telling you what to do, which is, of course, what a king gets to do, but not what a president gets to do. So what these companies experienced was they experienced the full panoply of this, but it was the level of intensity was in that order. It was actually legislation was the least important part. Regulation was more important. Administrative power was more important, and then just like flat out demands and then flat out threats were ultimately the most important. How do you fix it? Well, first of all, you have to elect people who don't do it. Right? So as with all these things, ultimately the fault lies with the voters. And so, you have to decide you don't want to live in that regime. I have no idea what part of this recent election mapped to the censorship regime. I do know a lot of people on the right got very angry about the censorship, but I think it probably at least helped with enthusiasm on that side. Maybe some people on the left will now not want their, Democratic nominees to be so pro-censorship. So the voters definitely, get a vote. Number one. Number two, I think you need transparency. You need to know what happened. We know some of what happened. Peter Thiel has written in the FT just now saying we just need broad, after what we've been through in the last decade, we need broad-based truth and reconciliation, efforts to really get to the root of things. So maybe that's part of it. We need investigations for sure. ultimately we need prosecutions. Like we need people to go to jail because we need to set object lessons that say that you don't get to do this. And on those last two, I would say that those are both up to the new administration, and I don't want to speak for them, and I don't want to predict what they're going to do, but they for sure have the ability to do both of those things, and we'll see where they take it.
Yeah, it's truly disturbing. I don't think anybody wants this kind of overreach of power for government, including perhaps people that were participating in it. It's like this dark momentum of power. They just get caught up in it. And that's the reason there's that kind of protection. Nobody wants that.
So I use the metaphor of the Ring of Power, and
Yeah.
for people who don't catch the reference, that's Lord of the Rings. And the thing with the Ring of Power and Lord of the Rings is the ring the Gollum has at the beginning, and it turns you invisible, and it turns out it like unlocks all this like fearsome power. It's the most powerful thing in the world. It's key to everything. And basically the moral lesson of Lord of the Rings, which was written by a guy who thought very deeply about these things, is the Ring of Power is inherently corrupting. The characters at one point, they're like, Gandalf, just put on the ring and like fix this. Right, and he will not put the ring on even to like end the war because he knows that it will corrupt him. And then the character as it starts, the character of Gollum is the result of it's like a normal character who ultimately becomes this incredibly corrupt and deranged version of himself. And so, I mean, I think you said something actually quite profound there, which is the Ring of Power is infinitely tempting. The censorship machine is infinitely tempting. If you have it, like you are going to use it. It's overwhelmingly tempting, because it's so powerful, and that it will corrupt you. And I don't know whether any of these people feel any of this today. They should. I don't know if they do. But you go out 5 or 10 years later, you would hope that you would realize that your soul has been corroded, and you probably started out thinking that you were a patriot and you were trying to defend democracy, and you ended up being, extremely authoritarian and anti-democratic and anti-Western.
Can I ask you a tough question here? Staying on the Ring of Power, Elon is quickly becoming the most powerful human on Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
You don't think he is?
Well, he doesn't have the nukes, so.
Nukes. Yeah, there's different definitions and perspectives on power, right? How can he or Donald Trump avoid the corrupting aspects of this power?
I mean, I think the danger is there with power. It's flat out there. I would say with Elon, I mean, we'll see. I would say with Elon, and I would say, by the way, overwhelmingly, I would say so far so good. I'm extremely, extremely thrilled by what he's done on almost every front for the last 30 years. But including all this stuff recently, I think he's been a real hero on a lot of topics where we needed to see heroism. But look, I would say, I guess the sort of case that he has this level of power is some combination of the money and the proximity to the president. And obviously both of those are instruments of power. The counter argument to that is, I do think a lot of how Elon is causing change in the world right now. I mean, there's the companies he's running directly where I think he's doing very well, and we're investors in multiple of them and doing very well. But I think a lot of the stuff that gets people mad at him is it's the social and political stuff, and it's it's his statements, and then it's the downstream effects of his statements. So for example, it's for the last couple of weeks, it's been him kind of weighing in on this rape gang scandal, this organized child rape thing in the UK. And it's actually it's a preface cascade. It's one of these things where people knew there was a problem. They weren't willing to talk about it. It kind of got suppressed, and then Elon brought it up, and then all of a sudden there's now in the UK this massive explosion of basically open conversation about it for the first time, and it's this catalyzing. All of a sudden everybody's kind of looking up and being like, oh my god, this is really bad, and there will be now pretty clearly big changes as a result. So, and Elon was he played the role of the boy who said the emperor has no clothes, right? But here's the thing. Here's my point. He said it about something that was true, right? And so had he said it about something that was false, he would get no credit for it. He wouldn't deserve any credit for it. But he said something that was true. And by the way, everybody over there instantly they were like, "Oh yeah, he's right." Right? Nobody seriously said. They're just arguing the details now. So number one, it's okay, he says true things, and so it's okay, how far? Let's put it this way: how worried are we about somebody becoming corrupt by virtue of their power being that they get to speak the truth? And I guess I would say, especially in the last decade of what we've been through, where everybody's been lying all the time about everything, I'd say I think we should run this experiment as hard as we can to get people to tell the truth. And so I don't feel that bad about that. And then the money side, this rapidly gets into the money and politics question. And the money and politics question is this very interesting question because it seems like if there's a clear-cut case that the more money in politics, the worse things are, and the more corrupted the system is. That was a very popular topic of public conversation up until 2016, when Hillary outspent Trump 3-1 and lost. You'll notice that money in politics has almost vanished as a topic in the last 8 years. And once again, Trump spent far less. Kamala Harris spent 1.5 billion on top of what Biden spent. So they were at, I don't know, something like 3 billion total, and Trump, I think, spent again like a third or a fourth of that. And so the money in politics kind of topic has kind of vanished from the popular conversation in the last 8 years. It has come back a little bit now that Elon is spending. But again, like it's like, okay, he's spending, but the data would seem to indicate in at least the last 8 years that money doesn't win the political battles. It's actually like the voters actually have a voice and they actually exercise it, and they don't just listen to ads. And so again, I would say like, yeah, clearly there's some power there, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's some weapon that he can just like turn on and use in a definitive way.
And I don't know if there's parallels there, but I could also say just on a human level, he has a good heart. And I interact with a lot of powerful people, and that's not always the case. So that's a good thing there.
Yeah.
If we can draw parallels to the Hobbit or whatever, who gets to put on the ring?
Frodo,
yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe one of the lessons of Lord of the Rings, right, is even Frodo would have been, corrupted, right? But nevertheless, you had somebody who could do what it took at the time. The thing that I find just so amazing about the Elon phenomenon and all the critiques is, the one thing that everybody in our societies universally agrees on, because of our sort of our post-Christian egalitarian. So we live in sort of this post-secularized Christian context in the West now, and it's we consider Christianity kind of backwards, but we still believe essentially all the same things. We just dress them up in sort of fake science. So the one thing that we're all taught from early is that the best people in the world are the people who care about all of humanity, right? And we venerate, all of our figures are people who care about all of, Jesus cared about all of humanity, Gandhi cared about all of humanity, Martin Luther King cared about all of humanity. Like it's the person who cares the most about everybody. And with Elon, you have a guy who literally he talks about this constantly, and he talks about exactly the same in private. He is operating on behalf of all of humanity to try to get us to, he goes through to get us to be multiplanetary civilization so that we can survive a strike on any one planet, so that we can extend the light of human consciousness into the world, and, into the universe, and have it persist, and the good of the whole thing. And like literally the critique is, yeah, we want you to care about all of humanity, but not like that.
Yeah, all the critics, all the surface turmoil of the critics will be forgotten.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
You said that we always end up being ruled by the elite of some kind. Can you explain this law, this idea?
So this comes from an Italian political philosopher from about 100 years ago named Robert. I'm going to mangle it. I'll let you pronounce the Italian. Michel's or Michael's. And then I learned about it through a famous book on politics, probably the best book on politics written in the 20th century, called The Machiavellians, by this guy, James Burnham, who has had a big impact on me. But in The Machiavellians, he resurrects what he calls this sort of Italian realist school of political philosophy from the 10s and 20s. And these were people, to be clear, this was not like a Mussolini thing. These were people who were trying to understand the actual mechanics of how politics actually works. So to get to the actual sort of mechanical substance of like how the political machine operates. And this guy, Michel, said this concept he ended up with called the iron law of oligarchy. And so what the iron law of oligarchy, and let me take a step back to say what he meant by oligarchy, because it has multiple meanings. So basically in classic political theory, there's basically three forms of government at core. There's democracy, which is rule of the many. There's oligarchy, which is rule of the few. And there's monarchy, which is rule of the one. And you can just use that as a general framework of any government you're going to be under, is every one of those. Just a mechanical observation, without even saying which one's good or bad, just a structural observation. And so the question that Michel's asked was, like, is there such a thing as democracy? Like, is there actually such a thing as democracy? Is there ever actually like direct government? And what he did was he mounted this sort of incredible historical exploration of whether democracies had ever existed in the world. And the answer basically is almost never. We could talk about that. But the other thing he did was he sought out the most democratic private organization in the world that he could find at that point, which he concluded was some basically communist German auto workers union that was like wholly devoted to the workers of the world uniting, back when that was like the hot thing. And he went in there and he's like, okay, this is the organization out of all organizations on planet Earth that must be operating as a direct democracy. And he went in there and he's like, oh, nope, there's a leadership class. There's like 6 guys at the top and they control everything. And they lead the rest of the membership along, by the nose, which is, of course, the story of every union. the story of every union is always the story of, there's a Jimmy Hoffa in there, kind of running the thing. We just saw that with the dockworkers union, right? Like, there's a guy, and he's in charge. And by the way, the number 2 is his son, right? Like, that's not like an accident, right? So the iron law of oligarchy basically says democracy is fake. There's always a ruling class. There's always a ruling elite structurally. And he said the reason for that is because the masses can't organize. Right? What's the fundamental problem? Whether the mass is 25,000 people in a union or 250 million people in a country, the masses can't organize. The majority cannot organize. Only a minority can organize. And to be effective in politics, you must organize. And therefore, every political structure in human history has been some form of a small organized elite ruling a large and dispersed majority. Every single one. The Greeks and the Florentines had brief experiments in direct democracy, and they were total disasters. In Florence, I forget the name of it. It was called like the Workers' Revolt or something like that. There was like a 2-year period where they basically experimented with direct democracy during the Renaissance, and it was a complete disaster. And they never tried it again. In the state of California, we have our own experiment on this, which is the proposition system, which is an overlay on top of the legislature. And it, anybody who looks at it for 2 seconds concludes it's been a complete disaster. It's just a catastrophe, and it's caused enormous damage to the state. And so basically, the presumption that we are in a democracy is just sort of by definition fake. Now, good news for the U.S., it turns out the founders understood this. And so, of course, they didn't give us a direct democracy. They gave us a representative democracy, right? And so they built the oligarchy into the system in the form of Congress and the executive branch and the judicial branch. So anyway, so as a consequence, democracy is always and everywhere fake. There is always a ruling elite. And basically the lesson of the Machiavellians is you can deny that if you want, but you're fooling yourself. The way to actually think about how to make a system work and maintain any sort of shred of freedom is to actually understand that is actually what's happening.
And lucky for us, the founders saw this and figured out a way to, given that there's going to be a ruling elite, how to create a balance of power among that elite.
Yes.
So it doesn't get out of hand.
And it was very clever, right? And some of this was based on earlier experiments. Some of this, by the way, these were very, very smart people, right? And so they knew tremendous amounts of like Greek and Roman history. They knew the Renaissance history. The Federalist Papers. They argued this at great length. You can read it all. They ran like one of the best seminars in world history trying to figure this out. And they went through all this, and so they thought through it very carefully. But just I'll give you an example, which continues to be a hot topic. So. One way they did it is through the 3 branches of government, right? Executive, legislative, and judicial, the sort of balance of powers. But the other way they did it was they sort of echoing what had been done earlier, I think, in the UK Parliament. They created the 2 different bodies of the legislature, right? And so the House and the Senate, and as the House is apportioned on the basis of population, and the Senate is not, right? The small states have just as many senators as the big states. And then they made the deliberate decision to have the House get reelected every 2 years to make it very responsive to the will of the people. And they made the decision to have the Senate get reelected every 6 years so that it had more buffer from the passions of the moment. But what's interesting is they didn't choose one or the other, right? They did them both. And then to get legislation passed, you have to get through both of them. And so they built in like a second layer of checks and balances. And then there's 1,000 observations we could make about like how well the system is working today, and like how much does it live up to the ideal, and how much are we actually complying with the Constitution. And there's lots of open questions there. But this system has survived for coming on 250 years with a country that has been spectacularly successful. That I don't think, at least I don't think any of us would trade the system for any other one. And so it's one of the great all-time achievements.
Yeah, it's incredible. And we should say they were all pretty young relative to our current. They were set of leaders.
Many in their 20s at the time. And like super geniuses. This is one of those things where it's just like, all right, something happened where there was a group of people where, nobody ever tested their IQs, but like these are Einsteins of politics. Yeah, an amazing thing. But anyway, I go through all that, which is they were very keen students of the actual mechanical practice of democracy, not fixated on what was desirable. They were incredibly focused on what would actually work, which is, I think, the way to think about these things.
They were engineers of sort, not the fuzzy humanities.
They were shape rotators, not word cells.
I remember that. Wow, that meme came and went. I think you were central to that. You're central to a lot of memes. You're the meme dealer and the meme popularizer.
That meme I get some credit for, and then the current thing is the one I get some credit for. I don't know that I invented either one, but I popularized it.
Take credit and run with it. If we can just linger on the Machiavellians. It's a study of power and power dynamics. Like you mentioned, looking at the actual reality of the machinery of power. From everything you've seen now in government, but also in companies, what are some interesting things you can sort of continue to say about the dynamics of power, the jostling for power that happens inside these institutions?
Yeah, so a lot of it, we already talked about this a bit with the universities, which is you can apply a Machiavellian style lens. It's why I posed the question to you that I did, which is, okay, who runs the university? The trustees, the administration, the students, or the faculty? And the true answer is some combination of the three, or of the four, plus the donors, by the way, plus the government, plus the press, et cetera, right? And so there's a mechanical interpretation of that. I mean, companies operate under the exact same, set of questions. Who runs a company? The CEO, but like the CEO runs the company basically up to the day that either the shareholders or the management team revolt. If the shareholders revolt, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. If the management team revolts, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. By the way, if the employees revolt, it's also hard to stay in the seat. By the way, if the New York Times comes at you, it's also very hard to stay in the seat. If the Senate comes at you, it's very hard to stay in the seat. So, like a reductionist version of this that is a good shorthand is who can get who fired. So who has more power? The newspaper columnist who makes $200,000 a year, or the CEO who makes $200 million a year. And it's like, well, I know for sure that the columnist will get the CEO fired. I've seen that happen before. I have yet to see a CEO get a columnist fired.
Did anyone ever get fired from the Bill Ackman assault on journalism? So Bill like really showed the bullshit that happens in journalism.
No, because what happens is they wear it with I would say to their credit, they wear it as a badge of honor, and then to their shame, they wear it as a badge of honor, right? Which is, if they're doing the right thing, then they are justifiably proud of themselves for standing up under pressure. But it also means that they can't respond to legitimate criticism, and they're obviously terrible at that now. As I recall, he went straight to the CEO of the Axel Springer that owns Insider, and I happen to know the CEO, and I think he's quite a good CEO. But well, this is a good example. Does the CEO of Axel Springer run his own company, right? Well, there's a fascinating thing playing out right now, but not to dwell on these fires. It's a case, you see, the pressure reveals things, right? And so if you've been watching what's happening with the LA Times recently, so this guy, biotech entrepreneur, buys the LA Times 8 years ago. It is just like the most radical social revolutionary thing you can possibly imagine. It endorses every crazy left-wing radical you can imagine. It endorses Karen Bass. It endorses Gavin Newsom. It's just like a litany of all the people who are currently burning the city to the ground. It's just like endorsed every single bad person every step of the way. He's owned it the entire time. He put his foot down right before, for the first time, I think, put his foot down right before the November election and said, we're not getting, he said, we're going to get out of this thing where we just always endorse a Democrat. And we said, we're not endorsing for the presidency. And the paper flipped out, right? It's like our billionaire backer I don't know what he spends, but he must be burning $50 or $100 million a year out of his pocket to keep this thing running. He paid $500 million for it, which is amazing. Back when people still thought these things were businesses. And then he's probably burned another $500 million over the last decade keeping it running. And he burns probably another $50 or $100 million a year to do this. And the journalists at the LA Times hate him with the fury of 1,000 suns. They just absolutely freaking despise him. And they have been attacking him. And, the ones that can get jobs elsewhere quit and do it. And the rest just stay and say the worst and the most horrible things about him. And they want to constantly run these stories attacking him. And so he has had this reaction that a lot of people in LA are having right now to this fire and to this just incredibly vivid collapse of leadership, and all these people that his paper had endorsed are just disasters. And he's on this tour. He's basically decided to be the boy who says the emperor has no clothes, but he's doing it to his own newspaper. Very smart guy. He's on a press tour, and he's basically saying, yeah, we did all that, and we endorsed all these people, and it was a huge mistake, and we're going to completely change. And his paper is, in a complete internal revolt. But I go through it, which is, okay, now we have a very interesting question, which is who runs the LA Times? Because for the last 8 years, it hasn't been him. It's been the reporters. Now, for the first time, the owner is showing up saying, oh, no, I'm actually in charge. And the reporters are saying, no, you're not. And it is freaking on. And so again, if the Machiavellian's mindset on this is okay, how is power actually exercised here? Can a guy who's even super rich and super powerful, who even owns his own newspaper, can he stand up to a full-scale assault, not only by his own reporters, but by every other journalism outlet who also now thinks he's the Antichrist?
And he is trying to exercise power by speaking out publicly, and so that's the game of power there.
And firing people, and you know,
Firing
he has removed people, and he has set new rules. I mean, he is now, I think he's now at long last actually exercising prerogatives of an owner of the business, which is decide on the policies and staffing of the business. There are certain other owners of these publications that are doing similar things right now. He's the one I don't know, so he's the one I can talk about. But there are others that are going through the same thing right now. And I think it's a really interesting open question. Like, you know, in a fight between the employees and the employer, like, it's not crystal clear that the employer wins that one.
And just to stay on journalism for a second, we mentioned Bill Ackman. I just want to say, put him in the category we mentioned before of a really courageous person. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so fearless in going after, you know, and following what he believes in publicly. That's courage. That several things he's done publicly has been really inspiring. Just being courageous.
What do you think is like the most impressive example?
Where he went after journalists, whose whole incentive is to, like, I mean, it's like kicking the beehive or whatever. You know what's gonna follow, and to do that, I mean, that's why it's difficult to challenge journalistic organizations, because they're going to, you know, there's just so many mechanisms they use, including like writing articles and get cited by Wikipedia, and then drive the narrative, and it can get you fired, all this kind of stuff. Bill Ackman, like a bad MFer, just tweets these essays and just goes after them legally and also in the public eye, and just I don't know. That was truly inspiring. There's not many people like that out in public, and hopefully that inspires not just me but many others to be courageous themselves.
Did you know of him before he started doing this in public?
I knew of Neri, his wife, who's just a brilliant researcher and scientist, and so I admire her, look up to her. I think she's amazing.
Well, the reason I ask if you knew about Bill is because a lot of people had not heard of him before, especially like before October 7th and before some of the campaigns he's been running since in public, but and with Harvard and so forth. But he was very well known in the investment world before that. So he was a famous, he's a so-called activist investor for, you know, very, very successful and very widely respected for probably 30 years before now. And I bring that up because it turns out they weren't, for the most part, battles that happened in kind of full public view. They weren't national stories, but in the business and investing world, the activist investor is it's like in the movie Taken, it's a very specific set of skills.
Yeah.
On how to like really take control of situations and how to wreck the people who you're going up against. And there's been controversy over the years of this topic, and there's too much detail to go into, but the defense of activist investing, which I think is valid, is you know, these are the guys who basically go in and take stakes in companies that are being poorly managed or under optimized, and then generally what that means is, at least the theory is, that means the existing management has become entrenched and lazy, mediocre, you know, whatever, not, you know, responding to the needs of the shareholders, often not responding to the customers, and the activists basically go in with a minority position, and then they rally support among other investors who are not activists, and then they basically show up and they force change. But they are the aggressive version of this, and I've been involved in companies that have been on the receiving end of these, where it is amazing how much somebody like that can exert pressure on situations even when they don't have formal control. So it would be another chess piece on the mechanical board of kind of how power gets exercised. And basically what happens is the effective analysts, a large amount of the time, they end up taking over control of companies, even though they never own more than like 5% of the stock. And so anyway, so it turns out with Bill's, it's such a fascinating case because he has that like complete skill set. And he has now decided to bring it to bear in areas that are not just companies. And two interesting things for that. One is, you know, some of these places, you know, and some of these battles are still ongoing, but number one, like a lot of people who run universities or newspapers are not used to being up against somebody like this. And by the way, also now with infinitely deep pockets and lots of experience in courtrooms and all the things that kind of go with that. But the other is, through example, he is teaching a lot of the rest of us the activist playbook, like in real time. And so the Liam Neeson skill set is getting more broadly diffused just by being able to watch and learn from him. So I think he's having I would put him up there with Elon in terms of somebody who's really affecting how all this is playing out.
But even skill set aside, just courage.
Yes, including, by the way, courage to go outside of his own zone.
Yeah.
Right. You know, because like he hasn't. I'll give you an example. Like my firm, venture capital firm, we have LPs there are things that I feel like I can't do or say because I feel like I would be bringing embarrassment or other consequences to our LPs. He has investors also where he worries about that. And so a couple of things. One is his willingness to go out a bit and risk his relationship with his own investors. But I will tell you the other thing, which is his investors, I know this for a fact, his investors have been remarkably supportive of him doing that. Because as it turns out, a lot of them actually agree with him. And so it's the same thing he does in his activism campaigns. He is able to be the tip of the spear on something that actually a lot more people agree with.
Yeah, it turns out if you have truth behind you, it helps.
And just again, how I started is a lot of people are just fed up.
You've been spending a bunch of time in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, helping the new administration in many ways, including interviewing people who might join. So what's your general sense about the talent, about the people who are coming into the new administration?
So I should start by saying I'm not a member of the new administration. I'm not in the room when a lot of these people are being selected.
I believe you said unpaid intern.
I'm an unpaid intern. So I'm a volunteer, and when helpful, but I'm not making the decisions, nor am I in a position to speak for the administration. So I don't want to say anything that would cause people to think I'm doing that. It's a very unusual situation, right, where you had an incumbent president, and then you had a 4-year gap where he's out of office, and then you have him coming back, right? And as you'll recall, there was a fair amount of controversy over the end of the first term.
Oh yeah.
The specific concern was, the first Trump administration. They will all say this is like they didn't come in with a team, right? So they didn't come in with a team, and most of the sort of institutional base of the Republican Party were Bush Republicans, and many of them had become never Trumpers, and so they had a hard time putting the team together. And then, by the way, they had a hard time getting people confirmed. And so, if you talk to people who were there in the first term, it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of even get the government in place. And then they basically only had the government in place for basically like 18 months, and then COVID hit. And then sort of aftermath and everything, and all the drama and the headlines and everything. And so the concern, including from some very smart people in the last 2 years, has been, boy, if Trump gets a second term, is he going to be able to get a team that is as good as the team he had last time, or a team that's actually not as good? Because maybe people got burned out. Maybe they're more cynical now. Maybe they're not willing to go through the drama. By the way, a lot of people in the first term came under their own withering legal assaults, and some of them went to prison, and a lot of stuff happened. Lots of investigations, lots of legal fees, lots of bad press, lots of debanking. By the way, a lot of the officials in the first Trump term got debanked, including the president's wife and son.
Yeah, I heard you tell that story. That's insane. That's just insane.
In the wake of the first term, yes, we now take out spouses and children with our ring of power. And so there's this legitimate question as to whether, what will the team for the second term look like? And at least what I've seen and what you're seeing with the appointments is it looks much, much better. First of all, it just looks better than the first term, and not because the people in the first term were not necessarily good, but just you just have this influx of incredibly capable people that have shown up that want to be part of this. And you just didn't have that the first time. And so they're just drawing on a much deeper, richer talent pool than they had the first time. And they're drawing on people who know what the game is. They're drawing on people now who know what is going to happen, and they're still willing to do it. And so they're going to get, I think, some of the best people for the first term, but they're bringing in a lot of people who they couldn't get the first time around. And then second is there's a bunch of people, including people in the first term, where they're just 10 years older. And so they went through the first term and they just learned how everything works. Or they're young people who just had a different point of view, and now they're 10 years older and they're ready to go serve in government. And so there's a generational shift happening. And actually, one of the interesting things about the team that's forming up is it's remarkably young. Some of the cabinet members and then many of the second and third level people are in their 30s and 40s, which is a big change from the gerontocracy that, we've been under for the last 30 years. And so I think the caliber has been outstanding. We could sit here and list tons and tons of people, but the people who are running, it's everything from the people who are running all the different departments at HHS. It's the people running, the number 2 at the Pentagon is Steve Feinberg, who's just an incredible legend of private equity, incredible, capable guy. We've got two of my partners are going in, who I both think are amazing. Yeah, many, many parts of the government, the people are really impressive.
Well, I think one of the concerns is actually that given the human being of Donald Trump, that there would be more tendency towards, let's say, favoritism versus meritocracy. That there's kind of circles of sycophancy that form, and if you're be able to be loyal and never oppose and just be basically suck up to the president, that you'll get a position. So that's one of the concerns, and I think you're in a good position to speak to the degree that's happening versus hiring based on merit and just getting great teams.
Yeah, so look, I just start by saying any leader at that level, by the way, any CEO, there's always some risk of that, right? So there's always some, it's like a natural reality warps around powerful leaders, and so there's always some risk to that. Of course, the good, powerful leaders are very aware of that. Trump, at this point in his life, I think, is highly aware of that. At least in my interactions with him, like he definitely seems very aware of that. So that's one thing. I would just say that I think the way to look at that, I mean, look, like I said, I don't want to predict what's going to happen once this whole thing starts unfolding, but I would just say that, again, the caliber of the people who are showing up and getting the jobs, and then the fact that these are some of the most accomplished people in the business world, and in the medical field. I just, Jay Bhattacharya coming in to run NIH. So I was actually I was part of the interview team for a lot of the HHS folks.
Nice. Jay is amazing. Oh, I was so happy to see that.
So I literally this is a story. I got to the transition office for one of the days of the HHS interviews, and I was on one of the interviewing teams, and they gave us, I didn't know who the candidates were, and they gave us the sheet in the beginning, and I clicked on the sheet, and I saw Jay's name, and I almost physically fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and I happen to know Jay, and I respect him enormously. And then he proved himself under this, talk about a guy who proved himself under extraordinary pressure over the last 5 years.
And then go radical under the pressure. He maintained balance and thoughtfulness and depth. I mean, incredible.
Very serious, very analytical, very applied, and yes, 100% tested under pressure. Came out the more people look back at what he said and did, and he's not. None of us are perfect. But overwhelmingly insightful throughout that whole period. And we would all be much better off today had he been in charge of the response. And so just an incredibly capable guy. And look, and then he learned from all that, right? He learned a lot in the last 5 years. And so the idea that somebody like that could be head of NIH as compared to the people we've had is just breathtakingly, it's just a gigantic upgrade. And then Marty McCreary coming in to run FDA, exact same thing. The guy coming to run CDC, exact same thing. I mean, I've been spending time with Dr. Oz, and I'm not I'm not on these teams. I'm not in the room, but I've been spending enough time trying to help that his level of insight into the healthcare system is it's astounding. And it comes from being a guy who's been in the middle of the whole thing and been talking to people about this stuff and working on it and serving as a doctor himself and in medical systems for his entire life. And he's just he's a walking encyclopedia on these things. And so, very dynamic, very charismatic, very smart, organized, effective. So, to have somebody like that in there. And so anyway, they're just, I have 30 of these stories now across all these different positions. And so I'd be quite honest, you do the compare and contrast for the last 4 years, and these people are not in the same ballpark. They're just wildly better. And so pound for pound, this may be the best team in the White House since, I don't even know, maybe the 90s, maybe the 30s, maybe the 50s, maybe Eisenhower had a team like this or something, but there's a lot of really good people in there now.
Yeah, the potential for change is certainly extremely high. Well, can you speak to Doge? What's the most wildly successful next 2 years for Doge? Can you imagine? Maybe also, can you think about the trajectory that's the most likely, and what kind of challenges would it be facing?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying again, I'm not on Doge. I'm not a member of Doge.
We should say there's about 10 lawyers in the room. They're staring. No, I'm just kidding.
Both the angels and the devils on my shoulder.
Okay.
So
right.
So I'm not speaking for Doge. I'm not in charge of Doge. Yeah. Those guys are doing it. I'm not doing it, but I am. Again, I'm volunteering to help as much as I can, and I'm 100% supportive. So look, I think the way to think of, the basic outlines are in public, right? Which is it's a time limited, basically commission. It's not a formal government agency. It's a time limited 18-month. It'll in terms of implementation, it will advise the executive branch, right? And so the implementation will happen through the White House. And the president has total latitude on what he wants to implement. And then basically what I think about it is the three kind of streams, kind of target sets, and they're related but different. So money, people, and regulations. And so the headline number that put us the $2 trillion number, and there's disputes over that, whatever. There's a whole question there. But then there's the people thing, and the people thing is interesting because you get into these very kind of fascinating questions. And I've been doing this. I won't do this for you as a pop quiz, but I do this for people in government as a pop quiz, and I can stump them every time, which is, A, how many federal agencies are there? And the answer is somewhere between 450 and 520, and nobody's quite sure. And then the other is how many people work for the federal government. And the answer is, something on the order, I forget, but like 4 million full-time employees and maybe up to 20 million contractors, and nobody's quite sure. And so there's a large people component to this. And then, by the way, there's a related component to that, which is how many of them are actually in the office. And the answer is not many. Most of the federal buildings are still empty, right? And then there's questions of like, are people, working from home, or are we actually working from home? So there's the people dimension. And of course, the money and the people are connected. And then there's the third, which is the regulation thing, right? And I described earlier how basically our system of government is much more now based on regulations than legislation, right? Most of the rules that we all live under are not from a bill that went through Congress. They're from an agency that created a regulation. That turns out to be very, very important. So one is, Elon already described, the DOJ wants to do broad-based regulatory relief, and Trump has talked about this, and basically get the government off people's backs and liberate the American people to be able to do things again. So that's part of it. But there's also something else that's happened, which is very interesting, which was there were a set of Supreme Court decisions about 2 years ago that went directly after the idea that the executive branch can create regulatory agencies and issue regulations and enforce those regulations without corresponding congressional legislation. And most of the federal government that exists today, including most of the departments and most of the rules and most of the money and most of the people, most of it is not enforcing laws that Congress passed. Most of it is regulation. And the Supreme Court basically said large parts, large to maybe all of that regulation that did not directly result from a bill that went through Congress the way that the cartoon said that it should, that may not actually be legal. Now, the previous White House, of course, was super in favor of big government. They had no desire to act. They did nothing based on this. They didn't, pull anything back in. But the new regime, if they choose to, could say, look, the thing that we're doing here is not, challenging the laws. We're actually complying with the Supreme Court decision that basically says we have to unwind a lot of this, and we have to unwind the regulations, which are no longer legal, constitutional. We have to unwind the spend, and we have to unwind the people. And that's how you get from basically you connect the thread from the regulation part back to the money part, back to the people part. They have work going on all three of these threads. They have, I would say, incredibly creative ideas on how to deal with this. I know lots of former government people who 100% of them are super cynical on this topic, and they're like, "This is impossible. This can never possibly work." And I'm like, "Well, I can't tell you what the secret plans are, but like blow my mind." And all three of those, they have ideas that are really quite amazing, as you'd expect from the people involved. And so over the course of the next few months, that'll start to become visible. And then the final thing I would say is this is going to be very different than attempts like that. There have been other programs like this in the past. The Clinton-Gore administration had one, and then there were others before that. Reagan had one. The difference is that this time there's social media. Mm-hmm. And so there has never been, it's interesting. One of the reasons people in Washington are so cynical is because they know all the bullshit. They know all the bad spending and all the bad rules and all the, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now. And that's compounding, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget. And it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days. And then if this doesn't get fixed, at some point we enter a hyperinflationary spiral and we become Argentina or Brazil and kablooey, right? And so everybody in DC knows that something has to be done. And then everybody in DC knows for a fact that it's impossible to do anything. Right, they know all the problems, and they also know the sheer impossibility of fixing it. But I think what they're not taking into account, what the critics are not taking into account, is these guys can do this in the full light of day, and they can do it on social media. They can completely bypass the press. They can completely bypass the cynicism. They can expose any element of unconstitutional or silly government spending. They can run victory laps every single day on what they're doing. They can bring the people into the process. And again, if you think about it, this goes back to our Machiavellian structure, which is, if you think about, again, you've got democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, rule of the many, rule of the few, rule of the one. You could think about what's happening here as a little bit of a sandwich, right? Which is we don't have a monarch, but we have a president, rule of the one with some power. And then we have the people who can't organize, but they can be informed and they can be aware and they can express themselves through voting and polling, right? And so there's a sandwich happening right now, is the way to think about it, which is you've got basically monarchy, you've got rule of one combining with rule of many, right? And rule of many is they do get to vote, right? The people do get to vote, basically, and then essentially Congress and the sort of permanent bureaucratic class in Washington as the oligarchy in the middle. And so the White House plus the people, I think, have the power to do all kinds of things here. And I think that would be the way I would watch it.
The transparency. I mean, Elon just by who he is incentivized to be transparent and show the bullshit in the system and to celebrate the victories. So it's going to be so exciting. I mean, honestly, it just makes government more exciting, which is a win for everybody.
These people are spending our money.
Yeah.
These people have enormous contempt for the taxpayer. Okay, here's the thing you hear in Washington. Here's one of the things. So the first thing you hear is this is impossible. They'll be able to do nothing. And then I walk them through this and they're like, it starts to dawn on them that this is a new kind of thing. And then they're like, well, it doesn't matter because all the money is in entitlements and the debt and the military. And so like, yeah, you've got like this silly fake, whatever, NPR funding or whatever. And like, it's a rounding error. It doesn't matter. And you look it up in the budget. It's like, whatever, $500 million or $5 billion, or it's the charging stations that don't exist. It's the $40 billion of charging stations, and they build 8 charging stations, or it's the broadband internet plan that delivered broadband to nobody, right, and cost you $30 billion. Like, so these boondoggles, and what everybody in Washington says is that $30 billion is a rounding error on the federal budget. It doesn't matter. Who cares if they make it go away? And of course, any taxpayer is like, what the?
What do you mean?
It's $30 billion. Right, and then the experts are like, and the press is in on this too. Then the experts are like, well, it doesn't matter because it's a rounding error. No, it's $30 billion. And if you're this cavalier about $30 billion, imagine how cavalier you are about the $3 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's $30 billion. Is $30 billion a lot of the federal budget in percentage? No, it's not. But $30 billion divided by do the math. $30 billion divided by, let's say, 300 million taxpayers. Right? Like, what's that? Math expert?
$100.
$100 per taxpayer per year. Okay, so $100 to an ordinary person working hard every day to make money and provide for their kids. $100 is a meal out. It's a trip to the amusement park. It's the ability to, buy additional educational materials. It's the ability to have a babysitter, to be able to have a romantic relationship with your wife. There's like 100 things that person can do with $100 that they're not doing because it's going to some bullshit program that is being basically where the money's being looted out in the form of just like ridiculousness and graft. And so the idea that $30 billion program is not something that is like a very important thing to go after is just like the level of contempt for the taxpayer is just off the charts. And then that's just one of those programs. There's like 100 of those programs. And they're all just like that. Like, it's not like any of this stuff is running well. Like the one thing we know is that none of this stuff is running well. Like, we know that for sure. Right. And we know these people aren't showing up to work, and like we know that all this crazy stuff is happening. Right. Do you remember Elon's story of what got the Amish to turn out to vote in Pennsylvania? Oh, okay. So like Pennsylvania. Okay. So Pennsylvania is like a wonderful state, great history. It has these cities like Philadelphia that have descended like other cities into just like complete chaos, violent madness, and death. Right. And the federal government has just like let it happen. These incredibly violent places. And so the Biden administration decided that the big pressing law enforcement thing that they needed to do in Pennsylvania was that they needed to start raiding Amish farms to prevent them from selling raw milk with armed raids.
Right.
And it turns out it really pissed off the Amish. And it turns out they weren't willing to drive to the polling places because they don't have cars. But if you came and got them, they would go and they would vote. And that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Anyway, so like, the law enforcement agencies are off working on like crazy things. Like the system's not working. And so you add up, pick $130 billion programs. All right, now you're, okay, math major, 100 times 100.
$10,000.
$10,000. Okay, $10,000 per taxpayer per year.
But it's also not just about money. That's really, obviously money is a hugely important thing, but it's the cavalier attitude.
Yes.
That then in the ripple effect of that, it makes it so nobody wants to work in government and be productive. It makes it so that it breeds corruption, it breeds laziness, it breeds secrecy because you don't want to be transparent about having done nothing all year, all this kind of stuff. You don't want to reverse that, so it will be exciting for the future to work in government. Because the amazing thing, if you're the steelman government, is you can do shit at scale. You have money, and you can directly impact people's lives in a positive sense at scale. It's super exciting. As long as there's no bureaucracy that slows you down, or not huge amounts of bureaucracy that slows you down significantly.
So here's the term. This blew my mind because I was, once you open the hell mouth of looking into the federal budget, you learn all kinds of things. So there is a term of art in government called impoundment.
Mm-hmm.
And so you if you're like me, you've learned this the hard way when your car has been impounded. The government meaning of impoundment, the federal budget meaning is a different meaning. Impoundment is as follows: the Constitution requires Congress to authorize money to be spent by the executive branch, right? So the executive branch goes to Congress, says we need money X. Congress does their thing. They come back and they say you can have money Y. The money is appropriated from Congress. The executive branch spends it on the military or whatever they spend it on, or on roads to nowhere, or charging stations to nowhere, or whatever. And what's in the Constitution is the Congress appropriates the money. Over the last 60 years, there has been an additional interpretation of appropriations applied by the courts and by the system, which is the executive branch not only needs Congress to appropriate X amount of money, the executive branch is not allowed to underspend.
I'm aware of this.
And so there's this thing that happens in Washington at the end of every fiscal year, which is September 30th, and it's the great budget flush. And any remaining money that's in the system that they don't know how to productively spend, they deliberately spend it unproductively, to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. A president who doesn't want to spend the money cannot spend it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's not what's in the Constitution. And there's actually quite a good Wikipedia page that goes through the great debate on this. It's played out in the legal world over the last 60 years. And like, basically, if you look at this with anything resembling, I think, an open mind, you're like, all right, this is not what the founders meant. And then number two, again, we go back to this thing of contempt. Like, can you imagine showing up and running the government like that and thinking that you're doing the right thing and not going home at night and thinking that you've sold your soul, right? Like, it's just like, I actually think you sort of had a really good point, which is it's even unfair to the people who have to execute this.
Yeah.
Right, because it makes them bad people, and they didn't start out wanting to be bad people, and so there is stuff like this, like everywhere. And so we'll see how far these guys get. I'm extremely encouraged what I've seen so far.
It seems like a lot of people will try to slow them down, but yeah,
for sure,
to get far.
Yeah.
Another difficult topic: immigration. What's your take on the let's say heated H-1B visa debate that's going on online and legal immigration in general?
Yeah, so to start by saying I am not involved in any aspect of government policy on this. I'm not planning to be. This is not an issue that I'm working on or that I'm going to work on. This is not part of the agenda of what the firm is doing. So my firm is doing. So like I'm not in this in the new administration of the government. I'm not planning to be. So purely just personal opinion. So I would describe Sam as a complex or nuanced, hopefully nuanced view on this issue that's maybe a little bit different than what a lot of my peers have. And I think, and I kind of thought about this, I didn't say anything about it all the way through the big kind of debate over Christmas, but I thought about it a lot, read everything. I think what I realized is that I just have a very different perspective on some of these things. And the reason is because of the combination of where I came from and then where I ended up. Let's start with this. Where I ended up, Silicon Valley. So, and I have made the high-skilled immigration argument many, many times, the H-1B argument many times. In past lives, I've been in D.C. many times, arguing with prior administrations about this, always on the side of trying to get more H-1Bs and trying to get more high-skilled immigration. I think that argument is very strong and very solid and very has paid off for the U.S. in many, many ways, and we can go through it, but I think it's the argument everybody already knows, right? It's like the stock. You take any Silicon Valley person, you press the button, and they tell you why we need to brain drain the world with more H-1Bs, right? So everybody kind of gets that argument.
So it's basically, just to summarize, it's a mechanism by which you can get super smart people from the rest of the world, import them in, keep them here to increase the productivity of the U.S. companies. Yeah,
and then it's not just good for them, and it's not just good for Silicon Valley or the tech industry. It's good for the country because they then create new companies and create new technologies and create new industries that then create many more jobs for Americans, native-born Americans, than would have previously existed. And so it's a positive sum flywheel thing where everybody wins. Like everybody wins. There are no trade-offs. It's all absolutely glorious in all directions. There cannot possibly be a moral right argument against it under any circumstances. Anybody who argues against it is obviously doing so from a position of racism. is probably a fascist and a Nazi, right? Right. I mean, that's the thing. And like I said, I've made that argument many times. I'm very comfortable with that argument. And then I'd also say, look, I would say, number one, I believe a lot of it. I'll talk about the parts I don't believe, but I believe a lot of it. And then the other part is, look, I benefit every day. I always describe it as I work in the United Nations. Like my own firm and our founders and our companies and the industry and my friends, are just this like amazing, panoply cornucopia of people from all over the world. And I don't know at this point we're people from, it's got to be, 80 countries or something. And hopefully over time it'll be, the rest as well. And, it's been amazing. And they've done many of the most important things in my industry, and it's been really remarkable. So that's all good. And then, there's just the practical version of the argument, which is we are the main place these people get educated anyway, right? The best and the brightest tend to come here to get educated. And so, this is the old kind of Mitt Romney staple green card to every, at least, maybe not every university degree, but every technical degree. Maybe the sociologists we could quibble about, but, the roboticists for sure, we can all agree that.
At least I won you over on something today.
Well, no, I'm exaggerating for effect. So.
And I lost you. I had you for half a second.
I haven't gotten to the other side of the argument yet.
Okay, thank you.
So surely we can all agree that we need to staple a green card.
The roller coaster is going up.
The roller coaster is ratcheting slowly up. So so surely we can all agree that the roboticists should all get green cards. And again, there's a lot of merit to that. Obviously, look, we want the U.S. to be the world leader in robotics. What's step one to being the world leader in robotics? Is to have all the great robotics people, right? Like, very unlike the underpass node, it's like a very straightforward formula, right? All right, that's all well and good. All right, but it gets a little bit more complicated because there is a kind of argument that's sort of right underneath that you also hear from these same people, and I have made this argument myself many times, which is we need to do this because we don't have enough people in the U.S. who can do it otherwise. Right? We have all these unfilled jobs. We've got all these companies that wouldn't exist. We don't have enough good founders. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough scientists. Or then the next version of the argument below that is our education system is not good enough to generate those people, and which is a weird argument, by the way, because our education system is good enough for foreigners to be able to come here preferentially in a very large number of cases, but somehow not good enough to educate our own native born people. So there's these little cracks in the matrix that you can kind of stick your fingernail into and kind of wonder about. And we'll come back to that one. But at least, yes, our education system has these flaws. And then underneath that is the argument that, Vivek made, which is, we have cultural rot in the country, and native born people in the country aren't, don't work hard enough and spend too much time watching TV and TikTok and don't spend enough time studying differential, equations. And again, it's all right, there's a fair amount to that. There's a lot of American culture that is, there's a lot of frivolity. There's a lot of, we have well-documented social issues on many fronts, many things that cut against having a culture of just straightforward high achievement and effort and striving. But anyway, those are the basic arguments. But then I have this kind of other side of my, kind of personality and thought process, which is, I grew up in a small farming town in rural Wisconsin, rural Midwest. And, it's interesting. There's not a lot of people who make it from rural Wisconsin to, high tech. And so it's all right, why is that exactly? Right. And then I know I'm an aberration. I was the only one from anybody I ever knew who ever did this. Right. That I know what an aberration I am, and I know exactly how that aberration happened. And it's a very unusual, set of steps. Including many that were just luck, but there is in no sense a talent flow from rural Wisconsin into high tech, not at all. There is also in no sense a talent flow from the rest of the Midwest into high tech. There is no talent flow from the South into high tech. There is no flow from the Sun Belt into high tech. There's no flow from the deep South into high tech. It just literally, it's the blanks. There's this whole section of the country that just where the people just for some reason don't end up at tech. Now, that's a little bit strange because these are the people who put a man on the moon. These are the people who built the World War II war machine. These are the people, at least their ancestors are the people who built the Second Industrial Revolution and built the railroads and built the telephone network and built, logistics and transportation in the auto industry. The auto industry was built in Cleveland and Detroit. And so at least these people's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents somehow had the wherewithal to build all of this amazing things, invent all these things. And then there's many, 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 many stories in the history of American invention and innovation and capitalism where you had people who grew up in the middle of nowhere. Philo Farnsworth, who invented the television, and just tons and tons of others, endless stories like this. now you have like a puzzle, right? And the conundrum, which is like, okay, like what is happening on the blank spot of the map? And then, of course, you also can't help noticing that the blank spot on the map, the Midwest and South, you've also just defined Trump country, the Trump voter base, right? It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, how did that happen? Right. And so either you really, really, really have to believe the very, very strong version of like the Vivek thesis or something where you have to believe that like that basically culture, the whole sort of civilization in the middle of the country and the south of the country is so like deeply flawed, either inherently flawed or culturally flawed, such that for whatever reason they are not able to do the things that their parents and grandparents were able to do and that their peers are able to do, or something else is happening. Would you care to guess on what else is happening?
I mean, what, affirmative action?
Affirmative action. Okay, this is very entertaining, right? What are the three things that we know about affirmative action? It is absolutely 100% necessary. But however, it cannot explain the success of any one individual.
Right.
Nor does it have any victims at all.
They could explain maybe disproportionate, but like it surely doesn't explain why you're probably the only person in Silicon Valley from Wisconsin.
What educational institution in the last 60 years has won a Farm Boys from Wisconsin?
But what institution rejected Farm Boys from Wisconsin?
All of them.
All of them.
Of course. Okay, so we know this. The reason we know this is because of the Harvard and UNC Supreme Court cases. So this was like 3 years ago. These were big court cases. And, because the idea of affirmative action has been litigated for many, many, many years and through many court cases. And the Supreme Court repeatedly in the past had upheld that it was a completely legitimate thing to do. And a lot of these, and there's basically two categories of affirmative action that like really matter, right? The one is the admissions into educational institutions, and then the other is jobs, right? Getting hired. Like those are the two biggest areas. The education one is like super potent, has been a super potent political issue for a very long time. For all, people have written and talked about this for many decades. I don't need to go through it. There's many arguments for why it's important. There's many arguments as to how it backfire. It's been this thing, but the Supreme Court upheld it for a very long time. The most recent ruling, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have the exact reference in my head, but there was a case in 2003 that said that Senator Day O'Connor famously wrote that although it had been 30 years of affirmative action and although it was not working remotely as it had been intended, she said that basically we need to try it for another 25 years. But she said basically as a message to future Supreme Court justices, if it hasn't resolved basically the issues it's intended to resolve within 25 years, then we should probably call it off. By the way, we're coming up on the 25 years. It's a couple of years away. The Supreme Court just had these cases. There's a Harvard case and I think a University of North Carolina case. And what's interesting about those cases is the lawyers in those cases put a tremendous amount of evidence into the record of how the admissions decisions actually happen at Harvard and happen at UNC. And it is like every bit as cartoonishly garish and racist as you could possibly imagine. Because it's a ring of power. And if you're an admissions officer at a private university or an administrator, you have unlimited power to do what you want, and you can justify any of it under any of these rules or systems. And up until these cases, it had been a black box where you didn't have to explain yourself and show your work. And what the Harvard and UNC cases did is they basically required showing the work. And so there was like all kinds of like phenomenal detail. I mean, number one is there were text messages in there that will just curl your hair of students being spoken of and just like crude racial stereotypes that would just make you want to jump out the window. It's horrible stuff. But also there was statistical information. And of course, the big statistical kicker to the whole thing is that at top institutions, it's common for different ethnic groups to have different cutoffs for SAT that are as wide as 400 points. Right, so different groups. So specifically, Asians need to perform at 400 SAT points higher than other ethnicities in order to actually get admitted into these. I mean, it's not even about. I mean, white people are a part of this, but like Asians are like a very big part of this. And actually, the Harvard case was actually brought by an activist on behalf of actually the Asian students who were being turned away. And it's basically, I mean, it's the cliche now in the Valley and in the medical community, which is like if you want a super genius, you hire an Asian from Harvard because they are guaranteed to be freaking Einstein. Because if they weren't, they were never going to get admitted, right? Almost all the qualified Asians get turned away. So they've been running this. It's a very, very explicit, very, very clear program. This, of course, has been a third rail of things that people are not supposed to discuss under any circumstances. The thing that has really changed the tenor on this is, I think, two things. Number one, those Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer do that. I will tell you, I don't believe there's a single education institution in America that is conforming with the Supreme Court ruling. I think they're all flagrantly ignoring it. and we could talk about that.
Mostly because of momentum, probably, or what?
They are trying to make the world a better place. They are trying to solve all these social problems. They are trying to have diverse student populations. They are trying to live up to the expectations of their donors. They are trying to make their faculty happy. They are trying to have their friends and family think that they're good people.
Right.
They're trying to have the press write nice things about them. It's nearly impossible for them. And to be clear, nobody has been fired from an admissions office for 25 years prior. What the Supreme Court now has ruled to be illegality. And so they're all the same people under the exact same pressures. The numbers are moving a little bit, but I don't know anybody in the system who thinks that they're complying with the Supreme Court. Who's in charge in the rank ordering of who rules who? The universities rule the Supreme Court way more than the Supreme Court rules the universities. Right. Well, another example of that is I think it's every sitting member of the Supreme Court right now went to either Harvard or Yale. Right. The level of incestuousness here is anyway. So there's that. And so this has been running for a very long time. So one is the Harvard and UNC cases kind of gave up the game, number one, or at least showed what the mechanism was. And then number two, the other thing is obviously the aftermath of October 7th, right? And what we discovered was happening with Jewish applicants. And what was happening at all the top institutions for Jewish applicants was they were being managed down. They were being actively managed down as a percentage of the base. Let's say I've heard reports of extremely explicit, basically plans to manage the Jewish admissions down to their representative percentage of the U.S. population, which is 2%. And there's a whole backstory here, which is 100 years ago, Jews were not admitted into a lot of these institutions, and then there was a big campaign to get them in. Once they could get in, they immediately became 30% of these institutions because there's so many smart, talented Jews. So it went from 0% to 30%, and then the most recent generation of leadership has been trying to get it down to 2%. And a lot of Jewish people, at least a lot of Jewish people I know, they kind of knew this was happening, but they discovered it the hard way after October 7th, right? And so all of a sudden, so basically the Supreme Court case meant that you could address this in terms of the Asian victims. The October 7th meant that you could address it in terms of the Jewish victims. And for sure, both of those groups are being systematically excluded, right? And then, of course, there's the thing that you basically can't talk about, which is all the white people are being excluded. And then it turns out it's also happening to Black people. And this is the thing that blew my freaking mind when I found out about it. So I just assumed that this was great news for American Blacks. Because obviously if, whites, Asians, and Jews are being excluded, then, the whole point of this in the beginning was to get the Black population up. And so this must be great for American Blacks. So then I discovered this New York Times article from 2004 called Blacks Are Being Admitted into Top Schools at Greater Numbers, but Which Ones?
Uh-oh.
And again, and by the way, this is in the New York Times. This is not in whatever, National Review. This is New York Times, 2004. And the two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Louis Gates, who's the dean of the African American Studies, community in the United States, super brilliant guy, and then Lonnie Guinier, who was a potential Supreme Court appointee under, I think, she was a close friend of Hillary Clinton, and there was for a long time she was on the short list for Supreme Court, so one of the top, jurists, lawyers in the country, both Black. Sort of legendarily successful in the academic and legal worlds, and Black. And they are quoted as the authorities in the story. And the story that they tell is actually it's amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place in the government. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the Black admits into a place like Harvard were not American-born Blacks. They were foreign-born Blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and have been very successful. Nigerian Americans as a group, way outperform. They're, this is a super smart cohort of people. And then West Indian Blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, just two sort of examples of that. And so basically what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Guinier said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify, recruit, make successful, whatever it was, American-born native Blacks. And so therefore they were using high school immigration as an escape hatch to go get Blacks from other countries. And then this was 2004 when you could discuss such things. Obviously that is a topic that nobody has discussed since. It has sailed on. all of the DEI programs in the last 20 years have had this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of Black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, it's obviously not us that are getting these slots. We're literally competing with people who are being imported. And if you believe in the basis of affirmative action, you were trying to make up for historical injustice of American Black slavery. And so the idea that you import somebody from, Nigeria that never experienced that, is like tremendously insulting to Black Americans. Anyway, so you can see where I'm heading with this. We have been in a 60-year social engineering experiment to exclude native-born people from the educational slots and jobs that high-skilled immigration has been funneling foreigners into, right? And so it turns out it's not a victim-free thing. There's like 100% there's victims, because why? There's only so many, for sure, there's only so many education slots, and then for sure there's only so many of these jobs, right? Google only hires so many, whatever level 7 engineers, right? And so that's the other side of it, right? And so you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a, Black American whose ancestors arrived here, on a slave ship 300 years ago in Louisiana, or a, Cambodian immigrant in, the Bronx, and your kid, or a Jewish immigrant, or from a very successful Jewish family, and your entire, for 3 generations, you and your parents and grandparents went to Harvard. And what all of those groups know is the system that has been created is not for them, right? It's designed specifically to exclude them. And then what happens is all of these tech people will show up in public and say, yeah, let's bring in more foreigners, right? And so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore, I don't think, just have the quote high skilled immigration conversation for either education or for employment without also having the DEI conversation. And then underneath, and the DEI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's the affirmative action conversation. And you need to actually deal with this at substance and to see what's actually happening to people. You need to join these topics. And I think it is much harder to make the moral claim for high school immigration given the extent to which DEI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
Okay, so first of all, that was brilliantly laid out, the nuance of it. So just to understand, it's not so much criticism of H-1B, high-skilled immigration. It's that there needs to be more people saying, yay, we need more American-born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading every message on this and not saying anything. And what I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious level of.
Yeah, that's very zen.
Yes. Thank you. No, it wasn't. There was tremendous rage on the other side of it, but
sure.
So I was waiting for the dog that didn't bark, right? And the dog that didn't bark was I did not, and you tell me if you saw one, I did not see a single example of somebody pounding the table for more high school immigration who was also pounding the table to go get more smart kids who are already here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There really was a divide.
But it was like, literally, it was like the proponents of high school immigration. And again, this was me for a very long time. I mean, I kind of took myself by surprise on this because I was on, I had the much, say, simpler version of this story for a very, like I said, I've been in Washington many times under past presidents lobbying for this. By the way, never made any progress, which we can talk about. Like, it never actually worked. I've been on the other side of this one. But I was literally sitting there being like, all right, which of these, like, super geniuses, who, many of whom, by the way, are very, successful high school immigrants or children of high school immigrants, which of these super geniuses are going to say, actually, we have this like incredible talent source here in the country, which again, to be clear, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about native born Americans, whites, Asians, Jews, blacks, for sure, those 4 groups.
But also white people.
Yeah. And also white people.
People that are making a case for American born hires are usually not also supporting H-1B. It's an extreme divide, and those people that are making that case are often not making it in a way that's like making it in quite a radical way.
Yeah.
Let's put it this
way. But you have this interesting thing. You have a split between the sides that I've noticed, which is one side has all of the experts. Right. And I'm using scare quotes for people listening to audio. I'm making quotes in the air with my fingers as vigorously as I can.
Yep.
One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people who are like, they know that something is wrong and they don't quite know how to explain it. And what was so unusual about the Harvard UNC cases, by the way, in front of the Supreme Court, is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time actually put all this evidence together and actually put it in the public record. They actually had experts, which is just really rare. Generally, what you get is because if you don't have experts, what do you have? You know something is wrong, and you have primarily an emotional response. You feel it, but can you put it in the words and tables and charts, that a certified expert can? And no, you can't. Like, that's not who you are. That doesn't mean that you're wrong, and it also doesn't mean that you have less of a moral stance. And so it's just like, all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square the circle. I think there's a way to have our cake and eat it too. Like, I think there'd be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is to look at these issues combined. Look at DEI combined with high school immigration. It so happens that DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for probably 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities to do that. They are still doing it, but they should stop. And then there are more and more, you've seen more companies now also dishing their DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate lawyers will tell you that the Supreme Court rulings in education either already apply to businesses, or it just is a clear foreshadowing the Supreme Court will rule on new cases that will ban on businesses. And so there is a moment here to be able to look at this on both sides. Let me add one more nuance to it, though, that makes it even more complicated.
Yeah.
So the cliche is we're going to brain drain the world, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world. We're going to bring them here. We're going to educate them, and then we're going to keep them, and then they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right?
In the cliche, that's a super positive thing.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world?
They lose.
Well, how fungible are people? How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there in the world? And if there's a lot, that's great. But if there just aren't that many, and they all come here, and they all aren't where they would be otherwise, what happens to all those other places? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable as a society talking about the fact that people aren't just simply all the same, which is a whole thing we could talk about. But also, we are purely the beneficiary of this effect, right? We are brain draining the world, not the other way around. There's only 4. So if you look at the flow of high skill immigration over time, there's only 4 permanent sinks of high skill immigration, places people will go. It's the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Australia. Australia. It's 4 of the five eyes. It's the major Anglosphere countries, and so for those countries, this seems like a no-lose proposition. It's all the other countries that basically what we 4 countries have been doing is draining all the smart people out. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone is 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high skilled people over time have been migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think it's the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of the peripheral Eurozone countries. And the one where this really hit the fan was in Greece, right? So, Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then, you're running the government in Greece and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development plan together. All of your smart young kids have left. Like, what are you going to do, right? By the way, this is a potential, I know you care a lot about Ukraine. This is a potential crisis for Ukraine, in part because of this, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians, of course, and so we've been brain draining Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does tend to cause people to migrate out. And so, when it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild as a peaceful country, is it going to have the talent base even that it had 5 years ago is like a very big and important question. By the way, Russia, like we have brain drained a lot of really smart people out of Russia. A lot of them are here, right? Over the last 30 years. And so there's this thing, it's actually really funny if you think about it. Like the one thing that we know to be the height of absolute evil that the West ever did was colonization and resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute evil was when the Portuguese and the English and everybody else went and had these colonies and then went in and we took all the oil and we took all the diamonds or we took all the whatever, lithium or whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason, we realize that that's a deeply evil thing to do when it's a physical resource, when it's a non-conscious physical matter. For some reason, we think it's completely morally acceptable to do it with human capital. In fact, we think it's glorious and beautiful and wonderful and, the great flowering of peace and harmony and moral justice of our time to do it. And we don't think for 1 second what we're doing to the countries that we're pulling all these people out of. And this is one of these things, like, I don't know, like maybe we're just going to live in this delusional state forever and we'll just keep doing it and it'll keep benefiting us and we just won't care what happens. But like, I think there may come, this is like one of these submarines under 10 feet under the waterline. Like, I think it's just a matter of time until people suddenly realize, oh my God, what are we doing? Because like we need the rest of the world to succeed too, right? Like we need these other countries to like flourish. Like we don't want to be the only successful country in the middle of just like complete chaos and disaster. And we just extract and we extract and we extract and we don't think twice about it.
This is so deeply profound, actually. So, what is the cost of winning, quote unquote, if these countries are drained in terms of human capital? On the level of geopolitics, what does that lead to? Even if we talk about wars and conflict and all of this, we actually want them to be strong in the way we understand strong, not just in every way, so that cooperation and competition can build a better world for all of humanity. It's interesting. I've been. This is one of those truths where you just speak and it resonates, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is what you were saying during the holiday season, just boiling over. So all that said,
yeah,
there's still to use some good to the H-1B.
Okay, so then you get this other. Okay, so then there's
come all the way around.
There's another nuance. So there's another nuance. There's another nuance, which is mostly in the Valley we don't use H-1Bs anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly we use O1s. So there's a separate class of visa, and the O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is the super genius visa.
Mm-hmm.
So the O1 is basically our founder. Like when we have somebody from anywhere in the world and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology and they want to come to the U.S. to start a company, they come in through an O1 visa, and that actually is like it's a fairly high bar. It's a high acceptance rate, but it's like a pretty high bar, and they do a lot of work, and you have to put real work into it, really prove your case. Mostly what's happened with the H-1B visa program is that it has gone to basically two categories of employers. One is basically a small set of big tech companies that hire in volume, which is exactly the companies that you would think. And then the other is it goes to these, what they call kind of the mills, the consulting mills, right? And so there's these set of companies with names, I don't want to pick on companies, but, names like Cognizant that, basically have their business model. Is primarily Indian, bringing in primarily Indians in large numbers, and they often have offices next to company-owned housing, and they'll have organizations that are organizations that are literally thousands of Indians living and working in the U.S. and they do basically call it mid-tier like IT consulting. So these folks, they're making good wages, but they're making $60,000 or $80,000 or $100,000 a year, not the $300,000 that you make in the Valley. And so, like in practice, the startups, like little tech, as we call it, or the startup world, mainly doesn't use H-1Bs at this point, and mainly can't because the system is kind of rigged in a way that we really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon's I love Amazon, but like they're a big, powerful company. They've got more money than God. They've got resources, they've got long-term planning horizon, they do big profound things over decades at a time. They could or any of these other companies could launch massively effective programs to go recruit the best and brightest from all throughout the country, and you'll notice they don't do that. They bring in 10,000 20,000 H-1Bs a year, and so you've got a question there. And then these mills, like there's lots of questions around them and whether they should whether that's even a ethical way. I don't want to say they're unethical, but there's questions around like exactly what the trade-offs are there. And so, this is like a Pandora's box that really, nobody really wanted to be opened. To play devil's advocate on all this in terms of like national immigration issues, none of this is like a top end issue just because the numbers are small. Right. And so, I don't think, the administration has said like this is not like a priority of theirs for right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of complexity and nuance here. I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who are, who came over on H-1Bs or O1s, green cards. Many are now citizens, and every single one of them was not every single one. A lot of them were enthusiastic to, defend the honor of immigrants throughout this whole period. And they said to me, "It's like, well, Mark, how can we more clearly express, the importance of high skilled immigration to the U.S." And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our native born talent. And because, like, do you want to inflame the issue or do you want to diffuse the issue? Mm-hmm. Right, and I think the answer is to diffuse the issue. Let me give you one more positive scenario, and then I'll also beat up on the university some more. Do you know about the National Merit Scholarship System? Have you heard about this?
Not really.
So there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and it is basically it was created, I forget, in the 50s or 60s when It was when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and the brightest. As heretical an idea as that sounds today. And so it's basically a national talent search for basically IQ. Its goal is to identify basically the top 0.5% of the IQ in the country. By the way, completely regardless of other characteristics. So there's no race, gender, or any other aspect to it. It's just going for straight intelligence. It uses the PSAT, which is the preparatory SAT that you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's a straight PSAT SAT scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ, which it is. They run this every year. They identify. It's like they get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, 18-year-olds in a given year who scored highest on the PSAT, and then they get down to they further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then it's like the scholarship amount is like $2,500, right? So it's like it was a lot of money 50 years ago, not as much today. But it's a national system being run literally to find the best and brightest. Mm-hmm. How many of our great and powerful universities use this as a scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. They have full-time scouts who go out and they go to every high school and they try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, into all these leagues. How many of our great, powerful, and enlightened universities use the national merit system to go do a talent search for the smartest kids and just bring them in?
Let me guess, very few. Zero. As you say it, that's brilliant. There should be that same level of scouting for talent internally.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if I haven't beaten it to death. The SAT has changed. So the SAT used to be a highly accurate proxy for IQ. That caused a bunch of problems. People really don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed over the last 50 years by the College Board that runs it. And it has been essentially like everything else, it's been dumbed down. And so in two ways. Number one, it's been dumbed down where an 800 from 40 years ago does not mean what an 800 means today. And 40 years ago, it was almost impossible to get an 800. Today there's so many 800s that you could stock the entire Ivy League with 800s, right? And so it's been deliberately dumbed down. And then two is they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the G loading, and so they've tried to detach it from being an IQ proxy because IQ is such an inflammatory concept, and the consequence of that is, and this is sort of perverse, they've made it more coachable. Right, so the SAT 40 years ago, coaching didn't really work, and more recently, it has really started to work. And one of the things you see is that the Asian spike. You see this giant leap upward in Asian performance over the last decade, and I think, looking at the data, I think a lot of that is because it's more coachable now, and the Asians do the most coaching. So there's a bunch of issues with this, and so the coaching thing is really difficult because the coaching thing is a subsidy then to the kids whose parents can afford coaching. Right, and I don't know about you, but where I grew up, there was no SAT coaching. So there's like an issue there. I didn't even know what the SAT was until the day I took it, much less that there was coaching, much less that it could work. So much less we could afford it. So number one, there's issues there. But the other issue there is think about what's happened by the dumbing down. 800 no longer captures all this money. 800 is too crude of a test. It's like the AI benchmarking problem. It's the same problem they have in AI benchmarking right now. 800 is too low of a threshold. There are too many kids scoring 800. Because what you want is whatever, if it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what it is. It's going to be 50,000 kids a year scoring 800. You also then want kids to be able to score 900 and 1,000 and 1,100 and 1,200. And you want to ultimately get to, you'd like to ultimately identify the top 100 kids and make sure that you get them in MIT. Mm-hmm. And the resolution of the test has been reduced so that it actually is not useful for doing that. And again, I would say this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taken place throughout this entire system, where we have been heading in the reverse direction from wanting to actually go get the best and brightest and actually put them in the places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be the great thing about standardized testing and the national merit system is it's like I said, it's completely race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic. It's only done on test scores. And you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is, for sure, it's the closest thing that we had to get to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed merit to win the Cold War, and of course we could choose to do that anytime we want. And I just say I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities that do this today. So back to the immigration thing, just real quick. It's like, okay, we aren't even trying to go get the smart kids out of the center and south, and even if they think that they can get into these places, they get turned down. And the same thing for the smart Asians, and the same thing for the smart Jews, and the same thing for the smart Black people. And like it's just like I don't know how. Like I don't know how that's moral. Like I don't get it at all.
As you said about the 800, so I took the SAT and the ACT many times, and I've always gotten perfect on Math 800. It's just, and I'm not special. Like it doesn't identify genius. I think you want to search for genius, and you want to create measures that find genius of all different kinds. Speaking of diversity, and I guess we should reiterate and say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes, but say we should hire more and more native born.
Well, you asked me in the beginning, like, what's the most optimistic forecast, right, that we could have, and the most optimistic forecast would be, my God, what if we did both? Like,
so that's the reasonable, the rational, the smart thing to say here. In fact, we don't have to have a war.
well, and it would diffuse the entire issue.
Yeah.
If everybody in the center and the south of the country and every Jewish family, Asian family, black family knew they were getting a fair shake, like, it would diffuse the issue. Like, how about diffusing the issue? Like, what a crazy radical. Sorry, I don't mean to really get out of my skis here, but
I think your profile on X states it's time to build. Feels like 2025 is a good year to build. So I wanted to ask your advice, and maybe for advice for anybody who's trying to build. So who's trying to build something useful in the world. Maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps, services, whatever, ship software products. So maybe by way of advice, how do you actually get to shipping?
so, I mean, a big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of a legit revolution. And I know you've been talking about this on your show, but like AI coding, I mean, this is the biggest earthquake to hit software in certainly my life, maybe since the invention of software. And I'm sure we're involved in various of these companies, but these tools, from a variety of companies are just like absolutely revolutionary, and they're getting better at leaps and bounds right every day. And you know all this, but like the thing with coding, like there's like open questions of whether AI can get better at, like, I don't know, understanding philosophy or whatever, creative writing or whatever. But like for sure we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. And so, there's all these methods of, synthetic data and self-training and reinforcement learning that for sure you can do with coding. And so everybody I know who works in the field says AI coding is going to get to be phenomenally good. And it's already great. And you can, anybody who wants to see this, just go on YouTube and look at AI coding demos, little kids making apps in 10 minutes working with an AI coding system. And so I think it's the golden age. I mean, I think this is an area where it's clearly the golden age. The tool set is extraordinary. In a day, as a coder, for sure, in a day, you can retrain yourself. Start using these things, get a huge boost in productivity. As a non-coder, you can learn much more quickly than you could before.
That's actually a tricky one in terms of learning as a non-coder to build stuff. I feel like you still need to learn how to code. It becomes a superpower. It helps you be much more productive. Like you could legitimately be a one-person company and get quite far.
I agree with that. Up to a point. So I think for sure for quite a long time, the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually having AIs code things, because they're going to understand very basic. They're going to understand what's happening, right? And they're going to be able to evaluate the work, and they're going to be able to, literally like manage AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handwriting the code, they're just going to have a much better sense of what's going on. So I definitely think, like 100%, my 9-year-old is like doing all kinds of coding classes, and he'll keep doing that for certainly through 18. We'll see after that. And so, like, for sure, that's the case. But look, having said that, one of the things you can do with an AI is say, teach me how to code, right? There's a whole bunch of, I mean, names of Khan Academy, like there's a whole bunch of work that they're doing at Khan Academy for free. And then, we have this company, Replit, which was originally specifically built for kids for coding. That has AI built in. It's just absolutely extraordinary now. And then, there's a variety of other systems like this. The AI is going to be able to teach you to code. The AI, by the way, is, as you know, spectacularly good at explaining code, right? And so, the tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base, and so you can literally ask the code base questions about itself. And you can also just do the simple form, which is you can copy and paste code into ChatGPT and just ask it to explain it, what's going on, rewrite it, improve it. make recommendations. And so there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, I mean, even more broadly than code, like, okay, you want to make a video game. Okay, now you can do AI art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? And so all of a sudden, like, you don't need designers, you don't need, voice actors, so there's just like unlimited, and then a big part of coding is so-called glue. It's interfacing into other systems. So it's interfacing into Stripe to take payments or something like that, and AI is fantastic at writing glue code. So really really good at making sure that you can plug everything together. Really good at helping you figure out how to deploy. It'll even write a business plan for you. So it's just this. It's like everything happening with AI right now. It's like this latent superpower, and there's this incredible spectrum of people who have really figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who aren't even aware it's happening, and there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not. But I think there are lots of non-coders that are off to the races, and I think there are lots of professional coders who are still like, the blacksmiths were not necessarily in favor of car business. There's the old William Gibson quote: "The future is here; it's just not evenly distributed yet." And this is maybe the most potent version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old meme with the bell curve. The people on both extremes say AI coding is the future. It's very common with the programmers to say, if you're any good of a programmer, you're not going to be using it. That's just not true. I consider myself a reasonably good programmer, and my productivity has been just skyrocketed, and the joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming is more efficient, more productive, more fun, all that kind of stuff.
I would also say code has of anything in like industrial society, code has the highest elasticity, which is to say the easier it is to make it, the more of it gets made. Like, I think effectively there's unlimited demand for code. Like, in other words, like, there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, a feature that you can add, or a thing that you can optimize. And so like overwhelmingly, the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of even the ideas we have today, and then we come up with new ideas all the time. And so I think that, like, I was late 80s, early 90s when sort of automated coding systems started to come out. Expert systems, big deal in those days, and there was a famous book called "The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer," that predicted that these new coding systems were going to mean we wouldn't have programmers in the future. And of course, the number of programming jobs exploded by like a factor of 100. Like, my guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably by like an order of magnitude 10 years from now. That will be different. There'll be different jobs. They'll involve orchestrating AI. We will be creating so much more software that the whole industry will just explode in size.
Are you seeing the size of companies decrease in terms of startups? What's the landscape of little tech?
All we're seeing right now is the AI hiring boom of all time.
For the big tech.
People and little tech.
Little tech.
Everybody's trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's just it's 100%. I mean, there's a handful of companies. There's a little bit. There's customer service. We have some companies and others. I think it's Klarna that's publicizing a lot of this in Europe, where there are jobs that can be optimized and jobs that can be automated. But like for engineering jobs, like, it's just an explosion of hiring. At least so far, there's no trace of any sort of diminishing effect. Now, having said that, I am looking forward to the day. I am waiting for the first company to walk in saying yes, like the more radical form of it. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of two kinds. We see the companies that are basically sometimes use weak form, strong form. So the weak form companies, I sometimes use the term, it's called the sixth bullet point. AI is the sixth bullet point of whatever they're doing.
Sure.
Right, and it's on the slide, right? So they've got the whatever ... and then AI is the sixth thing. And the reason AI is the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI revolution started, and so they just added the sixth bullet point on the slide, which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button up in the corner, right? The little sparkly button.
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden, Gmail is offering to summarize your email, which I'm like, I don't need that. Like, I need you to answer my email, not summarize it. What the hell? Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like, I don't know, putting sugar on the cake or something. But then we see the strong form, which is the companies that are building from scratch for AI, right? And they're building it. I actually just met with a company that is building literally an AI email system as an example. So just
nice. I can't wait.
Yeah, they're going to completely right. So the very obvious idea, very smart team. It's going to be great. and then Notion just another, not one of our companies, but just came out with a product. So now companies are going to basically sweep through, and they're going to do basically AI first versions of basically everything. And those are like companies built. AI is the first bullet point. It's the strong form of the argument.
Yeah, Cursor is an example of that. They basically said, okay, we're going to rebuild the thing with AI as the first citizen.
What if we knew from scratch that we could build on this? And again, this is part of the Full Employment Act for startups and VCs. Is it's just like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually need to start the product development process over from scratch, because you need to reconceptualize the product, and then usually what that means is you need a new company, because most incumbents just won't do that. So that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is the company where it's like, no, our org chart is redesigned as a result of AI, right? So I'm waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be, we're going to have like the human executive team, and then we're going to have AIs be the workers, right? So we'll have a VP of engineering supervising 100 instances of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe. Right, by the way, or maybe the VP of engineering should be the AI, maybe supervising human coders who are supervising AIs, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is managing, because it's like not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI is actually pretty good at, right? Performance evaluation coaching. And so should it be an AI executive team? And then of course the ultimate question, which is AI CEO. Right, and then maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes fully autonomous. Yeah, what if you really set one of these things loose and let it basically build itself a business? And so I will say, like, we're not yet seeing those, and I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then I think it's a little bit of, you really do need at that point like a founder who's really willing to break all the rules. And really willing to take the swing, and those people exist, and so I'm sure we'll see that.
And some of it is, as you know, with all the startups, this is the execution. The idea that you have a AI first email client seems like an obvious idea, but actually creating one, executing it, and then taking on Gmail is really difficult. I mean, Gmail, it's fascinating to see Google can't do it because why? Because of momentum, because it's hard to re-engineer the entirety of the system. It feels like Google is perfectly positioned to do it. Same with like Perplexity, which I love. Like Google could technically take on Perplexity and do it much better, but they haven't, not yet. So it's fascinating why that is for large companies. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. They can be agile.
Yeah, that's right.
They can move fast.
Yeah, little companies can break glass in a way big companies can't.
Right.
This is sort of the big breakthrough that Clay Christensen had in Innovator's Dilemma, which is sometimes when big companies don't do things, it's because they're screwing up, and that certainly happens. But a lot of times they don't do things because it would break too much glass. It would interfere with their existing customers and their existing businesses, and they just simply won't do that. And by the way, responsibly, they shouldn't do that. Right, and so
Sure.
they just get. But this is Clay Christensen's big thing is they often don't adapt because they are well run, not because they're poorly run. But they're optimizing machines. They're optimizing against the existing business, and as you kind of just said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for large organizations. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and actually does it, but for the most part, like this is a very predictable form of human behavior, and this fundamentally is why startups exist.
It feels like 2025 is when the race for dominance in AI will see some winners. Like it's a big year. So who do you think wins the race? OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI. Who do you think wins the AI race?
I would say I'm not going to predict. I'm going to say there's questions all over the place, and then we have this category question we call the $1 trillion question, which is like literally depending on how it's answered, people make or lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion questions right now that are hanging out there, which is an unusually large number.
Yeah.
And I'll just hit a few of them and we can talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is chain of thought. How far can you push that in reinforcement learning? And then another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions, which the U.S. and the EU have both been flunking dramatically, and the U.S. hopefully is about to really succeed at. Yeah, then there's probably another half dozen big important questions after that. And so these are all just like, say, this is an industry that's in flux in a way that even more dramatic, I think, than the ones I've seen before. And look, the most obvious example of Flux is sitting here in the summer, sitting here less than 3 years ago, sitting here in December of 22, we would have said that OpenAI is just running away with everything. And sitting here today, it's like, there's at least 6, world-class God model companies and teams that are, by the way, generating remarkably similar results. That's actually been one of the most shocking things to me is like, it turns out that once you know that it's possible to build one incredibly smart Turing test passing large language model, which was a complete shock and surprise to the world. It turns out within a year you can have 5 more. There's also a money component thing to it, which is to get the money to scale one of these things into the billions of dollars. There's basically right now only 2 sources of money that will do that for you. One is the hyperscalers giving you the money, which you turn around and round trip back to them, or foreign sovereigns, other country sovereign wealth funds, which can be difficult in some cases for companies to access. So there's maybe another $1 trillion question is the financing question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been public about the fact that he wants to transition OpenAI from being a nonprofit, being a for-profit. The way that is legally done is that there is a way to do it. There is a way in U.S. law to do it. The IRS and other legal entities, government entities, scrutinize this very carefully because the U.S. takes foundation nonprofit law very seriously because of the tax exemption. And so historically, the way that you do it is you start a for-profit and then you raise money with the for-profit to buy the assets of the nonprofit at fair market value. And the last financing round at OpenAI was $150 billion. And so logically, if the flip is going to happen, the for-profit has to go raise $150 billion out of the chute to buy the assets. Raising $150 billion is a challenge. So, is that even possible? If that is possible, then OpenAI maybe is off to the races as a for-profit company. If not, I don't know. And then, obviously the Elon lawsuit. So just because they're the market leader today, there's big important questions there. Microsoft has this kind of love-hate relationship with them. Where does that go? Apple's, lagging badly behind, but, they're very good at catching up. Amazon, is primarily hyperscaler, but they now have their own models.
And then there's the other questions like you laid out briefly and brilliantly, open versus closed, big versus little models, synthetic data, that's a huge, huge question. And then test time compute with chain of thought, the role of that. And it's just fascinating. And these are, I think it's fair to say, $1 trillion questions.
And these big, look, it's like, here's a $1 trillion question, which is kind of embedded in that, which is just hallucinations, right? So if you are trying to use these tools creatively, you're thrilled because they can draw new images and they can make new music and they can do all this incredible stuff, right? They're creative. The flip side of that is if you need them to be correct, they can't be creative. And that's the term hallucination. And these things do hallucinate. And there have been court cases already where lawyers have submitted legal briefs that contain made-up court citations, case citations. The judge is like, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. And the very next question is, did you write this yourself? And the lawyer goes,
I mean, that's why with Elon with Grok,
yes,
looking for truth. I mean, that's an open technical question. How close can you get to truth with LLMs?
Yeah, that's right. And my sense, this is a very contentious topic in the industry. My sense is, if to the extent that there is a domain in which there is a definitive and checkable and provable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, coding satisfies that, and maybe some other fields, then you should be able to generate synthetic data. You should be able to do chain of thought reasoning. You should be able to do reinforcement learning, and you should be able to ultimately, eliminate hallucinations. But by the way, that's a $1 trillion question right there, is whether that's true. But then there's question like, okay, is that going to work in a more general domain? So, for example, one possibility is these things are going to get truly superhuman at like math and coding, but at like discussing philosophy, they're basically as smart as they're ever going to be, and they're going to be kind of, say, midwit grad student level. And the theory there would just be they're already out of training data. Like they literally, if you talk to these people, like literally the big models are like within a factor 2x of consuming all the human generated training data, to the point that some of these big companies are literally hiring people like doctors and lawyers to sit and write the training data by hand. And so does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to be better at philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write new content? And is anybody going to do that? And so, maybe these things are topping out in certain ways and they're going to leap way ahead in other ways. And so anyway, so we just don't, I guess this is maybe my main conclusion is I don't, anybody telling you these big sweeping conclusions this whole super, all of these abstract, generalized superintelligence, AGI stuff, like it, maybe it's the engineer in me, but like, no, like that's not the core. That's too abstract. Like it's got to actually work. And then, by the way, it has to actually pay for it. I mean, this is a problem right now with the big models. The big models that are like really good at coding math, they're like actually very expensive to run. They're quite slow. Another $1 trillion question: future chips, which I know you've talked a lot about. Another $1 trillion question. Yeah, I mean, all the global issues. Oh, another $1 trillion question: censorship. Right, like and all the, as they say, all the human feedback training process. Exactly what are you training these things to do? What are they allowed to talk about? How long do they give you these? How often do they give you these incredibly preachy moral lectures? Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run its education system, healthcare system, news system, political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most extreme left-wing California politics? Right, because that's kind of what they have on offer right now. And I think the answer to that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about like what, and by the way, like what morality of these things can you get trained on as a.
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's been happening over the past few months. Censorship on every level of these companies, and just the very idea what truth means and what it means to expand the Overton window of LLMs or the Overton window of human discourse.
So what I experienced, going back to how we started, what I experienced was, all right, social media censorship regime from hell, debanking, right, at like a large scale, and then the war on the crypto industry, trying to kill it, and then basically declared intent to do the same thing to AI, and to put AI under the same kind of censorship and control regime as social media and the banks. And I think this election tipped, in America, I think this election tipped us from a timeline in which things were going to get really bad on that front to a timeline in which I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside the U.S. And the EU is doing their thing. They're being extremely draconian, and they're trying to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now that's so harsh that even American AI companies are not even willing to launch new products in the EU right now. Like that's not going to last. But like what happens there? Right, and what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies going to have to sign up for if they want to operate in the EU, or is the EU still capable of generating its own AI companies, or have we brain drained them so that they can't? So big questions.
Quick questions. So you're very active on X, a very unique character, flamboyant, exciting, bold. You post a lot. I think there's a meme, I don't remember it exactly, but that Elon posted something like, inside Elon there are two wolves. One is please be kind or more positive, and the other one is, I think, doing the take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face guy. How many wolves are inside your mind when you're tweeting?
To be clear, a reference from the comedy classic Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder, yeah. Legendary movie.
Yes. Any Zoomers listening to this who haven't seen that movie, go watch it immediately.
Yeah, there's nothing offensive about it.
Nothing offensive about it at all. Tom Cruise is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, I just start by saying, like, I'm not supposed to be tweeting at all. So,
yeah.
Yes, it's not, but,
So how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what to tweet?
I mean, I don't. So I don't well enough. It's mostly an exercise in frustration. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it, and the glory of it is like it's instantaneous global communication. And X in particular is like the town square on all these social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. But I mean, look, there's no question the format of at least the original tweet is prone to be inflammatory. I'm the guy who at one point the entire nation of India hated me. So I once tweeted something. It turned out that it's still politically sensitive, and the entire continent. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline and leading television news in each time zone in India for a single tweet. So like the single tweet out of context was a very dangerous thing. Obviously, X now has the middle ground where they now have the longer form essays, and so probably the most productive thing I can do is longer form. is longer form things.
You're not going to do it though, are
I
you?
do from time to time.
Sometimes.
I should do more. And then I mean, look, and then obviously X is doing great. And then like I said, like Substack, has become the center for a lot of the I think the best kind of deeply thought through certainly intellectual content. Tons of current events stuff there as well. And then so and then there's a bunch of other a bunch of new systems that are very exciting. So I think one of the things we can look forward to in the next 4 years is number one, just like a massive reinvigoration of social media as a consequence of the changes that are happening right now. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with that. And then it's happened on X, but it's now going to happen on other platforms. And then the other is crypto's going to come. Crypto's going to come right back to life. And actually, that's very exciting. Actually, that's worth noting is that's another $1 trillion question on AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, and especially in a world of AI agents, and imagine a world with billions or trillions of AI agents running around, they need an economy. And crypto, in our view, happens to be the ideal economic system for that, right? Because it's a programmable money. It's a very easy way to plug in and do that. And there's this transaction processing system that can do that. And so I think the crypto AI intersection, is potentially a very, very big deal. And so that was going to be impossible under the prior regime. And I think under the new regime, hopefully it'll be something we can do.
Almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Jan LeCun, what are your top 10 favorite things about Jan LeCun? I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys disagree on a lot of things, but I personally like vigorous disagreement. I, as a person in the stands, like to watch the gladiators go at it. And
no, he's a super genius. I mean, look, I wouldn't say we're super close, but casual friends. I worked with him at Meta. He's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time, and still works with us. And as obviously is a legendary figure in the field and one of the main people responsible for what's happening. It's my serious observation would be that it's the thing I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to read and follow everything he does. Is he is the, I think, see if you agree with this, he is the smartest and most credible critic of LLMs as the path for AI. He's not, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who are just like crap and everything, but like Jan has like very deeply thought through basically theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary dead end. And I actually I try to do this thing where I try to model, I try to have a mental model of like the two different sides of a serious argument. And so I try to like internalize that argument as much as I can, which is difficult because like we're investing it behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, like that could be a big problem, but like we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge all the bullish people, to really kind of test their level of knowledge. So I like to kind of grill people. Like I got my CS degree 35 years ago, so I'm not like deep in the technology, but like if to the extent I can understand Jan's points, I can use them to to really surface a lot of the questions for the people who are more bullish, and that's been, I think, very, very productive. Just it's very striking that you have somebody who is like that central in the space, who is actually like a full-on skeptic. And again, this could go different ways. He could end up being very wrong. He could end up being totally right, or it could be that he will provoke the evolution of these systems to be much better than they would have been.
yeah, he could be both right and wrong. First of all, I do agree with that. He's one of the most legit and rigorous and deep critics of the LLM path to AGI. His basic notion is that AI needs to have some physical understanding of the physical world, and that's very difficult to achieve with LLMs. And that is a really good way to challenge the limitations of LLMs and so on. He's also been a vocal and a huge proponent of open source, which is a whole nother, which you have been as well.
Which is very useful, yeah.
And that's been just fascinating to watch.
And anti-doomer.
Anti-doomer. Yeah, he's
very anti-doomer.
He embodies, he also has many wolves.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So it's been really, really fun to watch.
The other two, okay, here's my other wolf coming out.
Yep.
The other two of the three godfathers of AI are like radicals, like full on left, far left, I would say like either Marxists or borderline Marxists, and they're like, I think, quite extreme in their social political views, and I think that feeds into their doomerism. And I think they are lobbying for like draconian government. I think what would be ruinously destructive government legislation, regulation, and so it's actually super helpful to have Jan as a counterpoint to those two.
Another fun question. Our mutual friend Andrew Huberman.
Yes.
First, maybe what do you love most about Andrew? And second, what score on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think he would give you on your approach to health?
Oh, 3.
Is it 3? You think you score that high, huh? Okay.
Exactly.
10. That's good.
Exactly. Well, so he convinced me to stop drinking alcohol, which was a big
Successful.
Well, it was like other than my family, it was my favorite thing in the world. And so it was a major reduction. Like having like a glass of scotch at night was like a major, like it was like the thing I would do to relax. And so he has profoundly negatively impacted my emotional health. I blame him for making me much less happy as a person, but much healthier, physically healthier. So that I credit him with that. I'm glad I did that. But then his sleep stuff, like I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah.
I have no interest in his sleep shit. Like no, this whole natural light, no. We're not doing it.
Too hardcore.
I don't see any natural light in here.
It's all covered. It's all horrible.
And I'm very happy. I would be very happy living and working here because I'm totally happy without natural light.
In darkness. That must be a metaphor for something.
Yes. It's a test. Look, it's a test of manhood as to whether you have a blue screen in your face for 3 hours and then go right to sleep. Like, I don't understand why you should want to take shortcuts.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. All right. So, let's see. You're exceptionally successful by most measures. But what to you is the definition of success?
I would probably say it is a combination of two things. I think it is contribution. So, have you done something that mattered ultimately? And specifically mattered to people. And then the other thing is, I think happiness is either overrated or almost a complete myth. And in fact, interesting, Thomas Jefferson did not mean happiness the way that we understand it when he said pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence. He meant it more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. So I think happiness is. So I think about happiness as the first ice cream cone makes you super happy. The first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the walk through the park. The 1,000th kiss can still be good, but maybe just not right in a row. Right, and so happiness is this very fleeting concept. And the people who anchor on happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. Sort of the deep sense of having been, useful.
So that's a good place to arrive at in life.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, like, who was it who said that the source of all the ills in the world is man's inability to sit in a room by himself doing nothing? But like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself and you're like, all right, or 4 a.m, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like, if you have, people I know who feel that way are pretty centered, and generally seem very, I don't know how to put it, pleased, but proud, calm, at peace. The people who are, sensation seekers. Some of the sensations. By the way, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like into every form of extreme sport, and they get huge satisfaction out of that. Or there's sensation seeking in sort of useful and productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. Zuckerberg was like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who end up drugs. Like sexual escapades that seem like they'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're able to be at peace by yourself in a room at 4 a.m., I would even say happy, but I understand. Thomas Jefferson didn't mean it the way that maybe I mean it. But I can be happy by myself at 4 a.m. with a blue screen.
That's good. Exactly.
Staring at cursor. As a small tangent, a quick shout out to an amazing interview you did with Barry Weiss, and just to her in general. Barry Weiss of the Free Press. She has a podcast called Honestly with Barry Weiss. She's great. People should go listen. You were asked if you believe in God. One of the joys, we talk about happiness. One of the things that makes me happy is making you uncomfortable.
Thank you.
So this question is designed for, many of the questions today are designed for that. You were asked if you believe in God, and you said after a pause, you're not sure. So it felt like the pause, the uncertainty there was some kind of ongoing search for wisdom and meaning. Are you in fact searching for wisdom and meaning?
I guess to put it this way, there's a lot to just understand about people that I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that's certainly a simpler concept than God. So that's what I spent a lot of the last 15 years trying to figure out. I feel like I spent my first 30 years figuring out machines, and then now I'm spending 30 years figuring out people, which turns out to be quite a bit more complicated. And then I don't know, maybe God's the last 30 years or something. And then look, I mean, just like Elon, it's just like, okay, the known universe is like very complicated and mystifying. I mean, every time I pull up in astronomy, my kids are in astronomy, and it's like Daddy, how many galaxies are there in the universe? And how many galaxies are there in the universe?
100 billion.
Okay, like how?
Yeah.
Like how is that freaking possible? Like what? Like it's such a staggering concept that
I actually wanted to show you a tweet that blew my mind from Elon a while back. He said, Elon said, as a friend called it, this is the ultimate skill tree. This is a wall of galaxies, 1 billion light years across. So these are all galaxies.
Yeah. Like, what the, like, how is it that big? Like, how the hell? And like, I can read the textbook and the this and the that and the whatever, 8 billion years and the Big Bang and the whole thing. And then it's just like, all right, wow. And then it's like, all right, the Big Bang, all right, like, what was before the Big Bang?
You think we humans will ever colonize like a galaxy and maybe even go beyond?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, in the fullness of time. Yeah.
Do you have that kind of optimism? You have that kind of hope that extends across thousands
in the
of years?
fullness of time. I mean, yeah. I mean, all the problems, all the challenges with it that I do. But like, yeah, why not? I mean, again, in the fullness of time, it'll take a long time.
You don't think we'll destroy ourselves?
I doubt it. I doubt it. And fortunately, we have Elon giving us the backup plan. So I don't know. Like I grew up, rural Midwest, sort of just like conventionally kind of Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Got trained as an engineer and a scientist. I'm like, oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. I'm like, I know, I'll spend my life as an empirical, rationalist, and I'll figure everything out. And then, again, you walk up against these things. You bump up against these things, and you're just like, all right, I like, okay, I guess there's a scientific explanation for this, but like, wow. And then there's like, all right, where did that come from? Right, and then how far back can you go on the causality chain? Yeah, and then I mean, and even just experiences that we all have on Earth, it's hard to rationally explain it all. And then so yeah, I guess I just say I'm kind of radically open-minded, at peace with the fact that I'll probably never know. The other thing though that's happened, and maybe the more practical answer to the question is, I think I have a much better understanding now of the role that religion plays in society than I didn't have when I was younger. And my partner Ben has a great, he quotes his father on this. He's like, if a man does not have a real religion, he makes up a fake one. And the fake ones go very, very badly. And so there's this class, it's actually really funny. There's this class of intellectual that has what appears to be a very patronizing point of view, which is, yes, I'm an atheist, but it's very important that the people believe in something. Right. And Marx had like the negative view on that, which was religion is the opiate of the masses. But there's a lot of like right-wing intellectuals who are themselves, I think, pretty atheist or agnostic that are like, it's deeply important that the people be Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's arrogant and presumptive. But on the other hand, maybe it's right. Because, what have we learned in the last 100 years is in the absence of a real religion, people will make up fake ones. There's this there's this political philosopher who's super interesting on this named Eric Vogelin. And he wrote in the sort of mid part of the century, late part of the 20th century. He's like born in, I think, like 1900 and like died in like 85. So he saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. And himself, fled, I think he fled Europe and the whole thing. His sort of big conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism, fascism were basically religions. But like in the deep way of religions, like they were, he called them political religions, but they were like actual religions, and they were what Nietzsche forecasted when he said, God is dead, we've killed him, and we won't wash the blood off our hands for 1,000 years, right? Is we will come up with new religions that will just cause mass murder and death. And like you read his stuff now, and you're like, yep. that happened, right? And then, of course, as fully, elite modernists, of course, we couldn't possibly be doing that for ourselves right now, but of course we are. And, I would argue that Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, we have been in a religious frenzy. The woke has been a full-scale religious frenzy, and has had all of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from patron saints to holy texts to, sin. It's that wokeness is at every aspect of a wokeness is at every I think it's at every single aspect of an actual religion other than redemption, right? Which is maybe like the most dangerous religion you could ever come up with, is the one where there's no forgiveness. Right. So I think if Vogelin were alive, I think he would have zeroed right in on that, would have said that. And, we just sailed right off. I mentioned earlier, we somehow rediscovered the religions of the Indo-Europeans. We're all into identity politics and environmentalism. I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, there is something very deep going on in the human psyche on religion that is not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the specifics of it.
I think I speak for a lot of people. It's been a real joy, and for me an honor to get to watch you seek to understand the human psyche as you described. You're in that 30-year part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you today. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex. Is that it? That's only how long is that?
4 hours with Mark Andreessen.
Okay.
It's 40 hours of actual content. So
I'll accept being one of the short ones.
For the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 20 more hours. And I need a nap. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Andreessen. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jennifer Burns, a historian of ideas, including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the United States in the 20th century to today. She wrote 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. This was a super technical and super fascinating conversation. At the end, I make a few comments about my previous conversation with President Zelensky, for those of you who may be interested. This is a Let's Read podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Jennifer Burns. You have written 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, if we can, we will focus on each one separately, but first let's talk about the ideas that 2 of them held in common. The value of individual freedom, skepticism of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Can you talk about the big picture ideas they converge on?
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists, and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from that. They also both use this focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. So we can put them in a similar category. We can call them individualists. We could call them libertarians of a sort. And they're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach thinking. Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism, and he'll ultimately come down to freedom as his core value, his God, as he says. And so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for its own sake. He's justifying it for its ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also in the individual sense.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned a few, maybe in terms of who they are personally, maybe in terms of how they approach the justification for capitalism, maybe other ways.
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to his justification of capitalism, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it from the start. She really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings. And so she works from there, whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. So that's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's also deeply empirical. He spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, pulling data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world and using them to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she lives through the Russian Revolution and takes a very big lesson from that. But her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing that out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches. And then they lead in some ways to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with the pure belief. She doesn't want it to be diluted. One of her favorite sayings was, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more half a loaf guy. Like, I'll take what I can get and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moves from being an economist into being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style. And then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she believes and support what she supports. And she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him, yet he's always willing to debate his opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. He's the happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence, where Rand will lose debates because she gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So yeah, they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just re-listened to Ayn Rand's, I think, last lecture, or at least it's called that, and just the confrontational nature of how she answers questions, or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma to that. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but in very different styles. It seems like Ayn Rand is very cranky, but it's the most charismatic, cranky person I think I've ever listened to.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about her, meeting her, and coming to believe in her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that then became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, or Rand kind of clothed it, as you said, in crankiness or anger. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier and angrier and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into this early moment when she was different and a little more open. And then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had a bit more intellectual humility, where he would be able to sort of evolve over time and be convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of the nuances of policies, the nuances of how he thought about economics or about the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong. And there are some things he said he was wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas hadn't mapped onto the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalization, which was, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would lead to a better world in all respects. And towards the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking. And that, to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more set in his ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially as he's in the public eye and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life, him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something Rand could do.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where we should actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas, yes.
And so we're talking about today, in part, about two people who kind of fought for ideas, for an idea, like we mentioned, freedom for capitalism, and they did it in very different ways. And it's so interesting to see sort of the impact they both had and how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas like reverberated throughout society, and how we together as a society figure out what works, the degree to which they have influence on the public, the degree to which they have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration, Nixon, and so on, and how it might return, like fade away and then come back in modern times.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting if you just see this whole world as a game of ideas where we were like pushing and pulling and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got real excited over 100 years ago about communism, and then they try stuff out, and then the implementation broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are the two greats of playing with ideas. So I think that's a thread that just runs through this.
Yeah, and of kind of pushing back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But one difference that I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. She's a philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. So she is working almost in a mythic register, much more in a psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with and people relate to experiences they've had. And that's one of the reasons she hits so deep. And she's also offering people, I read all the fan letters to her. People would say things like, I read The Fountainhead and now I'm getting a divorce. Having just these incredible realizations.
Milton Friedman didn't get such
things. Or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. Like a couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand. And I said, I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has that really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational, and she thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing a kind of mythopoetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, was much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking, and he provides a rational framework for understanding the world. And it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythologies, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them. And he's more kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into people's psyches and then take that emotional, psychological experience and fuse it to an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in to relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some ways she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy and kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there's still pragmatic ideas that are still important today for Milton Friedman, even just on the economics level. So let's dig in. let me try. I took some notes. Let me try to summarize who Milton Friedman is, and then you can correct me. Okay, so he is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, I think, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated for free market capitalism and limited government intervention in the economy. Though you do give, I've listened to basically everything you have on the internet. You give some more depth and nuance on his views on this and in your books. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1976. He greatly influenced economic policies during the Reagan administration and other administrations. He was an influential public intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006, so that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really important. The Great Depression with the New Deal, World War II with the post-war Reconstruction, the rise and fall of the Bretton Woods monetary system, as we may talk about, the Cold War and all the conflicts involved in that, sort of the tensions around communism and so on. So the fall of the Soviet Union, and also he has some interesting relationships to China's economic transformation.
Yep.
Since the 1970s, the stagflation of the 1970s, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So can you maybe continue this thread and give a big picture overview of the ideas he's known for?
Yeah, sure, and that's a great summary. You learn fast. So let me start with the economics, and then I can kind of transition to how he used those economic ideas to become a real voice in the American conservative movement, in the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight 4 ideas or contributions or episodes. One was his work with Anna Schwartz in revising our understanding of the Great Depression. And that's tightly related to the second, which is the School of Monetarism that he and Schwartz really become founders of. Then there is the prediction of stagflation and the explanation of that in the 1970s, which really is one of these sort of career-making predictions. And we can dig into that. And then in terms of technical economics, he's known for the permanent income hypothesis, which he develops with a group of female collaborators that I can talk about. So those are kind of 4 technical pieces, end up being really brought together in what becomes the Chicago School of Economics. He's undoubtedly the head and the leader of the Chicago School of Economics. There's an earlier generation that he learns from. There's his generation. There's also a Chicago School of Law and Economics that's really profoundly influential. And then there'll be kind of a 3rd generation that he's somewhat distinct from, but that goes on to really shape economics. But let me go back to these kind of 4 pieces, and let me start with Great Depression. So Milton Friedman actually lives through the Great Depression. He's in college when it hits, and he's in college, it's 1928 to 1932. And he's aware of the Depression, and he's deciding, should I study mathematics or should I study economics? And he's had some good economics teachers, but it's really the context. It's looking around at the slow, dissolving of economic prosperity. So he decides to go to Chicago. He decides to study economics. And what's really interesting is that the Great Depression is so unexpected, it's unpredicted, it's unprecedented, and economists are really struggling to know how to respond to it. And so he's going to arrive at the University of Chicago when the field is struggling to know what to do. So he's in this kind of really open space where the institutional economics of the 1920s has failed to predict, which was focused on business cycles. This is the irony. Their big thing was charting and understanding business cycles. And then we have the biggest business cycle of all time, and they haven't seen it coming, and they don't have a good explanation for it. And what he will get at Chicago is the remnants of the monetary understanding of the economy. And so his teachers, they don't know exactly what's going on, but they look first to the banking crisis. They look first to the in 1933. It's bank runs, failures of maybe it's up to a third of American banks. It's huge, thousands of banks are failing per week. So they're focused on that. So that's the first kind of imprint he will have. The Great Depression has something to do with a banking system. The second imprint he will have is that all of his professors are profoundly concerned about the social crisis. They want relief programs. They want them now. They want bank regulation and financial reform. They're very active. This is not laissez-faire by any stretch of the imagination. So Friedman has that imprinting. And then he gets there in 32, 36, 37, the ideas of John Maynard Keynes from Britain, which has a different explanation. Keynes has a different explanation. The Great Depression will kind of make landfall in American economics and be very profoundly influential on most American economists. But Friedman it's too late for Friedman. He already has a different perspective. So Keynesianism unfolds. I can say more about that. But it basically leads to more active federal government participation in the economy. And what underlies a lot of that, its adaptation in America particularly, is the idea that capitalism has failed. Capitalism has revealed itself to have a profound flaw in that its cycles of boom and bust create social instability, chaos. It needs to be tamed. It needs to be regulated. And so that becomes the kind of baseline of politics in the United States, the understanding of the New Deal, the understanding of the Democratic Party, even to some extent the understanding of the Republican Party. And Friedman never quite sure about that. He has a hunch that there's something else going on, and he does not buy that capitalism has sort of ground to a halt, or the other idea is that capitalism has gone through some sort of phase transition. And it worked great maybe while we had a frontier. This is a very serious argument that people are making. The United States used to have a frontier, a place where, Europeans hadn't fully settled. Of course, they're pushing out native tribes. That's another story. But that this frontier is the engine of economic growth, and the frontier is now over, it's closed, and we're going to stagnate. There's a theory of secular stagnation. And so to deal with secular stagnation, we're just going to have a more active state. So Friedman is suspicious of all these assumptions. And he has this idea that it has something to do with money. Money is somehow important. And so it joins together with Anna Schwartz, who is an economist. She doesn't at this time hold a PhD. She's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And they come together to do the study of money in the U.S. economy. And it takes them 12 years to write the book. And they're releasing their ideas and they're arguing. And Friedman is writing papers, giving talks, saying money's really important. And nobody's really believing him. He's a crank. He's at Chicago. He's out, Chicago's a well-known university, but he's sort of considered a crank. And then in 1963, he and Anna Schwartz published this book, and it's, 800 pages. It's a reinterpretation of the history of the United States through money. Like the central character is money, whether it's specie, greenback, or the U.S. currency. And they have a whole chapter on the Great Depression. And what they've literally done, Schwartz has done most of this. Schwartz has gone to banks and said, show me your books. And then she's added up column by column. How much money is in your vault? How much money is on deposit? How much money is circulating? And so they literally have graphs, you can see them in the book, of how much money has been circulating in the U.S. at various different points in time. And when they get to the Great Depression, they find the quantity of money available in the economy goes down by a third. And in some ways, this is completely obvious because so many banks have failed, and we don't have any type of bank insurance at that point. So if your bank goes under, your savings are there, the money essentially vanishes. And it's fractional reserve banking, right? So you've put in, they can loan up to 90% off on their deposits. And so Friedman and Schwartz present this argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was this drop in the amount of money, the 30% drop in the money. They call it the Great Contraction. And then they go further and they say, well, how did this happen and why? And they pinpoint the Federal Reserve, which is a fairly new institution at that time. And they say, what did the Federal Reserve do? The lender of last resort. What did it do in the face of what they're depicting as a massive, unprecedented liquidity crisis? And they find it's not really doing much. And they really dig into the details, and they find that 70% the Federal Reserve has gone through a sort of personnel change, and some of the key leaders in the 1920s, Benjamin Strong is one of them. He's now deceased. And the dominance of the New York Federal Reserve, which in their telling, is global, it's interconnected, it's seen a lot of financial things come and go, and they believe that the New York Fed had the understanding to recognize this is a liquidity crisis. We should be very generous. We should support all the banks. Their influence has diminished for the kind of banks that are more, they don't say like the Rubes and the Hicks, but it basically is. It's like people in charge don't know what they're doing. And so the Fed pursues this kind of policy of masterly inactivity. They don't see it as their problem. They don't do much. There's an enormous liquidity crisis. And that's their version of what the Great Depression is all about. That it's a financial system meltdown, it's a liquidity crisis, and that it, in some ways, well, in many ways, they argue, very strong counterfactual argument. The Federal Reserve could have prevented it, and it did not. And so it becomes then an institutional failure and a political failure, not a failure of capitalism as a system. And so this book comes out, it's a blockbuster, and even those economists who've been like, Friedman is a crank, I don't buy it, are like, Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz are onto something. And so that really changes the game. And this is also one of his most influential contributions, because Friedman and Schwartz becomes the playbook for the Federal Reserve. And we have lived through this, right? The financial crisis, the Federal Reserve is ready to loan. COVID, the Federal Reserve is all kinds of new things, because no Federal Reserve chair wants to be in Friedman and Schwartz 2.0 that somebody writes, or they're the bad guy who let the economy melt down. So, the specifics of what they say to do have obviously evolved as the system has changed, but this is a playbook for how to deal with economic crisis. It's Friedman and Schwartz. And so it's absolutely fundamental, and that is really going to be the place he makes his mark.
There's a lot of things to say here. So first, the book we're talking about is A Monetary History of the United States, in part for which Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize. You've also mentioned the influence of the Great Depression. If you can even just rewind to that.
Yes.
So he went to, I guess, college in Rutgers.
That's right.
And he was, mathematical proclivities. So he was kind of wanted to be a mathematician. And so it's kind of a cool crossroads. It's interesting how the right time, the right person arrives, right? So you described this really well, that so he had this choice to be a mathematician or an economist. And economist is the University of Chicago, mathematician is Brown University, whichever. And then this is also the beginnings, as you've described, of mathematical economics. So he fits in nicely into this using, I think you said the number of equations started going up per paper, which is a really nice way to put it. So really the right person at the right time to try to solve this puzzle of the economy melting down. It's so interesting. Just one human. It's just from just zooming in on a single human making a decision about life. And it's hard to know when you're in it that the world is melting down from an economics perspective, and that I could do something about this to figure out what it is. And also I'm going to reject the mainstream narrative about why this happened.
Yeah, so the other piece of the puzzle, when he goes to Rutgers, he thinks he'll be an actuary. So Milton Friedman's family, his parents are immigrants, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. They're pretty atypical in that they don't stay in New York, and they move to Rahway, New Jersey, and they put together a fairly middle-class life as kind of, they have a shop, they do some wholesale buying and selling, and then his father dies when he's 16. His life becomes more precarious, but it's never as precarious as he makes it out to be. He's got 3 older sisters, they earn a good living. Incidentally, they all have better grades in high school than he does, but he's the one that goes to college. And but it's actually really important that he loses his father figure, because he's then looking for other father figures, and he meets 2 at Rutgers. One is Arthur Burns, who will go on to have a huge influence in his career. No relation to me, by the way. But Arthur Burns is like him, a fellow Jewish immigrant boy on the make. He's older. And he's making a career as an economist. And then there's Homer Jones, who has gone to the University of Chicago and is studying with Frank Knight at Chicago and says, you have to go to Chicago. So he has these two mentors. And Burns in particular suggests, oh, I could be an economist. That could be my career path. You know, the idea to be an actuary for an insurance company, I'm not sure where he got that idea, but he just thought that was something he could do as someone who was good at math. And so the college really opens the perspective, opens the door. And then I think it's really key that again he doesn't get an explanation that he buys for the Great Depression. So then he's looking for one. And the math part is a really interesting aspect of his career. Now he actually comes to Chicago to study with the mathematical economist Henry Schultz, but he gets there and he thinks Schultz is kind of dumb. He really does. He's incredibly arrogant, and he just thinks this guy's not that smart. And it seems that, I mean, Schultz did some really important work in the early stages of mathematical economics, but a lot of the oral histories about him are like, yeah, he wasn't that bright. So Friedman's maybe onto something. Yeah. So he falls into the set of students who are really enthralled with his other professor, Frank Knight. And Frank Knight is against math and economics. Frank Knight is like, you know, a neoclassical economist, but not a mathematical economist. He's an old school liberal. He's really concerned about liberal democracy, economic liberalism. And Friedman is very deeply influenced by Knight. And he continues to pursue mathematical economics. So he'll go, for part of his graduate career, he goes to Columbia University, where he actually gets his PhD from, and he works with a mathematical economist there. And so he comes out trained in what will eventually be econometrics, statistics and economics. His early publications are in statistics, but it's not really where his intellectual heart and soul are. And eventually he will turn very profoundly against mathematics in economics and become a sort of heterodox strain throughout 20th century economics that says simple models are better. We need to work off empirical data, not construct elegant models. And becomes really sort of countercultural within economics in that way.
And the test of a good model is it should actually predict stuff that happens.
It should predict stuff that happened. It should tie back to what's going on.
I'm wondering which direction to go. So first, actually, if we could zoom out on the different schools of economics.
Yeah.
Just the basics. You mentioned neoclassical. We mentioned Keynesian economics. We mentioned, what else did we mention? Well, the Chicago School of Economics.
Right.
Where does Austrian economics fit into that pile, and Marxian economics, and can we just linger and try to redefine Keynesian economics and Chicago School of Economics, and neoclassical economics, Austrian economics, because there's some overlap and tension.
Okay, so schools of economics. So we could start with classical economics. Classical economics, we could think of Adam Smith as kind of your classical economist, the founder of the discipline. Classical economics does not really use math, is very close to political economy. It's concerned with, as Smith puts it, the wealth of nations. It's concerned to some degree with distribution. It's concerned to some degree with what makes a good political system. And what tends to really define classical economics when you're looking from a great distance is what's called the labor theory of value. So where does value come from in classical economics? It comes from the labor that a person puts into it. So maybe this in some ways comes from Locke's notion of property, that you kind of mingle, your labor with the natural world. We can say labor theory of value. So classical economics concerned with Smith is arguing against mercantilism for more free trade, often goes by the name of political economy to show it's more capacious. It's thinking of politics and economics. You can still read these books today. The sentences are long, the words are different, but you can still follow along. So the real big transition from classical economics and political economy to economics, as it's understood today, comes with the marginal revolution. And the marginal revolution is a scientific revolution that happens in a couple of different places simultaneously, right? This is one of these things that you see in the history of science. Like, there'll be some breakthrough, like Darwin has a breakthrough, but like somebody else has sort of the same breakthrough at the same time, totally, differently. So there's a version of marginalism that's continental. There's a version in the German-speaking lands, in the French-speaking lands, and in Britain, and they all kind of come together. And the shift is in the theory of value. So the theory of value in marginalism is on the margin. So say you have one apple and you want a second one, how much is going from one apple to two apple worth for you? Probably quite a bit. If you had 10 apples, maybe going to 11 apples doesn't matter that much. The marginal value is less. So what marginalism does, though, most importantly, is it opens the door to math and economics, because it means you can graph this now. You can depict this relationship graphically. And there's some really interesting work in the history of economics that shows a lot of the people who developed marginalism were looking to physics as a model. Physics, the queen of the sciences. And so they were thinking, they imported terms from the natural world to describe the social world through the lens of economics. Terms like equilibrium. So the idea being that if you looked at a market would reach equilibrium, when everybody is bought and sold all that they want, or the price will settle at an equilibrium price when it's really the demand and supply are matching up.
And some of these ideas are things we would pick up at a microeconomics class.
Oh, yes. This is still out there. This is sort of the basic foundation of microeconomics, marginal analysis. And so in the German-speaking intellectual tradition, this is the root of Austrian economics. And people picking up the marginal revolution in the German-speaking lands are opposed to the historicists, who are thinking in a more evolutionary way about how societies kind of grow and change. And they have a vision of economic ideas as applying differently to different types of social arrangements, where the marginalists, remember, are inspired by physics, and this is a set of natural laws that applies anywhere to any sort of human society. So that's his first really big fissure that we'll see again and again. Are you historically minded? Do certain traits of economic life adhere, and become expressed in certain types of societies, or are there universal economic laws that flow through any type of society? So that's kind of a juncture, a break. And so marginalism, first, people start using really geometry to kind of graph things, but marginalism is also opening up to the possibility of calculus and the possibility of creating models. But at that point in time, late 19th century, a model is something like a physicist does. Like, think of like an inclined plane and how fast does the ball roll from one to the other. It's a physical representation of the world. And eventually economists will start to create mathematical representations of the world. But we're not quite there yet. So we're late 19th century. We have this fissure. We have this introduction of marginal analysis that marks the juncture from classical economics to economics. So let's say now we have economics, but we still have this fissure between historical thinking and, let's call it, natural law thinking. That's not quite right, but physical laws versus contingency. And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates about capitalism. And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, and which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its excesses, factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet in general, American economists all use marginal analysis, just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates or the government operates. They're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair and equal. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics in the United States by the 20th century. So it's part of the progressive movement, late 19th century. Into the 20th century, it really becomes institutional economics. And it's quite dominant. And the neoclassical economists are still there, but they're very much a minority. And Frank Knight, Milton Friedman's teacher, is one of the minority neoclassical economists. And the institutionalists are much more progressive still.
Is it fair to say that the neoclassical folks and even the classical folks versus the institutional economics folks, they have a disagreement about how much government intervention there should be in the economy? So neoclassical is less intervention, and then the institutional economists, the progressive folks, as more intervention.
Yes, exactly right. So this is the situation in the 1920s, but the other piece I should mention is the first generation of progressive economists were very radical. They were closely allied with the socialist movement, with labor radicalism, and many of them lost their jobs at universities. This kind of connects to the dawn of academic freedom. This is before academic freedom. And they were chastened. They became much more mainstream. By the time we get to the 1920s, we don't really have radical critiques of society coming from economists. Much smaller profession, much less important than it is today, and fairly peaceful, because the 1920s are a fairly peaceful decade in the United States. So this is a situation when the Great Depression hits. And as I mentioned before, the kind of most important institutional economist is Wesley Mitchell. And he has said, he's written a whole book on business cycles. But he doesn't see this business cycle coming, and it hits, and he doesn't have a good explanation for it. Now, perhaps the preeminent neoclassical economist was Irving Fisher. Now, Irving Fisher is big into the stock market, and Irving Fisher says sometime in late summer 1929, stocks are going ever higher and will continue to go ever higher forever. And so he loses his reputation after the stock market crash. So Milton Friedman is stepping into a field in which the greats have been discredited, and there's an enormous economic crisis all around.
And everybody's struggling to figure out why the crisis happened.
Yes, and the other thing he's stepping into is a world where in the United States, there's a great deal of anger at capitalism, at the system, unemployed people on the street. In Europe, there's rising fascist movements. In Asia, there's rising fascist movements. And so everyone's very concerned about this. And Friedman is seeing a lot of this through the lens of Frank Knight, who feels like we are maybe reaching the end of what he calls liberalism. He calls himself an old-fashioned liberalism. We're reaching the end of representative democratic government, because representative democratic government cannot solve these social problems. And capitalism, as it has developed, Knight is very pro-capitalist, but he says it's generating inequality, and this is putting too many strains on the system. So Knight will become one of the people who helps Friedman think, how do I develop a new theory of capitalism that works in an era of mass democracy, where people can vote and people can express at the ballot box their unhappiness with what's happening economically. So this larger movement will generate, of which F.A. Hayek is a part, Friedman is a part, that becomes the very early stirrings of trying to think about a new sort of liberalism, which will eventually be called neoliberalism.
Okay, so if we can just linger on the definitions of things. So we mentioned what neoclassical is and the institutional economics is. What's Keynesian economics? And the Chicago School of Economics, I guess, is a branch of neoclassical that's a little bit more empirical versus model based. And Keynesian is very model heavy, more intervention of government.
Yes.
And so the real battle is Keynesian versus everybody else.
That is what eventually comes to pass in the United States and in the kind of overall developed profession of economics. The other piece of the puzzle here is the introduction of mathematics. And it's been around the edges, but it will pick up speed in the 1930s, like the Econometrics Society is founded. They start publishing. People start using more statistical and mathematical tools to think about economics. And they're given a boost sort of inadvertently by the rise of Keynesian economics. So Keynes is trained in the neoclassical tradition. He's a absolutely fascinating figure. He's been there in peace negotiations at Versailles. He basically calls World War II. He's like, hey, we're going to have another war here caused by Germany because this peace treaty has been, done in such a vindictive way, and people have made such bad decisions. He's there. He sees it happening. And so when the Great Depression unfolds, he basically comes up with a new theory for explaining what's going on. And the previous neoclassical understanding is sort of things go up and things go down. And when they go down, there's a natural mechanism to bring them back up. So when the economy is going down, prices are going down, wages are going down, everybody's losing money, but eventually firms are going to realize, hey, I can hire people cheap. Hey, I can buy stuff cheap. I don't have a lot of competition. Maybe I should get in the game here. And then others will start to get in, and then you regenerate prosperity in that way. And so Keynes says, sure, that's one theory, but something different is happening right now. Part of why it's happening is because we have the working class is more empowered now. They're not simply going to just take low wages and ride them down to the floor. We might not hit the floor. But also, he says, people might become too anxious to spend. They might not want to invest. And, Keynes has these discussions of animal spirits, right? He's still enough of a political economist to think not just in terms of human rationality, but what are some other things going on in human beings? And people might decide to sit on their money. They might not invest it. And so what happens then is you could get stuck in a bad equilibrium. So in the neoclassical model, equilibrium kind of restarts and resets itself. And he says, no, we could get stuck here. We could get stuck in the Depression. And in that case, what has to happen, he says, the government stimulates investment and the government itself invests. And then he argues that, this is a student of his, Richard Kahn, says, as the government invests $1, it has like a multiplier effect. $1 spent by the government kind of ramifies out throughout the economy. So it takes the government and puts it in the center, as opposed to, say, the banking system or the financial system, which would be the more Friedman analysis. And for many economists of Friedman's generation, and he's a weird generation because it's the generation that becomes dominant is just like 4 years older, the men who become Keynesian economics, but that 4 years is really important because they come in to grad school in economics and they get exposed to the new ideas of John Maynard Keynes. And they, I think it's Paul Samuelson calls it like it was like a South Sea virus that that attacked all of the younger economists immediately succumbed, and like no one under 50 ever got the disease, right? Because their thinking's already set. And so Keynesianism, Keynes himself is very suspicious of math and economics. And he and Friedman is fascinating. One of the first books by Jan Tingerman, a Dutch economist, to use math and economics, these huge volumes. Volume 1, Keynes pans it. Volume 2, Friedman pans it. So they're in the same page, but what happens is as Keynesianism arrives in the United States, Franklin Roosevelt is not really a Keynesian. He's kind of an accidental or experimental Keynesian. And there's a bunch of different ideas in the United States that are very similar to Keynesianism. They're not theorized, but they're similar ideas that the government has to do something. So this all comes together, and American economists realize that you can construct models in the Keynesian perspective, and if you can use numbers in these models, you can go to Washington, D.C. with numbers, and you seem like you have a lot more authority. And so math becomes really twinned into Keynesian economics.
So numbers are used as a kind of a symbol of expertise. We really know what the hell's going on because we have some numbers, right?
Right, and we can create a model, and so we can say, okay, in the model, the interest rate is here and taxes are here, so let's play with government spending. Right. Let's make it up, let's make it down, and then we can get an estimation. It'll spit out, here's predicted GDP. So the other piece of the Keynesian revolution is it really gets people thinking kind of holistically about the economy as one conceptual unit. And you then have what Paul Samuelson will end up calling the neoclassical synthesis. And this is still in economics today. If you take micro you're going to get supply and demand, scarcity, marginal analysis. If you take macro, you're going to get a very different approach, and that's more Keynesian based. And so the idea is that, and this makes sense. I mean, you can think of this from statistics, right? The way things act individually versus when they're all added together can be very different. So there's this kind of uneasy piece where economists are using kind of neoclassical tools to analyze individual behavior and individual market behavior, and they're shifting to a different paradigm when they think about the economy as a whole. And in this paradigm of the economy as a whole, the federal budget, the taxing and spending power of the federal government become paramount. And that is called the fiscal revolution. And that's really the essence of Keynesianism. But the key thing to remember is that Keynesianism and Keynes are different. And there's this famous episode where John Maynard Keynes comes to DC and he goes to dinner. And he comes back and he says to one of his friends in London, he says, "Oh yeah, it was really interesting. I was the only non-Keynesian there."
Yeah.
You know?
So Keynesianism is more government intervention, fiscal policy. So put the government at the center of influencing the economy, and then the different flavors of whether it's Austrian economics or Chicago School of Economics is saying no, but to put less government intervention and trust the market more. And the formulation of that from Milton Friedman is trust the money more, the not trust, but the money supply is the thing that should be focused on.
Yes. So the Austrians and the Chicago schools see economic prosperity and growth comes from individual initiative, individual entrepreneurship, kind of private sources. The private market is what drives economic growth, not the public sector. And so for Friedman, then the question is, what is a government's role? And because he's lived through the Great Depression, he's not laissez-faire, and he won't ever be laissez-faire. Now, interestingly, Hayek, living through the Great Depression, at first is laissez-faire. And he's like, sure, like, let it rip. And things get so bad that Hayek's like, okay, that's not going to work.
Can we actually define laissez-faire? So what do we mean? Like, what's the free market? What's laissez-faire? What's the extreme version here?
So yeah, laissez-faire means leave a be in France. It's more often used as an insult than as an actual. Very few people are completely and totally laissez-faire. That would be like the pure laissez-faire would be the sort of pure anarchist position, like the state does nothing or the state isn't even there. But it tends to, if I could maybe make it more precise, it would be focused on freedom of contract would be essential. And that means like the buyer of labor and the seller of labor must have absolute freedom to contract. So that means no minimum wage law, no working hours law, no employment law, things like that. That was, and this is all pre-progressive movement. A lot of things are that way, right? You know, imagine you're in 19th century America and you have a farm and you hire someone to help you on the farm. You offer the money, they take it. If they fall off a ladder and break their back, maybe you help them out, maybe you don't, right? But there's not a whole apparatus of legal liability and safety and things like that. So that would be one piece. Another piece of laissez-faire would be free trade amongst nations. So no regulation of who can invest in a nation or who can take money out of a nation. So Nippon Steel could come and invest in US Steel and there would be no grounds in which to reject that. Or you could, as a billionaire in the United States, relocate you and all your money to another country, and the United States couldn't try to keep you, and nobody else could stop you from coming in. And then in the context of economic crisis, laissez-faire would not encompass centrally provided relief, because in the pure theory, again, very seldom applied purely, but in the pure theory, the wages need to come down far enough and people need to be desperate enough to start taking work and to start the machine again. So the theory would be if you give people relief, they might not go back to work. Now, almost nobody says that in the Great Depression because the situation is so bad and it's people are starving on the street. Feel for humanitarian and ethical reasons, it's not okay to say that. The Austrians, though, at first, Hayek and Lionel Robbins, are like, this is a business cycle and it needs to run its course and it will be detrimental if we intervene. And then pretty soon, Hayek has to change his tune.
So the Austrians are the most hardcore in terms of laissez-faire.
Absolutely. And so Hayek will make the turn towards accepting more of a state, and then we'll come to talk about how the state needs to support what he calls the competitive order. But his mentor, Ludwig von Mises, still remains very hardcore and is not really open to things like unemployment insurance or other state-based interventions.
What does von Mises say about like human suffering that's witnessed in the Great Depression, for example? Like, what are we supposed to, as economists, as humans that define policy, what are we supposed to see when people are like suffering at scale?
Yeah, I wish I knew an answer to that question. I don't know enough about von Mises and his reaction in the Great Depression. I think I would hazard that he would look more to the down the road and say, well, if you start here, you're going to go places that are bad. But I don't factually know what he said in response. I do know that Hayek's position doesn't last very long. It's not a position you can hold to. Maybe you could hold to it in other cycles. The other thing that was interesting is I found very few Americans saying this. Most who were kind of small town electeds, or the most famous is Andrew Mellon, quoted by Herbert Hoover. So not directly, we don't have him on record saying this, but apparently Hoover records in his memoirs that Mellon said something like, liquidate real estate, liquidate stocks, purge the rottenness out of the system, people will live a healthier life. And certainly there were members of the Federal Reserve who felt like it would create, they didn't say moral hazard, but it would create what we now call moral hazard, bad habits, were we to intervene and to save failing banks, because failing banks need to be taught a lesson, they need to be taught discipline. And so a lot of people, I think, saw it in the context of discipline. This is discipline. And if you remove the discipline, you'll be taking away something fundamental in society.
So Milton Friedman never quite went all the way to laissez-faire.
No, he didn't see that. And what's really interesting is the number of incredibly radical proposals that he and his teachers were floating. So I mentioned Frank Knight. Another really important influence on Friedman was Henry Simons, who was a junior professor at Chicago. And Simons had this idea for what he called 100% money, which would be a law that says banks have to hold 100% of the deposits they receive. They can't loan them out on the margin. This would completely and totally have overhauled the US banking system. And he would have said, there's a category of things called banks where you get deposits, and then there's going to be a category of sort of, he didn't say investment banks, but investment vehicles that will invest. So similar to what did happen in some ways in the banking reforms, in that in the 1930s, the investment banks were split from the deposit banks, and the banks that took deposits were much more highly regulated, and they were supported by the FDIC. But the point being, the Chicago school had these very radical proposals for reform. Go off the gold standard, restrict the currency, change the banks, immediately relieve payments now. What is important to note, though, is that they thought of all of those as emergency measures to get through the emergency, not as permanent alterations in the state of what had to be, and not permanent alterations between state and market. Where the Keynesian assumption is things have changed, times have changed, we're in a new dispensation, and we need a new relationship. So Milton Friedman is very open to doing things differently in a state of emergency. He will have different ideas during World War II than any other time. And that's why I think he would have been supportive of at least the first rounds of coronavirus relief, because I think he would have put his emergency thinking hat on. So in that way, he was definitely more flexible.
You mentioned Hayek. Who is this guy? What's his relationship to Milton Friedman in the space of ideas and in the context of the Great Depression? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So F.A. Hayek is an Austrian economist who takes up a posting in London, and he's in a mentee rather of Ludwig von Mises. He's writing about business cycles, Austrian capital theory, and the Depression hits, and he's one of the few economists who in the beginning really is not calling for much intervention. Although, as he realizes how politically unpalatable that is, he will develop a more softened version of Austrian economics that has room for a whole range of social services. What's significant about Hayek is that he is also watching what's happening in Austria, what's happening in Germany, and he's really worried the same thing is going to happen to the Western democracies. And he sees the root cause of this is socialism, the shift towards an expanded role for government, which we've been talking about is happening in the United States. It's also happening in Britain. And so he writes this book that becomes incredibly famous, The Road to Serfdom, basically saying, taking these steps towards a planned economy, or an economy that's a modified form of capitalism, is he's very clear that this is not an inevitability, but if the same steps are taken and people follow the same line of thinking, we may end up in a sort of coercive totalitarian state. So this becomes enormously popular in the United States. First of all, he's in good touch with Friedman's teachers, even before this book comes out. They see them as kindred spirits. Frank Knight is in touch with him. Henry Simons is in touch with him. They all see themselves as liberals. They call themselves old-fashioned, unreconstructed liberals. And so even before he becomes famous, Hayek will be trying to kind of organize thinkers and intellectuals who he believes shares his values, what we would call today classical liberalism, and to kind of create a counter-consensus to the one that's gathering. Now, Hayek also chooses not to argue against Keynes, and he feels that this is a huge missed opportunity, that he should have staked out the case against Keynes, and that because he did not, people come to believe there is no case against Keynes. Keynes is literally unanswerable. So Hayek will have this great regret. He will channel some of his regrets into sort of community building, specifically developing the Mont Pelerin Society. And it will fall to Friedman to really make that case against Keynes. But Hayek will end up at Chicago, and Hayek really influences Friedman to think about what Hayek calls the competitive order, and how the state can and must maintain a competitive order. That is, the system of laws, of norms, of practices that makes it possible for markets to function. And this is one of these key differentiators between the older philosophy of laissez-faire and the newer reconceptualization of liberalism, which says, yes, we need a state. We need a state that's not intervening in markets under social democratic auspices, but is structuring and supporting markets so that they can function with maximum freedom, keeping in mind that if there aren't basic social supports needed, the market is apt to generate the type of either inequality or social instability that will call the whole system into question. So Hayek is really key in promoting this modified liberalism. But from being a very prominent economist in the 1920s and 1930s, as mathematics becomes the language of economics, Hayek is completely left out in the cold. Now, Friedman to some degree is left out in the cold, but Friedman at least has proved to the mathematical economists that he knows what they're up to, and he's rejecting it from a position of expertise and knowledge. And he literally drives the mathematical economists out of Chicago. They're clustered in a group called the Coles Commission, and he makes their life hell. They flee. They flee the Friedman onslaught. But then when Hayek arrives at the University of Chicago, he would like to be considered for a position in the economics department, and Milton Friedman says, no way. You're not really an economist because you're not empirical, because you just develop these theories. So he has an appreciation for Hayek as a social thinker, but not as an economist. So what Friedman decides to do, his answer to Keynes will be deeply empirical, but it will also be theoretical, and it will create an alternative intellectual world and approach for economists who aren't satisfied with Keynesianism. And almost single-handedly, Friedman will introduce sort of political and ideological diversity into the field of economics, because from his beachhead in Chicago, he will develop the theory of monetarism. So what is monetarism? The easy way to summarize it is this famous dictum of Milton Friedman's. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And it's fascinating that he becomes an expert in inflation because the first research and the first major research product of monetarism is that theory of the Great Depression in a monetary history of the United States. And that is a theory of a deflation, all prices going down. And he will go back to an idea that Irving Fisher had popularized, but a very old idea, almost a truism, the quantity theory of money, which says the level of the price level is related to the amount of money circulating in an economy. So if you have more money, prices go up. If you have less money, prices go down. Now, this seems like very basic and almost too basic to bear repeating, but Friedman is saying this very basic relationship holds true even in an advanced industrial economy. And that is what people have started to doubt. And if you think about money, you think about banks, you don't think necessarily about the federal budget, spending, and taxation. And what you see happens in American economics, the textbooks previous to the Keynesian revolution, they spent a lot of time on money. They spent a lot of time on interest rates. You can do word counts, and other scholars have done the word counts. And the word count for money after World War II just plummets. And you start seeing things like taxation, budget, those things go up. So what happens is the economics profession shifts its attention. It just looks away from money to other things. And Friedman is one of the few who's saying, no, money still matters, money still counts. And it's a very counterintuitive argument to make. It's a very historical argument to make. And this is absolutely fascinating to me. With Anna Schwartz, he develops this 150-year time frame. He also has students working on episodes of hyperinflation in different periods of time. He's also looking back to like ancient history, inflationary episodes there. And he's saying this is a law of economics. This is something that recurs throughout time. It's not historical, right? It's not contingent. It's a law of economics. And, his Keynesian counterpoints are saying, no, that's not relevant any longer. Maybe once it was relevant, but it's not relevant today. Now, in some ways, they have a point because in order to pay for World War II, the federal government sells a lot of bonds. It issues a lot of debt. And it wants to pay this debt back at a low interest rate, and it wants people to keep buying it. It wants the low interest rate to be competitive with other interest rates. So it wants, in general, low interest rates throughout the economy. And the Federal Reserve has been so discredited by the Great Depression that the Treasury basically runs the Federal Reserve and says, keep interest rates low. And so that's what it's doing. And so the Federal Reserve has stopped being an independent entity. It's just a sub sort of department of the Treasury. But in 1951, they negotiate what's called the Treasury-Fed Accord. And the Federal Reserve gets its independence, but it doesn't really use it. But statutorily, it now has it. And so most economists are just observing a regime in which the Federal Reserve has no power, a regime in which there is really little inflation. The inflation that is seen is post a little burst of inflation in the Korean War. And they're saying inflation is not really important. It's not really relevant, and money's not really relevant and important. And so to break through and to make the argument, that's why Friedman and Schwartz go to history. And they're able to make that argument for history. So then Friedman is coming out with a variety of papers that are saying, when I look at economic fluctuations, he maps them side by side to fluctuations in the money supply and says, look, they fit. And other economists, remember, they're building complicated mathematical models. And Friedman's doing extremely simple stuff. And they just think it's dumb, it's not interesting, it's not true. They don't buy it at all. And so, but after a monetary history of the United States, they have to pay attention. So it's really in those years, Friedman is hammering this idea of monetarism, and it starts to become something respectable, bordering on respectable for other economists to look to and think about. And that's really the beginning of the kind of Keynesian monetarist split, where if you start to give Friedman any credence, you're heading towards a monetarist position. Now, at the same time, Friedman comes out very publicly in 1964 as a supporter of Barry Goldwater. And Keynesian economics has found a home in the Democratic Party. Its probably brightest moment in the sun is the administration of John F. Kennedy, who brings in a lot of Harvard and Yale professors, the Council of Economic Advisors. He proposes a series of spending programs that are really guided by the Keynesian philosophy. And the Barry Goldwater is tremendously controversial, part for his votes against civil rights, which Friedman really supports, part because he's a hardcore libertarian in an age when that's not in the political mainstream or not discussed in the political mainstream. And I mean, he's just tremendously unpopular, particularly in all the educated precincts where Friedman lives. So Friedman is like an outcast and a pariah for his support of Goldwater. And so that actually really affects monetarism because people feel that this is now becoming a package deal. And so there's a great reluctance to embrace Friedman's ideas because it seems like he would then have to embrace his politics.
So it's associated with conservatism.
So this is the years when conservatism, there is a movement that calls itself conservatism, and Friedman is very tightly allied with this movement from the beginning, partly through his friendship with William F. Buckley. And a lot of people say to me, yeah, but Friedman's not conservative. And this is like a bigger, you have a whole separate podcast on this, but for now, I'll just say that conservative in the United States becomes a political brand that contains elements of conservatism that are recognizable across time and space, embrace of tradition, or comfort with hierarchy, etc. And it also has something new and different, which is Friedman's ideas about Milton Friedman's advocacy of more free markets, less government regulation, and the benefits of capitalism and the benefits of freedom. And that gets folded into American conservatism, in part because Milton Friedman is such a powerful intellectual figure. And after his advocacy, Goldwater, media realizes this guy's really smart. He has really interesting things to say. He makes great copy. He makes a great guest. And he starts writing a column for Newsweek magazine, which is a very big deal in a much more consolidated media environment. And he's quoted in all the newspapers. And so his public profile really starts to rise right as he's pushing monetarism as an alternative to the Keynesian synthesis.
Can we just look around what is monetarism?
Yes.
Like,
Okay.
once again, so like what? Okay, the money supply.
Yes.
So money is this thing that can think of it in a notion where people buy and sell stuff. There's this fascinating, complex, dynamical system of people contracting with each other in this beautiful way. I mean, there's so many pothead questions I want to ask about the nature of money. I mean, money is fascinating in that way. And I think for Milton Friedman, trusting the flow of money is really important.
Yeah.
And the signals that pricing and money in general provides is really important.
So, yeah, and some of this, I could take some of this back again to Frank Knight. So one thing Frank Knight said to all his students was the market is the best allocation mechanism we have. The market is what allocates resources. In a situation of scarcity, the market allocates them the best. And Hayek will add to that by saying prices are information signals, and a price sends information to buyers and sellers about how they should act. And these are the two of the strongest arguments for why the government should not intervene in the price system, because it will blur information or because it will allocate less efficiently than market allocation will. And so what Friedman is really going to add to that is maybe going up a level and thinking in the macro about the whole economy and how money circulates through that economy as a whole. And so what he and Anna Schwartz do is they construct what are called monetary aggregates. It's just adding together, say, all the money that's on deposit in banks and all the money that's believed to be circulating in people's wallets. And you also have to really go back in time. You know, we don't have credit cards. There is a stock market, but it's tiny in terms of the number of people who invest. There aren't mutual funds. You know, like when traveler's checks are introduced, this is like a big deal. So we have a very simple monetary system. And so Schwartz and Milton Friedman start measuring what they call the monetary aggregates. They focus on M1 and M2, and their favorite aggregate is M2, which I believe is encompassing sort of deposits and circulating medium. The other thing to recall, there's some fine distinctions between money in savings accounts and money in checkings accounts. And money in savings accounts can earn interest and is generally believed not to circulate, or money in checking accounts does not at that time bear interest and cannot legally bear interest, and so is thought of as circulating. And then there's different institutional architectures of postal savings banks and credit unions. So, but Friedman is one, taking the focus to these aggregate amounts of money and saying, these really have a lot to do with economic booms and busts. When we have an expansion in the amount of available money, we see an expansion in economic activity. When we have a contraction in available money, we have a contraction. And so he says, at this stage, the government, through the mechanism of the Federal Reserve and its influence on interest rates, can either make money more cheaply available and more freely available in the economy, or can make money more expensive and slow things down. But the central core idea of monetarism is this is potentially very bad. If the government can hit the gas and then hit the brake and hit the gas and hit the brake based on, say, what a politician wants or what somebody at the Federal Reserve wants, you have a lot of instability in the system. And so one of the core policy proposals of monetarism is let's grow the money supply at a steady rate. And in the beginning, Friedman just says K%. He doesn't even put a number on it because he says the number doesn't matter. What matters is the steadiness in the growth rate, because if it's a steady growth rate, it will fade away. And then people will make economic decisions based on the fundamentals, not based on what they think is going to happen, not based on hedging against inflation or hedging against deflation. They'll just be able to function. So this is sort of the paradox of monetary policy. When it's happening right, you don't see it, you don't notice it. When it's happening wrong, Friedman argues, it can just fundamentally destabilize everything. It can cause the Great Depression, it can cause an artificial boom. And so he's taking monetary policy at a time when most economists think it's completely irrelevant and saying this is the central game of the economy. Now, we live in a world where we believe this, and the Federal Reserve chair can't open their mouth without headlines being generated. But Friedman is saying this at a time when the Federal Reserve is like a mysterious and secretive organization. It's not well known, it's not deeply appreciated. Some of the only people who appreciate the Fed's power are like hardcore rural populists who have constituents, who think the banks and money power are the problem, who are like, throwbacks from the frontier days. So Friedman, in the beginning, has no constituency for this policy. He has no constituency for this analysis. And so just going back to summarize monetarism, it's using the quantity theory of money to analyze the macroeconomy. It's proposing a policy of slow and steady growth in the money supply. And then it is arguing that inflationary episodes, when they emerge, are profoundly driven by changes in the money supply, not by anything else.
I mean, and going even up a level as we started, how epic is it to develop this idea, to hold this idea, and then to convince the United States of this idea that money matters, that today we believe is mostly correct for now.
Yeah.
And so just this idea that goes against the experts and then eventually wins out and drives so much of the economy, the biggest, the most powerful economy in the world. So fascinating.
Yeah. So, that's a fascinating story. And so what happens is Friedman has advanced all these ideas. He's roiled the economics profession. He's built a political profile. And then he becomes the head of the American Economics Association, and he is asked in that role to give a presidential address. And so he gives his presidential address December 1967, and he says, I'm going to talk about inflation, and I'm going to talk about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And this is what's generally known as the Phillips curve. And the Phillips curve in its original form is derived of post-World War II data. So it's derived of about 12 years of data. And it shows that when inflation goes up, unemployment goes down. And the idea, would make sense that as the economy is heating up and lots of things are happening, more and more people are getting hired. And so this relationship has led policymakers to think that sometimes inflation is good. And if you want to lower unemployment, you could let inflation kind of go a little bit. And in the crude forms, it becomes to seem like a menu. Like you could take your model and you could plug in, I want this much unemployment. And it would say, well, great, this is how much inflation we should do. And so then you would target that inflation rate. So Friedman gets up and he says, this is wrong. This might work in the short term, but it's not going to work in the long term, because in the long term, inflation has, first of all, it has a momentum of its own. Once it gets going, it tends to build on itself. The accelerationist thesis, it accelerates. And once inflation gets going, and the reason it gets going is because, workers go to the store and they see the price level has gone up. Things have cost more. They ask for the wages to go up. Then, people, eventually the wages will go up too high and they will no longer be hireable, or companies will decide at these high wages, I can't hire as many workers, I better lay off. So if inflation keeps going, eventually over the long term, it will result in high unemployment. So he says, theoretically, you could end up in a situation where you have high inflation and high unemployment. This hasn't been seen, but he says, theoretically, this could happen. And then he goes and he says, and the government has started expanding the money supply. In 1966. So we're going to get a bunch of inflation, and then we're going to get a bunch of unemployment. And he estimates about how long it will take. And then he says, once this all happens, it will take about 20 years to get back to normal. And
he predicts the stagflation of the 1970s.
Stagflation of the 1970s.
Against that for an economist. Again, against the mainstream belief represented by the Phillips curve.
Yeah, and what really makes it happen is that many of the economists who most deeply dislike Friedman and most deeply dislike his politics in the 1970s, as they're running their models, they start to say Friedman's right. They start to see in the data that he's right. And a very parallel process happens in Britain. Britain is going through a very similar burst of spending, burst of inflation. And so Friedman is vindicated in this very profound way, in the way that he himself said would be the ultimate vindication, which is my theory should predict. So that prediction of stagflation is really the sort of final breakthrough of his ideas, and also, their importance to policy and to thinking about how we should intervene or not in the economy, and what the role of the Federal Reserve is, because he's saying the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful. And finally, people start to believe it.
And I don't know if you said, but to make clear, stagflation means high unemployment and high inflation, which is a thing, like you mentioned, was not seen before.
Yes.
And he predicted accurately. And it also disproves the sort of the relationship, the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation.
Yeah, no, I should say the Phillips curve is still out there. It's been expectations augmented, and it is relevant in the short term, but Friedman's warning is still very much apt, that if you get too focused on unemployment, you can let inflation out of the bag. And so until very recently, the Federal Reserve's tradition has been focusing on inflation, believing that's fundamental and that will keep unemployment low, rather than trying to lower unemployment at the cost of raising inflation.
Can we go back to Frank Knight and the big picture thing we started with, which is the justification of capitalism?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, Milton Friedman searched for a moral justification of capitalism. Frank Knight was a big influence on Milton Friedman, and including on this topic of understanding the moral justification of capitalism. I think you spoke about Knight's case for capitalism was grounded in the idea that the ability to act in the face of uncertainty creates profit, and it should, because taking risks should be rewarded. So like this idea that taking risks in the face of uncertainty should create profit, and that becomes a justification that the ethics of capitalism. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so Knight is talking about where does profit come from? And to his mind, it comes from the entrepreneurial function and the risk-taking function. And so he kind of weaves that into why, capitalism works best, and why it's the most effective allocation machine, and why it assigns responsibility in a way he believes that a socialist system never could. Now, Knight, though, is not a booster of capitalism. It could be in part because he's just a darkly pessimistic, kind of depressive guy. And so he's afraid that capitalism is going to collapse and socialism or fascism is going to take over, or communism. And so he kind of descends into darkness there. Friedman, as the more optimist, believes with Hayek that you can develop a different approach to capitalism that would preserve the price system, preserve allocation, but build in social supports, build in a social minimum, things like this. But there's a moment in his career where he's really struggling to figure out, like, how do I make this case for capitalism? And basically, the whole sort of conservative movement, or people who we later call the conservative movement, are struggling to make this case. And he starts thinking about what makes capitalism work is that if you put forth effort, you get a reward. So then you could say, well, people get what they deserve under capitalism. But then he kind of stops and he says, that's not really true, because we're born with such different endowments, and there's a huge quotient of luck, right? So some people are just in the right position and some people aren't. So if I say capitalism is moral because people get what they deserve, that's not really true. And he also kind of has like an ethical reaction, which he ends up calling like an aesthetic reaction. He's kind of like, it just doesn't feel right to say that. And so he struggles for a while with like, what do I say? And then he basically says, capitalism, it can't be the core. Discipline of the market can't be the core to your ethics. It has to be something else. So that's when he will decide it's freedom, it's individual freedom. That's really the ethical core. And capitalism makes individual freedom possible because capitalism is dedicated to maximizing that. And so the defense of capitalism comes through freedom. And at his stage in history, he's able to set aside Knight's worry about inequality and say, when I look at the data, and this is true for the macro data at mid-century, incomes are actually converging, right? And it also, if you look historically, if a country goes from, say, a more feudal agrarian society to a more market-based society, incomes will converge. Now, then they might start to diverge. But Friedman's in the moment when he's seeing the convergence. And so that's what he's really focused on. So he believes he can justify capitalism through the ethic of freedom. And he also believes that inequality is a problem that can be addressed through specific policies. And it's not a fundamental feature of capitalism. In other words, he doesn't see capitalism as an engine of inequality the way that Frank Knight did, and the way that, maybe some critics on the left would.
How did he conceive of freedom? So individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, civil freedom. What was the tension, the dynamic between those different freedoms? Yeah.
So he really begins focusing on economic freedom. And he says it's really important to focus on economic freedom because in the United States, we don't value it enough. So by economic freedom, he means the ability to keep what you've earned, the ability to make decisions about your business, the ability to make decisions about the work that you do. So this will translate into things like there shouldn't be a minimum wage. He believes the minimum wage has bad social effects, but he also believes you should be free to accept a job at a wage that you yourself have determined is acceptable to you. And there should be very minimal regulation, questions around safety and other things, because the market will ultimately, if you create an unsafe product, it won't sell, and that's sort of your incentive. So he really centers economic freedom because he thinks, especially, and he's really speaking from his vantage point in the universities and speaking to the kind of liberal consensus of the 50s and 60s. He thinks economic freedom has been undervalued in the American context, so he really wants to push that forward. He's really kind of taking political freedom for granted. Now, later in his career, when he becomes famous, he's traveling the world, he spends time in Chile. And this country is now being ruled by a dictator, Augusto Pinochet, who starts introducing economic freedom, but there's no political freedom. And Milton Friedman believes eventually these two things are going to go together. He tells Pinochet, you've got economic freedom, and eventually it's going to mean political freedom. Pinochet is like, okay, fine. Not really interested in that. I want to know what I should do about inflation. But then when Milton Friedman leaves Chile, he is attacked and vilified for having been a supporter. He's interpreted that he's a supporter of the regime, which he's not, but he realizes he has talked too much about economic freedom and he hasn't talked enough about political freedom. He's kind of assumed political freedom because he's come from the American context. So then he starts recalibrating them and saying, you know what, if you don't have political freedom, you're never going to be able to hold on to economic freedom. So he sees that they need to go together and they don't naturally go together. And so he starts to become more clear in talking about political freedom. Now, let's fast forward to the end of his life, and he's witnessing the emergence of what we call the Asian tigers. So capitalist economies that are doing very well, but they don't have political freedom. But then he observes they don't have political freedom in that you can't vote in a free and fair election, but they also don't have a Stasi, they don't have a KGB, they're not, hauling people off for their wrong opinions. So then he says they have something called civic freedom. And so he kind of defines this third sphere, civic freedom of, debate, discussion, interpersonal relations, but you can't be political. So this is a late in life edition. I don't think it's fully theorized. I think what it shows is that during the Cold War, he very much believed economic and political freedom, capitalism and freedom, democracy, the United States, capitalism, this all went together. And he starts to see at the end of his life the emergence of different social systems that are using market trading and allocation, but aren't giving people similar freedoms. And he's kind of puzzling over that. Now, he always believes that China will democratize. And he thinks China is on the path to democratization, in part because Chile does democratize. Eventually, Pinochet is voted out, and it's become a democratic, capitalist, and very prosperous country. And he thinks that's exactly what's happening in China. He sees Tiananmen, and he doesn't live long enough to get to where we are now, in which doesn't look like political or civic freedom is coming to China anytime soon.
And he did oppose the dual track system of China, meaning like the market is bottom up, the government in China is top down, and you can't have both.
He thought you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
He thought eventually the market would triumph.
Well, it's a really powerful idea to say, okay, maybe there's not political freedom, but just hold on to the economic freedom, and eventually that's going to give political freedom. Is that correct to say, like, start to work on the economic freedom and the political freedom piece will take care of itself?
That's what he believed. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that, right? The people who gain out of a system of economic freedom could decide to collude in a system where there isn't political freedom. That's certainly a scenario. So, but that was, again, that's that core idea of freedom, right? And that core belief that people want freedom and that people are drawn to freedom.
Just to go back to Frank Knight a little bit, he wrote an essay called The Ethics of Competition. He had the metaphor that the economic life is a game, and then maybe that extends to society as a whole, like the entirety of it is a competitive game. And Milton Friedman, I think, adapted some of this, appreciated some of this. Can you speak to this metaphor?
Yeah, I think what the metaphor of the game does is it asks you, okay, well, what are the rules then? And let's focus on the rules that keep the game going. So he didn't use the concept of an infinite game, but I think that's an interesting one. A game that all the players are in and keep going again and again and again. And so that helped Knight, along with Hayek, shift from the allocation question, who's getting what, are things allocated fairly, to the more structural question of like, what are the rules of the game that we need to keep this system going? And so for a while that led to the discussion of monopoly. Well, we need rules against concentration, or we need the rule of law. Everyone needs to be treated equally. People need to know what they're up against. And then going back to monetarism, the core of monetarism is a rule. Friedman called it a monetary growth rule. And so again, what keeps the economic game going is a rule about how much the money grows that everybody knows. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's changing the rules to help their side or to help, the people they're friendly with. We all know it's there. It's clear. It's easy. And so that emphasis on rules, I think, really has a through line. It goes into Hayek's competitive order, and then it goes into the monetary growth rule. And then, today, monetary policy makes use of monetary policy rules. We have not abandoned discretion, but rules are used as a heuristic or a check, and those come out of Friedman's thinking. And so it's something, it's really profound, and it was always counterposed to discretion, which Friedman worried would be subject to capture or political corruption if you had discretion in policymaking, or if you had discretion in these very big areas. Then people would stop competing against each other in a market, and they would turn their attention to getting control of the rules or the rule makers.
So if there's clear, transparent rules, then you're free to play the game.
Yes, exactly.
But then depending on the rules, the game can turn out the equilibrium that arise that might be different. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's speaks to the mechanism design, the design of the rules.
Yeah, and that was, again, to go back to the idea separating new liberalism or neoliberalism from classical liberalism, with more of a focus on what are the rules that are needed, what is the competitive order that we want to set out, how do we design in social safeguards, how do we think about it. And so that shift towards monetary policy and focusing on stable monetary growth, that becomes really important in the post-70s era as one of the basic rules of how a capitalist economy should function. And it becomes really important because they see the example of, say, countries, most notably in Latin America, where monetary rules weren't followed and different governments played politics with their currencies. And that created huge upheaval and huge social loss, economic loss, just economic disaster.
So my friend, she's a poker player, philosopher of sorts, great human being. She has a podcast called Win-Win that everybody should listen to. And the whole purpose of the podcast and her whole way of being and spirit is to find win-win solutions. So do you think of economic life as having such win-win solutions? So being able to find rules where everybody wins, or is it always going to be zero-sum?
I definitely believe in win-win, but with a big asterisk. Like, you can have win-win, but it can feel like win-lose, which is, it's not just, are people getting more? It has a lot to do with, do people feel they're getting more, and do people feel they're getting what's fair and equal? So you could have a situation, for instance, if you look at the history of, going back to Chile, it has steady growth, steady income growth, steady diminution of inequality, and a high level of discontent within the society, and a high level of belief that the society is corrupt and unfair. And that's what matters. How people feel about it, how people perceive it matters. And you can't, we saw this recently, you can't just come out with a bunch of statistics and tell people you're winning in this game if they feel like they're losing. So that goes to all the non-rational factors and all the comparative factors that people have when they think about where they are vis-a-vis other people in society. So we're just incredibly social creatures. We're incredibly attuned to our status, to rising and falling, to where we sit vis-a-vis others. And so that absolutely has to be attended to. It can't just be an economic analysis.
That's so interesting that the experience of the economy is different than the reality of the economy. On the topic of corruption, I think the reality of corruption versus the perception of corruption is really important in a lot of these nations. You take Ukraine, for example. The perception of corruption has a big impact on the economy. You don't want to invest. You're very cautious as a business person. The reality of corruption would be way different than the actual perception. But if narratives take hold, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that it has a big effect on the psychology of the people involved. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to Keynes's analysis of the Great Depression, right? If people won't invest, if they're spooked, if the investing classes are spooked, you could be in real trouble. And in some ways, this simple analysis of the problem and proposal of a solution was enough to restore eventually the path to economic prosperity, right? That's Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. You know, this sense of we know we have a future, we have optimism, then you believe in it. And to go back to like thinking about money, right? Money works because we all believe in it. You know, it's a form of social trust, and it's a form of belief and faith in our society and in the other people in it. And when that breaks down, the money system will break down as well.
Is there something Milton Friedman said and thought about, how to control the psychology of humans at scale?
No, I mean, what's interesting is he does talk, especially in his later work, he says we have fiat currency and this is an experiment, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And it's turning out okay right now, but we've always had a commodity-based or backed currency of some form or another. And this is the first time. And so who really knows? So far, so good. And he also is very attuned. It's interesting in his later writings when he's thinking about this too. Sure, I could design a monetary system that would be different, but when I look at history, I see that monetary systems have always, incorporated the role of the state because it's so important to people. And so therefore, my theoretical designs really have to be tempered by what I've actually seen happen in history.
So maybe we could speak to this tension between how much government intervention is okay for Milton Friedman. So he was against minimum wage, but he was for guaranteed minimum income. Can you explain actually the difference between the two?
Yeah, so this was one of the discoveries I made in my research. I found a paper from 1938 he wrote advocating what we would call today a universal basic income, a minimum income. And he basically sees this as part of the effort to create a new liberalism, right? And he basically says we have advanced societies, we have prosperous societies. We have decided, in keeping with our morals and our ethics, that people should not be starving in an advanced society like this. The question is, how are we going to make that happen? And he ended up believing the best thing to do was to put a floor under everybody. And he said you get that based on your income. If you have a lot of income, you don't get it. If you have a little income, you might get a little bit of it. If you have no income, you get enough of it. And he believed in the beginning you should base that on, what was required to buy food, right? That would be kind of an objective. You could objectively determine the nutrition and the price of food. And so that for him, it's important. He says it's keeping with a liberal polity because it's not intervening in the price system. It's not intervening in economic relations. And it does not, in his view, require a bureaucracy to administer. It does not, in his view, require that you qualify for it by virtue of being in a protected class. You just get it as kind of part of your membership in this general citizenship body. And so that to him was really different than a minimum wage because it did not interfere with the work bargain. His belief about minimum wages was specifically that it priced out unskilled labor. That what an unskilled laborer had to offer was a willingness to work for a very low wage. And if you set the minimum wage too high, businesses, instead of hiring that higher priced labor, would not hire. Or like we could think of today, right? They put in an electronic checkout, or something like this, where you don't actually need the labor. So he really believed the minimum wage had that perverse incentive. Now this is a live debate on what minimum wages do, and there seems to be a level at which you can set them that they can not have that perverse effect, and in fact can kind of create people with more spending money that then powers the economy. So he had a very sort of clinical analysis of that rather than an empirical one or a really abstract analysis. But the minimum income is fascinating because it seems very leftist to us. But what it is it's purely individualistic. And it never really happened because it was so purely individualistic, because American social policy typically identifies like this group of people is deserving and will give them benefits. So the classic example is soldiers, veterans. Another example is mothers raising dependent children. These people deserve money. The rest of you, you better go out and work. And so Friedman's proposal, it really caught on in the 60s. It ultimately went nowhere, but it was no litmus test, no income analysis, just we're going to give you this much. Everyone's going to get this much. And he decided once mass taxation had come in, you could do it through taxes. And you could just rebate people who didn't pay income taxes, got a rebate. That actually came to pass. It's the earned income tax credit. And it's considered extremely successful, by policy analysts. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not that expensive. And so I see that as a kind of paradigm of his thinking, in that instead of creating a bureaucracy that does some form of redistribution, or instead of trying to intervene in the market for labor or the market for something else, the market for housing, you provide a cash grant that people spend for themselves. And so interestingly, that's what happened in the emergency situation of COVID, right? That's exactly what people did. They followed that model, which is get money out quick. And there's a lot of discussion still about UBIs as something that should be done. And I think it's always going to be hard to pull off, because I think Americans and their elected representatives don't want to provide a universal benefit. They want to provide a targeted benefit because they believe there's like a moral component here. And Friedman advanced a policy that was really abstract and really just, kind of was devoid of judgment. It was like pure and beautiful in that way, but like utterly impractical.
And it really focused on not interfering with the market and the signals that the market provides. Like, it was really against price controls for the same kind of reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you could say, okay, but how does this not interfere with the market, right? You provide people with a minimum income, won't that change their incentives to work, etc.? I mean, there's a big body of research on this. Most of it seems to show, one, it's way better than the current benefits cliff, where you have to not work to get your benefits. And any incentive impact on working seems to be much lower than would be expected. But I'll let the economists and social science just fight that one out and figure it out empirically. Hopefully we should be able to.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of studies. It's interesting, even just how you conduct studies like this, how you do these kinds of experiments, especially if you're empirically minded. Because a lot of the studies I saw are pretty small.
Right.
So how do you make big conclusions about how to run the world, how to run the economies from such small studies? It's all a fascinating experiment of ideas. And it's also inspired to see individuals, and maybe small groups of individuals, like the Chicago School of Economics, to sort of shake out what we believe and how we run the world.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
You call Milton Friedman the last great conservative. Maybe to be a little bit sort of controversial and make bold statements that get everybody excited. But what do you mean by that, and what makes a great conservative?
So I was really thinking of that in terms of kind of American political identities, and particularly the 20th century conservative movement, which people are always saying this isn't conservatism. And I said, yes, in America, conservatism is different. It looks different. It feels different. Conservatism in America builds in a big component of what we could call libertarianism, pro-capitalism, anti-government ideas, and critics will say, but conservatism is about conserving institutions and practices, and it has a role for the state and an organic community. But in the United States, it's always had, since the 20th century, this anti-statist, let's let the market rip. Let's not worry about what the market does to establish traditions. The market is our tradition. Capitalism is our tradition. So that was really synthesized. Many people were there, but Friedman and the importance of his books, Free to Choose, Capitalism and Freedom, the television series he did, all of these were like core components of this American conservative synthesis as it evolved. And I really see that as having broken down. It is scattered into different pieces. We don't know where they're going to come back together again. But, Friedman's push for open global markets, unfettered free trade, that's getting pushback on both the left and the right. That I think is just a major sign that, both parties have turned away from this vision. I don't know what they've turned to, But the way that Friedman brought these pieces together, I think that political moment has passed. So that's what I was trying to talk about with the book title. There's another way, though, in which I think of him also as a conservative, which is that within the field of economics, he went back to this older idea, the quantity theory of money, and said, this still has value. This can be applied in the modern day. It is something to teach us. And he, pushed back against this trend towards mathematization. So he kept writing books. You can still pick up a Friedman book and read it. Whereas lots of economics articles and outputs, like unreadable unless you're in the field. And so I think in that way, he was trying to conserve methodologically and intellectually the traditions of the field. The work that he and particularly Anna Schwartz did, that literal accounting of things and deep analysis of data from the field, that was completely unfashionable in his time. Now we've sort of gone back to it with big data and with computers, but he helped bring that forward and preserve that tradition. So I think of him kind of intellectually as a conservative, if you think of the mode of his thought. And so, what makes a great conservative is one who takes those older ideas and makes them fresh for a new time period. I think that's exactly what he did.
You've also spoken about the fact that the times when he was sort of out in public, there was more of an open battle of ideas, where conservatism often had, William F. Buckley. You had a more vibrant, deep debate over ideas, where it seems less deep now.
That is the thing that it's hard, especially for the students I teach today, to be like, there were arguments about ideas and conservatives won a bunch of them, and that happened in the 70s, late 1960s to 1970s, when they, one set of arguments was about economics. Like, okay, this idea of stimulating the economy by spending more, it has a downside. The downside's called inflation. And the downside's called too much regulation. And, you've gone too far in kind of bottling up the actual sources of economic growth and dynamism, and we have to let those free. In social policy, there was also a critique. The Great Society had all these ideas of ending poverty, and people came and analyzed them and said, the programs aren't helping. In some ways, you've actually created engines to trap people in poverty, because you've given them a benefit and said if they actually start to work, they lose the benefit. You created all these perverse incentives, and these ideas were fought out. They were empirical, they were controversial, and they were based on really deep research and really deep argumentation. And so it seems that era has passed. It seems like we're driven much more quickly by moods rather than thought through ideas. Right now, it seems like the ideas come after they follow the political mood and try to put together the underpinning of it, where it really was the opposite for much of the 20th century.
It does seem like we lead with emotional turmoil,
right?
And the ideas follow versus lead with the ideas, and the emotion of the masses respond.
Right, exactly. So if we think of the evolution of conservatism, it was a whole set of ideas that was crafted, refined. The 1950s, 1960s, 1970s sort of really found their emotional standard bearer, translator, salesperson in Ronald Reagan, who incidentally had been following these ideas as they developed and had been honing his ability to express them and apply them politically. It's a very opposite if we look at Trump as the political definer of the era. There's a set of ideas, but it was more attitudes, impulses, vibes, and the ideas are coming after that, trying to figure out how they patch on. So it's interesting to watch, to see that difference. And I hazard that a lot of it just has to do with the immediacy of the media environment we're in, and it's just power of the media messages to get out so fast.
What do you think Milton Friedman would say about Donald Trump, about him winning in 2024, and just in general this political moment?
I think he would love Doge. I think that's, it goes without saying. I think he would focus on that part because I think he would really love it. He would be very alarmed by the idea of tariffs and very alarmed by the return to protectionism. I think he believed that part of what made the world peaceful in the second half of the 20th century, as opposed to after, during World War II, was the world was knit together more by trade, and that was the great hope. That if people traded with each other, they wouldn't fight. He was also, a proponent of the free movement of capital. He'd absolutely oppose this idea that Nippon Steel wasn't allowed to invest in the United States. I think he would struggle, and he wholeheartedly embraced Reagan, and he worked to minimize the parts of the Reagan legacy he didn't like. I think he would find it harder to embrace Trump because he's not of that style. He just had a different style, but I'm guessing he would have come around through I think he would just say, okay, we have a chance to reduce the size of government. At the same time, the spending plans of the Trump administration are not fiscally conservative in any way. And that was his concern, was not so much with debt, but with the feeling that there's no mechanism to stop the growth of government, that it just grows and grows and grows. And so he ended up believing even deficits aren't so bad because they make politicians cautious, he thought, about continuing to spend. But I have to believe he would be concerned about the potential threats to the U.S. currency's position as the world's reserve currency with increased levels of debt and spending. He was concerned about low interest rates. He died, I think it's 2004, 2006, but it was in the beginning. He didn't see the zero low bound, but he saw low interest rates. And he said, this isn't necessarily good. Everyone's talking about low interest rates as if they're good, but there should be a price on capital. There should be a price on this. It shouldn't be so low. And so, he had some of still the kind of macro insights that I think are important.
You wrote the Wall Street Journal essay titled "How Inflation Ended Neoliberalism and Re-elected Trump." So can we weave that into this discussion in terms of inflation and Trump? What's the main idea of the essay?
So the main idea is kind of looking back and saying, so today we have been living in a world where people have been, focused on monetary policy, steady monetary policy, free trade, reducing regulation. This is all called the neoliberal era. And my argument was a lot of that was driven by inflation. So we have Milton Friedman predict inflation in 1967. It starts breaking out in the 1970s, Britain and the United States. And every institution was designed around stable prices. And once inflation broke out, prices were no longer stable. So for example, tax rates weren't inflation adjusted. So if your income went up because of inflation, you might bump from a low tax rate to an extremely high tax rate, but you don't actually have more money. On paper, you have more money, but everything costs more, so you don't actually have more money and your taxes have gone up. That kicks off the taxpayer revolt. There's a whole shift of American corporations towards focusing on financial investments because the tax breaks they used to get for depreciation for building new factories are not inflation adjusted. So they no longer pay off in an inflationary environment. And then when Paul Volcker comes in 1980s, early 1980s, and starts fighting inflation, really pushes up interest rates to bring down inflation. And that completely reorders the banking sector because banks had statutory legal limits on the interest they could charge. And once general market interest rates exceeded that, this proliferation of new financial forms to take advantage of that. So my point was the era we live in was ushered in by inflation. And then everyone turned against all the formulations we had and said, well, these have hollowed out our industrial base. These have, we've got too much immigration. We've got too much economic openness. We need to reshore. We need to focus. We need to turn against all these things. We need to spend more. We've disinvested. And the net result of that turning away, I argued, is people forgot about inflation. They really forgot it could ever exist. And you had a whole set of theories on the left, modern monetary theory, that basically said we don't really need to worry about inflation. We can spend what we want. And lo and behold, inflation came back. And so my argument is that has now opened the door to the presidency of Donald Trump, which is potentially a deeply transformative moment that will change the size and shape of government, that may change our foreign policy profoundly, that may change our immigration policy, it may change the demographics of our country. All of that, and my thesis is that it's all been made possible by inflation. And so the great mistake of the past years was to forget how fundamental inflation was to the rise of the last political order, and to profoundly underestimate how much inflation would change the current political order. So I just think it's one of these things. This is why I think you should study history, because I think if you had studied history, you would be aware of this. And it's so easy for people to forget, just like the banks forgot that interest rates could ever go up. They got so used to it. And it's only a 10, 15-year thing, but to them that seems like forever. So I really do believe what history teaches you to do is just have a much vaster scope in your vision, and then take into account the possibilities of so many things happening that are different than what's happening today. And so I just hope you don't forget about inflation entirely. But here's the thing, there's quite a strong chance that Trump's policies will initiate even worse inflation, and then they will prove to be his undoing. So the ironies of inflation could be continuing.
Like you said, Milton Friedman would be a big fan of Doge. So if he was still here today and rolled with Elon Musk and Vivek, what advice would he give? What do you think he would focus on in terms of where to cut, how to think about cutting?
You know, his signature policy move, I talk about this, is taking the price mechanism and trying to make that into the policy. And that seems sort of obvious to us today, but in the era that he came in, so there would be rent controls. Let's take away rent controls. Let's let housing prices set themselves. Or he was very against national parks. I actually think the national parks are good, so I hope the Doge people don't take this up. But rather than an allocation to fund the national parks, they should be funded by the revenue that they bring in when people visit them. And so I think he was always looking to let's let prices make the decisions here. So I think that would be one of the key pieces. The other thing I think he'd really be thinking about, he wrote about this a lot, about occupational licensure and barriers to entry. And he felt like one of the worst things that government does, and sometimes it's private entities that do this, is create barriers to entry to protect industries and markets. So he talked about this in the case of the medical profession, which I think is actually not a good example, because I think we all have a collective investment in having medical doctors be highly trained. But so, for instance, you could look at, nail technicians or hair cutting. There's often these licensing requirements where there's a sort of big kerfuffle. I think it's DC passed a law that to run a childcare center, you have to have a college degree. Well, what does that do? I mean, it disenfranchises a whole bunch of would-be entrepreneurs who don't happen to have a college degree, but probably could be really good at this particular business. So I think he would be saying, look out for where private interests have used the state to protect themselves, and clear away those types of barriers, and let competition through prices guide outcomes.
Yeah, so open up for more competition and allow for more signals from the market to drive decisions.
Yes.
Which would actually naturally lead to cutting a lot of the bureaucracy of government.
I think the other thing he would probably be arguing for is, again, go back to the design of the minimum income or the negative income tax, that there's a way he ultimately decided to run it through the tax system, right? The government's already collecting this data. They already have your information, and they can just send the money out through the system, rather than having a social bureaucracy where you have to come in person, you have to fill out forms, you have to document, do you own a car, what's your income, who lives in the household. So I think he would say, and his analysis of that was who that really benefited was the bureaucracy that processed that paper, that implemented those norms, and that if you could pull that away, you could get help out where it was needed much quicker, without having this drag of people doing sort of unproductive work of administering these systems. So I think trying to cut administrative overhead, and what he didn't have then, which we have now, is the technology that we have and the ability, to send benefits out via smartphone, or just to move so much faster and to handle information on a mass scale so much faster.
It's painful, but I think one of the big things you can do is just that, which is digitalize. I don't know if that's a word.
Yeah.
But just convert everything to where the speed of signal can be instantaneous. So there's no paperwork. It goes immediately. And then that means that the pricing signals and all these kinds of things are just immediately available to people.
That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. Government, IT systems could be vastly improved upon.
But that would result again with a lot of people getting fired. And I think somebody submitted a question for me saying, like, what are your thoughts as a person who cares about compassion? What are your thoughts about government employees, which there's a lot of, that are going to be hurt by Doge?
Yeah.
It's always a really difficult question. A lot of people get fired to make room for a new system that's going to lead to a lot of pain.
There is going to be a lot of pain. I don't know what the solution is. I think that's also part of why Friedman favored a minimum income. He talked about it being sort of counter-cyclical. In other words, when things were really bad, the spending level on it would naturally go up. This is what economists today call an automatic stabilizer. And then when it's not needed, the cost of it goes down. Maybe there's a way to sweeten it with honey and have people take buyouts or things like that. That would certainly be a way better way to go.
I did a podcast with Javier Milei. He has consistently praised Milton Friedman and cited him as one of his inspirations. So what do you think Milton Friedman would say about what's going on in Argentina and what Javier Milei is trying to do in Argentina?
Yeah, I think he would appreciate it. I think Milei is much more of an Austrian-inspired thinker, but I think he definitely appreciates Friedman. And on the macro level, Friedman always understood it's really painful to treat inflation, but the more you put it off, the harder it is. So I think he would be trying to get him, as he's doing, to just message that short-term pain, long-term gain. I think he'd be very supportive. I think he'd be thrilled to see also that Milei is very good at explaining these abstract ideas and putting his policies in the framework of the bigger picture. That was really meaningful to Friedman. I don't know how politically persuasive it is overall. Milei is very intense. He doesn't have the same sort of gifts of salesmanship and setting people at ease that, say, someone like Ronald Reagan had. But it seems to be that's what his country was calling for right now. So
he's more chainsaw, less like warm blanket.
Yeah.
Javier recollects this line from Milton Friedman. I don't know if this is accurate, but if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
I think on the big picture, definitely. We've seen focusing too much on equality can be, because equality is such an alluring word, it can lead you to downgrade all kinds of other things that are really important. But I really think it depends on how you're defining freedom. The statement is too big and too broad, right? So, if you're talking about freedom, if by freedom you mean not having to pay taxes if you're successful, I think that can have all kinds of knock-on effects, right? The idea that people are able to prosper when they're educated. Where is education going to come from? How is that going to be paid for and supported? And again, to go back to Knight, if you're generating too much inequality, or people are feeling that you're generating too much inequality, sometimes they value that more than they value freedom. And so I think there has to be more of a balance. And it's hard to make such global statements if you have to break them down into what actually do you mean. But again, Milei is coming from a very different context, a very different country that has seen so much upheaval, so much government intervention, so much inflation, so much political turmoil. He's probably thinking about it differently than Friedman was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, there probably still is a real threat of hyperinflation. There seems to be a very high level of corruption or the capacity for corruption. So it's a really messy situation. So Javier Milei likes to recollect this great line from Milton Friedman that if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
Yeah, I think in the macro, for sure. I mean, we've seen if you really put equality as your goal, it's such a seductive ideal, and people believe in it so much that they can carry out horrible crimes, in the name of equality. But then focusing on freedom, these words are too big. They're so hard to define. And so I think you have to ask sort of like, what is the freedom you're talking about, right? If you're talking about the freedom of ordinary people to be entrepreneurial, to make their own way, to start new things, to continue what they're doing, to keep what they've earned, for sure, I think that can increase the equality overall. If you're talking about lower taxes, if freedom is just a code for lower taxes, there has to be, lower taxes in general, great. But if you're one of the top generators of wealth, there has to be some way to ensure that, say, education, right? People prosper when they're well educated. That's when economies do better. Education is generally state funded, and you need some way to support that and provide for those institutions that structure society, that make competition possible. So I think it's just a really broad statement. Again, Milei is coming from a really different context. He's coming from the South American context, from such upheaval, such economic devastation, in pursuit of the goal of equality, that I think trying to rebalance with that emphasis on freedom, I definitely see where he's coming from.
If we can pivot a little bit, we've talked about Reagan. What are some interesting stories about how Milton Friedman navigated the Reagan and maybe even the Nixon administrations, and how he was able to gain influence?
Well, the Nixon administration is an interesting case because, so I've been talking about inflation and the different consequences it had. One consequence it had is that it began to undermine the Bretton Woods currency system that was established in the wake of World War II. Now, Bretton Woods, what it did basically, it ended up inadvertently putting the US dollar at the center of the world economic system. But under Bretton Woods, countries of the industrialized West agreed to trade their currency in set ratios that government set. So a franc was worth so many dollars, or a German mark was worth so many francs. And then also under this system, countries could come to the United States and they could trade the dollars that they held for gold, because the US was on a sort of modified gold standard. There was a ratio of gold to paper money. And so the system was set up, and very quickly, most countries the dollar was at the heart of it, and that the converting into and out of dollars was really the mechanism of trade for many of these countries. So Friedman said, what we should have is floating exchange rates. This is an idea, again, of instead of having a top-down design of policy, an administered policy, we will have policies set by prices. And you should be able to trade currencies on an open market. They should trade and they should fluctuate, and that would be fine. Totally outlandish idea. But he was pinpointing the fact that Bretton Woods had an instability, and that instability began to emerge in a time of inflation. So you have more and more dollars being printed. They're worth less and less. If European nations keep trading their currency for dollars, they're going to be importing inflation into their own economies. So they say, we don't want these dollars, we'd like some gold instead. And they have the right to go to the treasury, send in an order, and get gold out. And so they start doing this more and more, and it becomes, it's called the gold drain. And the United States starts running out of gold. They're aware this is happening through the 60s. They're trying various things to fix it. And when Nixon comes into office in 68, Friedman sends him a memo, and it says, this is going to be a real problem. He says something like, this is a running sore and you have to lance it right away. Some very
Nice.
graphic
Very nice.
metaphor. Otherwise, it's gonna explode. And Nixon just files the memo away. Nixon loved people to think he was influenced by and following the wisdom of Milton Friedman, but he didn't actually want to do that. He just wanted a political benefit that came from it. So then comes the moment where the U.S. Treasury Department realizes we're going to run out of gold. What should we do? And everybody decamps to Camp David, and Nixon decides we're just going to stop redeeming currency for gold. It's called slamming the gold window shut. Done. And he also at that same meeting decides to institute price controls. He does a whole bunch of stuff. It's an emergency. He calls it the New Economic Plan, which is an unconscious echo of the Soviet New Economic Plan. So a problematic name, a problematic policy. And Friedman is livid at the price controls, but he's like, actually, it's great that you closed the gold window. Let's go all the way to floating exchange rates. And this idea was heresy within the Treasury Department. Everyone's very committed to the idea of the gold standard, convertibility, possibility, United States at the core of the financial system, kind of hem and haw. But at this point, Friedman has a very close relationship with George Shultz. And George Shultz is a high-level appointee who will eventually, over the course of the Nixon administrations, become the Treasury Secretary. And so Friedman is feeding Shultz all his ideas about how we should move to floating exchange rates, how we shouldn't try to reconstruct Bretton Woods. And the people in Treasury, it's funny because I've read some of their accounts, and actually Paul Volcker is in the Treasury Department at this time, and he can kind of sense that Friedman is in here somewhere, like feeding his boss ideas. He doesn't quite know. And, then in the oral history, Shultz talks about this quite a bit. So at any rate, Friedman exerts this behind-the-scenes influence, and what Shultz does is just kind of lets Bretton Woods fade away. He doesn't make grand pronouncements. It just slowly, the world shifts to a regime of, for a while it was like a regime of steady prices, and then they call it a steady regime of changing prices, or whatever. The language changes, the reality changes, and they kind of end up where they are. So that's a real measure of Friedman's influence. If there had been another economist in Shultz's ear that said, no, catastrophe is imminent, we have to go back to Bretton Woods, he probably would have worked harder. The U.S. government would have worked harder. And so that becomes one of these pieces of globalization. And, what people don't realize is there used to be, in addition to these floating set capital ratios, you couldn't bring capital in and out of different countries. So you had to register, you couldn't invest. Were all these rules and strictures, and the falling of Bretton Woods really blows that all open. It's a precursor to globalization. So Friedman is right there. Now, he's very ambivalent about Nixon. I mean, he sees that Nixon is not an honest person. He thinks he's very intelligent. And Nixon's dream is to create a new centrist majority. So he does many things to go back on his supposed economic principles and ideas. So Friedman is not like this. He doesn't like the price controls. He's in communication with his old mentor, Arthur Burns, who's now the chair of the Federal Reserve. And Burns is basically doing everything wrong in monetary policy. And I describe this in the book in some detail, these anguished letters back and forth. And basically, as I see it, Burns doesn't have a solid theory of inflation. And the more Friedman pushes him, it's almost like Burns is willfully ignoring Friedman and kind of doing the opposite of what Friedman says. So Burns is running a very loose monetary policy. Inflation is quite considerable over the 70s. I mean, we were all spooked by what did it get to 6%, something like that recently for a very short time. This is inflation going over 10%, hovering at 8% for basically the whole decade of the 70s, going up and down with extremely elevated rates. And so Carter presidency largely falls, foreign policy is part of it, but the failure to tame inflation is part of it. And then Reagan comes in. And now Reagan loves Friedman and Friedman loves Reagan. Very mutual feeling. The Reagan administration creates like an advisory economic board. Friedman's on it. He's retired now. He's entering his kind of golden years. But he really has Reagan's ear. And here what he does is he convinces Reagan of his theory of inflation, which is inflation has been caused. It's a monetary phenomenon that has been caused by bad monetary policy. inflation has an accelerating dynamic. The only way to end inflation is by really showing and signaling that government policy has changed. And when you do that, it's very painful for a short amount of time. People will suffer, but then you will come out on the other side into stable prices, and this is what you need for economic prosperity. So the man who implements this policy, Paul Volcker, is definitely influenced by Friedman. Buys the big picture of Friedman. He even buys Friedman's specific technique of the monetary growth rule and of the focus on monetary aggregates, which Friedman has said, right? Money matters, aggregates matter. That's what money is. Pretty quickly, Volcker finds that because of inflation and the financial deregulation in response to it, the aggregates don't work the way Friedman said they would. And so the specific policy Friedman recommends, Volcker tries it for a year or so, it doesn't work super well. But what does work is letting interest rates go high, go above inflation to a point where both the general citizenry and the financial markets believe like, oh, they're actually serious about inflation. And because we've had a decade of inflation with all these presidents saying, look forward, we're going to whip inflation now, that monetary policy has lost credibility. This is why people focus so much on credibility today, because once it's lost, it's really hard to get it back. And one way Volcker gets it back is interest rates over 20%, unemployment very high as 25% in like construction sectors. And as this is happening, Milton Friedman is whispering in Reagan's ear, this is the right thing. Stay the course. This is going to work. Now, interestingly, he hates Volcker. Volcker hates him. And Friedman will never give Volcker credit for this policy, but he will give Reagan credit for this policy. But he owes credit himself for keeping Reagan from wobbling on this policy and just pushing it through. And he also tells Reagan very pragmatically, you better do this now. You've got a 4-year term. Do this in the first 2 years of your term. Things will have turned around by 1984 when you run for re-election, and you'll benefit from it. And that's absolutely what happens.
If we could take a small tangent.
Yeah.
Sort of a question I have to ask about, since we mentioned Bretton Woods and maybe the gold standard, maybe just have a general discussion about this whole space of ideas. There's a lot of people today that care about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that Milton Friedman would say about cryptocurrency and what role crypto might play in the economy? Whether he would be for this idea, against this idea, and if we could look at it for today and also just, 10, 100 years from now.
There's a clip, I think it's in 1992, where people say, oh, Friedman predicted cryptocurrencies because he's talking about how payments will eventually be electronic.
Yeah.
So in some ways, he definitely, as he was looking at the computer and money, he knew these would come together in some way. I think he probably would see a use case for crypto. He definitely would not buy the stronger forms, I think, of crypto ideology in which we could be heading towards a future in which there's many different currencies that compete or that are distributed, or there's a stateless currency. And he addresses this very, very clearly because Hayek's denationalization of money, it's a paper in the late 70s, Hayek argues for this kind of competing currency model or regime. And so he's responding to that. He's responding to people writing about free banking. And he basically says, look, even if you developed a variety of competing currencies, eventually society would converge on one. And that's because people just want one currency that they know. They don't want a bunch of different options. Even in places where there have been options to do that, they've been used very minimally. And then he says, secondly, the state always steps in. He says, technically, theoretically, it doesn't have to. I could draw you a model. I could tell you about how it could work without the state. But in actual reality, all human societies, through time and space, the state eventually becomes involved in the provision of money because it has so many knock-on effects to so many people. So sure, I think he would, again, find a use case for crypto, think it's interesting, but I don't think he would see it as this is going to displace state money and we're going to have a variety of distributed currencies. The other thing he really stresses is that a change in a monetary system, it only happens amid great, great crisis. So again, you see in countries where the state is not controlling the money well, right? That's when people are more turning to crypto. But he says because money is so fundamental, there's going to be so much political pressure on any country that gets the currency profoundly wrong that the government will fall and another one will replace it, right? So if you look at episodes of hyperinflation, they don't go on very long because they're so upsetting to people.
If we can go back in time, we've talked about it a bunch, but it's still a fascinating time. The Great Depression, University of Chicago, there's these folks like Jacob Viner, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, all of these influenced the thinking of Milton Friedman. There's this Room 7 situation at the University of Chicago. Just going back there, even just speaking almost philosophically, what does it take to explore ideas together, sort of like deliberate, argue in that space? Maybe there might be interesting stories about that time. It would just be interesting to understand how somebody like Milton Friedman forms. The seed is planted and the flower blooms.
Yeah. So he gets to University of Chicago. He makes fast friends. And in his third and fourth year, they become what I call them the Room 7 gang. So Room 7 is they find an old storeroom in the basement. They take it over. And that's where they have their jam sessions. And what made this world come together was Frank Knight. There was a charismatic leader, and there were a bunch of acolytes who clustered around him. That, I think, was a key piece of the ingredient. And then there was a sense that they were onto something that the rest of the economics field had forgotten or was rejecting. So there was like that sense of mission. So that seems to have been, there was a formal education piece. And then there was a parallel education piece rooted in admiration for a thinker, a shared admiration. And then what that led Friedman to do, what I found syllabi, that he had from non-economics courses, lists of books, and he'd written the prices of different ones he wanted to read. So he had John Stuart Mill on Liberty, like 50 cents written in the margin. So he began to educate himself. He gave himself a parallel curriculum alongside this very formal economics curriculum. He started reading, the traditions of political liberalism, and then talking them through with friends and developing a shared sense of mission. And that the incredible thing is, of those friends in the group, they scattered for 10 years and then they all came back together. George Stigler, his great friend, was hired at Chicago. Aaron Director, who was his wife's brother, was at Chicago. So many of these people continued. He became Frank Knight's colleague. So that was the base. That was what really grew him, that really profound peer group. Now, the other piece I talk about a lot is Friedman was a collaborator, an open-minded collaborator, and he had incredible connections with economists who were women. And he basically found, first in the figure of Anna Schwartz, later in the figure of this group of women who were his wife's friends, this kind of untapped pool of talent. And so he immersed himself in this whole other world of consumption economics. And that resulted in, his more technical work on a theory of the consumption function, which is the theory of permanent income. So for Friedman, intellectual work and intellectual production was always done in this very social context, in a context that blended friendship and intellectual partnership. And he only had a handful of friends who were not also economists interested in the same questions he was. So he just lived and breathed ideas all day long.
Can you speak to the jam sessions? What do we know about the jam sessions? What are we talking about here? You're sitting in a room. Are they analyzing? Are they reading papers and discussing papers, or are they arguing more over beers kind of situation?
Yeah, more arguing over beers. And in this case, there's several people who say it was all about Frank Knight. What did he say? What did he mean when he said it? Is he right? And so Knight was he would say one thing and then say another. If you read him, it's very hard to follow what he's actually saying because he's full of qualifications and ironies and blends. And so he would throw out these pieces, and then the students would kind of clutch at them, and then they would come back together and try to assemble this sort of worldview. And then Frank Knight fell into this terrible depression, and to cheer him up, they planned a big party, and they went back through all of his previous writings, and they assembled them into a book that was published. This is The Ethics of Competition, and you can read the introduction written in part by Milton Friedman. So not only were they talking about Knight and what he said, but then they started poring over his work. And one of them described it as like a general equilibrium system where you like had to like know all the parts and then all of a sudden it all fit together in a whole. So if we step back, what they were doing was getting inside the mind of a great thinker and understanding the ways it all fit together and then kind of testing their ideas against Knight's. And what's fascinating is one of the first papers that Friedman publishes in Statistics is a rebuttal of Frank Knight. He publishes a rebuttal of Frank Knight's ideas about risk and uncertainty. And Frank Knight, he kind of took a black swan argument. You know, he said, risk, you can calculate. Uncertainty, you can't. Like existentially, philosophically, you can't get your hands around it. It is the black swan. And Friedman publishes this statistical paper and he says, I can put uncertainty on a graph, you know? And so there's that sort of Freudian killing of the father element when he comes back and he will, you know, in some ways turn his back on Knight's approach and Knight's pessimism, even while it's like a foundation of his thinking.
Fascinating. Is there something you could say about the thinking process that Milton Friedman followed? Like how he developed his ideas? You mentioned there's a strong collaborative component, but there's another story I saw about that I think his son recalled about the argument number system that you mentioned.
Yes.
Which by the way, if we can explain that as the tangent of a tangent, that's really awesome. I think it's like number one if the other person is right.
Number two means you were right and I was wrong. And the number system evolved in some ways to be quick and efficient, but in other ways they also were really clear about it. So, you know, something like there's kind of like three reasons behind it. The first is if you use a number, it reminds the listener that it's really hard to say the words, I was wrong. So you're kind of calling on their sympathy by using number, reminding them that you're doing a hard thing. And then it's also reminding them that you're in this family with this code. And so you're signaling your membership and your closeness and your love, really. And so it's supposed to be an easy way to disagree without like breaking a relationship.
Yeah, so admitting you're wrong now comes with this warm fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
And that's really, I mean, that's so powerful. I think so much of the friction of human interaction can be boiled down to just not being able to admit that you're wrong efficiently and quickly and regularly and just often. And to be able to do that, that's really powerful.
Yeah, I think it's a really neat aspect of their family life for sure.
Sorry, that's a fun story. But like, can we just generalize to how he engaged in collaboration, how he developed his ideas? Is there like a thinking process?
So he taught at the University of Chicago, and he tended to teach for 6 months and then have 6 months off. And he spent the summers in New Hampshire or Vermont. He had right near that border. They have two different houses, and that to him was the deep thinking time. And so when he's at Chicago, he's teaching, he's arguing. You know, some people love his teaching style, very much in charge, very much keeping students on their toes, confrontational. Others found it too much, overwhelming, kind of shut them down intellectually, and they couldn't cope with it. And so I think it was kind of go time when he was teaching. In that case, that was a lot of social time, interacting, talking, other professors, going out and giving papers, arguing with the people at Yale or Harvard. Then he would go and do these very deep dives over the summer. He would also regularly do these trips to New York to see Anna Schwartz. So his 12-year collaborator. They didn't have, phone calls were really expensive. They did have quite an extensive correspondence, but then they would do these meetings. So he would basically come in at the beginning of the summer, going to Rahway, stop in New York, see Schwartz, and then again on the way back to Chicago. So you have these deep check-ins at that point. The other thing that happened is people would come visit him in New Hampshire. And so he would have he had a studio separate from the house. He would go and he would work. And then at night, his friends would come. His friends are all economists. There's a whole like cluster of economists. They all clustered within driving distance of the Dartmouth Library so that they could get their hands on books. And so they would come over and then they would argue and talk into the night. So I think he did need that deep focus time, but it was not like, he also lived a very engaged, very embedded social life.
Part of which was his marriage. Is there something you could say about love, about marriage, about relationship that made the whole thing work? 'Cause it was vibrant, and they wrote a
Yeah.
biography together.
They did. I mean, they were very complementary. They were kind of the yin and the yang. She was very introverted, somewhat suspicious of others, skeptical, and he was extremely extroverted, optimistic, high energy. And they also were at a time when it was really clear, like, for broader society, these are the roles of a man, these are the roles of a woman. And they pretty much adopted those. Now, Rose Friedman did some very important economic work as part of the early stages of the theory of the consumption function. She didn't complete her degree because she really knew there wasn't, if she wanted to be married and have children in the world she lived in, there wasn't a real pathway to also being an economist. I do think that a lot of that, it's not although it feels very gendered, like, he's the man out in the world and she's in private. It's interesting because her brother, Aaron Director, was the same way. He's a very private man, very shy, very introverted, and he exerted this like quiet intellectual influence on all of his friends. So I think that was just kind of a family trait of being more quiet, preferring to be behind the scenes. It wouldn't have worked any other way. Friedman was so out there, so so extroverted. And there's a bit of a sad thing she said. She said, when I married Milton, I lost half of my conversations. When David came along, I lost the other half. So it's a household that was just dominated by male voices, in which she didn't have a lot of room. What was tricky for me in my research is she didn't leave much of a trace. She put together Milton Friedman's archive and she took herself out of it. So I really had trouble finding her actual voice in the historical documents. And she didn't want to leave that behind. So it was an absolute essential piece of his success because she's the one who pushed him to do the Newsweek column, to do Free to Choose. And she really wrote Capitalism and Freedom. She took all his random notes and she put them together into a book. And that became this kind of testimony of his ideas, that she shared many of his ideas. And she, when I think of Friedman, if you take away Anna Schwartz, if you take away Rose Friedman, if you take away the other woman who collaborated with him, you have a much thinner resume than the one he actually has.
Yeah, it's always sad. It always makes me wonder about the private, secret conversations between partners.
Yeah,
because they might not show up in the record, but they probably influence the person more than almost anything else. Those quiet little conversations.
Yeah.
If we could switch our path to another great mind of the 20th century, Ayn Rand. We talked about some of the similarities here, about them being fighters for freedom and fighters for capitalism. What is Ayn Rand's philosophy? You can give a big 10,000-word summary of objectivism.
Yeah, so she called it objectivism. She used to do this thing like I can stand on one foot and say it. So it goes something like epistemology, reason, ethics, selfishness, politics, capitalism. And that was kind of how she summarized it. So what she did, there's a couple things she did with objectivism. First of all, she says the key defining element of humanity is rationalism, the rational faculty. So that's what defines what a humanity is. Therefore, there is an objective reality that we can access and know with our reason. That's the objective epistemology. And the one social and economic system that lets rationality flower and is based upon rationality is capitalism. And then rationality only works, in her view, as an individual capacity, and that rationality teaches that what you should do is pursue your interests. And so she ends up calling that selfishness. Now, it's tricky because selfishness has so many strong and negative connotations. And she meant, I think, something closer to like self-actualization, because she really tried to create this idea and express the idea that to be truly selfish did not mean trampling on others. It meant just being motivated by your own kind of internal measures and metrics. And so in her fiction, she tries to show this by showing the false selfishness of Peter Keating, who's an architect who kind of steps over everybody to advance his career. And she says that's not true selfishness, because true selfishness would recognize it's false to take others' work and pass it off as your own. Now, the other big piece of objectivism is a very approach that's really inspired and related to Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of revaluing values, or a genealogy of morals. And so she says, what's happened here is Western culture has converged on this idea of altruism as good. Being selfless and altruistic is good. And this has led us to communism, and has led us to devalue the individual in favor of the collective. So what we need is a new moral code which elevates selfishness, which elevates the individual, and which takes all the things that we have been told are bad and actually says they're values. This is what she's trying to do with objectivism. I mean, it is about as ambitious of an intellectual project as there can be. And that's what really draws people in. Yet at the same time, she's flying in the face of the way human morals and ethics and societies have evolved. And she's not able to single-handedly recreate them the way she wants them to be.
Yeah, I mean, she's not doing herself any favors by like taking on the words and trying to rebrand them completely.
Mm-hmm.
Like writing the virtue of selfishness. It's like, can we just call it self-actualization?
Yeah.
There's a negative connotation to selfishness and a positive connotation to altruism. So she sometimes, it seems, takes on the hardest possible form of argument.
Yeah, I mean, she had a student and who ended up being very close to her, Nathaniel Brandon, and who's the Reverend Advisor, and he said, "Can you please not use selfishness? Like, just come up with another word." But part of her liked it. Part of her wanted to provoke and unsettle. She didn't want to give that up.
I mean, people should listen to her public talks. Her whole aura, way of being is provocative, and she's a real powerhouse of an intellectual. So like, she loves the challenge, and that, just listening to her in itself is just inspiring, because you could see the individualism irradiate from her.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I found in researching and writing about her. Like, she's an incredibly unusual human being, and so that was like her strength, right? Because she's so unusual, but it was also her downfall, because she looked to herself as a model or to get insight about humanity, and she never quite processed how different she was from other people.
So just because we talk about Milton Friedman so much, can we just return to what, to you, given everything we've said, is the interesting differences about Ayn Rand